Hiss! Zhang Fei died just like that, beheaded with a single stroke. How terrifying is this? Is this the strength of the 7th on the martial artist ranking? Cao Cao Yuanshu and Sun Quan were stunned. Chao Hong Xiahou Dun Ma Chao and Ma Teng were stunned. Meng Tian and Wang Li were stunned. Everyone present was stupefied, their faces filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. Zhang Fei's overwhelming might had been plain for all to see. Yet now, he had been cut down with a single blade. Third brother. Liu Bei's heart-wrenching cry suddenly echoed across the deathly silent plain, enough to sadden anyone who heard it and move them to tears. Thump! Liu Bei's legs gave out and he collapsed in a faint. There was no choice. If he rushed forward, he would surely die. If he did not, what would others think? Fainting in overwhelming grief was the best choice. My lord! Liu Bei's subordinates quickly dismounted and helped him up. Cao Cao set down the drumsticks and walked to the center of the army, gazing from afar at Mei Sanyang, who stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield. Alliance leader, let me go and challenge her. Ma Chao requested the order. Although Zhang Fei had been felled by a single stroke, he was not afraid. Moreover, he believed that if Zhang Fei had not been momentarily stunned after failing to break through her defense on his first strike, he would not have been killed so easily. Alliance leader Zhao Yun requests the order. Zhao Yun spoke up as well. Though he had not followed Liu Bei as in the original account during this period under Liu Bei's deliberate cultivation of their friendship, he had become close to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. He had once been an officer under Gongsun Zan, but after Gongsun Zan's defeat and death, he became a man without a master. As a man of the Great Han facing the Great Qin invasion, and Cao Cao's call for the warlords to unite, he came out of seclusion and joined Cao Cao's camp. He wanted to contribute his own strength. No need. Cao Cao had investigated many reports about the martial god, and harbored a deep fear of the people under the martial god's command. Moreover, according to the golden ranking, neither Zhao Yun nor Ma Chao could defeat Mei Sanyang. If Zhao Yun and Ma Chao were to lose again, the allied army's morale would collapse completely. With their troops losing all fighting spirit, they would not even have a chance for a last battle. For now, they could still make one final gamble. Clang! Cao Cao drew his sword and pointed forward. All troops attack. Kill! Kill! Ma Chao, Zhao Yun, and the other generals charged at the front, followed by the 800,000-strong army. Their mighty momentum surged forward like a mountain torrent bursting its banks. Kill! Meng Tian drew his sword and gave the order. In an instant both armies charged. Over 1 million soldiers surged against each other. A seething ocean of heads and bodies. Arrows fell like rain. The two sides clashed back and forth. The lightning-quick soldiers came up behind Mei Sanyang and charged alongside her. Dian Qing led the divine strength machete soldiers in a flank attack, charging straight for the enemy center. Boom! 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 Wielding 2 great axes, Dian Qing was like a heavy tank crashing through everything in his path. No one could stop him. With a bronze head and iron arms, he had fought 100 battles without a wound. Even a war chariot in front of him could be smashed apart by his body alone. The divine strength machete soldiers swung their heavy machetes. With every stroke both man and horse were shattered. Men and weapons were cleaved in half. Severed limbs and broken arms flew through the air as blood and flesh scattered. Riding the night-shining jade lion, and holding the dragon gall bright silver spear, Zhao Yun carved through everything in his path and charged straight at Mei Sanyang. Ma Chao followed close behind. Clang! Clang! The scythe in Mei Sanyang's hand easily knocked aside the 2 silver spears thrusting at her like lightning, leaving Zhao Yun's and Ma Chao's arms numb and their spear shafts trembling. Such great strength. Both were shaken. Mei Sanyang was extremely fast. One could gather as much from the name lightning-quick soldiers. Earlier Zhang Fei's full-force thrust had failed to break her defense, proving that Mei Sanyang's defense was extraordinary. Unexpectedly, her strength was equally monstrous. They truly could not understand how such a petite body could hold such terrifying power. Clang! Clang! There was no time to think. Mei Sanyang's scythe had already slashed down. Zhao Yun and Ma Chao barely managed to block the blow by instinct. But they were blasted out of their saddles. Thump! Before Zhao Yun could land, Mei Sanyang's figure had already appeared above him, and her agile, powerful long leg kicked down. Zhao Yun had no time to react. The vicious kick smashed him heavily into the ground, and his internal organs felt as if they were about to shatter. His whole body ached beyond words. He tried to get up but could not summon the slightest strength. Clearly that single kick had robbed him of all combat ability. A lightning-quick soldier stepped forward and bound Zhao Yun. After that, Mei Sanyang knocked Ma Chao down with one punch and took him alive. Damn it! How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Standing at the center of the army, Cao Cao looked down at the battlefield and could not help cursing. Mei Sanyang and Dian Qing were 2 monsters unstoppable by anyone. The divine strength machete soldiers and lightning-quick soldiers were like heavenly soldiers cutting through their enemies as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Not to mention Meng Tian and Wang Li's 600,000-strong army. He felt that the divine strength machete soldiers and lightning-quick soldiers alone could defeat their 800,000-strong allied army. because the two sides were simply not on the same level. At this moment Cao Cao knew that he had already lost. There was no turning back. The ending was hardly unexpected. As the generals were cut down or captured one after another, the 800,000-strong army quickly collapsed under the slaughter. A routed army crumbles like a mountain falling. Not one of the allied warlords, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Yuan Shu, Sun Quan, and the others, managed to escape. All were captured alive by Dian Qing and Mei Sanyang. Thus this battle came to an end. The last foundation of the Han warlords had been shattered, and Great Qin's takeover of Great Han was now all but certain. Great Qin, Xianyang, victory report, victory report, victory report. The messenger raised the report high, shouting all the way as he sprinted into the city and rushed toward Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng and his civil and military officials had also just learned of the great victory, and their faces were bright with smiles. Your Majesty, Generals Meng Tian and Wang Li have routed Cao Cao's 800,000-strong allied army. The messenger knelt on one knee and presented the report. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Unifying the 9 provinces is within reach. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Unifying the 9 provinces is within reach. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Unifying the 9 provinces is within reach. All the officials in court offered their congratulations, overcome with excitement. Ying Zheng was equally stirred. He quickly opened the report and read it. This battle was all thanks to the martial god. Winning so decisively would not have been easy otherwise. Ying Zheng said with emotion. Did the martial god make a move too? The officials' eyes lit up. They took the report from Ying Zheng and read it. The report described the battle in detail. Zhang Fei had shown his might, cutting down Wang Li's 4 generals named Tiger, Leopard, Jackal, and Wolf one after another. Then Mei Sanyang struck, beheading Zhang Fei with one slash. Afterwards she captured Cao Cao, Zhao Yunma Chao, and other warlords and generals alive. Dian Qing likewise slew countless enemies and captured Dian Wei Zhang, He Yuan Shu, and others. The military achievements were brilliant. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heaven blesses Great Qin. The civil and military officials were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. They seemed to see the glorious scene of the 9 provinces unified before their eyes. Great Ming had already declared its submission. Now Great Han had also been dealt with. The Prince of Qi of Great Sui had been subdued by the martial king. Taking Great Sui in the future would yield twice the result with half the effort. The only troublesome ones left were Great Yuan and Great Qing. As for Great Song, which was bullied by Jin and Liao, every day taking it would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Once they controlled Great Han, the first target would be Great Song. Great Song lay to the east of Great Qin. Once it was taken, Great Qin, Great Han, Great Ming, and Great Song would all be connected in one stretch, and the greater part of the 9 provinces would belong to Great Qin. But conquering a realm is easy, holding it is hard. Truly incorporating Great Han into their territory would still take considerable time. Simply governing such a vast region as Great Han would require countless administrators. This was also the reason Zhao Wu had not acted directly. For one thing, he was too lazy to move. For another, even if he routed the armies of the other nations, it would be useless. It would only cause greater chaos because there were no people to govern the land. Therefore Zhao Wu allowed Ying Zheng and the others to slowly devour the other nations. He only needed to act at critical moments. Take this great battle. The battle had been won. But Ying Zheng and the officials of Great Qin would have plenty to do next. Discussing plans for governance. How should they handle Great Han's generals, warlords, and surrendered soldiers? These were all things Ying Zheng and the others needed to consider. Zhao Wu was farsighted enough to ignore such matters entirely. While Ying Zheng and the others were rushed off their feet, Zhao Wu continued to lie leisurely on the Empress's grand bed, holding her jade-like tender body in his arms. You big scoundrel! I have not held court for 3 days. The Empress Shui Yunji grabbed the large hand that was still wandering mischievously over her body, and shot Zhao Wu a fierce glare through misty eyes. What's bad about that? Zhao Wu tightened his arm and pressed the Empress's soft warm body against his chest. Don't you like it too? Today is the reveal of the last of the 10 extraordinary women. Can't be connected to you too, can it? The Empress decisively changed the subject and said reproachfully, are you going to run off again, then? Can't you feel how deeply I love you? Zhao Wu gazed into the Empress's eyes, tightened his arms, and drew her even closer as he spoke in a voice full of affection. The Empress simply rolled her eyes at him. That hurts. Zhao Wu's heart stirred. She really was a temptress. Stop it. The ranking is about to update. Sensing Zhao Wu's restless intent, the Empress hurriedly grabbed his mischievous hand, pointed at the golden ranking in the sky, and quickly changed the subject. It's too late. Zhao Wu smiled wickedly and tightened his arm. The Empress's eyes flew wide open. At that moment the ranking in the sky updated. 10 extraordinary women, 10th place. Who could be the last of the 10 extraordinary women? Although the ranking is not in order, I still feel that the later ones must be more impressive. Exactly. The big shots always appear at the finale. The 9th-ranked Empress is already the ruler of Qi State, the Princess of Qi. and secretly controls the assassin organization Huan Yinfang ranking 10th on the assassin list. Truly terrifying. Zhang Yuyan almost became a true empress. Could the last one be a real empress or a female emperor? Currently none of the 9 provinces have a female emperor or empress. Great Sui, Tang Prince's mansion. Li Shimin gazed at the sky, his expression grave. The fact that the Princess of Qi was the woman of the martial king placed immense pressure on him. Where was the future of the Li family? Would they ultimately have to submit to Great Qin? Although the Li family had already arranged a marriage between Li Shouning and the martial king, such an alliance was only temporary. Once it came to the struggle for the throne, what was a marriage alliance worth? Though Great Qin had not yet attacked Great Sui, their ambition to annex the 9 provinces was already clear. I wonder if the last one on the list has any connection with the martial king. Li Shimin was curious. Felt as though the martial king was everywhere. There was a contradictory feeling. Of course, many powerful figures who had once seen the martial god upon glimpsing the martial king's appearance already knew that the martial god and the martial king were the same person. For instance, the Great Sui national tutor Yuan Tua. He had once seen the martial god. When he saw the martial king's face, he knew they were one and the same. That the martial king had women throughout the 9 provinces was no longer surprising. Naturally, Yuan Tua had informed Yang Guang of this. Their expressions were exceptionally grave. The martial god was the Great Qin's eldest son, the martial king. Did Great Sui still have a future? But whether the martial god was the ancestor of Great Qin or the eldest son, there seemed little difference. Let's drink today while we can and worry about tomorrow when it comes. Feeling the road ahead was bleak, Yang Guang abandoned all hope. He gazed at the sky. In this era devoid of entertainment, watching the golden list summary was quite amusing. 10 extraordinary women, 10th Wu Mingkong a Qing. What the hell? There are 2 people. Are Wu Mingkong and a Qing sisters? Impossible, right? A Qing is from Great Qin, ranked 6th on the beauty list, 2nd on the sword god list, 2nd only to the martial god. Wu Mingkong is from Great Sui, ranked 3rd on the hidden dragon list. Maybe they share the same father but different mothers. Who is so amazing? Spanning 2 continents. The martial king spans more than 2 continents. The martial king was probably taken by the martial god to travel across the 9 provinces before they merged. Could Wu Mingkong and a Qing be the martial god's daughters? Why not say the martial king? The martial king is too young. The martial king is exceptionally gifted. Is age really a problem? Seeing Wu Mingkong and a Qing appear together, everyone erupted. No one was surprised that the 2 made the list. Wu Mingkong 3rd on the hidden dragon list and a Qing 2nd on the sword god list. That alone qualified them. Inside Huan Yinfang, the empress's pretty face flushed, her red lips slightly parted, her ample chest, heaving, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhao Wu. Are both of them related to you? Of course not. Zhao Wu said with righteous indignation. A Qing did have a connection with him, but not Wu Mingkong. When he first arrived in Great Sui, Wu Mingkong had not yet been born. She was probably just a little girl now. Just then the light curtain behind Wu Mingkong's name in the sky shifted, ripples of rosy clouds, surging into a massive image. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in white as snow, barefoot under her skirt like a spirit, holding the hand of a delicate jade-like little girl as they walked slowly along the street. Holy crap! It's Wan Wan. I never expected Wan Wan to appear here. Is the little girl she's holding Wu Mingkong? She's so adorable. Wu Mingkong 3rd on the hidden dragon list has been taken away by the Yin Gue sect. Damn it! Vixen! Countless lecherous eyes sparkled and countless powerful figures from various factions were grieved. As enemies of the Yin Gue sect, the faces of Fan Qinghui and Shi Feishuan from the Ci Hang Jingjai were extremely ugly. 3rd on the hidden dragon list. Her potential was evident, being snatched away by their archrival. In the future, the Yin Gue sect might overshadow them. Their eyes were fixed on the light curtain. Wu Mingkong had clearly not yet grown up. The light curtain should show her future. Knowing in advance was also a good thing. Wu Mingkong became a disciple of Wan Wan and grew up in the Yin Gue sect, which advocated controlling the world through men. Thus Wu Mingkong entered the palace as a consort, becoming the consort of Tang Emperor Li Shimin, titled Talent, Wu Talent. Shockwaves rippled across the land, especially in Great Sui. Bang! In the imperial palace, Sui Emperor Yang Guang abruptly rose, shattering his cup in fury. The lands of my Great Sui have been seized by the Li family. Rebels and traitors deserve death. Prince Kaoshan Yang Lin's voice was icy, murderous, intent, seething. He was utterly loyal to Great Sui, and would never allow anyone to seize the Yang family's empire. But after the rage, Yang Guang and Yang Lin could not help but sigh. Now that Great Sui is engulfed in flames of war, the Li family is indeed the strongest among the many princes. It is reasonable that they would take the throne in the future. As for why it was Li Shimin rather than Crown Prince Li Jiancheng who became emperor, Yang Lin and the others tactfully avoided this topic. Because Yang Guang was not the eldest son. Yang Guang had seized the throne by killing his father and brother. Presumably a similar situation occurred with Li Shimin. At this moment, inside the Tang Prince's mansion, the council hall was dead silent, the atmosphere bizarre and oppressive. The Li family should have been elated at the prospect of winning the empire in the future. But Li Shimin had become emperor. One could imagine what had transpired. Li Jiansheng clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Shimin, as if he wanted to devour him. Li Yuan looked at Li Shimin with a complex expression. Li Shimin's scalp tingled under everyone's gaze. He was thrilled about becoming emperor, but being exposed now gave him no joy at all. Father, the golden list only shows one possible future. The future can be changed just as the martial king has changed the fate of many. Li Shimin braced himself and promised. I am not Yang Guang. I would never do such an unfilial and rebellious act. There must be some hidden circumstances. Hidden circumstances. I never thought you second brother could be so ruthless even against your own brothers. Before Li Shimin could finish, Li Jiansheng's furious voice interrupted him. Because the light curtain in the sky had revealed the origin of Li Shimin's throne. He had staged the Xuanwu Gate incident, killing Li Jiansheng, and Li Yuanji imprisoning Li Yuan and thus becoming emperor. Afterward, he slaughtered all the descendants of Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji and took their consorts into his own harem. Seeing this, Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji's faces turned green. Li Shimin, you beast, I'll kill you. Li Yuanji, hair bristling with rage, drew his sword and charged at Li Shimin. The civil and military officials present desperately held him back, the entire hall in chaos. Stop! Li Yuan slammed the table and roared. What kind of behavior is this in the hall? Let's watch first and discuss after we finish. Li Yuan, seeing everyone calm down, continued to gaze at the light curtain. It was then that Li Shimin's son Li Ji fell in love at first sight with Wu Mingkong, deeply infatuated, but dared not make a move due to Li Shimin's authority. Seeing this, Li Shimin's mouth twitched, while Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji looked at him with mockery. Had Li Shimin been cuckolded by his own son? Sure enough, after Li Shimin's death, Li Ji ascended the throne. Disregarding the objections of his ministers, he brought Wu Mingkong back from Ganya Temple into the palace, showering her with affection. Li Ji's health was poor, so state affairs were handled by Wu Mingkong. Wu Mingkong gradually concentrated power in her own hands. After Li Ji's death, she controlled the court and ascended the throne, becoming the first true female emperor. The introduction of Wu Mingkong ended, and Li Yuan's face was as dark as water. The Li family's empire had fallen into the hands of a woman. Get back to your quarters and reflect on your actions. You are not to leave the mansion without my permission. Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin and barked. This effectively placed Li Shimin under house arrest. Your son obeys. Knowing Li Yuan was in a rage, Li Shimin dared not say more and quickly withdrew. Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji stared at Li Shimin's retreating back, murderous intent surging within them. They had no desire to be killed by Li Shimin in the future, their sons murdered and their wives taken by him. The civil and military officials trembled in fear. Matters of this nature were not something they dared to touch upon, lest they bring disaster upon themselves and die without a burial place. Father, if second brother killed us to expand the glory of our Li Tang empire, I would accept death and rest in peace under the 9 springs. But for second brother and his son to hand over the empire to a woman, that is a disgrace to our Li family. Li Yuanji could not help stepping forward, pouring oil on the fire and kicking Li Shimin while he was down. Father, second brother holds too much military power. After this, it's hard to say what he might do. Li Jiansheng added. Li Shimin was a brilliant general. Most of the Li family's army was under his command, and his Xuanjia army was the most elite. Shimin is indeed not fit to hold military command. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he was not yet emperor, he feared Li Shimin might seize power. In the face of power, what is a father-son relationship? Not killing Li Shimin was already the utmost benevolence. Of course, based solely on a vision of the future, killing him would invite criticism, but stripping him of his authority was perfectly acceptable. Father is wise. Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji were overjoyed. The Prince of Tang is wise. The other officials chimed in. They knew that from this moment on Li Shimin had completely fallen out of favor. I never expected Wu Mingkong to actually become a female emperor. No wonder she ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list. Li Shimin, 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list, also became an emperor. The Hidden Dragon list truly lives up to its name. As for the Martial King, 1st on the Hidden Dragon list, there is no need to elaborate. The original eldest son Fusu cannot compare to the Martial King at all. The throne is without dispute. To think that the Li family, after all their efforts to seize the throne, ended up working for someone else. Truly a femme fatale. Now Li Shimin probably dares not take Wu Mingkong as his consort. Not just taking a consort. The Li family probably wants to kill Wu Mingkong to eliminate future trouble. And what about the Great Qin? Will she also become a female emperor? Very likely. After all, Qin is ranked alongside the female emperor Wu. Looking forward to Qin's path to becoming empress. In everyone's eyes, since Qin was listed alongside Wu Mingkong, She would surely become a female emperor in the future. Even Ying Zheng and others speculated as much. And Qin was from Great Qin. Could it be that she would eventually seize Great Qin's empire? But was that possible? Qin must have some connection with Wu. Could Wu be the next Li Shimin? Ying Zheng thought to himself. The next moment, he shook his head. Zhao Wu was not comparable to Li Shimin. But the Li family's empire was not lost by Li Shimin. It was lost by his son. Thinking of this, Ying Zheng felt it seemed possible. Moreover, Zhao Wu disliked managing trivial matters. It was quite likely he would leave state affairs to Qin. His heart was in turmoil. He stared intently at the light curtain in the sky. Li Sifeng Qiji and others held their breath, raising their heads to gaze at the light curtain, pretending to be ignorant of everything. At the martial king's mansion, the seductive demoness narrowed her long enchanting phoenix, eyes a dangerous glint flickering within Qin. Will she become a female emperor in the future? What abilities does she have? She knew well Zhao Wu's power and terror. Seizing the throne from him was impossible. Moreover, Zhao Wu was already immortal and would not die. If Qin truly became empress, it could only be because Zhao Wu had passed it to her. If it were Tianyan with her wisdom and being Zhao Wu's childhood friend, she could accept it. If it were Yan Fei given her status and position, she could also accept it. But Qin, she wanted to see what qualifications she had. Being second on the sword god list was not enough. With Wu Mingkong setting a precedent, many people in the world had already assumed that Qin would also become a female emperor. Everyone's interest soared. Humming. The light curtain in the sky suddenly shifted with endless sword aura surging, as if to shatter the heavens and break through time and space, causing countless swordsmen to tremble in fear, their swords trembling, as if wanting to fly out and pay homage. Amidst the endless sword aura, a green bamboo staff slowly emerged, twisting and turning, rising and falling, mysterious and profound, like a peerless divine sword capable of splitting mountains and seas, sharp and unmatched. The words "You New Sword Qin" condensed on the smooth, crystal-clear green bamboo staff. Everyone in the 9 provinces gazed at the bamboo staff, their expressions changing, feeling that the unadorned staff was like a dragon riding the wind to the 9 heavens. Every move and stance harmonized with nature, like the bright moon hanging high or the rising sun, mysterious and profound, unfathomable. A small bamboo staff, yet like a peerless divine sword, with the power to cleave the sky and rend the earth. Truly worthy of being second on the sword god list. Even though the person is not physically present, glimpsing a part reveals the whole. Her sword path is indeed unfathomable and profound. Sword powerhouses like Shimin Chuishui, Guqing Yan Nanshan Xia Xiaofeng, and Yan Shisan focused their minds, their eyes fixed on the sky, faintly gleaming with excitement. That bamboo staff seemed to expound the natural sword path. Every move and stance contained the ultimate principles of the sword, harmonizing with the way of heaven and earth, terrifyingly profound. This is a verdant grassland with fresh grass and trees. A dozen sheep are happily grazing, occasionally bleating, a scene of natural harmony. Beside the flock is a shepherdess about 16 or 17 years old, with a melon seed face, long eyelashes, large eyes, fair skin, a slender figure, and a very beautiful appearance. She wears a light green shirt, delicate and frail, with a crisp, tender voice, innocent and guileless. She strolls across the wilderness, her slender waist swaying free and carefree like a flower spirit or a grass fairy, graceful and ethereal, pure and refined. Qin, the great master, is pure and flawless, elegant and refined. Doesn't seem like someone who could become a female emperor. Yeah, could Qin become dark later? Like Zhang Yuyan transforming from a naive flower into a ruthless carnivorous plant. Let's watch and see. Who says that because she's listed with the female emperor, she must be one? Suddenly a white ape as tall as a man rushed out from the side, jumped onto a sheep's back, causing the flock to bleat loudly. Don't bully my sheep. Qin picked up her bamboo staff to drive the white ape away, but the ape quickly slipped away, only to return soon with another bamboo staff. The human and the ape fought. At first Qin was no match and was always bullied by the white ape, but soon her staff technique became more skilled, her moves more natural, and the white ape gradually lost its edge. Whoa! Seeing this, everyone gasped in awe, their hearts shaken. They were terrified by Qin's talent, because in their eyes Qin's casual moves had become peerless sword techniques, perfectly natural. The most frightening thing was that Qin was just an ordinary shepherdess, who knew nothing of martial arts, not even what martial arts meant. Even so, in her sparring with the white ape, her sword technique evolved from chaotic disorder to moving with the heart, winning without form, all in just a few months. Truly terrifying. Even peerless swordsmen like Xie Xiaofeng, Shimin Shueishue, and Yi Guqing felt ashamed and inferior. They had trained in swordsmanship since childhood with the guidance of predecessors, but compared to Qin, who had no guidance and only a white ape as a sparring partner, they were far inferior. Grandpa White, you're so clumsy. The girl's crisp, melodious laughter rang out like an aureole as her bamboo staff gently tapped the white ape's head, as light as a dragonfly skimming water, reaching the pinnacle of subtlety. The white ape, furious and humiliated, screeched loudly, swinging its bamboo staff, creating a storm of staff shadows like a downpour of pear blossoms, the fierce wind stripping away layers of grass, a tempest, a whirlwind more terrifying than Yi Guqing's sword from beyond the heavens, chilling and Shocking, this white ape was also terrifying, equivalent to a transcendent powerhouse of a different kind. Countless powerhouses looked on in awe, yet Qing chuckled lightly, utterly unconcerned, her frail figure swaying like a reed in the wind, her bamboo staff gently thrust forward. Everyone widened their eyes, stunned. This thrust seemed to be empowered by the force of heaven and earth, annihilating even the fiercest storm. Qing tapped the white ape on the head once more, originating from the white ape. I'm numb. Is this what a great master is like? Never learning any martial arts, just sparring with a white ape. And she enters the Tao through the sword, stepping into transcendence in one go. Incredible. Terrifyingly so. Given Qing's pure heart and sword cultivation, it's unlikely she will become a female emperor in the future because her personality is not suited for the throne. Exactly. But seeing this, I finally understand why Qing is placed together with the female Emperor Wu. The female Emperor Wu is the empress of the human world, the pinnacle of power, while Qing is the sword of heaven and earth, the empress of the sword. Among women, the peak of the sword of the mortal world. As for the martial god, he is no longer human. Among men there may be swordmasters more brilliant than Qing, but among women there are absolutely none. At the martial king's mansion, this talent is truly terrifying. The seductive demoness Mingzhu sighed in admiration, yet she felt relieved about Qing. She was just a pure gifted girl, nothing to fear. Ying Zheng and others who had worried that Qing might become the next female emperor, now felt relieved, marveling at Qing's terrifying talent. Master, what do you think? Ying Zheng looked at Gainye, asking curiously. I am not her equal. Gainye shook his head. He was already 40, yet his cultivation was only at the transcendent level, far inferior to Qing. The scene has changed again. Ying Zheng lifted his head, gazing with great interest at the celestial screen. Just then the screen unexpectedly split into two. Instantly everyone grew excited. Has Senior Qing's fate also changed? Could it be King Wu again? Does King Wu spare even Senior Qing? Alas, King Wu, please be a decent person. Countless men wailed. Based on past experience, they knew that 9 times out of 10 King Wu would come out to cause trouble again. Sure enough. The scene shifted. On the left screen, King Wu appeared. As soon as he appeared, he sat on the back of Qing's goat, causing the goat to bleat loudly. Qing drove King Wu away, and a fight broke out between them. They became friends through their fight. Although Qing possessed terrifying sword talent, and had already stepped into the transcendent realm, she was still no match for King Wu. Having been born in the deep forest and raised in the wilderness, Qing was naive about worldly affairs, but possessed a sincere and passionate heart. King Wu, on the other hand, was not only unmatched in martial arts, divinely heroic and extraordinarily handsome, but also a seasoned lover. His charm was devastating to a maiden like Qing, whose heart was just beginning to bloom. Qing soon fell for him. Alas, that scoundrel King Wu has ruined Senior Qing after all. I knew it. As soon as King Wu appears, even Senior Qing can't escape his clutches. The scene shifted. King Wu, holding Qing with one hand, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman with the other, strolled along the banks of the Huansha stream. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, the dying light like blood, its afterglow falling upon the 3 figures, painting an incomparably exquisite picture. How beautiful! That's she sure. My god, she sure, ranked first on the Great Qin beauty list, has also been conquered by King Wu. How infuriating! I'm so jealous, I'm going crazy. Xianyang, Zhongtai Palace. Ying Zheng gazed at the final exquisite image frozen on the screen, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. My son has the bearing of a great emperor. What kind of emperor? The Yellow Emperor Shenyuan, who had 3,000 women and ascended to heaven in broad daylight. Li Sifeng, Qiji Wang Ben and other civil and military officials twitched their mouths, feeling somewhat surreal. Based on Qing's surroundings, it should be the land of Wu and Yu. Both the Wu and Yu kingdoms still exist. According to the timeline, Zhao Wu should be very young at this time. Of course, this is a comprehensive martial world. It incorporates the Sword of the Yu maiden story. Although Wu and Yu exist, the 2 kingdoms are not in their original spring and autumn period. Instead, it is the late Warring States period. Moreover, the kingdoms of Wu and Yu have already declined in national power and are not what they used to be. Before Ying Zheng could sweep through the 6 kingdoms, they had already been destroyed by other states. Soon Li Si and the others shifted their gaze to the right screen. There was Qing's original future. The scene shifted. Qing, driving a dozen goats, walked from one end of the street where 8 Wu swordsmen stood. The goats approached the Wu swordsmen and then passed around them. A Wu swordsman, still in high spirits, swung his long sword and split a goat from head to rump into 2 halves, as if he had carefully drawn a line and cut along it. Even the nose was split in 2. The 2 halves of the goat fell to the left and right. The precision of his swordsmanship was truly astonishing. The 7 other Wu swordsmen cheered loudly. Fanli, the Yu minister standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Excellent swordplay. Damn! Are these swordsmen so bold? They dare to kill Senior Qing's goat. I have a feeling these 8 Wu swordsmen are doomed." No need for a feeling, they're definitely doomed. Let's wait for Senior Qing to slap them in the face. The people of the 9 provinces grew expectant and countless swordsmen widened their eyes curious about Qing's peerless sword technique. Qing waved her bamboo staff, repeatedly driving the remaining dozen goats behind her and said, "Why did you kill my goat?" Her voice was tender but carried a hint of anger. The Wu swordsman who had killed the goat slashed the air with his goat blood-stained sword and laughed. "Little girl, I'll split you in 2 like that." Fan Li called out, "Miss, come here quickly. They are drunk." Qing said, "Even if they are drunk, they can't bully people at will." The Wu swordsman circled his sword above her head a few times and laughed. "I intended to cut off your little head, but seeing how pretty you are, I really can't bear to." The 7 Wu swordsmen all burst out laughing. Then the Wu swordsman thrust his sword forward to cut Qing's belt, a lecherous grin on his face. "Fuck! These swordsmen are not worthy of wielding swords. Bullying a young girl in public. They bring shame to all swordsmen. Good thing they've bitten off more than they can chew this time. Daring to flirt with Senior Qing. They're really asking for death." Qing's bamboo staff flickered and struck the Wu swordsman's wrist. The swordsman felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and with a clang his long sword fell to the ground. Qing's bamboo staff lifted, a faint green shadow flashed, and it pierced into his left eye. The swordsman let out a great cry, clutched his eye with both hands and roared wildly. Qing's 2 strikes, piercing the wrist and injuring the eye, were executed lightly and effortlessly as if nothing had happened. Somehow the Wu swordsman could not evade them. The remaining 7 Wu swordsmen were greatly startled. A burly Wu swordsman raised his long sword and aimed its tip at the girl's left eye. The sword move made a hissing sound showing its full force. Qing did not dodge. Instead she thrust her bamboo staff, striking after the opponent but arriving first. With a thud it pierced the Wu swordsman's right shoulder. The force of the Wu swordsman's strike instantly dissipated. Qing's bamboo staff extended and pierced into his right eye. The man let out a pig-like shriek, flailing his fists wildly, blood streaming from his eye, his expression terrifying. The remaining swordsmen, shocked and enraged, attacked together, but all ended up with one eye blinded. "Awesome. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant now. Killing Senior Qing's goat. Wasn't that just asking for death? That shifty-eyed Fan Li doesn't seem like a good person. He seems to have designs on Senior Qing. Right? He's been secretly observing Senior Qing. Definitely a pervert moved by lust. Brother, don't judge others by yourself. This guy clearly has his eye on Senior Qing's swordsmanship." In the scene, the Wu swordsmen were blinded but still unwilling to compensate for Qing's goat. Just as Qing was about to strike again, Fan Li stepped forward. As a minister of Yue, he temporarily did not want Qing to kill the Wu swordsman and provoke a conflict between the 2 states. Thus he promised to compensate Qing for her goat, then invited her to his residence, lavishing attention on her. Having never seen the world, innocent and naive with a heart just beginning to open, Qing naturally developed a fondness for this caring older man and told him everything. Fan Li quickly learned from Qing about the existence of Grandpa White. He thought Grandpa White was a martial arts master, so he followed Qing to tend the goats, hoping to meet Grandpa White and ask him to teach the Yu soldier swordsmanship to defeat Wu. In his view, if a naive girl like Qing could learn such miraculous sword techniques, then if the Yu soldiers received guidance from Grandpa White, this old fox really has it all figured out. Does he think everyone is like Senior Qing? Is this old man Fan Li trying to have a young wife? Senior Qing is clearly charmed by his attentiveness. Poor Senior Qing, born in the countryside, rarely interacting with people, ignorant of the evil in human hearts. She's too easy to deceive. I wonder what happened to Senior Qing in the end. Fortunately, in reality, Senior Qing has been snatched by King Wu. Although King Wu is also a scumbag, it's barely acceptable. Right now, I just want to know what expression that old man Fan Li will have when he learns that the Grandpa White Qing talks about is actually a white ape. Looking forward to it. Under the eager gaze of everyone, Fan Li followed Qing to tend the goats for many days, and finally waited for the Grandpa White that Qing had mentioned. However, it turned out to be a white ape. The white ape tried to kill Fan Li multiple times, but was stopped by Qing. In the end, Qing broke its 2 arms, and it left dejectedly. Fan Li had no choice but to invite Qing back. The next morning, in the sword chamber of the Yu King, Qing, holding a bamboo staff, faced 20 top-tier Yu swordsmen. Fan Li knew that Qing could not teach others how to use the sword, so he had the Yu swordsman imitate her sword techniques. But none of the Yu swordsmen could withstand 3 of her moves. As soon as Qing's bamboo staff moved, her opponents either had their wrists pierced and lost their swords, or were struck in vital points and collapsed to the ground. The next day, 30 swordsmen were defeated by her staff. On the 3rd day, another 30 swordsmen suffered broken wrists and arms under her short bamboo staff, retreating in disarray. On the 4th day, when Fan Li went to find her to spar with more Yu swordsmen, Qing had vanished. He searched her home only to find an empty house and a dozen goats. Fan Li dispatched hundreds of men to search within and outside the city of Kuaiji, in the desolate mountains and wilderness, but could not find any trace of the young girl. The 80 swordsmen did not learn a single sword move from a Qing, but they had witnessed the shadow of the divine sword. Everyone now knew that such a miraculous sword technique truly existed in the world. These 80 men passed on the faintest trace of the sword technique they had barely grasped to others. With just this wisp of the divine sword's shadow, the swordsmanship of the Yu soldiers became unmatched in the world. Fan Li ordered Xue Zhu to oversee skilled artisans and forge 10,000 sharp swords. 3 years later, Go Jian raised an army to attack Wu, and the battle was fought by the shores of the 5 lakes. 3,000 Yu soldiers wielding longswords advanced. The Wu soldiers counterattacked. As the two armies clashed, the long swords of the Yu soldiers flashed, and the Wu soldiers who faced them were scattered in defeat. The Wu army was soundly defeated. King Fuchai of Wu retreated to Mount Yuhang. The Yu soldiers pursued, and in the second battle, the Wu army was still unable to withstand the swift swords of the Yu soldiers. Fuchai was defeated and committed suicide. Fan Li personally led 3,000 Yu soldiers into the Wu capital Gusu and charged straight to the king of Wu's Guanhua palace, where Shi Shi resided. He brought a few guards and rushed into the palace calling out Yi Guang. Yi Guang. He ran through a long corridor, his footsteps echoing crisply. The corridor was hollow underneath. Shi Shi's steps were light, each one like playing a zither or drum with a beautiful musical rhythm. Fuchai had built this corridor to listen to her music-like footsteps. At the other end of the corridor, music-like footsteps sounded like a joyful zither, like a clear and harmonious qin. A soft voice said, "Xiao Bo, is it really you? My god, Shi Shi is actually in King Fuchai of Wu's harem. What's going on? Shi Shi has been ruined by the king of Wu. What is that bastard Fan Li's relationship with Shi Shi?" The world was thrown into an uproar, countless men grieving and gnashing their teeth. They stared intently at the screen. As Fan Li and Shi Shi spoke, they finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the bastard Fan Li had already won Shi Shi's heart. But then he offered Shi Shi to the king of Wu, attempting to use her beauty to bewitch the king. And Shi Shi, for the sake of Fan Li, entered the king of Wu's palace, offering herself to the wolf. Damn his mother. That bastard Fan Li is such a scumbag, actually giving Shi Shi, who loves him deeply, to the king of Wu. I really want to kill him. If Fan Li weren't dead, I would definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. Fortunately, Shi Shi's fate has been changed by King Wu, and Fan Li never had the chance to meet Shi Shi, let alone offer her to the king of Wu. I have to say, King Wu did a great job this time. The world was seething with indignation, countless strong men gnashing their teeth, wishing they could tear Fan Li apart alive. Fan Li, call your Shi Shi out. I want to kill her. Just as Fan Li and Shi Shi were reuniting after a long separation, and embracing in excitement, a woman's cold voice rang out in the quiet night. It's Senior A Qing's voice. That scumbag Fan Li, to get Senior A Qing's swordsmanship, showered her with attention, and made her fall in love with him. He's inhuman. I finally understand why A Qing suddenly left back then. She must have discovered Fan Li's true face. There are 3,000 Yu soldiers outside. I wonder if Senior A Qing is in danger. These 3,000 Yu soldiers are only trained from a trace of Senior A Qing's sword technique shadow. They are definitely no match for her. But a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. The 3,000 Yu soldiers, hearing A Qing call Fan Li by name and threaten to kill, immediately went on alert. Having just defeated Wu, they were brimming with morale and murderous aura, their killing intent darkening the sky and chilling the heavens. A Qing, her green long dress swaying, held her bamboo staff and faced the thousands with cold brows, standing calmly, as if she regarded the 3,000 Yu soldiers as nothing. Boom! A Qing stepped forward and battle erupted instantly. The originally fragile bamboo staff seemed to transform into a peerless divine sword that pierced heaven and earth. Sword aura spread in all directions, freezing the 9 heavens. The 3,000 Yu soldiers were powerless against her. A Qing's figure moved and she appeared before Fan Li, the tip of her bamboo staff pointing at Shi Shi's heart. She gazed at Shi Shi's radiant beauty. The killing intent on A Qing's face gradually faded, turning into disappointment and dejection, then into surprise, envy, and finally reverence. She murmured, "Heaven. There is actually such a beauty in the world. Fan Li, she is even more beautiful than you said." With a twist of her slender waist and a clear whistle, A Qing had already gracefully departed. Shi Shi's eyes shone with incomparable joy. Suddenly she slightly furrowed her brows and pressed her hand to her heart. Although A Qing's staff had not struck her, the force from its tip had wounded her heart. The frame froze, leaving behind the most beautiful image in the world. Shi Shi clutching her heart. It's over. Smack. The joy is gone. And so the 10 remarkable women end. I feel like I haven't had enough. I wonder what list comes next. The crowd was still unsatisfied, their gazes lingering on the golden list, because they knew there should be a new list announced today. Meanwhile, in Great Qin, by the banks of the Huansha stream, 2 stunningly beautiful women sat on a large rock by the stream, their delicate fair feet splashing in the water. They were Shi Shi and A Qing. I'm so glad I met Brother Wu, Shi Shi said, still shaken. If not for Zhao Wu, she would have met Fan Li, and been given as a plaything to the king of Wu to bewitch him. The thought was terrifying. I wonder when brother Wu will come to see us. Shi Shi's eyes were full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Qing's eyes held deep longing. As for Fan Li and the like, she did not care. Those things that had not happened, even if they were her original fate, left no ripple in her heart. Achoo! In the Huan Yin pavilion, Zhao Wu couldn't help but sneeze. Looking at the empress sleeping soundly beneath him, he lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss, then said to Ji Rushua beside him, "When Yunji wakes up, tell her I'll come see her another day." With that, Zhao Wu withdrew and vanished from the Huan Yin pavilion. The empress was right. King Wu is a big scoundrel who makes you love and hate him. Ji Rushua gritted her silver teeth. Seeing the empress's disheveled body, she reached for a silk handkerchief and gently wiped her. Some places were bruised and red. He must have gone to find those two women, Qing and Shi Shi. The empress's beautiful eyes opened dimly. She had wanted to see if Zhao Wu would leave, and he really did. Big scoundrel, does he really think this is a brothel? He doesn't even pay. The empress's voice was plaintive. Fortunately, Zhao Wu had already satisfied her earlier, or she would have definitely been angry. Of course, now she didn't even have the strength to be angry. Halfway on his journey, Zhao Wu's figure paused as if he had thought of something and murmured, "This isn't freeloading, is it? I gave her several hundred million, not a bit left. All my wealth. I really didn't freeload." Zhao Wu nodded to himself, thinking of how he had given his all, and his voice gained a bit of confidence. His figure instantly vanished into the void. Buzz! Buzz! Just as Zhao Wu was heading to Great Qin to see Qing and Shi Shi, the golden list in the sky trembled and endless rays of light surged, coalescing into a new list. As the list appeared, all the people of the 9 provinces felt an inexplicable sorrow, as if something sad had happened, causing grief to well up from within. Haha, a new list has appeared. I wonder what list this is. This sorrowful aura feels unusual. I hope it's a list as interesting as the beauty list or the cuckold list. I have a feeling this list will definitely be very interesting. Looking forward to it. I can't wait. Countless people rubbed their hands together, staring at the list with burning eyes filled with intense anticipation. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, large characters written with iron strokes and silver hooks coalesced. 10 tragic figures, first place. 10 tragic figures. Good heavens, there's a list like this. Great. Others, misery, my delight. I wonder which unlucky ones will be on the list this time. I'm strangely excited. Qigua Fengxiang. Huanin Feng. Empress Shui Yunji dried her body. She didn't know if it was hundreds of millions or billions. Zhao Wu had given too much, overflowing with abundance. Ji Rushua and Xian Jingtian replaced the bedding with brand new ones. The empress draped a phoenix robe and once again languidly lay on the bed, her fair jade hand gently stroking her pet cat Megua. 10 tragic figures. She gazed at the list with keen interest. In this era of scarce entertainment, with no phones, no internet, no movies or anime, the greatest pastime seemed to be procreation. Now the appearance of the golden list not only broadened everyone's horizons, but also provided a source of amusement. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, endless rosy clouds surged and coalesced into lines of grand characters with strokes like iron hooks and silver hooks. Life is like a coffee table covered with tragedies. Good heavens. So true. To be honest, every family has its own troubles. How many truly happy people are there? Even the richest and most powerful martial arts masters. Are they happy? Their happiness you can't imagine. I just want to experience the joy of King Wu Hehe. The first sentence on the light screen resonated with countless people, causing an uproar across the realm. Many seemed to recall their own past or even present. A complete tragedy. Sorrow flows like a river in reverse. 10 tragic figures, first Wu Xingyun Li Qiushui. Good heavens. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. Aren't these the second and fourth most beautiful women on the Great Song Beauty list? What a bombshell right off the bat. Indeed, beautiful women often have ill-fated lives full of twists and turns. Since ancient times, beauties have been ill-fated, not allowed to see white hair in the world. In this dog-eat-dog era, beauties, who cannot control their own destiny, all end up tragically. Seeing beauties gets me excited. I wonder what made Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui get on the list. Could it be that they were? Hehe. Great Song. Misty Peak. Lingzhou Palace. Tianshan child elder Wu Xingyun raised her delicate brows, a flicker of surprise flashing in her deep bright eyes. It's me. How could I possibly be on the list? Although that bastard made me wait for so many years, and he's probably still fooling around with some woman right now, I'm not really a tragedy, am I? Wu Xingyun found it hard to understand. Although she was an orphan as a child, she was fortunate to meet Xia Yozi and learn a set of peerless martial arts. Afterwards, she met Zhao Wu and spent a sweet period of time together. Although Zhao Wu eventually left, she knew he would return. She established the Lingzhou Palace on Tianshan's Misty Peak just to wait for Zhao Wu's return. Her life wasn't perfect, but it couldn't be called a tragedy, could it? Also equally bewildered were Li Qiushui, Li Songhai, and Wu Yazi. Today they happened to be gathered together. Wu Yazi, seeing Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui on the list, was first stunned and puzzled, then suddenly realized and said indignantly, "Senior sister, junior sister, I told you that bastard Zhao Wu is no good. Although he's handsome and skilled in martial arts, his character is flawed. He's been deceiving you all along. He's already forgotten you. By now he's probably having a grand time with beautiful women like the Empress and she sure. How could he remember you waiting bitterly for him here?" Wu Yazi was also a handsome man but couldn't compare to Zhao Wu. Faced with three stunningly beautiful senior and junior sisters like Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai, what man wouldn't be attracted? He was no exception. Originally, since his master Zhao left the carefree sect, had only him as a man. These senior and junior sisters were all his for the taking, weren't they? However, he never expected Zhao Wu to appear out of nowhere. Zhao Wu was gallant and elegant, peerlessly handsome, and divinely gifted. The originally quite impressive Wu Yazi suddenly suffered a dimensional blow. Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, Li Songhai, and others naturally fell for Zhao Wu. Good looks are justice. The worst part was that dog Zhao Wu actually seduced all three of his senior and junior sisters, leaving him none. His heart was filled with resentment. Impossible. Brother Wu would never deceive me. You're lying. Don't you dare slander Brother Wu. Wu Xingyun and the other two glared at him angrily. Damn it. What's so good about that pretty boy? After all this time, he's still worth your lingering affection. Wu Yazi clenched his fists, his heart bleeding. The senior and junior sisters of the past were gone forever. Wait until the golden list reveals Zhao Wu's true colors, then see how you can still deceive yourselves. Wu Yazi thought to himself. He raised his head, staring intently at the list with anticipation. Wu Xingyun and the other two also gazed fixedly upward. Anxious, frightened, worried. It was a picturesque paradise where several young boys and girls happily practiced martial arts and swordsmanship. The boys were handsome, the girls were beautiful, a harmonious scene. The girls here are Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai, right? It seems they are all from the same sect. Who is this man? He's too lucky, isn't he? He's the only man. Watching them practice, they seem to be using peerless martial arts. Each technique is very powerful, and they are still young, truly unparalleled prodigies. Based on the talent they've shown, they should be top-tier experts of the world by now. With such a perfect start, how could it be a tragedy? Could it be that they met with an accident before they could grow up? They should have a very formidable master or elder, right? The crowd watched the daily practice of Wu Xingyun and the other three, and could see that all four were martial arts prodigies cultivating rare, peerless divine arts in the martial world. Such for people, if they grew up, would definitely be a terrifying force. However, the better their start, the more the crowd anticipated their tragedy. Suddenly the light screen in the sky split into two frames. Everyone was startled. What the hell? Is that man about to appear again? Could it be King Wu again? King Wu really is everywhere. Everyone's curiosity deepened, not expecting Zhao Wu to appear again. But considering that King Wu's footprints had already covered the Great Ming and Great Sui, his appearance now in the Great Song seemed not unacceptable. King Wu, like an immortal, came riding the wind, descending upon the valley, where Wu Xingyun and the other two cultivated. He debated the Dao and competed in swordsmanship with Zhao, and even surpassed him. Seeing their master, who was like a god in their eyes, defeated by Zhao Wu, Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai's eyes suddenly lit up. He is so handsome. Not only is his martial arts superb, but he is also incredibly handsome. How could innocent maidens just beginning to fall in love resist him? I'm numb. I seem to see three peerless beauties falling under King Wu again. Just like that conquered by you. Isn't this list problematic? Shouldn't that man be on it? Indeed, that man is dumbfounded. Jealous. His own senior and junior sisters gone in an instant. Bang. Happiness gone. Sure enough, the crowd saw that as Zhao Wu played the zither, blew the flute, composed poems, and painted with Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai in the valley, the three completely fell for him. And Wu Yazi, in martial arts, appearance, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, geography, was crushed by Zhao Wu in every aspect. He had no choice but to slink away in dejection, leaving the bunch of dogs and bitches to enjoy themselves. Damn it! Wu Yazi's face turned livid. He didn't expect to be force-fed a wave of dog food even like this. He looked at Wu Xingyun and the other two. He saw the three wearing expressions of longing and happy smiles on their lips. He became even angrier, but there was nothing he could do. Just wait, you'll be crying later. Wu Yazi thought to himself. After the golden list reveals Zhao Wu to be a scumbag, they will realize that only he is the good man. As the saying goes, don't let fertile water flow into others' fields. But his own cabbages had all been rooted by an outsider wild boar, not a single one left. It was already rational of Wu Yazi not to fight Zhao Wu to the death. However, of the two screens, the sky's light screen was divided into the left one, showing Zhao Wu suddenly froze. It froze on the happy life of Zhao Wu with Wu Xingyun and the other two. Meanwhile the right screen began to scroll. From previous examples everyone knew that this was the original fate of Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. Could it be that senior sister and junior sister Qiushui's original fate was tragic, that's why they're on the list? Wu Yazi's mind flashed with the thought. Then he shook his head. Impossible. Without Zhao Wu, senior sister and junior sister would definitely be happier. Their being on the list is definitely caused by that scumbag Zhao Wu. Wu Yazi stared fixedly at the screen. This time King Wu did not appear. The carefree sect had only Wu Yazi as a man. Wu Yazi was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography. He also received Zhao true teachings, excelled in martial arts, and had a handsome appearance. He soon captured the hearts of Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. The two fought over Wu Yazi openly and secretly. Wu Yazi was ambiguous with both Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui because he liked both and couldn't choose. He lacked King Wu's boldness to take both, nor was he confident he could manage them. So he simply ignored their fighting and continued to be ambiguous with both. Good heavens! I have a feeling something bad will happen. Isn't that obvious? Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui are already fighting, and it's getting more intense. It would be strange if nothing went wrong. It's all that scumbag Wu Yazi's fault. If he hadn't been ambiguous and hadn't given them a clear answer, Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui as senior and junior sisters wouldn't have become enemies. Indeed, both Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui are peerless beauties with high martial arts. Which man wouldn't like them? Since Wu Yazi has the desire, he should have taken both just like King Wu. If he didn't dare, he should have given a clear answer and chosen one. Actually, Wu Yazi just wanted to drag it out to have his cake and eat it too. What a scumbag. King Wu is also a scumbag, but much more pleasing to the eye. Wu Yazi's courage is far inferior to King Wu's, no comparison. The clown is actually me. Wu Yazi was stunned, staring at the screen with disbelief. Suddenly, two cold gazes were cast at him from Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. Coward! Wu Xingyun shot Wu Yazi a fierce glance, feeling that compared to King Wu, Wu Yazi was truly too pathetic. Not to mention martial arts appearance and talent, even his courage was lacking. Her choice of King Wu was indeed the right one. Wu Yazi opened his mouth, not knowing how to argue. He was so embarrassed that his toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. He had to look at the sky, avoiding the gazes of Wu Xingyun and the others. The scene shifts. Wu Xingyun is sitting cross-legged cultivating the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies supremacy art, and is at a critical moment. Suddenly Li Qiushui appears. She ambushes Wu Xingyun, causing her to go into chi deviation, forever stunting her growth. Here it comes, here it comes. For a scumbag sisters turn against each other. Li Qiushui is really ruthless, striking directly at her senior sister. Indeed, love can drive people mad. It's all Wu Yazi's fault. If he hadn't been ambiguous, delayed making a choice, and lacked King Wu's courage to handle both women and take them both, Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyun wouldn't have become enemies. Scumbag. Scumbag. Misty Peak. Lingzhou Palace. What a good junior sister you are, you really could do it. Wu Xingyun looked at Li Qiushui, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Although this was the original fate and their fate had been changed by Zhao Wu, there was no guarantee that Li Qiushui wouldn't act against her for Zhao Wu. Li Qiushui was a bit embarrassed and too lazy to explain. She naturally sensed Wu Xingyun's wariness towards her. Since the relationship was already broken, let it be broken. Same sex repels, opposite sex attracts. When two proud daughters of heaven stay together, it's strange if problems don't arise, especially when they like the same man. Like Yanfei and Yushun, without a man they still became enemies. Wu Yazi stared at the sky, not daring to look down. The atmosphere was too eerie. He couldn't bear it. The next moment Wu Yazi's face changed, becoming even uglier. In the screen after Wu Xingyun was ambushed by Li Qiushui, and her body became like a little girl's, never growing up, Wu Yazi decisively chose the beautiful and charming junior sister Li Qiushui. The two went to the Longhuan blessed land on Dali's Wuliang mountain, living a world of two. Sometimes they sparred under the moon, sometimes composed poems among flowers, deeply in love, entangled and blissful, as happy as immortals. Wow! Wu Yazi is truly a scumbag. Seeing Wu Xingyun go into chi deviation, and her body unable to grow, he decisively chose Li Qiushui. What a scumbag! Indeed, his senior sister was harmed by Li Qiushui and went into chi deviation. As her junior brother, as the sect leader of the carefree sect, and as the only man in the sect, he not only failed to uphold justice but even took Li Qiushui to enjoy himself. Truly heartless. What a scumbag. How did Zhao take on such a heartless disciple? Good thing there's King Wu otherwise. Misty Peak. Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun's eyes turned icy cold, staring at the absent-minded Wu Yazi, gritting her teeth. Junior brother, you really are my good junior brother. I was ambushed by Li Qiushui and went into chi deviation. Not only did you not help me, but you also had the mood to enjoy romantic moments with Li Qiushui. Senior sister, it's not like that, it's not true, I would never do that. Even as he said this, Wu Yazi's confidence wavered. He put himself in that situation, uncertain what he would do. Probably he would also choose to escape and enjoy himself with Li Qiushui just like in the screen. Great Qin. By the Washa Creek. Zhao Wu looked at the figures of Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui frowning. I didn't expect both of them to be on the list. Brother Wu, you should go see the sisters. They need your comfort the most right now. She sure leaned in Zhao Wu's arms, her voice sweet and tender, crisp and pleasant. You really are my good treasure. Zhao Wu hugged Shishir tightly, lowering his head for a passionate kiss. He indeed needed to go to the great song. Otherwise Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui would probably start fighting. Sigh, it's tough being a man. He reached out and pulled a Qing into his arms, as well comforting her gently. Wu Xingyun, ambushed by Li Qiushui and going into Qi deviation, and then abandoned by Wu Yazi, felt boundless hatred. So Wu Xingyun ambushed Li Qiushui, in return carving a well character on Li Qiushui's fair and delicate face with a knife. From then on Li Qiushui had to wear a human skin mask to cover the scar. Good heavens! Both sisters are ruthless. In the end Li Qiushui brought it upon herself. The culprit is that scumbag Wu Yazi. Look, when King Wu appeared, Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyun didn't become enemies. They remained good sisters. King Wu is awesome. King Wu White's Misty Peak. Lingzhou Palace. Senior sister, you were quite ruthless too, Li Qiushui retorted. The atmosphere grew more tense. Wu Yazi now felt a strong urge to flee. Staying here was too terrifying. If you hadn't ambushed me first, would I have retaliated? Wu Xingyun said, coldly, continuing to watch the screen. She wanted to see how that pair of dogs Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui would end up. Li Qiushui used a human skin mask to cover the scar, so it wasn't noticeable. But after living together for a while, the novelty wore off and they grew tired. Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui hadn't lived long in the Longhuan blessed land before his passion for her waned. Especially after Li Qiushui became pregnant, Wu Yazi completely lost interest in her. Instead he found a huge piece of jade and devoted himself entirely to carving it into a peerless beauty. This jade beauty was exactly like Li Qiushui, and Li Qiushui thought Wu Yazi was carving her. However, she discovered that a living, breathing person standing before him was less attractive than an icy jade statue. Wu Yazi would rather stare at the statue than spare a glance at her. When Li Qiushui wanted to destroy the jade statue, Wu Yazi stopped her. Even when Li Qiushui was angry, even when their child cried, Wu Yazi remained unmoved, still obsessed with the statue. Damn it, I never expected Wu Yazi to be so inhuman. Before, when Wu Xingyun went into Qi deviation, and her body couldn't grow, I could barely understand his choice of Li Qiushui. But since he chose Li Qiushui, got her pregnant, and even had a child, yet he ignores her and the child, he's truly a beast. Wu Yazi is just heartless and unfeeling. He only lusted after her body, wanting to satisfy his animal desires. As for the child, it was just a byproduct. He didn't need it at all. I want to beat Wu Yazi to death right now. I suddenly have a bold guess. A statue can't compare to a living person. If the statue was Li Qiushui, Wu Yazi wouldn't be so obsessed. But the statue is Li Qiushui. Wrong. Li Qiushui's younger sister Li Songhai looks exactly like Li Qiushui. Good heavens. It's true. Confirmed, the statue is definitely Li Songhai, not Li Qiushui. That scumbag Wu Yazi is eating from his bowl while eyeing the pot. He's tired of Li Qiushui, so he's coveting her sister. What a beast. Li Qiushui was furious at Wu Yazi's disregard. So to provoke him, she deliberately brought many handsome men and entertained herself in front of him. Wu Yazi, seeing this, left in anger. Li Qiushui, seeing Wu Yazi unmoved, vented her anger on the male concubines and killed them one by one. In her disappointment, Li Qiushui seduced Wu Yazi's second disciple, Ding Chuanxiu. After Tianshan child elder Wu Xingyun reported the affair, Wu Yazi learned that Li Qiushui was having an affair with Ding Chuanxiu. Enraged, he wanted to kill Li Qiushui to vent his anger, and Li Qiushui had no choice but to fight back. Then Ding Chuanxiu arrived, ambushed Wu Yazi, and together they knocked him off a cliff. Li Qiushui, seeing Wu Yazi severely injured, couldn't bear to kill him, so she pulled Ding Chuanxiu away and left. My heavens, Li Qiushui is truly a ruthless one. She dares to flaunt herself right in front of Wu Yazi, and he remains unmoved, merely walking away. When a woman turns ruthless, there's no room for men. This reminds me of that legendary playboy Prince Duan. He too met his downfall when his wife Dao Bifeng sought revenge for his philandering. She found the ugliest, most vile beggar outside the Tianlong temple. Outside the Tianlong temple, beneath the Bodhi tree and Avalokitesvara, with long hair, a ragged beggar. I can picture it so vividly. It's electrifying. I just want to know if Wu Yazi is still taking disciples. Give me a dozen of mistresses like Li Qiushui. Wu Yazi is probably still a lonely old bachelor. If you want a mistress like Li Qiushui, why not go and become a disciple of King Wu? Don't just talk about Li Qiushui. There's Wu Xingyun, Li Songhai, Jade Lady Yao, Yuel Yan Xing, Shishir, A Qing, Title Femme Fatale, Morong Chodi, Zhang Yuyan. What kind of mistress do you want? They're all available. More than a dozen. My heavens, so many mistresses. I can't handle it. Can't handle it. At Piaomiao Peak. At the Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun's exquisite face held a hint of mockery as she chuckled. Sister, you really know how to have fun. How many young lovers have you taken outside now? Feeling good, aren't you? It seems you have plenty of experience, sister. How many men have you hidden in this Lingzhou Palace? Li Qiushui retorted with equal sharpness. As the saying goes, once you've tasted the ocean rivers seem trivial. Having experienced a delicacy like King Wu, how could she ever stomach coarse fare again? Their auras clashed in the air, while Wu Yazi sat nearby restless and tormented. He never imagined that, in his original destiny, he would end up like this. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fall upon him. It was Li Songhai, who had always been unobtrusive, non-contentious, silent, and serene. Their eyes met. Wu Yazi felt inexplicably guilty. His secret love for Li Songhai had been exposed. It's over. Social death. He dared not look into Li Songhai's eyes. Li Songhai merely glanced at Wu Yazi indifferently, and then withdrew her gaze. She was the most clear-headed of the three. She had long seen through Wu Yazi's true nature as a scumbag. Even without King Wu in the original destiny, she was the woman Wu Yazi would never obtain. Outside the main hall of the Lingzhou Palace, the 4 sword attendants Mei Lan Juju and the female servants of the 9 divisions of the Lingzhou Palace stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scandalous love story of the 3 great figures. Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Wu Yazi, unfolding on the light screen in the sky. Because of Zhao Wu's appearance, the relationships among Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, Wu Yazi, and Li Songhai, while not particularly harmonious, had not yet soured into enmity. For instance, this time the 4 had gathered together at the Lingzhou Palace. Therefore, all the disciples of the Lingzhou Palace recognized Li Qiushui, Li Songhai, and Wu Yazi. They knew they were all on the same level as the old fairy Wu Xingyun, land immortals, divine beings. Yet, at this moment, their images crumbled in their hearts. So they were human too. No, Wu Yazi was not human. He was a scumbag. Fortunately, the old fairy met King Wu, or else she would have been ambushed, and her chi would have deviated, leaving her forever a child. The disciples of the Lingzhou Palace, including Mei Lan Juju, secretly rejoiced. Wu Xingyun was a peerless beauty ranked second on the Song Dynasty's beauty list, only behind Little Dragon Girl. If Wu Xingyun had become a dwarf never growing up, how agonizing would that have been? The scene shifts. Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanxiu bring the scriptures from the Longhuan Jade Cave along with Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi's daughter Li Qinglua to Suzhou. To hide the truth, Li Qiushui has her daughter call Ding Chuanxiu father. And Li Qinglua, having grown up with this habit, continues to do so even as an adult. Later, Li Qiushui grows tired of Ding Chuanxiu and drives him away. She then goes to Western Xia, where she uses her beauty and charm to become a consort of Emperor Li Yuanhao. Afterward, her son with Li Yuanhao, Li Liangzhua, ascends the throne, becoming Emperor Yizong of Western Xia, and she becomes the Empress Dowager. Wu Xingyun establishes the Lingzhou Palace on Piaomiao Peak of the Tianshan Mountains, subjugating the 36 cave lords and 72 island lords with the life and death talisman, dominating the region. Wu Yazi is severely wounded by Li Qiushui and Ding Chuanxiu, and is saved by his senior disciple Su Xinghe, but he becomes crippled and a useless man. He sets up the Zhenlong chess game, hoping to find a man of great wisdom, to whom he can pass on his lifelong martial arts, and who will avenge him. As expected, a scumbag never gets a good ending. Among the 4 disciples of Zaiyozi, Wu Yazi is the most miserable. Li Qiushui has become the Empress Dowager of Western Xia. Wu Xingyun has also become a regional overlord. Li Songhai is the most clear-headed and wise. She's probably hiding somewhere, cultivating in solitude, ignoring the messy affairs of her senior brother and sisters. Right now the list is about the 10 tragic figures. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui are definitely doomed later. This is probably the peak of their lives. Their martial arts are already at the pinnacle of the world, and their forces are equally formidable. I wonder how they will meet their end. Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyun, because of Wu Yazi, harbor deep enmity, and constantly fight each other. However, their martial arts are evenly matched and neither can defeat the other. But the 8 wastes and 6 directions supremacy art that Wu Xingyun practices, though powerful, has a fatal flaw. Every 30 years the practitioner must undergo a reversion to childhood. After reverting, her martial arts are reset to nothing. To restore her power, she must practice daily, each day counting as a year, and she must drink fresh blood at noon to cultivate. Li Qiushui, being Wu Xingyun's junior sister, naturally knows the weakness of this art, so she calculates the right time to take revenge on Wu Xingyun. At this time, the 36 cave lords and 72 island lords under the Lingzhou Palace rebel. Wu Laoda sneaks into the palace and captures Wu Xingyun, who has lost all her power. But Wu Laoda and his men do not know that this little girl is the old fairy of Tianshan, Wu Xingyun, because they have never seen her true face. They plan to use the little girl's blood for their ritual sacrifice. If they stab the girl, they will be considered comrades. Just as they are about to kill Wu Xingyun, a young Shaolin monk named Su Zhu, who has accidentally inherited Wu Yazi's martial arts, cannot bear it, and saves Wu Xingyun, carrying her on his back as they flee. Holy shit! Isn't this Su Zhu the illegitimate son of Abbot Xian Ci, and Yi Ernyang mentioned in the earlier list of hypocrites? His luck is incredible. He inherited Wu Yazi's lifelong martial arts, reaching a pinnacle that most people can't even dream of. But this monk looks so foolish. How did he get Wu Yazi's inheritance? Wasn't it mentioned earlier that Wu Yazi set up the Xinlong chess game to find a man of great wisdom as his successor? This Su Zhu doesn't look like a wise man at all. Don't judge a book by its cover. He's a fool who appears wise. Su Zhu has Wu Yazi's internal energy but doesn't know how to use it, and he is pursued by Wu Laoda and his men. So Wu Xingyun teaches him martial arts. Then everyone watched a series of comical and absurd events between Su Zhu and Wu Xingyun. Holy shit, this monk is really stupid. The old fairy offered to teach him peerless martial arts and he didn't want to learn. In the end she had to force him. Damn, comparing people is infuriating. How many people would beg the old fairy on their knees to teach them? If the old fairy wanted to teach me martial arts, I'd not only refuse but even lick her toes. Get lost. The old fairy is not for you to lick. Let me do it. King Wu warns you. But honestly, in this day and age, monks with such integrity as Su Zhu are rare. True, most monks are hypocrites wallowing in depravity, hiding countless dirty deeds. Later Wu Xingyun sees the 7 treasures ring, the token of the sect leader that Wu Yazi gave to Su Zhu. She learns of Wu Yazi's fate and is overcome with grief. She asks Su Zhu to give her the ring and puts it on her own finger. But Li Qiushui soon arrives. Although Su Zhu has Wu Yazi's power, he cannot use it skillfully. With the old fairy's guidance, he can handle ordinary fighters like Wu Laoda, but he is no match for Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui's martial arts are extraordinary. In a flash she cuts off the old fairy's thumb and left leg, snatching the 7 treasures ring, the symbol of the Xiaoyao sect leader, that the old fairy had taken. Holy shit. She's so ruthless. It gives me chills. I've noticed that the women King Wu picks are all ruthless. None of them are normal. Ye Yao Yue title femme fatale celestial venerable Morong Chodi Jiang Yuyan, who wants to be Empress Yen Fei Yushin Wu Xingyun Li Qiushui. Which one isn't a ruthless woman? Any one of them would be hard for a man to handle, let alone so many. Only King Wu can withstand it. I find Wu Yazi such a scumbag. Both Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui are nearly 100 years old, yet they still fight over him. Rather than saying they still love Wu Yazi, it's more like this has become an obsession for them, having little to do with him anymore. Both are too competitive. Under the fascinated gaze of the crowd, Su Zhu barely manages to save Wu Xingyun, but Li Qiushui is still hunting them. So Wu Xingyun thinks of a hiding place. The safest place is the most dangerous. She has Su Zhu take her to the Western Xia Imperial Palace, where they hide in a cold underground ice cellar. In the ice cellar, Wu Xingyun teaches Su Zhu the life and death talisman and other martial arts, also forcing him to break his monastic vows. Finally, she even sends Li Qiushui's granddaughter Li Qinglu naked to Su Zhu's bed. In that cold dark ice cellar, a man and a woman. As long as Su Zhu is a man, he can't resist. In the end, he breaks the vow of celibacy. Holy shit. This little monk is so lucky. The old fairy personally found him a woman. And it's Li Qiushui's granddaughter. I noticed that Li Qinglu looks exactly like Li Qiushui. Not only that, but the briefly glimpsed Li Qingluo and even Li Qingluo's daughter are almost identical. And Li Zonghai. You found the key point. Damn. What kind of bloodline is this in Li Qiushui's family? It's terrifying. Yeah, whether it's a granddaughter or a granddaughter's daughter, they all look the same. It just shows how strong Li Qiushui's bloodline is, overriding any man's. I wonder if King Wu's bloodline can overpower Li Qiushui's. And whether Li Qiushui has given birth to any children for King Wu. I've noticed that among all the women of King Wu, not one seems to have borne his child. Indeed. In the original Destiny, women like Morong Chodi and Li Qiushui had children, so it's not a problem with the women. Could it be that King Wu? You found another key point. Wu Xingyun hides in the ice cellar of the Western Xia Palace. Over 2 months pass, and just as she is about to restore her power, Li Qiushui discovers her in the palace. But the palace has many rooms and Li Qiushui cannot find Wu Xingyun quickly. So Li Qiushui uses a provocation tactic, saying that Wu Yazi never liked Wu Xingyun, only her. As expected, Wu Xingyun cannot stand this and argues back, revealing her location. Li Qiushui charges into the ice cellar, and the two fight fiercely to a stalemate, eventually dying together, transferring their remaining power to Su Zhu. The old fairy also passes the position of Lingzhou Palace Master to Su Zhu. Holy shit. Su Zhu is too damn lucky. The Lingzhou Palace is full of female disciples, especially the old fairy's personal attendants, the 4 sword sisters Mei Lan Juju. They're quadruplets, each stunningly beautiful with their own charms. Now that Su Zhu is the palace master, he can do whatever he wants in the Lingzhou Palace. It's a paradise for men. Everyone was envious. They had seen many disciples of the Lingzhou Palace on the screen, each as beautiful as a flower, especially the 4 sword sisters Mei Lan Juju, who were top tier. If they could become the master of the Lingzhou Palace, they could have a different beauty every day. Especially since Su Zhu is just a naive fool who got all this by sheer dumb luck. If it were them, they could do it too. In fact, they thought they could do better combining the martial arts of Wu Yazi Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui shaking the martial world, and leading the Xiaoyao sect to become a great sect. But there is no if. They can only dream. Before dying, Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui see the portrait that Wu Yazi gave to Su Zhu. The portrait is almost identical to Li Qiushui, but it is not her. It is Li Songhai. Both recognize the portrait as Li Songhai. At that moment they laugh and cry, indescribably sorrowful and ridiculous. They had fought their entire lives only to end in desolation, and yet Wu Yazi loved their junior sister all along. How ironic! How ridiculous! Seeing Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui die laughing and crying, everyone felt a mix of emotions. The man they had been obsessed with their entire lives loved someone else. They had fought each other for a lifetime only to realize it was all for nothing. Everyone could feel the indescribable sorrow and absurdity. As a reward, each receives a divine-level top-grade 7-orifice spirit pill, which clears the mind, enhances wisdom, and induces enlightenment. At Tianshan Piaomiao Peak. At the Lingzhou Palace, Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui held the pills, their eyes meeting without the earlier hostility. They had seen in their original destiny how they fought all their lives only to end up with nothing. What was the point? Sisters united, their strength is like gold. Is there anything that can't be resolved through a calm discussion? A light laugh suddenly rang out and Zhao Wu's figure appeared between Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. He extended his arms and pulled them both into his embrace. You bastard, you finally remembered to come back. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui said in unison, their sharp gazes landing on Zhao Wu like two blades. At the same time, Zhao Wu felt two jade hands on the soft flesh of his waist. Humph! Wu Yazi stood up abruptly and vanished in an instant. He had no face to stay there. He didn't want to see that bastard Zhao Wu flirting with Wu Xingyun and the others. He probably would never return. He had no face to come back. Zhao Wu paid no heed to the departing Wu Yazi. He held the two women's soft, voluptuous bodies tightly, greedily inhaling their intoxicating fragrance. I think of you every day, day and night. Look, I've lost so much weight. You've said that to every woman, haven't you? Wu Xingyun sneered. How much do you think of us? Li Qiushui said coldly. You'll know soon how deep my love for you is. Zhao Wu chuckled wickedly, tightened his grip, and lowered his head to kiss them. Of course he didn't spare Li Songhai, who was trying to slip away. Good sisters, of course, should be together. Sharing hardship, sharing joy. Zaya is truly an extraordinary man, mastering so many peerless divine arts, the 8 desolates and 6 directions supreme art, the northern dark art, the miniature non-phase art, and the 6 yang palm of Tianshan. What a pity that Zaya seems unable to teach his disciples. Among his 4 direct disciples, 3 ended up in tragedy, due to love killing each other, and fading into obscurity. But encountering the martial king is also fortunate. The fates of Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Wu Yazi have been directly changed. Damn! Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui's fates have already changed, yet they still made it onto the list. Damn, how enviable! I found that the martial king is a variable. Since the golden list appeared, so many people have been listed, but how come no one other than the martial king has changed others' destinies? The martial king is an unreasonable existence. Haven't you noticed that no matter which time period the martial king appears on the golden list, his cultivation is unfathomable, at least at the land immortal realm? You know, based on the martial king's current age, he was probably less than 10 years old back then. Holy shit, a land immortal under 10 years old. Is he a reincarnated immortal? Anyway, the martial king is definitely a freak. The whole world was buzzing with discussion. In inns, taverns, teahouses, and pavilions, whether Jianghu warriors or scholars and merchants, the most talked about topic was the martial king. By now many people naturally noticed the extraordinary aspects of the martial king. Although the martial king's appearance didn't reveal his age, but they could estimate the timeline based on the women around the martial king and those events. The more they thought, the more incredible it seemed. The martial king seemed to have already reached the land immortal realm before the age of 10, roaming across the 9 provinces, leaving one footprint after another. What exactly is the martial king's current cultivation level? This question sparked a lot of discussion. Some believed the martial king was still a land immortal. Others thought he had surpassed the land immortal. Great Qin, Zhangtai Palace. Gai Nie was greatly shocked, muttering. So the martial king has long become a land immortal. How ridiculous that I once thought he might be a grandmaster. He recalled that from the first time he met the martial king until now he had never seen the martial king truly fight. However, at that time no one could make the martial king truly fight. My son must be a reincarnated immortal. Ying Zheng strongly agreed with this view. He had once asked Xia Yufang about Zhao Wu and learned that Zhao Wu was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, very mature, and not at all like a child. However, they would not consider Zhao Wu a monster. In this era rich with myths and legends, they would only think Zhao Wu was extraordinary, not an ordinary person. Just like the legendary 3 sovereigns Fuxi, whose mother accidentally stepped on a giant's footprint by the sea, and became pregnant giving birth to Fuxi with a human head and a serpent's body. And there were many similar stories. Compared to the legends of these great figures, Zhao Wu's precocity was like a minor wizard encountering a major one, perfectly normal. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. The civil and military officials heard this and promptly offered congratulations. At this moment they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to say anything unpleasant. Moreover, Zhao Wu was not someone they could afford to offend. I wonder where Wuer has gone to play now. Ying Zheng's face was radiant with joy, but when he thought of Zhao Wu, who was elusive like a dragon that shows its head, but not its tail, his eyes were full of helplessness. No way. Men are tired. Especially a good man like Zhao Wu who loves to save distressed maidens is even more tired. Who can blame him? The world is turbid, and there are too many suffering women waiting for him to rescue. Just like at this moment, he was sparing no effort to save Wu Xingyun Li Qiushui, and others, helping them escape the sea of suffering and experience the joy of the human world. Time passed slowly. 3 days went by in a flash. Everyone began to anticipate. Among the 10 extraordinary women, it seems that except for leader Dongfang, all the others are related to the martial king. This time the 10 tragic figures won't be the same, right? That's for sure. If this time the 10 tragic figures are still related to the martial king, I'll eat shit standing on my head. It's coming. Finally it's out. Amid the excited shouts of the crowd, the golden list trembled, radiating countless rays of light, and large characters with strokes like iron hooks and silver arcs condensed into form. 10 tragic figures. Second Dongfang by gasps. Gasps. The whole world was in an uproar. This name was all too familiar to them. How is that possible? Leader Dongfang is on the list again. The sun rises in the east, only I am undefeated. Leader Dongfang is at the peak of her glory. How could she be a tragic figure? Is it because Leader Dongfang is too domineering that no man wants her? Everyone step aside. Let me do it. Charge. Sun Moon Holy Cult. Blackwood Cliff. How could it be the leader? Could something happen to the leader in the future? No way. Leader Dongfang who shakes the Jianghu, who could make her tragic? Exactly. The Sun Moon Holy Cult was in an uproar, incredulous. In their hearts Leader Dongfang was a godlike figure. In the leader's bedchamber hall, Dongfang, by wearing a crimson robe, was enchanting and seductive, yet exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. A hint of surprise flickered in her captivating big eyes. She actually made the list. I want to see who can make me tragic. Her seductive voice was like a winter's killing frost. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop dozens of degrees. The maidservants waiting outside couldn't help but shiver. She looked at the light screen in the sky. The first half of her life showed no change. When she previously made the 10 extraordinary women list, the golden list had displayed the period of her ascension to the position of Sun Moon Holy Cult leader. However, 2 years after she became the leader, the light screen underwent a change, splitting into 2 screens. Seeing this, countless people in the 9 provinces immediately had a guess. The martial king. The martial king was likely to appear again. Damn! I should have thought of it earlier. With such a beauty as leader Dongfang, how could that bastard martial king let her go? Although before the golden list appeared, few in the Jianghu knew that Dongfang Booby was actually a woman and a peerless beauty. That bastard martial king has a keen nose. It's normal for him to know. I bet a penny it's definitely the martial king. No shit. It must be the martial king. The martial king is here to change leader Dongfang's fate again. I wonder what leader Dongfang's original fate was. Looking forward to it. The scene shifts. On the left screen, as expected, it was the martial king. With the martial king's appearance, Dongfang Booby, who was originally lonely and isolated, usually dressed as a man, and had no friends, naturally fell quickly under the martial king's sugar-coated bullets. Looks are everything. Although the crowd was heartbroken and cursed the martial king as a bastard, they were not surprised at all. How hard the martial king's hoe was had already been proven from the introductions of Murong Chodiao Yuelianxing, Yunyangzi Jiang Yuan Wu Xingyun Li Qiushui, and others. When the martial king went into action, he succeeded immediately. No woman could withstand the martial king's hoe. So far, no possibility of the martial king failing had been discovered. They were more concerned about Dongfang Bai's original fate. On the right screen, the scene shifts to a luxurious brothel with dazzling lights and seductive songs and dances. Blossom Years, a still charming madam fanning herself, said with emotion, "Everyone in the Jiang, who the most formidable figure is Dongfang Booby. In our Blossom Years courtesan circle, there is also a Dongfang Booby." As the words fell, accompanied by a rain of petals, Dongfang Bai descended gracefully from above, holding a red ribbon. Her peerless elegance made all the customers' eyes light up, dazzled and enchanted. So beautiful. So pretty. I wonder which gentleman will be fortunate enough to be her guest tonight. Holy shit. Leader Dongfang is so beautiful. I'm getting excited. Excited. Is Leader Dongfang becoming a courtesan? Where is Blossom Years? I want to go support Leader Dongfang. Leader Dongfang deserves to be the 5th on the Great Ming beauty list, a peerless beauty. Her eyes are so captivating. Mature. Seductive. Domineering. She's my type. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, wishing they could jump in and dance with Dongfang Bai. Then Dongfang Bai chose a man and took him back to the room. During their conversation, the man told Dongfang Bai that they were planning to poison Dongfang Bubi to death. Dongfang Bai found it very ridiculous. She then told the man about the situation on Blackwood Cliff. The man asked why she knew so much and was then killed by Dongfang Bai. At that moment, a subordinate pushed the door open to report on the intelligence gathered from various sects, and then disposed of the man's body. When Dongfang Bai left, the 4 talents of Qingqing took a fancy to her and followed her to a deserted alley, intending to harass her. Damn, this young guy has bad eyesight. He's definitely screwed. I have a feeling that a man will come out to rescue the beauty, and that man will be a jerk. I also have a feeling that leader Dongfang's tragedy might start from here. Seeing this, everyone got excited. They were not worried that the 4 talents of Qingqing could take advantage of Dongfang Bai. Instead, they had a feeling that the male protagonist in Dongfang Bai's original fate was about to appear. Sure enough, just as Dongfang Bai was about to kill the 4 talents of Qingqing, a senior disciple of the Huashan sect named Ling Huchong appeared. Here he comes. Is this the guy? He doesn't look like much. He looks like a jerk. The 4 talents of Qingqing were no match, so they threw 2 thunderbolt fires. Ling Huchong quickly hugged Dongfang Bai and retreated. "Ah, you bastard, let go of that leader. Let me do it. Why didn't I encounter such a hero saving the beauty? How infuriating. Could it be that leader Dongfang fell for him just like that? Impossible." Amid the crowd's discussion, the scene continued. Ling Huchong's junior sister Yu Lingshan appeared wearing a mask pretending to be Dongfang Bubi, but was seen through by the 4 talents of Qingqing, and her attempt to show off failed. The 4 talents of Qingqing threw 2 more thunderbolt fires at Yu Lingshan. Seeing this, Ling Huchong rushed forward. In the end, if Dongfang Bai hadn't secretly intervened using an embroidery needle to blow up the thunderbolt fires in midair, Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan would have been killed or severely injured. Damn. In the end, it was still leader Dongfang who saved them. How damn excessive. Look at Ling Huchong's expression. He clearly likes his junior sister. Could it be that leader Dongfang's love ended without any result? Nonsense. How could leader Dongfang like this pretty boy? The scene shifts. Ling Huchong is severely injured on the verge of death. Dongfang Bai expends her own cultivation to heal him. The scene changes. Ling Huchong is still injured and Dongfang Bai is still expending her cultivation to heal him. The scene shifts again. Ling Huchong is still severely injured, lying on a cold ice bed. But this time Dongfang Bai does not heal him, and there is an old monk beside him. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. How can I stand by and not save him? The old monk glanced at Ling Huchong, turned to Dongfang Bai and said, "But the rules of Golden Summit Vulture Monastery are very strict. Female benefactor, since you owe us a life then." Dongfang Bai said without hesitation, "As long as Abbot Fangzheng can cure Ling Huchong's injuries, I am willing to trade my life for his." The scene shifts to Dongfang Bai surrounded by a group of monks who continuously chant sutras in an attempt to convert her. Impatient Dongfang Bai wants to strike, but the monks threaten her with Ling Huchong's life, forcing her to endure their conversion. Damn it! Aren't these monks too hypocritical? Didn't they just say that Buddha is merciful and cannot watch someone die? Yet in the blink of an eye they threaten with Ling Huchong's life. That bastard Ling Huchong is truly inhuman, always getting injured and making the sacred leader drain her power to save him time and again. Now he's fallen into the hands of these monks. He's been leeching off her so shamelessly. My poor sacred leader, sob sob. At least King Wu is good, he never gets hurt. A man like Ling Huchong should just die. Why does the sacred leader save him? King Wu is forever divine. Find a man like King Wu. Do you know how many women King Wu has? Better to be a hero's concubine than a mediocre man's wife, let alone a scumbag. King Wu is so handsome. I'd even be his mistress. Fangirl. Feminist warning. Ming Dynasty. Huashan sect. Yu Lingshan stared at the light screen in the sky, dumbfounded. It's actually senior brother. She had also heard of Dongfang Bubi's fame. It was thunderous. Earlier on the screen, when Ling Huchong encountered Dongfang Bubi, she had worn a mask and pretended to be Dongfang Bubi, while the real Dongfang Bubi watched her from the side. Just thinking about it made her cringe, but because of Zhao Wu none of that had happened. Could it be that in the original fate senior brother would end up with Dongfang Bubi? Yu Lingshan was curious, but thinking of Ling Huchong she felt a bit sad. She had long known that Ling Huchong had been killed while following Reningying to take revenge on the Sun Moon Holy Sect, and his body had been brought back for burial. She continued to watch the light screen. The scene shifts. Dongfang Bai has already left Shaolin and captures Yu Songhai of the Qingcheng sect in a small forest, demanding Ling Huchong's whereabouts. At that moment Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongze arrive to help, but they are easily defeated by Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai grabs Yu Buchuan and asks about Ling Huchong. Yu Buchuan deceives her saying Ling Huchong is dead. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai is struck as if hit by a heavy blow, grief-stricken, and driven to madness, screaming like a lunatic. Meanwhile, Yu Songhai, whom Dongfang Bai had left aside, seizes the opportunity, while she is in despair over Ling Huchong's death, and stabs her from behind, severely wounding her. Enraged, Dongfang Bai surges with true qi, sending Yu Songhai flying. Yu Songhai, terrified, orders his disciples from the Qingchang sect to attack while he, Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongzi, flee. These self-righteous people are truly shameless, deceiving, ambushing, and finally abandoning their own sect. My heart aches for sacred leader Dongfang for 2 seconds. That sword piercing her body must have hurt terribly, right? Nonsense. Try it yourself and see. That waste Ling Huchong. If not for him, how could the sacred leader have been injured so many times? Poor sacred leader Dongfang. After meeting Ling Huchong, she's like a different person, no longer the domineering and ruthless woman she used to be. Ask the world what love is, teaching people to pledge life and death. Indeed, once a woman falls for a man, she's done for. Everyone felt it was unfair for Dongfang Bai. Ling Huchong was simply not worthy of her. The scene shifts. Ling Huchong arrives at the small forest. Dongfang Bai sits on the ground in sorrow, her eyes vacant, utterly hopeless, surrounded by the corpses of Qingchang's sect disciples. Ling Huchong, you're not dead. Seeing Ling Huchong approach, Dongfang Bai is overjoyed. She rushes to him and embraces him tightly. You're alive. You're alive. Her tear-filled eyes shimmer with excitement, but Ling Huchong shows no expression, only coldness. He pushes her away and demands, did you kill all these people? Yes. Dongfang Bai naturally wouldn't deny it. With her pride, she wouldn't even bother to. They were innocent. So what? If I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me. The scene shifts. Ling Huchong thrusts his sword through Dongfang Bai's body. Her eyes brimming with tears, she sends Ling Huchong's sword and all flying with a palm strike. But clearly she holds back and does not severely injure him. Oh my god, what's so good about Ling Huchong? Because of him, the sacred leader has been pierced through the body twice in a short time. I really don't understand what Ling Huchong is thinking. Does he think others can kill the sacred leader but she can't kill them? Just because she's the leader of the demon cult? I think they're no different from the demon cult. Even more like demons than the Sun Moon Holy Sect. If the sacred leader chose me, I wouldn't care if I had to fight the whole world. Look in the mirror. Do you deserve her? Damn it, I want to beat Ling Huchong to death right now. That bastard, he's not human. If not for the sacred leader, he would have died countless times. Kaomiao Peak. Lingzhou Palace. Li Qiushui's pretty face flushed, her eyes glazed and watery, her breath fragrant. Gazing at the light screen in the sky, she panted and said, what a foolish woman. A man like Ling Huchong who forgets kindness and betrays loyalty deserves to be slapped to death. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Li Qiushui's body trembled, her gaze growing even more intoxicated as she looked at Zhao Wu with reproach. Why did you hit me? If I don't hit you, will you try to murder your husband someday? Zhao Wu played with Li Qiushui's soft hand and looked into her eyes. This woman had a history. Although that was only the original fate, it still indicated a problem. I suddenly think of the original fate of Wu Yazi. Not just attempted murder, but careful, your head might turn green. Wu Xingyun gasped, not missing the chance to add insult to injury. You bitch, how dare you slander my innocence? Li Qiushui glared at Wu Xingyun, baring her claws ready to pounce. You two seem to have a lot of energy. Looks like I need to work harder. Zhao Wu grabbed their restless hands and pulled them close. Ah, hum. You say I have let down the world. But has the world ever treated me kindly? Dongfang Bai, heartbroken and disappointed, looked at Ling Huchong. Even you are just like them. Ling Huchong, from today on we are done. When we meet again in the martial world, we will be strangers. Having said that, Dongfang Bai used her lightness skill and flitted away. Aya, I'm so furious, I feel like my head is exploding. I can't take it anymore. Where is that bastard Ling Huchong? Come out and die. The sacred leader did so much for him, even willing to be imprisoned and converted by the Shaolin monks to save his life. And yet he stabbed her for those who wanted to kill her. Boo hoo, my heart aches for Sister Dongfang for 2 seconds. Those who kill will be killed. The Qingcheng sect deserved to die. The sacred leader's last words were right. She should cut ties with that bastard. You say I have let down the world. But has the world ever treated me kindly? Boo hoo, tears. Sister Dongfang, come into my bowl. The whole world was in an uproar, passions aflame. But just as everyone thought it was over, the light screen changed again. The scene shifts. Dongfang Bai is dressed in a bright red gown, her lips vibrant, exuding an enchanting allure. Countless perverts' eyes light up, wishing they could jump into the screen and steal a kiss. Opposite Dongfang Bai stands a man. The infamous murderess Dr. Ping Yizhi. Ping Yizhi looks frustrated as he cannot remove the 3 corpses brain god pill from Ying Ying's body, and there is no antidote in the world nor any remaining pills to study. Moreover, even if he could develop an antidote, it would be useless, as the poison has already entered the 5 organs and 6 viscera. Does that mean the saintess can only wait to die? Dongfang Bai says, to eradicate it completely there is still a way. What way? The blood of the whole body circulates through the heart. If we find a person who is naturally immune to the 3 corpses brain god pill, take their heart, and transplant it into Ying, then the poison blood will be in the body. With the help of good medicine, within half a year Ying will be safe. To ensure the happiness of the one she loves, the sacred leader resolves to give her own heart to Ying, and asks Ping Iji not to tell anyone, and to bury her body at the bottom of an icy lake afterward. The scene shifts. Ying and Ling Huchong are married in grand style with joy and blessings from martial arts experts from all sects. Meanwhile, Ping Iji carries the body of the sacred leader clad in a bright red dress, beautiful and alluring to the icy lakeshore. Following her instructions, he buries her body at the bottom of the icy lake, and it sinks deeper and deeper. Boo-hoo, is the sacred leader gone just like that? The sacred leader is too pitiful. Where did that Ren Ying come from? Isn't she Run Wuxing's daughter? How infuriating. The sacred leader actually gave her heart to the daughter of her enemy, for Ling Huchong's sake. This love is higher than the sky, deeper than the sea. I want to beat that ungrateful dog Ling Huchong to death. The sacred leader's fate is so tragic. Give me back my tears. No wonder the sacred leader made the list. Thank goodness King Wu intercepted and prevented the tragedy from repeating. I've realized that King Wu is not only a beauty harvester, but also a beauty savior. Yes, from Morong Chodi Jiang Yuan Yao Yuel Yen Xing Wu Xingyun Li Choshui. Which one hasn't had their fate changed by King Wu? King Wu is forever divine. The world storms arise from our generation. Once we enter the martial world, time urges us on. Imperial ambitions discussed with laughter are not worth a lifetime of drunkenness. Drawing sword, riding horse, wielding ghostly rain, bones pile up like mountains, birds flee in fright. Worldly affairs surge like tides, people like water. I only sigh. How many can return from the martial world? Reward 1 top grade 7 orifices exquisite pill, which clears the mind, enhances wisdom, and has the effect of enlightenment. Ling Huchong. I let him die too easily. Dongfang Bai held the 7 orifices exquisite pill in her hand, a cold glint flashing in her enchanting eyes. If only she had known earlier that Ling Huchong was an ungrateful scumbag, she would have made him taste the 10 great tortures of the Sun Moon Holy Sect. The martial world was in an even greater uproar. No one could have imagined that the leader of the Sun Moon Holy Sect, who was said to be, the sun rises in the east, only I am undefeated, would die so miserably. There's no worst, only worse. I wonder who the next unlucky one will be. I bet a penny it will still be a stunning beauty. Can't it be an ugly one? Shouldn't there be a man appearing? If a man appears, will King Wu still show up? What would King Wu show up for? Fencing? Due to Yu Buchuan's affairs, the Huashan sect's reputation suffered. However, with Feng Qingyang emerging from seclusion to oversee the sect and Ning Zhengze assuming the position of sect leader, the Huashan sect gradually regained some vitality. Chong'er is so reckless. Why did he have to involve himself with the demonic cult? Now he's dead and even his reputation is in ruins. Ning Zhengze's eyes were filled with sorrow. She had treated Ling Huchong like her own son, and upon hearing of his death, she nearly fainted. Earlier Yu Buchuan had been listed on the hypocrite ranking, and his self-castration for sword practice was exposed. Now he was like a rat crossing the street, pursued by all, and no one knew where he had hidden. The successive blows had drained her energy, leaving her haggard beyond measure. Mother, father, and big brother chose their own paths. Don't be so sad. You still have me. Yu Lingshan hugged Ning Zhengze's arm, comforting her. The rankings have been updated today. I wonder who's on the list this time. Yu Lingshan looked up at the sky, trying to change the subject. Ning Zhengze also raised her head. As the light screen surged, lines of large characters appeared, and both Ning Zhengze and Yu Lingshan stared wide-eyed, stunned. Top 10 tragic figures, 3rd place. Yu Lingshan, Ning Zhengze. Whoa. Lady Ning actually made the list. Isn't it only natural for Lady Ning to be on the list? That hypocrite Yu Buchuan actually castrated himself to practice the Bixia sword technique, forcing Lady Ning into a loveless marriage. How tragic is that? Poor Lady Ning was deceived by that hypocrite Yu Buchuan. In truth, Lady Ning had no choice. Back then, during the Huashan sword and Qi sect conflict, only the 2 of them remained in the Qi sect. Lady Ning's father had no choice but to entrust Lady Ning and the position of sect leader to Yu Buchuan before his death. Otherwise, Yu Buchuan would never have had the chance to become sect leader. He couldn't possibly have won the hand of the Jade Maiden of Huashan, Lady Ning. Yu Buchuan was incredibly lucky. Not only did he obtain the position of sect leader, but he also won a great beauty like Lady Ning. Yet he didn't cherish her and castrated himself to practice swordsmanship. What a disgrace to Lady Ning. Lady Ning must be very lonely now. I really want to go comfort her. Is that really what you're thinking? You're just eyeing her body. Lady Ning has a daughter now. So much the better. I can help her take care of her daughter. You're not right. Surely Yu Buchuan's self-castration alone isn't enough to put both Lady Ning and Yu Lingshan on the list together, right? Didn't Ling Hu Chong die too? With that, it should be enough, right? Mother, we're on the list. Yu Lingshan's voice was clear, tinged with disbelief. Being on the list isn't bad. Perhaps we can learn about future events and proactively avoid danger. After her initial surprise, Ning Zhongze saw the benefit and stared intently at the list. Mother is right. Yu Lingshan's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was also very interested in the future. In the light screen, the figures of Ning Zhongze and Yu Lingshan appeared, but they were split into two panels. On the left panel, a chilling atmosphere of slaughter spread with shouting and killing cries echoing across the sky, revealing a tragic battlefield. To the viewers, the Sword Sect and Qi Sect erupted in a great war, both sides suffering heavy losses. The Sword Sect's survivors, Feng Buping Chang Buyo, and a few other incompetent disciples, fled, while the Qi Sect was left with only Ning Zhongze and Yu Buchuan. Before his death, Ning Zhongze's father entrusted Ning Zhongze and the position of sect leader to Yu Buchuan. Afterward, Ning Zhongze acted as a capable wife, helping Yu Buchuan rebuild the Huashan sect. Unfortunately, Yu Buchuan's talent was limited, and his martial arts mediocre. Through his efforts, he managed to earn the reputation of the gentleman's sword. To revive the Huashan sect and unify the Five Mountain Sword Sect, Yu Buchuan schemed to obtain the Lin family's bixia. Lady Ning actually committed suicide in the end. Her husband castrated himself, they slept in the same bed, but dreamed different dreams, and her daughter was killed. What was there to live for? I wonder how Yu Lingshan died. Indeed, since she made the list, her fate must be tragic. Who would have thought that the Jade Maiden of Huashan would end so bleakly? Based on the stories of all the listed figures, I've come to a conclusion: no matter how remarkable a woman is, if she meets a scumbag, she ends up in tragedy. Just like Sacred Fire leader Dongfang Li Choshue, Wu Xingyun, Murong Chodi, and others. Indeed, it's important to meet a good man. Why didn't the Martial King appear this time to change Lady Ning's fate? Are you serious? Young man, you don't appreciate the beauty of a mature woman. And she comes with a little beauty as a bonus. At Mount Huashan, Ning Zhongze was not very surprised by her own fate. If it weren't for Yu Lingshan still being alive, she would have wanted to die. But Yu Lingshan stared wide-eyed, unable to accept it. Mother committed suicide and I died too. How did I die? Yu Lingshan stared intently at the right panel. Yu Lingshan grew up with Ling Huchong as childhood friends. They had a close relationship, and Ling Huchong deeply loved Yu Lingshan, while Yu Lingshan had some affection for him, intertwined with sibling-like feelings. However, when Lin Pingji joined the Huashan sect, Yu Lingshan fell in love with him. She later married Lin Pingji, but their marriage was utterly devoid of marital happiness. Lin Pingji, aware of Yu Buchuan's sinister intentions, took out his anger on Yu Lingshan, believing she was an accomplice. Later, he castrated himself to practice the bixia sword technique. Whoa! Mother and daughter both suffered tragedy, encountering two men who castrated themselves. How could they ever find happiness in marriage? Especially Yu Lingshan, who was widowed at such a young age. I realize Yu Lingshan isn't bad either. She's a little beauty with a hint of Lady Ning's former grace. What a waste of a treasure. Let me take her place. Yu Lingshan's marriage to Lin Pingji was in name only. She concealed her pain deeply, and to protect Lin Pingji, she had to feign happiness in public and cover up in front of her parents. Yet Lin Pingji still felt no affection for her. Only resentment. When she was injured by the Qingchang sect disciples and sought help from Lin Pingji, he turned a deaf ear. Later Lin Pingji went blind in both eyes, but Yu Lingshan remained by his side, caring for him, devotedly returning good for evil, still hoping he would change his heart. Yet Lin Pingji remained ungrateful. Before leaving, he stabbed her in the chest and killed her. In her dying moments, Yu Lingshan's infatuation remained unshaken. She even told the arriving Ling Huchong not to seek revenge and to treat Lin Pingji well. The two were each rewarded with a divine-grade top-tier 7-orifice exquisite pill, which could clear the mind, enhance wisdom, and induce enlightenment. What the hell? This is such a miserable death. Killed by the person she loved, and she still begged Ling Huchong not to kill Lin Pingji. She's a total simp. Comparing people is maddening. We're simps for goddesses, while she had a goddess as her simp. Find the area of Ling Huchong's psychological shadow. Simps end up with nothing in the end. At Mount Huashan, I was killed by little Linzi. Yu Lingshan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Although Lin Pingji had fled from Huashan after Yu Buchuan's listing, she still harbored some feelings for him. Shaner Lin Pingji is full of hatred. If you meet him in the future, stay away and be careful. Ning Zhongze repeatedly urged her, speaking solemnly. She swore silently in her heart that she would never let history repeat itself and allow Lin Pingji to harm Yu Lingshan. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan, who was hiding in a wooden hut and practicing the bixia sword technique, flashed a cold gleam in his eyes. Lin Pingji, you're asking for death. At Tianshan Mountain, Kaomiao Peak, Lingzhou Palace. Indeed, no man is worth a shred of trust. Li Choshue's eyes were alluring as silk, her beautiful eyes, half-closed, her coy and coquettish demeanor brimming with an indescribable charm. Her voice was soft and intoxicating, stirring the soul. Women are always saying one thing and meaning another. Zhao Wu looked at Li Qiushui, who had melted into a limp mess in his arms, and gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead, tucking it behind her ear. Then his fingers slid down her cheek, cupping her chin and lifting her face. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, a surge of indescribable pride swelled within him. What a pretentious wench! Wu Xingyun's enchanting face was tinged with a bewitching blush. Her eyes glazed, she leaned against Zhao Wu's chest, biting her lip lightly, her voice dripping with a honeyed languor. She cast a hazy glance at Li Qiushui and sneered. You two are truly natural-born rivals. Zhao Wu gently pinched her chin, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of both women, and chuckled. Now we're all sisters in the same battle, yet you still love to quarrel. As he spoke, Zhao Wu couldn't help but glance at Li Songhai beside him. Li Songhai lay quietly like a sleeping beauty, a misty allure shimmering in her eyes, a hint of seduction dancing at the corners of her delicate lips. She said nothing, fought for nothing, serene, and still as if lost in the lingering memory of satisfaction. Time flowed gently. 3 days slipped by in a blink. Today is another list update day. I wonder who it will be this time. Last time Lady Ning and her daughter encountered a husband who practiced the Bixia sword technique. The greatest sorrow in the world is nothing compared to that. Poor Lady Ning and her daughter. I wish I could go and comfort them. Who knows which unlucky soul will make the list this time. In Jojo, countless people lifted their heads with keen interest, gazing at the golden list in the sky. Ever since the golden list appeared, their lives had become more interesting. Now almost everyone had developed the habit of watching it. Whenever the golden list updated, no matter what they were doing, most people would put aside their tasks and wait until the update was complete before continuing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Radiant light burst forth in myriad colors, and grand characters vigorous as dragons and phoenixes condensed into view. Top 10 tragic figures. 4th, Yutanji. Who is that? It's the first time his name appears on the golden list. I wonder what tragedy befell him. Judging by the name, it must be a man. Finally a man. I wonder if King Wu will appear. If he does, it'll be interesting. In the Great Song Dynasty, at Jushin Manor, the two heroes of the Yu family, Yuji and Yuju, stared in shock, exchanging glances. Must be a namesake, Yuji said uncertainly. His son was named Yutanji, but he himself had considerable renown in the martial world. As the young master of Jushin Manor, Yutanji had grown up in luxury and comfort. He shouldn't have made the list. Besides, they had no enemies. As long as they were alive, Yutanji shouldn't face any tragedy. We'll see, Yuju chimed in. Meanwhile, in his room, Yutanji was bewildered. He was merely an ordinary young master from a martial arts family, accomplished in neither literature nor martial arts. The golden list of the Great Dao had announced so many lists, and though he had secretly hoped to one day make the list and gain fame, he knew deep down that he had no real talent and would never make it. Yet here he was on the list. And not just any list, the top 10 tragic figures. Could it be a namesake? He stared intently at the golden list. Then his own image appeared on it. It's really me. Yutanji leaped to his feet, his breath quickening, his eyes fixed on the list. Yutanji, young master of Jushin Manor, son of Yuji, mediocre in talent. Scenes of Yutanji's life flashed by like a slideshow. He remained expressionless. These were all things he already knew. Nothing surprising. The two heroes of the Yu felt the same. But the next scene made them tense. The scene shifted, still at Jushin Manor, but now swarming with martial artists shouting the slogan of killing, Qiao Feng besieging him. Qiao Feng fought alone against the crowd, slaughtering left and right like a war god, unstoppable. It's Qiao Feng. Chief Qiao. That Qiao Feng is truly a wild beast. A different race, a different heart. Look how he's butchering our martial brothers. He deserves to die. Humph. Are you saying only you can kill Qiao Feng but he can't fight back? A bunch of hypocrites. The world erupted in uproar. Earlier, Ma Deyuan had appeared on the cuckold list and Xiao Feng's origins had been exposed. That Xiao Feng was a chitin was common knowledge throughout the Great Song. Some still admired him, while others slandered him out of jealousy. A myriad of human reactions. Boom! Suddenly the two heroes of the Yu attacked Xiao Feng with their round shields, but Xiao Feng's palm strikes were fierce and tyrannical. Though he didn't kill them, he shattered their shields. Shield in hand, life intact. Shield broken, death follows. The two heroes of the Yu both took their own lives. We died. Yuji and Yuju's eyes widened, never expecting that they would perish because of Qiao Feng in the future. Father, uncle, they're dead. Yutanji's mind exploded with a thunderous roar, disbelief flooding him. No, since we know the future, we can change our fate. Yutanji clenched his fists and roared. The scene shifted. Yutanji was captured by chitins. Before him stood the new chitin southern king Qiao Feng. Yutanji pretended to have news to report, approached Qiao Feng, and suddenly attacked, but was easily thwarted by Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng, knowing his background, did not kill him but let him go. After Qiao Feng left, Yutanji picked up the scripture Yijinjing that Qiao Feng had accidentally dropped. Look! I told you Qiao Feng is an ungrateful bastard. He's become the southern king of Liao. A different race, a different heart indeed. A chitin dog like Qiao Feng should be killed outright. Isn't that the Shaolin Temple's precious Yijinjing? How did it end up in Xiao Feng's hands? Qiao Feng must have stolen it from Shaolin. At Shaolin Temple the abbot and the heads of various halls, such as the Arhat Hall, gathered their expressions grave. The Yijinjing was the temple's supreme treasure, not to be lost at any cost. The golden list shows events that haven't happened yet, but since Yijinjing is in Xiao Feng's hands it means he intends to steal it. We must strengthen our defenses, especially against Qiao Feng. The abbot of Shaolin spoke solemnly. The abbot is right. Back then Abbot Xuanzi believed Murong Bo's false information that Xiao Yuanshan was coming to steal scriptures, leading to the tragedy outside Yanmen Pass, and the wrongful death of his wife. Qiao Feng must bear a grudge and want to steal our temple scriptures. For all we know, he became the Southern King precisely by offering martial arts texts from our Shaolin. There is only 1,000 days of thieving, not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Qiao Feng wants to defect to the Chitins. We Shaolin monks should eliminate him for the sake of the people. One after another the heads of Shaolin voiced their opinions. Many felt they should strike first. After all, Qiao Feng's martial arts were too formidable, making it impossible to guard against him. How could you know when Qiao Feng would come? Would you stay on high alert every day? Could you even sleep at night? Better to just kill Qiao Feng and be done with it. Qiao Feng is also a Shaolin disciple. Since he intends to betray us, we have the duty to cleanse the sect. It's our responsibility. The abbot pondered for a moment and made his decision. Kill Amitabha. The abbot is wise. How could the Yijinjing be in my hands? But I would never steal scriptures from Shaolin. And how did the battle at Jushin Manor come about? Is it just because I am a chitin? Qiao Feng gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Because the list's protagonist was Yu Tanji, the scenes about him were only incidental and many things were not shown. It seems someone said I killed my master, my foster father and mother. What is this about? Could someone be trying to frame me? Qiao Feng became alert. He would never do such a thing. He was not worried about being framed, but rather about the safety of his master and foster parents. Master is at Shaolin highly skilled in martial arts. Killing him is no ordinary feat. Father and mother are ordinary people. I must go back to check on them. Qiao Feng immediately made a decision, first go check on his foster parents. But he did not set off immediately. He looked up ready to finish watching the introduction about Yu Tanji. Perhaps there might be news about him. The scene shifts. Yu Tanji, released by Qiao Feng, is caught again by Liao soldiers, but it is a Z who returns with her men and captures him again. When Yu Tanji sees a Z, he is struck by her beauty, his eyes filled with infinite infatuation. He swallows his saliva, pounces on her, and starts nibbling on her foot. Who would have thought Yu Tanji is such a pervert? That's too bold, just pouncing on her. Biting her foot and not letting go. He's a foot fetishist. But a Z is indeed beautiful, worthy of the beauty list. But a Z doesn't seem like a good person. I bet Yu Tanji is in for a rough time. Isn't that obvious? This Z sneaked back after Qiao Feng left and captured Yu Tanji. She definitely has ill intentions. She wouldn't just throw herself at him. If Yu Tanji had the peerless looks of Wu Wang or Zhang Feng, maybe it would be possible. Yu Tanji is average-looking, has no skills, and seems foolish. A Z with her shrewd and lively eyes would never fancy a man like him. Seeing Yu Tanji's outrageous move, everyone was stunned. They had seen reckless people, but never anyone this reckless. He was too eager for sensual pleasure. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Sure enough, Yu Tanji was pulled away by a Z's men and severely beaten. If not for a Z finding him amusing, she would have let them kill him. However, to prevent Yu Tanji from being recognized by Qiao Feng, a Z had an iron head mask made for him. The scorching hot mask stuck to his face, instantly destroying his already unremarkable looks. Then, wearing the mask, he came before a Z. A Z looked him over, nodded in satisfaction, and asked, "Do you know why I gave you this mask? Please enlighten me, miss. You're so stupid. You don't even know why I saved you." A Z, frustrated that he couldn't be taught, knocked Yu Tanji's head a few times, but ended up hurting her own hand. She leaned close to him and said, "My brother-in-law wants to chop you into mincemeat, you know that, right? He is my father's murderer. Of course he wants to eliminate the root." A Z leaned close to him and whispered, "Let me tell you, he pretended to let you go but then caught you again. If it weren't for me, would you still be alive?" Yu Tanji, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt and thanked her. "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. These clothes of yours are nice. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Tai Cho." "Thank you, miss, for giving me a name." "What the? He's too stupid. He believes whatever she says." Being sold and still counting the money for the seller. What is lust makes one blind. This is it. Jushin Manor. Yuji's face turned livid, his hair bristling with rage. You bastard, you've disgraced the Yu family. I'll beat you to death. Second brother, calm down. This is just the future. It hasn't happened yet. Everything can still be remedied. Tanji was just momentarily bewitched by beauty. Yuju quickly pulled Yuji back and comforted him, who hasn't been young and romantic. Humph. Yuji snorted coldly and strode towards Tanji's quarters. Even if these were future events, he still had to teach Tanji a lesson lest he repeat the same mistakes. So beautiful. I wonder where a Z is. However, as soon as Yuji and Yuju reached the door, they saw Tanji swallowing hard, staring at a Z on the light screen with a besotted expression. Ever since the beauty list was announced, Tanji, as in the original story, had fallen in love at first sight and was utterly infatuated with a Z. Unfortunately, he had no idea where she was. You bastard. Seeing Tanji's enraptured, almost drooling expression, Yuji was furious. You worthless piece. Haven't you ever seen a woman? As he spoke, Yuji rushed forward and slapped him. Slap. Tanji fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were stubborn. I just like a Z. I've never seen a woman more beautiful than a Z. There were plenty of stunning beauties on the beauty list who were more beautiful than a Z, but Tanji only liked a Z's type. In his heart, a Z was unparalleled. Even if Jade Lady Shishir or Little Dragon Girl were placed before him, they couldn't compare to a single strand of a Z's hair. This was the legendary ultimate devoted simp. I'll beat you to death, you worthless thing. Yuji, enraged, raised his hand for another slap, but was immediately pulled back by Yuju, who quickly advised, second brother Tanji is still young in the prime of youthful vigor. Being momentarily infatuated with a woman is understandable. Tanji is also at the age to marry. Once he's married and has a wife, Tanji won't be like this. In his view, once Tanji had a wife and experienced a woman, he wouldn't be so infatuated. I only want a Z. I won't marry anyone else. Tanji said loudly upon hearing this. You dare talk back? I'll beat you to death. Yuji was about to hit him again. Second brother, calm down. Let's first see what kind of person AZ is. If she's acceptable, we might as well let Tanji marry her. Yuju pulled Yuji and advised. Their Jushin manor had some reputation in the martial world. If a Z wasn't too bad, they could find her and have Tanji bring her home as a wife. A Z was only ranked at the bottom of the beauty list. Such a beauty was still within their control at Jushin manor. If a Z were among the top beauties on the list, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. Beauty is a curse. Possessing a treasure incurs blame. Their Jushin manor couldn't bear it. Humph, I'll deal with you later. Yuji glared at Tanji, then looked up at the light screen in the sky. Your Highness, today the western kingdom of Dashi sent a lion. Would you like to see it? A soldier entered to report. Hearing this, AZ became interested and took Tanji Taicho to see the lion. Looking at the kneeling lion tamer, AZ asked, does this lion eat people? Reporting to your Highness, this lion has eaten countless people before, but since it was caged, we've only fed it goats, rabbits, and pheasants. It hasn't eaten anyone for a long time. Aziz's eyes twinkled. She looked at Tanji Taicho. Didn't you say you would obey whatever I say? Yes. Then I want to see which is stronger. Your iron head or the lion's teeth. Can you help me with this? This? Your Highness, you're not joking, are you? How do we test that? It seems your words are all lies. Aziz's smile disappeared and she looked displeased. No, every word I speak is true, but... The captain of the guards interjected. Your Highness, this is simple. Just put Taicho's head into the cage, and the lion can't bite his body. Aziz suddenly understood and laughed. Captain Shirley, you're so clever. It's settled. Someone put Taicho's head into the lion's cage. No, your Highness, you can't do this. No. Please no. Taicho, don't be afraid. Put your head in and let him bite you. Good. Put your head in. Bite. Good, bite, good. Aziz came to the cage, staring intently at the lion, and Tanji shouting excitedly. Tanji fainted from the bite. Taicho. Aziz called twice, and seeing no response from Tanji, she turned to the guard and angrily said, Captain Shirley, you've killed my Taicho. You must compensate me. Don't worry, your Highness. Captain Shirley, terrified and inwardly cursing his luck, quickly ran to Tanji, checked his breath, found he wasn't dead, and splashed cold water on him to wake him up. Your Highness, he's awake. Great, you're not dead. It's lucky you didn't die, or who would play with me? Damn. This woman is too evil. Tanji will be played to death sooner or later staying with her. No need to say it's already a miracle he wasn't bitten to death by the lion. Indeed, a venomous beauty. Truly a heart of a viper. The world was in an uproar, shuddering at Aziz's cruelty, and feeling no sympathy for Tanji the simp. Neither of them was any good. However, Yuji of Jushin Manor was furious. He slapped Tanji and scolded, Look for yourself. What kind of woman is this? She's more poisonous than a viper. Yutanji sat on the ground, covering his face, his eyes still stubborn. As the saying goes, the goddess tortures me 1,000 times, yet I still treat her like my first love. At the same time Xiao Feng frowned, also displeased with Aziz's cruelty, but he didn't know her yet. Who is Aziz's sister? She calls me brother-in-law, could it be? Xiao Feng pondered inwardly. He was currently a single man. He continued to watch the light screen. At this moment Xiao Feng approached, and Aziz immediately resumed her demure girl act. After chatting for a while, seeing Xiao Feng about to leave, Aziz quickly grabbed his arm and coquettishly said, "Brother-in-law, stay with me a little longer. Anyway, I don't think you have anything urgent." "Who said that? I can't always play with a child like you." Child? Child? Why do you always see me as a child?" "Aziz, your body hasn't recovered yet. Remember to take bear gall, and when you run out come fetch more from me." With that Xiao Feng turned and left. "If I'm unhappy, even eating 100 bear gall won't help." "Then eat 101. Alas, as expected, the goddess you can't get is another man's simp. Xiao Feng's sister-in-law is clearly not right. The story Xiao Feng and his sister-in-law must tell. Yutanji, seeing Xiao Feng leave, cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, your highness, for saving my life." Slap. "Ah!" Aziz slapped Yutanji across the face, but because of the mask her own hand hurt terribly. "You damn Taicho." Aziz kicked Yutanji and cursed. "I saved you and you dare treat me like this? Surely teach him a good lesson." "Your highness, I was wrong, I was wrong." Since your head is so hard, I'm sure your body is also very tough. Beat him." The guards immediately picked up whips and lashed Yutanji severely. Yutanji knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your highness, as long as it pleases you, beat me however you want. Anything is fine." Aziz said, "Actually, I don't want to hit you either, but who told you not to obey?" Yutanji felt wronged. "When have I been disobedient?" Still talking back. Aziz scolded angrily. Yutanji hastily said, "If only the princess is happy, you can beat me however you like. The princess has been so kind to me. What are these few lashes compared to that? Please, princess, beat me, the more the better. Since you said so, I'll grant your wish. Then I'll oblige you. Beat me hard. I won't stop. Don't you dare stop. Damn. What kind of freak is this? Truly a disgrace to all men. I'm utterly speechless. The Yu brothers were famous heroes. How could they have such a son? A family's misfortune. You like being beaten, do you? I'll beat you to death." Yuji, furious, grabbed a feather duster and struck Yutanji violently. Yutanji gritted his teeth, his bones stubborn, but his eyes were fixed on Aziz in the sky screen, as if the mere sight of her gave him infinite strength. The scene shifted. Aziz used the divine wood king tripod to catch a highly venomous centipede. She placed the centipede inside a clay jar, then said to Yutanji, "Now put your hand into the jar, and let the centipede suck your blood. The more it drinks, the better. You must not move until it's full." This? Yutanji was frightened and hesitated. "What's with the hesitation? You're not willing?" "No, it's just what? That centipede's venom isn't that strong, or you won't die. You just told me you'd brave fire and water, even die for me. Now I'm asking for just a little bit of your blood, and this is how you act. It seems you were lying to me all along." "No, princess. I'll do it." Yutanji mustered his courage, plunged his hand into the jar, and let the centipede drink. When it was full, Aziz immediately had the tottering Yutanji remove the centipede and put it into the divine wood king tripod for her cultivation. Bitten by the centipede, Yutanji was in agony, fell into a death-like trance. Aziz thought he was dead and ordered him buried. The lazy guards dumped him in the wilderness. Yutanji woke up, inadvertently practiced the I Ching Sutra he had seen earlier, expelled the centipede venom, and returned to the manor. Seeing him, Aziz rejoiced. "Iron Ugly, I knew you wouldn't die." Yutanji knelt on one knee and said, "With these words from the princess, I would die content." So Aziz took Yutanji to the outskirts and used the divine wood king tripod to catch a highly venomous spider. Aziz said later, "If I need your help, will you be willing?" "Willing, even if it costs my life." Aziz smiled faintly, then had Yutanji put his hand into the tripod and let the venomous spider drink his blood. After the spider fed, Aziz ignored him and began to cultivate her poison art using the spider in the tripod. Yutanji followed the diagrams in the I Ching Sutra to expel the poison. When Aziz finished, she was surprised to find him alive. Knowing the spider's deadly venom, she said delightedly, "Iron Ugly, you're amazing. Such a potent poison, yet you're fine. I haven't raised you in vain. All thanks to the princess's blessing. Alright, let's go back. From now on I'll take you out to play every day. As long as I can stay by the princess's side, I'll do anything." Wow, does such a pathetic person really exist? He's groveling in the dust. Take you out to play. She's just using you as a blood bag for all kinds of poisonous creatures to cultivate her skills. He's practically courting death to win her favor. Countless people across the 9 provinces were stunned by Yutanji's groveling. There was no greater sycophant. The scene shifted. Aziz took Yutanji to catch more poisonous creatures for cultivation. This time, a terrifying venomous snake was lured in along with an ice silkworm. The ice silkworm, intensely cold, instantly froze the snake to death, but it fled before entering the tripod. Az and Yutanji gave chase, but after a long pursuit Az couldn't run anymore. Go catch that ice silkworm for me. If you don't bother coming back. Yes, I will certainly catch it for the princess's cultivation. Yutanji tracked the ice silkworm to a courtyard of a debauched monk. After the monk left, he placed the silkworm in a wine gourd and brought it back for Az. Az's tripod already contained highly venomous centipedes, scorpion, spiders, and such, but the moment the ice silkworm was added, it froze all those poisonous creatures to death. Wow, this ice silkworm is incredible. Of course it's a peerless wonder. Ah, you damn thief, stealing my ice silkworm. The ice silkworm was in that monk's hands. The appearance of the ice silkworm drew everyone's attention. The owner was both shocked and enraged, and now that his possession was exposed, his future would be difficult. Moreover, his drinking and meat-eating were also revealed. Damn it, I can't stay at Shaolin anymore. Time to flee. The monk took the ice silkworm and fled in panic. Countless powerhouses coveting the ice silkworm memorized the monk's appearance, ready to seize it. My ice silkworm. Az looked at the sky full of regret. She knew that, with the golden list's exposure, she would never get the ice silkworm. She kept watching the screen. When Yutanji heard Az ask him to put his hand in for the ice silkworm to drink, his expression changed. He knew the horror of the ice silkworm well. Even with that martial art, he might not survive. He suddenly knelt and said solemnly, Princess, when you have mastered your poison art, please remember my name is Yutanji, not Iron Ugly. Alright, I remember. Yutanji, my most loyal servant. Servant? Yes. And after I die, I'll still be the princess's most loyal servant. Yutanji assumed a posture from the I Ching Sutra, then plunged his hand into the divine wood king tripod. As the ice silkworm drank his blood, he froze into an ice sculpture. After cultivating, Az looked at the frozen Yutanji and ordered her men to bury him, but to save trouble they threw him into a river. Yutanji awoke by chance, continued practicing the I Ching Sutra, and relying on the ice silkworm's power, his internal energy sword, and he mastered the ice silkworm poison palm. Wow, he didn't die and even mastered a supreme skill. Unbelievable. He's like an indestructible cockroach. No, a poison-proof cockroach. Anyone else would have died countless times. He's practically cheating, but it's a blessing in disguise. At the gathering of Heroes Manor, Yuji looked at Yutanji and said coldly, well, now you see her true nature. No matter how much you do in her eyes, you're just a training tool. She doesn't care if you live or die. I'm willing. As long as I can stay by Az's side, I'll do anything. Yutanji thought to himself, but his face showed nothing as he stared at the sky screen. After detoxifying, Yutanji found the beggars' sect gathering. Ding Chuanxiu suddenly arrived, demanding poisonous creatures, spreading his deadly poison, and killing many sect members. Only Yutanji remained unharmed, so Ding Chuanxiu took him as a disciple. The scene shifted to a noodle shop where Ding Chuanxiu captured Az, demanding the divine wood king tripod's location. Az talked cleverly, then fought Ding Chuanxiu, who blinded her with poison. Yutanji took the chance to rescue her. Later they met Quan Guanqing, who coveted Yutanji's martial arts, invited him to remove his mask, and helped him compete for the position of beggars' sect leader. Under Quan's scheme, Yutanji killed 11 top fighters at the Junshan Assembly, and became the 12th sect leader, then was forced to vie for the position of Central Plains martial arts leader against Shaolin. At the foot of Shaoshi Mountain, Yutanji and his beggars' sect entourage encountered Ding Chuanxiu. Az stepped forward to provoke him, but was captured. Yutanji, fearing Ding would harm her, knelt and begged for her release, saying he would do anything if Ding let Az go. He's beyond saving. With such supreme martial arts, he only fusses over a woman abandoning all dignity. Seeing the now beggars' sect leader Yutanji kneel without hesitation before Ding Chuanxiu, everyone was stunned. What a waste of peerless martial arts. Ding Chuanxiu ordered Yutanji to kill the Shaolin abbot Xianci, and Yu obeyed. Then Xiao Feng arrived, rescued Az, and defeated Yutanji. Yutanji still followed Az, taking care of her blindness. When Az reunited with Xiao Feng and Su Zhu, they learned that Su Zhu could cure her eyes through a transplant. But none of them were willing to take another's eyes for her. Az, heartbroken, was grieving. Seeing this, Yutanji begged Su Zhu to give his own eyes to Az, then silently left lest she see his ugly face. Wow, what a freak. I think these two are a perfect match. One has a perverse sadistic streak, the other a twisted masochistic one. One is full of schemes, the other utterly spineless. One is cruel, the other weak. One tortures relentlessly, the other never resists. One is willing to strike, the other willing to be struck. Opposites attract, complementing each other perfectly. The scene shifted to Yanmen Pass on a cliff where Az, holding Xiao Feng's body, was grief-stricken. Wow, Xiao Feng died. How did he die? Seeing the screen, the world was astounded, especially the Jianghu of the great song, which erupted in uproar. I died. Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. But since this was Yutanji's story, there was no introduction about him. The scene only showed Az holding his corpse. Nothing else could be discerned. Az, where are you? I heard your voice. Miss Az, where are you? Sure enough, Yu Tanji's figure appeared soon after shouting loudly. Having given his eyes to a Z, he was now blind. A Z clutching Qiao Feng's body tightly glanced at Yu Tanji, and said softly, "My eyes were given by you. My brother-in-law said I owe you a debt and must treat you well." After saying this, a Z gouged out her own eyes. Hiss! Everyone shuddered, their scalps tingling. Gouging out one's own eyes. That was a ruthless act. At that moment all fell silent. They could see that though a Z was wicked, her love for Qiao Feng was deep and true. "Brother-in-law, we no longer owe anyone anything. Before I shot you with poison needles just to keep you with me forever. Today I've finally gotten my wish." After saying this, AZ, holding Qiao Feng's body, resolutely jumped off the cliff. Yu Tanji followed and jumped right after her. Who would have thought that a venomous beauty like a Z would have the courage to leap to her death? Ask the world what love is. It makes people promise life and death. That groveler Yu Tanji jumped too. Normal. A Z had become his faith and belief. When she died, he collapsed and lost all meaning to live. Wow, I actually jumped off a cliff for a man. Am I crazy? A Z stared at the screen, watching herself gouge out her eyes and jump, utterly dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Was that really her? Great song. Jushin Manor. A Z. Yu Tanji gazed at the scene of a Z leaping off the cliff, overwhelmed with grief, his heart aching as if it would suffocate, clutching his chest tightly. "You worthless creature, do you see now? Even if you bare your heart and soul, she will never have the slightest affection for you." Yuji lashed Yu Tanji with a whip, cursing him in frustration. Now that the golden list has been revealed, Yu Tanji likely won't be able to obtain the Ying Zheng. If he encounters a Z, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. Cherish life, stay away from a Z. No, a Z cannot die. A Z hasn't met Qiao Feng yet. As long as I prevent her from falling in love with him, I can change her fate and perhaps even win her heart. Yu Tanji ignored Yuji and murmured to himself. Now only a Z filled his mind. Nothing else mattered. Still thinking about that venomous woman. "I'll beat you to death." Yuji, furious beyond measure, kicked Yu Tanji hard, sending him flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had reprimanded him for ages, but it was all in vain. No effect whatsoever. Rather than letting Yu Tanji meet a Z later and be toyed to death, it would be better to beat him to death now, ending it all and sparing further disgrace. "Go ahead and kill me. Even if you do, my love for a Z will never change," Yu Tanji declared with unwavering resolve. Yuji's face turned ashen, his chi overwhelmed, and before he could catch his breath, he spat blood and collapsed unconscious. "Second brother." Yuju quickly caught Yuji, glanced at Yu Tanji, who remained unmoved, still staring at the light screen in the sky, and let out a long sigh. "Tanji, think it over yourself." Yuju carried Yuji away, unable to fathom why Yu Tanji was so infatuated with a Z. A Z was indeed beautiful, but compared to the top 10 peerless beauties of the 9 provinces, such as Jade Maiden, Shishir, and Fragrant Princess, she still fell short, not enough to drive someone mad. If Yu Tanji were obsessed with a beauty like Jade Maiden, he could understand. But a Z, he truly couldn't comprehend it, especially since a Z didn't like him at all. She only wanted to torment him and use him for her poison arts. What was there to cherish about a woman like that? "I must find a Z." Yu Tanji watched Yuju leave, staggered to his feet, and headed outside. The world was also abuzz with discussion. Regarding Yu Tanji, the ultimate bootlicker, the onlookers were thoroughly intrigued, chatting animatedly. "I suddenly realized that Yu Tanji and Lin Pingji have very similar experiences. The only difference is that one became a goddess's bootlicker, groveling to the extreme, while the other castrated himself to practice swordplay, killed his wife to prove his Dao, and made the goddess grovel." Hey, that's true. First, both Lin Pingji and Yu Tanji have similar names. Both are young masters from wealthy families, pampered since childhood, but with mediocre abilities. Second, both suffered sudden calamities, their families destroyed in an instant. The Lin family annihilated by Yu Songhai, and Jushin Manor destroyed because of Qiao Feng, leaving them wandering the Jianghu. Then both aimed to avenge their blood debts, both mastering divine arts. Lin Pingji's Bixia sword technique, and Yu Tanji's Ying Zheng. Finally both met tragic ends, and they both went blind. Great Ming. Lin Pingji looked at Yu Tanji's name, a trace of disdain on his pale, delicate face, feeling no nostalgia for the flesh he had lost below. "Women only slow down my sword." Using Yu Tanji as a cautionary tale, Lin Pingji felt even more certain of his own choice. He was no bootlicker like Yu Tanji. One day he would make all those who had wronged him pay the price. Great song. Tanshan. Misty Peak. What a spineless coward, he deserves his tragedy. How dare he share a list with me? Li Qiushui made no effort to hide her contempt for Yu Tanji. A man like that, even if he mastered supreme martial arts, would still be a coward. How could he ever win a woman's heart? Without any backbone, subservient to women, a veritable slave to the fairer sex. Women prefer strong men. Strength isn't just about martial arts, the inner strength matters more. Inner fortitude is far more important than martial prowess. You're on the list yourself, yet you mock others. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Zhao Wu pinched Li Qiushui's fair rosy cheek and teased. If not for him, Li Qiushui would have been Wu Yazi's bootlicker too. Wouldn't that have been a tragedy? What right had she to laugh at you, Tanji? Humph. Li Qiushui snorted, turned her back to Zhao Wu, revealing the graceful curve of her perfect back, her expression clearly saying, I'm not happy. Angry. How about I make it up to you? Zhao Wu chuckled softly, embracing her soft, graceful figure from behind, gently caressing her delicate skin. Don't. Hom. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap. 3 days passed in a flash. The list in the sky updated again. Top 10 tragic figures. 5th, A Zhu. A Zhu. Is that the sister of a Z, the one who hooked up with Xiaofeng? Most likely. A Zhu died young, a beauty with a tragic fate. It's not surprising she made the list. I wonder what story A Zhu and Xiaofeng share. To be honest, AZ, the younger sister, is quite beautiful. If I were Xiaofeng, I'd take her in to save others from her mischief. But Xiaofeng always pines for A Zhu. What special qualities does she have? Maybe her skills are impressive. Damn, you think everyone's got their mind in the gutter like you. Since A Zhu had been mentioned before by A Z and Xiaofeng, her appearance on the list piqued many people's curiosity. Even Xiaofeng was no exception. A Zhu. He gazed at the sky. He had never met A Zhu, but her name was deeply etched in his mind. Because according to the golden list, he would end up with A Zhu in the future. He was also curious, how would they meet? What story would unfold? A hint of shyness in drunkenness, slender hands hiding the fragrant silk, leaning against flowers, reflecting candlelight, secretly conveying deep feelings, wine thoughts rippling in the eyes. Mistaking red for green, the heart bewildered, turning with tender feelings, knitting the brows. Meetings are rare, separations many. Spring ends, alas, what to do with sorrow? A voiceover tinged with melancholy drifted through the air. In a pavilion by the water atop a bamboo tower came the sound of flirtatious laughter. What the hell? Is A Zhu in there? No way, the bamboo tower clearly has a couple flirting. That simpering voice is definitely not Xiaofeng. Could Xiaofeng have been cuckolded? No, wait. Did he take the fall? Big news. The flirtatious voices from the bamboo tower left everyone puzzled, but their curiosity only grew. A Zhu wouldn't be that kind of person, would she? Xiaofeng's heart was in turmoil, his eyes fixed on the light screen. He had never met A Zhu, but in his destined fate he loved her deeply. He couldn't bear to believe she was a wanton woman. Though most were bewildered, a few people clearly recognized the voices. Great song. In a serene, secluded lakeside retreat, a woman in a light green dress stood. Her waist was slender, her large gleaming eyes sparkled like stars, lively and expressive, as if a single eye could speak. Her features were delicate, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She appeared to be about 35 or 36. Now, hearing the voice from the light screen, and seeing the images, she stood abruptly, her eyes brimming with excitement. It's me! How can it be me? Why am I here? Is A Zhu? Her voice sounded no older than 21 or 22, yet she was a woman no longer in her first youth. She was Ruan Xingzhu, one of Duan Zhengxuan's lovers. Duan Lang, A Xing. Two unbearably cloying voices sounded, and the couple in the bamboo tower finally revealed their true faces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Damn! It's the philandering Prince Duan. This woman named Xing is also a gem. Prince Duan sure has a lucky love life. Bold guess, this woman is probably A Zhu and Aziz's mother. They share a similar aura. No kidding. Duan Zhengchun and his lover appear. Obviously, they are A Zhu's parents, or why else would they be here? A Zhu and Aziz are my daughters with A Xing. In the Prince of Dali's southern residence, Duan Zhengchun was dumbfounded. I have 2 more daughters. His son was not his own. But outside he had many biological daughters. What a twist of fate. In the light screen, Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu spent every day traveling and enjoying themselves, inseparable as glue. But within 2 months, Duan Zhengchun grew bored. After all, even with the same woman, no matter how beautiful, novelty fades with time. So Duan Zhengchun decisively pulled up his pants and ran off. After Duan Zhengchun fled, Ruan Xingzhu discovered she was pregnant. Unmarried and pregnant was a great taboo in her family. Helpless, she had to hide alone to give birth, then give the child away to be raised by others. Damn! That bastard Duan Zhengchun is just like Xie Xiaofeng, a scumbag, who only plays with women and takes no responsibility. A prince of Dali, what a disgrace. First Gan Baobao, now Ruan Xingzhu. Gan Baobao was lucky to find Zhong Wanshou, a bootlicker, to take the fall, so Zhongling grew up well. But A Zhu and Aziz clearly suffered. Aziz turned so wicked because of Duan Zhengxuan's irresponsibility. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in the Xingxiu sect, apprenticed to Ding Chuanxiu. Under a villain like Ding Chuanxiu, anyone who didn't turn bad would have been 6 feet under long ago. Poor A Zhu, abandoned at birth. A Zhu is the elder sister, but they aren't twins. That means Duan Zhengchun got Ruan Xingzhu pregnant again, after she had sent A Zhu away, and again took no responsibility, forcing her to abandon her child a second time. Damn, You've spotted the key point. Holy shit, that beast Duan Zhengchun is such an animal. When he later went back to Ruanxingzhu, he must have known she had abandoned a Zhu. Yet he still didn't take responsibility for a Z. What a scumbag. No, Duan Zhengchun isn't even human. He only cares about his own pleasure, heartless and ruthless. And I used to think he was a love god. Bullshit. If I ever meet him, I'll cut him off so he can't ruin any more beauties. Scumbag, don't let me meet you or I'll shoot you with poison needles. Aziz stared at the light screen, feeling no fondness for Duan Zhengchun. She had no desire to acknowledge her lineage. So those are my parents. Aju's eyes brimmed with tears. She longed for her parents but harbored resentment toward the scumbag Duan Zhengchun. She didn't blame Ruanxingzhu, she knew Ruanxingzhu had no choice. It was all Duan Zhengchun's fault. Dali, Duan Zhengming glared at Duan Zhengchun and scolded. Look what you've done. You've disgraced the entire Duan clan of Dali. Even if Dao Baifeng forbids you to take concubines, as a prince you could easily have your illegitimate daughters raised secretly, couldn't you? Duan Zhengming roared. Was it really that hard? No, Duan Zhengchun lowered his head, unable to argue. Indeed, given his status, raising a few illegitimate daughters was simple. He didn't even need to act personally. He could have ordered a trusted subordinate to arrange for their care without alerting Dao Baifeng. But he didn't. Every time he had his fun, he simply left without a second thought. Regardless, they are blood of the Dali Duan clan. Send someone to bring them back. Duan Zhengming ordered. Now that the whole world knew that a Zhu and a Z were Duan Zhengchun's illegitimate daughters, if they did nothing it would only invite more criticism. Moreover, if a Zhu and a Z suffered humiliation while wandering the Jianghu, it would also shame the Dali imperial clan. Yes, your majesty. Duan Zhengchun dared not refuse and bowed in acknowledgement. He raised his head and continued watching the light screen. When a Zhu was very young, her foster parents, being poor, abandoned her again. She ended up on the streets, was rescued by Murong Bo, and grew up in the Murong household. Because a Zhu was clever, quick-witted, and well-behaved, she won the family's favor, becoming Murong Fu's trusted maid skilled in disguise. The Tibetan national preceptor Zhoumaji captured Duan Yu, and brought him to Tingxiang Shui Pavilion. A Zhu disguised herself as an old servant and an old woman to mock Zhoumaji, but though seen through, she ultimately used her wit to escape with Duan Yu by boat. A Zhu is so pitiful. Abandoned twice as a child, enduring so much hardship, yet she remains optimistic and lively. A Zhu is so clever. Even facing a powerhouse like Zhoumaji, she dared to mock him and ultimately escaped successfully. So bold and meticulous. A Zhu, my wife. A Zhu and a Z inherited Ruanxingzhu's mischievousness, but a Zhu was not as cruel as a Z. Her lively, playful personality instantly won the hearts of countless admirers. A Zhu is truly an interesting girl. As Qiao Feng watched a Zhu tease Zhoumaji, perhaps due to preconceived notions, he couldn't help but smile, and felt a fondness for her. The scene shifted to the beggar's sex apricot grove. Kong Min accused Qiao Feng of murdering her husband Ma Diyuan, producing a letter. But a Zhu found a flaw in Kong Min's words, and argued for Qiao Feng, leaving Kong Min speechless, forcing her to change the subject with vehemence. Damn, it's her, again. The same Kong Min who successfully put Ma Diyuan on the cuckold list, Duan Zhengchun's mistress. Speaking of Kong Min, I recall Elder Su, the most senior elder of the beggar sect. Elder Su is already 80 or 90. All I can say is let Elder Su go come at me. Kong Min is so kind, she really knows how to care for the elderly. What a pity, a beauty with a tragic fate. Boo, who will never see Kong Min's peerless charm again. The moment Kong Min appeared, she ignited the crowd. She was a remarkable woman who had single-handedly comforted almost the entire upper echelon of the beggar's sect. By Shijing Quan Guanqing Elder Su, the beggar's sect disciples' faces darkened. This was a stain they could never erase. The scene shifted. Qiao Feng resigned as sect leader and left. Experts from the Western Xia's Yiping Hall arrived, using Beisufing to capture everyone in the beggar's sect. A Zhu was also taken by the Yiping Hall. Whoa! Close call. If not for Vice Chief Ma making the cuckold list and exposing Kong Min's scheme, our beggar sect would have suffered a great disaster. Many elders and disciples felt a lingering fear, secretly grateful. Thank goodness Brother Ma made the list. Ma Diyuan, where's your manners? Dead and still being dragged out for flogging. A Zhu is so beautiful, will she be forced into the army brothel? Damn, are you even human? Bold prediction, a Zhu will be rescued by Qiao Feng. Definitely a hero saving a beauty. Hero saves beauty. Hero saves beauty. Sure enough. The scene shifted. Qiao Feng found a Zhu and a Bai and rescued them. After administering the antidote, Qiao Feng asked about the whereabouts of the beggar's sect disciples, intending to rescue them. A Zhu and a Bai were puzzled. The beggar's sect had wanted to kill Qiao Feng, yet he was repaying evil with kindness by wanting to save them. Qiao Feng's righteousness moved a Zhu, but they didn't know where the disciples were imprisoned, so Qiao Feng took his leave. Whoa! Qiao Feng is a true hero. Indeed, the entire beggar's sect wanted him dead, but he bore no grudge and still thought to save them. How many in the world can do that? Look at Zhu's eyes. Love at first sight. Alas, we have failed our chief Qiao. Qiao Feng's magnanimity not only moved Zhu but also shamed the heroes of the world, especially the Beggar's Sect. Though Kong Min's plot was exposed, the fact that Qiao Feng was a chitin remained undeniable. Thus Qiao Feng still resigned as chief and left the Beggar's Sect. After Qiao Feng left Zhu and Abai met Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan and learned that the Beggar's Sect disciples were imprisoned at Tianning Temple. So Zhu proposed to rescue them, disguising herself as Qiao Feng and Murong Fu to do so. This would clear Murong Fu of the slander of killing Ma Deyuan, and also help Qiao Feng gain the goodwill of the Beggar's Sect. Zhu disguised herself as Qiao Feng, Duan Yu as Murong Fu, and through a series of coincidences, they successfully rescued the Beggar's Sect disciples. Zhu is truly resourceful. No need to say Zhu has clearly fallen for Qiao Feng. I wonder when they will meet again. The scene shifted to Zhu going to Shaolin Temple to find Murong Fu, but she was turned away at the gate, the gatekeeper monk looking down on women. So Zhu quietly knocked out that monk, disguised herself as him, and sneaked into the temple. She even stole the temple's supreme treasure, the Ying Zheng. Whoosh, whoosh. So that's how it is. Zhu stole the Ying Zheng and later gave it to Qiao Feng. Outrageous. Our Shaolin treasure was stolen by a woman. Despicable. Hilarious. They say all martial arts originate from Shaolin, the sacred mountain of the martial world. Yet, they can't even keep a single scripture safe. Sister Zhu is awesome. Falsetto. The Shaolin monks seem to have noticed something. I wonder if Sister Zhu can escape. Of course she can escape, or how would Qiao Feng get the Ying Zheng? Everyone watched the light screen intently. The Shaolin monks, believing Qiao Feng had killed Master Shen Ku, searched the entire temple. Qiao Feng had to hide behind a Buddha statue. After stealing the Ying Zheng, Zhu couldn't flee immediately, and hid behind the same statue where Qiao Feng caught her. Xian Xi arrived with his men, discovered them hiding behind the statue, and struck without warning. During the fierce battle between Qiao Feng and the three monks, Zhu was accidentally hit by Xian Xi's Vajra palm, severely wounded. Qiao Feng endured a palm strike from Xian Ji, then seized the opportunity to escape with Zhu. Once safe, he set her down and barked, "Go on your own. Don't even think about running away." But as soon as Zhu touched the ground, she collapsed, curled up, seemingly already dead. Qiao Feng was startled, reached out to check her breath, and found it faint, barely present. He felt her pulse, which was also extremely slow, as if she would die at any moment. Qiao Feng thought, "I have countless doubts in my mind. I need to question you. I can't let you die so easily." He reached out to feel her heartbeat, but his hand touched a softness. Qiao Feng quickly withdrew his hand, increasingly puzzled. Is he a woman in disguise? In the darkness he couldn't see clearly. Qiao Feng was a bold and unconstrained man, not one to be overly concerned with propriety like Duan Yu. He grabbed Zhu by the back of her collar, and lifted her up, demanding, "Are you a man or a woman? If you don't tell the truth, I'll strip you naked to find out." I finally understand why the leader of the beggars, Qiao Feng, who was still a bachelor at 30, fell in love with Zhu. Qiao Feng had lived so long that this was probably the first time he touched a woman's body. That wonderful feeling. Those who know. Blind student, you've discovered the key point. At the lakeside pavilion, Ruan Xingzhu saw Zhu gravely wounded and dying, her heart aching as tears blurred her eyes. "My poor daughter." Earlier, Yu Tanji's appearance on the list indirectly showed Zi's tragic fate, and finally she gouged out her own eyes, and leaped off a cliff holding Qiao Feng's corpse. Now Zhu had also appeared on the tragedy list. Although these events had not yet occurred, it still pained her heart unbearably. She stared fixedly at the golden list in the sky, afraid to miss a single detail. Seeing that Zhu was about to die, Qiao Feng set aside his inner doubts, hurriedly transferred his qi to preserve her life, then carried her away from Shaolin Temple. Once they reached a safe place, Qiao Feng studied Zhu, and discovered the disguise mask on her face, which he removed. As the mask came off, a delicate, beautiful face met Qiao Feng's eyes. Zhu. Qiao Feng had not expected the fake monk to be Zhu in disguise. He prepared to take her to town to treat her wounds. Zhu said, "I have medicine in my bosom." As she spoke, her right hand moved, but she lacked the strength to reach inside her bosom. Qiao Feng reached in and took out everything she carried. Aside from some loose silver, he found a delicately crafted golden lock pendant engraved with 2 lines, "Stars in the sky, bright and shining, eternal brilliance, everlasting peace." There was also a small white jade box, the very one that Tangong had given her in Apricot Grove. Qiao Feng's heart leaped with joy, knowing the medicine was highly effective. He said, "Saving your life is paramount. Forgive my intrusion." He unbuttoned her clothes and applied the entire box of cold jade ice toad salve to her chest. Zhu felt overwhelming shame, and the pain from her wound was so acute that she immediately fainted. Qiao Feng fastened her clothes, replaced the jade box and golden lock pendant in her bosom, kept the loose silver for himself, then lifted her in his arms and strode swiftly northward. "Wow, After such a tender healing process it would be strange if nothing happened. But Zhu was injured by Xian Xi's Vajrapalm. It won't be easy to cure her. Exactly. Zhu won't die just like this, will she? No way, no way. If she dies now, that would be too soon. Everyone in the 9 provinces was discussing fervently, their eyes fixed nervously on the light screen. Xiao Feng tried every method but could not heal Zhu. He could only rely on his profound inner power to sustain her life each day. Through shared hardship and days of close companionship, Xiao Feng and Zhu's feelings for each other deepened. One day Xiao Feng learned that the death-defying Dr. Xue had issued a widespread summons calling a hero assembly at Jushin Manor to discuss strategies against him. To save Zhu, Xiao Feng risked his life and brought her to the assembly. Gasps echoed through the crowd. So this is how the Battle of Jushin Manor came about. The culprit was Dr. Xue. Indeed, if Dr. Xue hadn't gathered the heroes to oppose Xiao Feng, Yu Tanji wouldn't have lost his family. Xiao Feng truly dared to go. Knowing the tiger's den, he still went straight in. This shows his feelings for Zhu. At Jushin Manor, heroes gathered. Xiao Feng came with Zhu to seek medical help, but Dr. Xue refused to treat her. Facing the crowd's desire to kill him, Xiao Feng entrusted Zhu to the beggar's sect elder. Bai Shijing then fought the martial world heroes. Finally, Xiao Feng was gravely wounded and rescued by a masked figure. Bai Shijing used one of his martial techniques to persuade Dr. Xue to save Zhu. Bai Shijing did well this time. Yes, but it's a pity that heroes fall for beauties. Once seduced by Kong Min, he was corrupted. In plain words, he's just an old pervert. Which man isn't a pervert? The key is whether he can control himself below the belt. Some women you can touch, others you must not. Seeing Bai Shijing, everyone immediately thought of the vast green grassland over Ma Diyuan's head. Zhu, healed by Dr. Xue, attacked by surprise, struck his acupressure points, then disguised herself as him and escaped. She knew Xiao Feng would surely go to Yanmen Pass, so she went there to wait. Outside Yanmen Pass, Zhu waited alone for 5 days and 5 nights until finally Xiao Feng appeared. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into his arms. Seeing Zhu unharmed, Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Zhu told Xiao Feng everything that had happened since they parted. Xiao Feng suddenly realized something and questioned her whether she had disguised herself as him to kill the 3 Qiao Huai couple and his master. Zhu admitted to having disguised as Xiao Feng to rescue the beggar's sect members, and only then did Xiao Feng realize he had misunderstood her. The two found the stone wall where the suicide note was inscribed years ago, but the characters had been chiseled away. At the border, Song soldiers were bullying the Khitan commoners. Xiao Feng intervened to save them, deeply feeling his Khitan bloodline. To investigate the leading brother, Xiao Feng and Zhu went to seek Elder Su. But when they arrived at Weihui City, Elder Su was already dead. They encountered Tan Pe and Zhao Chensuan, who were meeting secretly. Xiao Feng asked them about the leading brother, but got no answer. He sealed their acupressure points and left to find Tan Gong. When he returned, both were dead. Tan Gong, upon seeing this, took his own life, leaving Xiao Feng unable to prove his innocence. Xiao Feng and Zhu went to Taiyan to find Shan Zhang, but when they arrived, the entire Shan family had perished in a fire. As those who knew the leading brother's identity died one after another, Xiao Feng and Zhu were baffled. They decided to seek guidance from the wise Master Zhiguang at Tiantai Mountain. Master Zhiguang brought out the stone rubbing and detailed the whole story. Xiao Feng then learned that his original surname was Shao and he was of Khitan royal descent. When he asked about the leading brother, he discovered that Master Zhiguang had already passed away. Now all those who knew the identity of the leading brother had died, leaving only Kong Min. After meeting Master Zhiguang, Xiao Feng felt deeply moved and weary of the killings in the martial world. He and Zhu agreed that once they had asked Kong Min about the leading brother, they would retire to the frontier. Xiao Feng would hunt on horseback and Zhu would tend sheep and cattle, never again concerning themselves with the affairs of the martial world. Doomed. Once a flag is planted, going to the frontier to herd sheep and graze cattle is impossible. Horse riding and hunting, tending sheep and cattle, like the idyllic life of a man plowing and a woman weaving, leisurely and romantic. But in the end it couldn't come true. How did Zhu die while she was still by Xiao Feng's side? Through the earlier recounting of Yutanji, they all knew that Zhu would eventually die. The promise of going to the frontier to herd sheep and cattle with Xiao Feng became empty words. But they were curious. Zhu had survived her earlier death tribulation, so how did she die later? Who could have killed Zhu? Xiao Feng would surely go mad. They stared intently at the light screen. Zhu knew that Kong Min would likely not tell Xiao Feng who the leading brother was, and Xiao Feng could not torture Kong Min. So she suggested disguising herself to trick Kong Min. Zhu disguised herself as Bai Shijing and went with Xiao Feng to meet Kong Min. Though clever, Zhu did not know that Bai Shijing and Kong Min had an affair, which soon aroused Kong Min's suspicion. Kong Min suddenly said, "The moon in the sky is so round and so white." Xiao Feng was eavesdropping outside. Though he knew the sky was dark with clouds and there was no moon, he still looked up and thought, "Today is the 2nd day of the lunar month. Even if there were a moon, it would not be round. What does she mean by that?" He heard Zhu reply, When it reaches the 15th, the moon will naturally be round and bright. Alas, it's a pity that Brother Ma can never see it again. Madame Ma said, "Do you prefer sweet or salty mooncakes?" Zhu said, "We beggars, what choice do we have when it comes to mooncakes? If we cannot find the true culprit and avenge Brother Ma, not to mention mooncakes, even the finest delicacies would be tasteless." Ah, my poor Zhu. She was exposed just like that. That bitch Kong Min wasn't talking about the real moon and mooncakes. There's no help for it. Zhu performed well enough, but she didn't know about the affair between Kong Min and Bai Shijing, nor the dirty talk Bai Shijing used. Alas, the moon and mooncakes are not in the sky. They're on Kong Min's body. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Zhu might be done for. No way. Kong Min doesn't know martial arts and Xiaofeng is right outside. Even if Kong Min attacked suddenly, she couldn't hurt Zhu. Everyone stared at the light screen, wondering what Kong Min would do after discovering Zhu. Could Zhu die here? But contrary to everyone's expectations, Kong Min saw through Zhu's disguise as Bai Shijing but did not expose her. Instead, she spoke about the leading brother. In the end, Kong Min told Zhu that the leading brother was Duan Zhengxuan, the Prince of Dali. Damn, Kong Min's mentality is formidable. She just saw through Zhu but didn't call her out. Instead, she dug a trap for Zhu, clearly wanting to use Xiao Feng's blade to kill the heartless Duan Zhengchun. Would Zhu and Xiaofeng really believe that? Duan Zhengchun obviously doesn't qualify. How old was he 30 years ago? At most 20 years old. Even if he was a prince at 20, he was just a prince of a small kingdom like Dali. What qualification did he have to lead the martial world leaders of the Central Plains? Exactly. Wang Jiantong, the former beggars sect leader, was also involved. But even someone of Wang Jiantong's status wasn't the leading brother. How could Duan Zhengchun qualify? Only the venerable Xian Ci, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, the leading authority of the martial world, had that qualification. Speaking of Xian Ci, that bastard is not human. He's just like Duan Zhengxuan, even worse. Exactly. Duan Zhengchun is not a monk. His womanizing is understandable. But Xian Ci is the abbot of Shaolin, at least 40 years old yet. He seduced a naive young girl like Yi Ernyang. Truly a beast. Yes, men liking women is human nature, forgivable. But Xian Ci abandoned the pregnant Yi Ernyang without taking responsibility. That's worse than a beast. If Xian Ci hadn't abandoned the pregnant Yi Ernyang, she wouldn't have had her child stolen, and eventually become one of the four evils killing countless infants. The whole world buzzed with discussion. Many people again thought of the hypocrite Xian Ci, whom they despised and loathed. He was truly unworthy of being a Shaolin high monk. They continued to watch the light screen in the sky. The scene shifted. Xiaofeng took Zhu to seek revenge on Duan Zhengchun. Through a series of coincidences, Xiaofeng confirmed that Duan Zhengchun was the leading brother. Meanwhile, Zhu, through a Z Duan Zhengxuan, and Ruan Xingzhu learned her own identity. She was also the daughter of Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu. At the same time, Zhu feared that if Xiaofeng killed Duan Zhengxuan, the Duan clan of Dali would retaliate, and she worried that Xiaofeng could not withstand the 6th meridian divine sword of the Duan family. So she disguised herself as Duan Zhengchun and faced Xiaofeng in battle. Oh my god, no way, no way. Did Zhu get killed by Xiaofeng? I'm afraid that's the case. How tragic. Killing his own beloved with his own hands. How could Xiaofeng not collapse? Zhu was too foolish. She should have let Duan Zhengxuan, that bastard, be killed by Xiaofeng with a single palm. No matter how powerful the 6th meridian divine sword is, it still depends on the user. How many in the Duan clan of Dali have mastered the 6th meridian divine sword? Everyone's hearts tightened, not daring to believe their own guess. But the thing they least wanted to happen often did. Zhu, disguised as Duan Zhengxuan, faced Xiaofeng, and was struck head-on by his 18 dragons subduing palms. No divine power could save her. Zhu. Xiaofeng discovered it was Zhu. Grief-stricken, he continuously poured his qi into her body, but it was futile. Zhu, with her breath faint, looked at him with a pale face. Brother Xiao, Zhu cannot go to the frontier with you to herd sheep and cattle. Please take care of my sister Az for me. With that, Zhu's breath ceased entirely. Xiaofeng held her body roaring under the torrential rain, his heart torn apart. The promise of frontier cattle and sheep was made in vain. Why, I never expected it to be like this. That bitch Kong Min is too despicable. And Duan Zhengchun, if he hadn't seduced Kong Min, and then abandoned her, she wouldn't have sought revenge and Zhu wouldn't have died. Damn, it makes my scalp tingle. Fortunately, the golden list exposed everything early. Xiaofeng already knows the leading brother is Xian Ci and Kong Min is long dead. Will Zhu and Xiaofeng still end up together? Xiaofeng is also tragic. His adoptive parents were killed, his master was killed, and Zhao Qianxuan Tangong Tanpa. None of them were actually killed by him, but he took the blame and was spurned by the world. Finally, he killed the woman he loved by mistake. I think Xiaofeng can be the finale. Who says otherwise? Did I die so tragically? Zhu's delicate face held a hint of playfulness. Though the story was indeed tragic, none of this had happened yet. To her it was like watching a melodramatic romance. She couldn't possibly be sad. With the golden list appearing, many things have changed. My fate has also changed. Zhu thought of Xiao Feng, but only briefly. She had never met him, so she felt no strong attachment. At most she was curious because of the light screen. Duan Zhengchun is my father. Should I go to acknowledge him? Zhu shook her head. She didn't want to acknowledge that scumbag Duan Zhengshuan, but she did want to go see her mother Wan Xingzhu. Mother was also a victim. She didn't abandon me on purpose. Zhu couldn't help but set out to find Wan Xingzhu. She didn't even immediately refine the elixir rewarded by the golden list. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Mountain Misty Peak, the Spirit Crane Palace, the promise of frontier cattle and sheep was made in vain. Xiao Feng is also one of the most tragic protagonists. Zhao Wu held the warm, soft body of Wu Xingyun in his arms, feeling a wave of emotion. In this mixed martial world, there were many protagonists, but few could compare to Xiao Feng in tragedy. In Jin Yong's novels, perhaps only Di Yun could rival Xiao Feng. But Di Yun suffered terribly in the early days, yet was fortunate later with a beautiful woman accompanying him in seclusion in the snowy mountains. In the martial world, one has no control over oneself. Wu Xingyun's eyes were full of emotion. Once you entered the martial world, it was like a fish falling into a net. You struggled but were often pushed forward by the surrounding forces, unable to help yourself. The tragedy list has revealed 5 so far, but the Great Song occupies 3 of them. I wonder if there will be more from the Great Song. Li Qiushui was curious. Previously among the top 10 extraordinary women, none from the Great Song made the list, but now the tragedy list was featuring them one after another. We'll know in time. Zhao Wu smiled slightly and pulled the beauty into his arms. 3 days later, the golden list updated. The world erupted in astonishment. No one expected Li Qiushui's words to come true so quickly. It was another person from the Great Song. Most shocking of all, the person on the list was the Great Song Princess. Top 10 tragic figures. 6th place, Princess Mao De. Princess Mao De. This title should be a princess of the Great Song, right? A princess of a nation on the list. Could she have been taken for a marriage alliance? Most likely. I heard the Song dynasty had flourishing commerce and was very wealthy, but they were extremely cowardly, bullied daily by neighboring Jin Liao and other kingdoms. Every year they had to offer gold, silver, jewels, beautiful women, cattle, and sheep. What a disgrace. Shameful. I wonder what story Princess Mao De has. The whole world was in an uproar, staring intently at the light screen in the sky. Great Song, Bianjing, Imperial Palace. Song Huizong and Song Qinzong saw Princess Mao De's name. Their faces changed, as if falling into an icy abyss, and they said in despair, "It's over. Completely over." Jin soldiers were pressing the city, and to sue for peace they had just gotten Princess Mao De drunk and sent her to the Jin soldiers. Princess Mao De appearing on the list would inevitably expose this matter. At that time, even if the Jin soldiers retreated, the 2 of them would be nailed to the pillar of shame, cursed for 10,000 years, spat upon, let alone continue to be emperors. Jin army camp. Inside the main tent, the commander Wanyan Zhongwang was wantonly toying with 2 snatched Great Song beauties. Seeing Princess Mao De's name, his interest grew, and a cruel, savage smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence. Princess Mao De is on the list. I'm even more interested now. Wanyan Zhongwang licked his lips with his scarlet tongue. His sinister voice made the already pained and humiliated beauties beside him even more terrified, their delicate bodies trembling uncontrollably. What? Is this general so terrifying? Wanyan Zhongwang lowered his head, pinched a Great Song beauty's chin, and lifted it forcefully. Pain immediately appeared in her eyes. You lowly Song sheep. Wanyan Zhongwang slapped the beauty in his arms to the ground, then ordered, I give her to you. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. The 2 Jin guards were overjoyed, quickly bowed in thanks, then immediately dragged the beauty out of the tent, their faces filled with lewd and savage grins. No! Please let me go. Slap. Tanshan. Kaomiao Peak. Lingjiu Palace. Princess Mao De. Zhao Wu saw this name, and his originally leisurely and amused gaze suddenly turned cold. A murderous intent slowly emerged. What's wrong? Another lover of yours? Li Qiushui, Wu Xingyun, and Li Congzhai looked at Zhao Wu in confusion. It was the first time they had seen Zhao Wu show murderous intent and anger. Not my lover, but it seems the Great Song no longer needs to exist. Zhao Wu didn't expect that in this comprehensive martial world, the original history would still repeat. Originally he was too lazy to bother planning to let the Great Qin slowly destroy the Great Song later. But now Princess Mao De on the list indicates that the Great Song will likely suffer the Jinkong humiliation again. In that case, let it be destroyed. If the Great Song royal family cannot protect her, he will. As for the culprit, the Jin kingdom, it naturally must be destroyed as well. Oh! Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Congzhai grew even more curious, not understanding why Zhao Wu would be angry at seeing an unrelated woman on the list. And destroy the song. They raised their heads, staring curiously at the light screen evolved from the golden list. Princess Mauda, originally named Zhao Fujin, the fifth daughter of Song Huizong Zhao Ji. Song Huizong, following the advice of Prime Minister Kai Jing, imitated the Zhou dynasty's title Wang Ji, and changed the title of princess to Diji, for all imperial daughters. Scene changes. A desolate and indignant melody echoes. This is a picture of blood and fire. The divine land sinks broken and fragmented. People flee in panic. Barbarians wield butcher knives. Women struggle in despair, screaming in pain. It is a scene of burning, killing, looting, seizing, raping, and pillaging. The people of Great Song are slaughtered and ravaged like pigs and dogs. Men are mercilessly slaughtered. Women are humiliated and violated. Seeing these scenes, countless strong men in the 9 provinces bristled with anger, their eyes wide with fury. Bastard! What are the Great Song emperors doing? Although I heard they were cowardly, I never expected them to be so useless. In Zhongtai Palace, Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng stood up, his hair bristling with anger, and roared, "Send troops to attack Song. Since the Song Emperor cannot protect our descendants of Yan and Huang, then I will protect them." Originally he had just taken the Great Han and needed to stabilize the territory and rule. He planned to carry out the attack on Song after the Han territory was secure. But seeing this, he no longer wanted to wait. "Your Majesty is wise." Wang Ben and other military generals responded without hesitation. Seeing this, they were also furious, wishing they could immediately lead troops to slaughter the Jin dogs. Moreover, Great Qin had the martial god and the martial king inherently invincible. Even if the domestic forces were lacking, there was no need to worry about invasion from other countries or rebellion. Because they knew that at that time the legions under the martial god would surely intervene and suppress, and the country would naturally be as stable as Mount Tai. Therefore, even if a bit aggressive, it would be fine. Great Qing. The Qing Emperor looked at the scenes on the light screen, his expression proud, and said, "Indeed, a group of cowardly sheep. They can't even defeat a small Jin kingdom. What right do they have to occupy the fertile central plains? It's a pity that Great Song does not border my Great Qing, otherwise I would have taken it long ago. Your Majesty is mighty. Great Qing is mighty." The civil and military officials knelt down, shouting in unison, "The 9 provinces have been unified for so long. It's time to display the might of my Great Qing. I have decided to send troops to attack Sui." The Qing Emperor looked at the assembled court and announced, this decision was not made on a whim. He had been preparing for a long time. After the unification of the 9 provinces, Great Qin bordered 3 countries. To the southeast was Great Qin. Although the Qing Emperor thought highly of himself, he knew that Great Qin was not easy to fight, especially with the legions under the martial god. Therefore, he could only set his sights on the other 2 countries, Great Yuan to the southwest and Great Sui to the northeast. The Great Yuan cavalry was formidable, and it was a unified nation. Hard to fight. In comparison, the Great Sui with its many feudal lords became his target. What Qiwang Empress, celestial maidens, demonic women. They will all be my trophies, collected in my harem for my enjoyment. The Qing Emperor thought of the peerless beauties on the Great Sui beauty list, such as Empress Shui Yunjiang Yuan Shifeishuan, and Wan Wan, and his heart burned with passion. But thinking of the peerless beauties on his own Great Qing beauty list, such as Princess Xiangxiang and Chan Yuanyu, and whom he had not captured a single one, he was furious. The most hateful was Wei Xiaobao, who caused chaos in the harem, making him lose all face, and even escaped in the end. What a bunch of trash! The Qing Emperor cursed inwardly. But in the vast sea of people, capturing them even as the Qing Emperor was as difficult as reaching the sky. Great Song. Eastern border. Inside the main tent, Yu Fei stared at the scenes on the golden list in the sky, his eyes wide with fury. Hateful Jin thieves. No, I cannot let this happen. Although Yu Fei was on the martial general's list, he was not valued, but instead ostracized and suspected, and finally sent to the eastern border to defend against Great Qin. I will petition the emperor to go and guard the northern frontier. Yu Fei did not yet know that the Jin soldiers had already marched south and broken through Bianjing, and even if he petitioned, the higher-ups might not transfer him to the northern frontier. Qiao Feng Guojing and other martial arts masters were also bristling with anger. Those who knew the Jin soldiers had already marched south rushed over. However, without breaking through the heavens, individual strength could hardly stop an army. Moreover, the army was not lacking in martial arts experts. Especially around Great Song, there were not only Jin soldiers but also Liao, Western Xia Mongolia, and others. At this moment, countless people in the 9 provinces clenched their fists, staring fixedly at the light screen in the sky. Scene changes, appearing in the magnificent palace. Princess Mauda's noble and beautiful, graceful figure emerges, captivating everyone. However, everyone knew that since Princess Mauda was on the list, her future fate would likely be very tragic. Of course, if it hadn't happened yet, Princess Mauda might be able to change her fate. At this moment, Princess Mauda, who had been drugged and sent to the Jin soldiers, woke up groggily due to the bumpy carriage, but her head was still dizzy. Ha! Suddenly she saw her name on the list along with the scenes she had just experienced. I'm on the list! Princess Mauda's spirits lifted, and she stared intently at the list, wanting to know her future fate. "Elder brother, are you really going to send me to the Jin soldiers?" Princess Mauda said with sadness and sorrow in her eyes. Song Qinzong's face flashed with shame, and he said pleadingly, "Mauda, I don't want to send you away either, but I have no choice. The Jin soldiers specifically demanded you. If you don't agree, Great Song will fall. I don't want to be the emperor of a fallen nation. Just help me this once, save Great Song, save the people of the world." Princess Mauda's tears couldn't stop flowing, and she said painfully, "Elder brother, do you really think sending me to the Jin soldiers will save Great Song? The more you yield, the more arrogant the enemy becomes, the more they push. As the emperor, you should set an example. If you stand firm, vowing to live or die with the city, our Great Song soldiers united, as one, how could we fear a tiny Jin kingdom? Saving the country does not rely on sending women, but on the spears and swords in your hands. Even if you use me to buy a moment of survival, how will you face our ancestors in the underworld after death? A man can only die standing, how can he live kneeling?" Well said. I never expected that the Great Song court, from the emperor and nobles down to the civil and military officials, would be less wise and less courageous than a woman. The Jin soldiers are wolves and tigers. How could a mere princess satisfy them? Facing the enemy, the more you yield, the more arrogant they become, and the more they bully you. But if you are tough and ruthless, even if you die, you will bite off a piece of their flesh. Even if the enemy is stronger, they will fear you and think twice. I wonder if Princess Mauda's words will have any effect. Definitely useless. The father and son of Song Qinzong are cowardly to the bone beyond saving. Everyone stared at the light screen, wanting to see what Song Qinzong would choose. Alas, you are right. I won't force you. Zhao Heng sighed and said, "Don't worry, I will tell them right now. I would rather die in battle than hand you over. Elder brother is mighty. Great Song will surely win." Princess Mauda smiled through her tears, feeling reassured. It seems Song Qinzong still has hope. He still has some backbone. Weak strength is not scary. What's scary is a weak heart. Fight! 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 Seeing this, everyone felt a little comforted. Song Qinzong was not completely rotten to the core. Song Qinzong. Zhao Heng waved his hand, and a eunuch beside him stepped forward with wine already prepared. "Mauda, come drink a cup with me as a farewell." Song Qinzong. Zhao Heng raised the cup and handed it to Princess Mauda. "I wish you a triumphant return, elder brother. If you die in battle, your little sister will follow you without hesitation." After saying that, Princess Mauda drained the cup. Immediately her vision blurred, her head became dizzy, and a strong sleepiness overwhelmed her. "Elder brother, you." Princess Mauda looked at Zhao Heng in disbelief, disappointment, and despair, then collapsed to the ground. "Mauda, I don't want to do this either, but I have no choice. I don't want to be the emperor of a fallen nation. Guards, send Princess Mauda and the other women together to General Wanyan Zhongwang." "Yes, your majesty." Princess Mauda was loaded into a carriage along with thousands of plundered Great Song women and gold, silver, and jewels, and sent to Wanyan Zhongwang. Damn it! That Zhao Heng is truly a beast. I thought he had some backbone, but this is all he amounts to. Cringing and compromising before barbarians, yet tyrannical and cunning toward his own people. Stupefying his own sister and delivering her to the enemy for violation. And he calls himself an emperor. Even that wretched Emperor Song Huizong, knowing the dynasty was doomed, passed the throne to his son Zhao Heng. And instead of stopping Zhao Heng from handing his daughter to the barbarians, he tacitly approved. They deserve to die. Witnessing this, everyone was enraged. The shameless acts of Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong had shattered all moral boundaries. There is no limit to shamelessness. There is only deeper disgrace. Ha ha ha, look. These cowardly Song people are nothing but lambs for our valiant Jin warriors to slaughter. Has Princess Mauda been delivered? I can't wait any longer. In the central army tent, Wanyan Zhongwang gazed at the celestial screen, where the peerless figure of Princess Mauda appeared. He licked his lips, revealing a ferocious, cruel smile. Her skin like frost and snow, her waist so slender it seemed a mere handful, her long straight legs, and her proud full bosom. He could no longer restrain his urge to ravage Princess Mauda. The 200,000 Jin soldiers, watching Zhao Heng deliver his own sister drunk, were filled with excitement and pride. Their eyes gleamed and they sharpened their blades, eager to storm the city, slay indiscriminately, and seize beautiful women and gold. Imperial brother. Princess Mauda's dazed, beautiful eyes gazed helplessly and despairingly at the celestial screen. The very scene she had just endured. She lowered her gaze to the distant Jin army encampment, already imagining the tragic fate that awaited her inside. But she had no strength left. Even suicide was beyond her reach. All she could do was stare at the gilded list and watch her own future unfold. The scene shifts. Princess Mauda and over 1,000 plundered Song beauties are sent into the military camp like lambs thrown into a wolf den. Princess Mauda suffers brutal, savage violation at the hands of Wanyan Zhongwang, enduring a fate worse than death. The other women likewise endure inhuman torture and abuse from the barbarians. Ah, they must be slain. They deserve to die. How hateful. How detestable. I want to slaughter them all. The barbarians are hateful, but Song Huizong and Song Qinzong are equally deserving of death. Countless people gnashed their teeth, wishing they could devour their flesh, drink their blood, and tear those vile villains to pieces. Wu no. Please let us go. I want to go home. We beg you. Behind Princess Maoda's carriage, over 1,000 innocent women plundered from their homes wept and begged, as they saw the tragic fate awaiting them. Some even tried to flee. Yet the imperial guards of Song Qinzong, who dared not raise their blades against the Jin soldiers, now lorded it over the women and children, shouting harshly, "Stay put. By His Majesty's decree, anyone who attempts to flee shall be executed without mercy, and their entire clan shall be wiped out." Hearing the threat of extermination, the innocent women were cowed into submission. They dared not move. Helplessly and despairingly, they were led toward the wolf's den of the Jin camp. The scene shifts, having violated Princess Maoda, Wanyan Zongwang, and his Jin soldiers remain unsatisfied. Song Qinzong's humiliating pleas for mercy bring no chance of survival. Instead, they embolden the Jin soldiers. They breach the city of Bianjing, capture Emperors Huizong and Qinzong along with countless palace concubines and maids. They plunder all the wealth and beauties of Bianjing, mercilessly slaughter countless men, the elderly and the weak, and return with mountains of jewels and a multitude of Song beauties. Wherever the Jin army passes, the land is laid waste and the people are left destitute. Empress Zhu of Song Qinzong, only 26 years old, becomes a target of the Jin soldiers' mockery and abuse due to her beauty and status, enduring endless humiliation and torment. Other women suffer even more brutal violations at the hands of the barbarians. When the captured Song party arrives at the Jin capital, the Jin people hold a victory ceremony, the so-called sheep-leading ritual. Emperors Huizong and Qinzong along with empresses and consorts are taken before the ancestral temple. Stripped to the waist, draped in sheepskin, and with ropes bound around their necks, they are led like sheep, symbolizing their submission to slaughter. Empress Zhu, unable to bear such humiliation, takes her own life. Yet Emperors Huizong and Qinzong continue to endure the disgrace and cling to life. Countless women suffer unspeakably. Consort Wei is sent to the laundry bureau, where due to her status, she is tormented by Jin soldiers forced to receive hundreds of men each day. Princess Maoda is likewise tormented by Wanyan Zongwang. Soon after, Wanyan Zongwang dies, and she is given to the Jin general Wanyan Xin. Wanyan Xin is even more brutal. Princess Maoda is tortured by him until she is beyond suffering and ultimately dies from a ruptured intestinal tract at the age of 26. They must die. How hateful. If not for the pathetic cowardice of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, how could the women of the Great Song have suffered such humiliation and calamity? Why must the land be laid waste and the people be left destitute? They are not real men. Any man with a shred of courage would have risen in fury, mobilized the entire nation, and fought to the death against the enemy. Does the Great Song fear a war? A head severed is but a bowl-sized scar. What is there to fear? Song Huizong and Song Qinzong were so spineless that they plundered their own women to send to the barbarians for violation just to survive. And what good did it do them in the end? Faced with the enemy, there is only war. The world was an uproar filled with righteous indignation. A princess of a great dynasty had died in such a humiliating manner. An imperial consort of a great dynasty had been reduced to a military prostitute. This was the disgrace of the Great Song. This was the shame of every man of the Great Song. In the Great Song Palace, Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji and Emperor Qinzong Zhao Hung stared wide-eyed, their scalps tingling in disbelief. They had offered women princesses gold and jewels as demanded, yet the Jin people had broken their word and attacked them anyway. Flee! No, I will not be a captive. I will not be a captive. Zhao Ji and Zhao Hung panicked. They prepared to escape. In the rear palace, Empress Zhu, Consort Wei, and the other consorts were equally terrified. The future scenes revealed on the screen were like a living hell for them. They knew the Jin soldiers were just outside. In other words, this future was already upon them. Sisters, if the city falls, let us die for the nation. Surely you do not wish to live in such agony and disgrace. Empress Zhu looked at the assembled consorts and spoke slowly. She had already made up her mind. As soon as the Jin soldiers arrived, she would take her own life. She would never become a captive. We obey your decree, Empress. They all responded. Of course, some among them might lack the courage to die or might not wish to. Tianshan Mountain, Kaomiao Peak, Lingjiu Palace. Wu Xingyun's hair bristled with rage, her killing intent soaring to the heavens. These barbarians are seeking death. I shall go and slay them. I'll go too. Li Qiushui and Li Songhai followed suit. For once the three of them were in agreement. Let us go. I wish to see for myself just how spineless Zhao Ji and Zhao Hung are, and how fearsome and brutal Wanyan Zongwang and Wanyan Xin truly are. Zhao Wu's voice carried a chill. Torturing women was no act of prowess. He had not stretched his muscles in a long time. Zhao Wu, holding Wu Xingyun in one arm and Li Qiushui in the other, took Li Songhai with him and vanished from Lingjiu Palace, heading for Bianjing. Bianjing. Princess Maoda's carriage arrived at the Jin army camp without pause, and was sent directly to the central tent Wanyan Zhongwang's headquarters. Wanyan Zhongwang looked at the 7-orifice spirit-connecting pill he had just taken from Princess Maoda, then, at the utterly limp princess thrown onto the couch, a twisted grin spreading across his face. What an unexpected prize! Wanyan Zhongwang set the pill aside for the moment, not rushing to consume it, and slowly walked toward Princess Maoda. This exquisite creature intrigued him far more. Princess Maoda stared fixedly at Wanyan Zhongwang, silent. She knew that anything she said would be useless. In fact, the more she resisted and screamed, the more excited Wanyan Zhongwang would become, and the more he would torment and humiliate her. As expected of the most beautiful princess of the great song. Even when she glares, she has such charm. Wanyan Zhongwang let out a lecherous laugh, approached the couch, his eyes filled with cruelty and savagery. General Wanyan enjoying the mood. Just as Wanyan Zhongwang reached out to grab Princess Maoda, a mocking voice suddenly rang out in his tent. Would you like this king to play with you? Who goes there? Wanyan Zhongwang was startled. He was a peak-level celestial man cultivator, yet someone had infiltrated his tent undetected. The intruder's strength was surely formidable. Moreover, his tent was surrounded by numerous experts, and there were 200,000 troops outside. Could it be a land immortal? But even a land immortal. What of it? His army also had land immortals. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as Wanyan Zhongwang raised his head abruptly. What met his eyes were 4 figures of transcendent elegance. 1 man and 3 women. The man had a face as fair as jade, handsomer than Pan An, with a noble and spirited bearing, sword-like brows, eyes bright as shooting stars, and an unparalleled grace that made all who saw him feel humbled. The women were breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, and otherworldly, like celestial maidens, pure and unmatched, standing aloof from the mortal world. King Wu. Wanyan Zhongwang paid no attention to the 3 peerless beauties, Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Conghaiyou. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Wu, his mind churning like a stormy sea. Why was Zhao Wu here? Martial King. Princess Maoda's desolate and despairing beautiful eyes suddenly burst with unparalleled brilliance, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Wu. At this moment, everything around seemed to vanish, leaving only Zhao Wu in the entire world. As a princess of the great song, she had witnessed countless talented youths and prodigies. But she had never seen nor even imagined that a person could be so perfect. His flawless face seemed chiseled by knife and axe, handsome and resolute with sharp contours. His upright figure towered like lofty mountains, exuding a majestic aura. He seemed not of the mortal world, but like an ancient god descending to earth. His black and white eyes resembled the vast, profound starry sky, or a sovereign looking down upon all beings, mysterious yet terrifyingly majestic. She had seen Zhao Wu's image countless times on the golden list light curtain, but at this moment of truly seeing him, her soul was struck with unprecedented shock. Behind Zhao Wu she seemed to see a golden dragon coiling and roaring, shaking heaven and earth. A single roar could shatter the starry river. A single dance could move the cosmos. Terrifying and overwhelming, exuding an aura of supreme nobility, ultimate strength, and utmost honor. But upon closer inspection, everything just now seemed an illusion. Beneath Zhao Wu's warm, bright, and deep eyes, she felt like bathing in a spring breeze, her body and mind joyful and comfortable. Just standing before him, looking at him, filled her heart with extraordinary sweetness and satisfaction. At this moment, in Princess Maoda's eyes, the figure before her, perfect as a god, was heaven, was earth, was everything, occupying her body and soul completely. This was not infatuation, but because Zhao Wu's life essence far surpassed hers, exerting a fatal attraction, like the attraction of a higher life form to a lower one. May I ask what orders the martial king has for gracing us with his presence? Wanyan Zhongwang, also stunned at the sight of Zhao Wu, quickly regained his composure, and asked with vigilance and neither servility nor arrogance. He did not wish to offend Zhao Wu, especially the martial god behind Zhao Wu. But he was not afraid of Zhao Wu either. After all, he was a prince of the Jin kingdom. Didn't I already say? I came to play with you. Zhao Wu smiled faintly and slowly walked toward Wanyan Zhongwang. Martial King, if you like this woman, I can give her to you as a token of friendship. But if you seek trouble, this is not your Great Qin. Wanyan Zhongwang spoke in a deep voice. Although this was not the Great Qin either, he had 200,000 troops here, and a land immortal level Jin kingdom guardian. Make friends. Li Qiushui sneered disdainfully. You are not worthy. Wanyan Zhongwang's face darkened. It seemed Zhao Wu had come with ill intent. He looked at Li Qiushui and taunted. Isn't this the famous fairy Li? I heard you like handsome men. There are 200,000 great Jin warriors here. Surely enough to satisfy your appetite. He was clearly referring to the original fate where Li Qiushui deliberately sought many handsome men to provoke Wu Yazi. You seek death. Li Qiushui's pretty face instantly darkened like water. In her heart there was only Zhao Wu, and in this life only Zhao Wu. But the original fate revealed by the golden list had damaged her reputation, making her seem like a fickle woman. Wu Xingyun often used this to mock her during their arguments. She hated when others mentioned it. She couldn't deal with Wu Xingyun, But what kind of dog was this to dare mock her? Slap! A blood-red palm print instantly appeared on Ying Zheng's face, and he was sent flying crashing through the tent. General! The surrounding guards and experts were shocked. Powerful auras surged up quickly encircling Ying Zheng for protection. Assassin! Protect the second prince! Protect the general! Panicked shouts rang out, shaking the entire camp, as countless experts rushed over. Who dares to be insolent? An old man with white hair and beard stepped through the air, his voice like rolling thunder deafening, exuding the overwhelming might of a land immortal at the divine void stage. He was the peerless expert accompanying the army, the Jin Kingdom guardian Wanyan Batian. And what if I am insolent? With a flash of white light, Li Qiushui's ethereal figure appeared opposite Wanyan Boshan, her white robe like snow cold as frost. Li Qiushui. Wanyan Boshan's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected it to be Li Qiushui. He was certainly familiar with her, the peerless beauty on the beauty list, recently listed on the top 10 tragedies. But practicing the lesser subtlety art, her martial arts were formidable, surpassing ancient and modern times, and she had already broken through to the land immortal realm. Even he was not sure he could handle her. Besides, he knew that if Li Qiushui was here, could Wu Xingyun and Li Songhai also be present? The three had similar martial arts. Dealing with one was hard enough. If all three were here, he was no match. But as the saying goes, what you fear comes. Wu Xingyun and Li Songhai soon appeared in his sight. This is troublesome. Wanyan Boshan's face darkened under immense pressure. He wanted to save Wanyan Zhongwang, retreat first and then decide. But before he could act, an extreme sense of danger struck. White rainbow palm. Li Qiushui didn't waste words and attacked directly. A terrifying aura like a rainbow spanning the sky tore through the air and came crashing down. Boom! Wanyan Batian hastily blocked, only to be sent flying by the palm strike. Third guardian. Wanyan Zhongwang was horrified. His pride, the land immortal expert, was sent flying with a single palm. And this was just Li Qiushui. Wu Xingyun and Li Songhai hadn't even acted yet. And the most terrifying was the Martial King. When Li Qiushui appeared on the tragedy list, it mentioned the Martial King. Over a decade ago, he could already defeat the three women's master Zaya. How strong he was now was unimaginable. Aren't you fond of tormenting the beauties of my great song? Wu Xingyun's cold gaze fell on Wanyan Zhongwang and she sneered. I'll play with you today. Let's see how you like the taste of the life and death curse. As she spoke, Wu Xingyun condensed qi into ice in her palm, forming a thin ice shard, flicked it, and shot it into Wanyan Zhongwang's body. Ah! Soon the life and death curse took effect. Unbearable itching and excruciating pain. A fate worse than death. Second prince. General. The surrounding experts were both shocked and furious, charging at Wu Xingyun. Green sun brings new year. Daytime stars appear. Tranquil meditation tames the poison dragon. Wu Xingyun and Li Songhai waved their hands, sending palm strikes flying, killing the experts rushing at them. They were using the famous celestial mountain 6 yang palms of the carefree sect. While Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai battled the Jin army outside Zhao, Wu slowly walked up to Princess Mauda. He raised his hand and gently tapped her smooth forehead with his index finger. Princess Mauda, who had been drugged and poisoned, weak and limp, shuddered. It felt as if all filth had been washed away, leaving her indescribably relaxed and refreshed, her strength restored. All right, the poison in your body is gone. Zhao Wu's voice snapped the staring Princess Mauda back to reality. Her fair face instantly flushed crimson like blood burning hot. Mauda, oh Mauda, you are so unguarded. But the Martial King is truly handsome. Far more than his image on the golden list. Princess Mauda scolded herself inwardly. Feeling her restored strength, she stood up, bowed gracefully, and said, Mauda thanks the Martial King for saving my life. Your great kindness. Your great kindness is beyond repayment. So will it be offering yourself as a servant or being a beast of burden in the next life? Zhao Wu interrupted her, looking at her with a teasing smile. I am so handsome, so it must be the former right. The Martial King jokes. Princess Mauda couldn't help but laugh, her whole body trembling with mirth. She hadn't expected the Martial King to be so humorous, not fierce at all, and easy to get along with. No wonder so many beauties favored the Martial King. At this thought, Princess Mauda's cheeks grew even redder. These are your pills. You are safe now. Zhao Wu didn't continue teasing her. He handed her the 7 orifices spirit pill, the golden list reward that Wanyan Zhongwang had stolen earlier. Martial King, I cannot accept this pill. It was taken by Wanyan Zhongwang, so it became his. Now that it's in your hands, it is naturally your war trophy. Princess Mauda said. Enough, I have no shortage of pills. This is of great benefit to you. Zhao Wu grasped Princess Mauda's soft, smooth little hand and placed the pill directly into her palm. Held by Zhao Wu's warm, strong hand, Princess Mauda's delicate body trembled, her cheeks burning, and she dared not meet his eyes. All right, I'm leaving. Zhao Wu turned and walked out of the tent. Watching his tall, straight back, Princess Mauda felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She had been given to the Jin people by her father and brother. Now that she was free, where could she go? She was homeless. In the next moment, a flash of determination crossed Princess Maoda's eyes, and she made a decision in her heart. If she missed this chance, she might never meet Zhao Wu again. She didn't want to regret it in the future. Martial King. Princess Maoda called out loudly, then rushed forward, spreading her arms and tightly embracing Zhao Wu from behind. Martial King, please let me follow you, okay? I can do anything and will never cause you trouble. Holding Zhao Wu's mighty body, breathing in his strong masculine scent, Princess Maoda felt an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment her eyes were filled with hope, anxiety, and worry. What if Zhao Wu refused? Zhao Wu turned around, pinched her delicate fair chin, and looked into her expectant, anxious eyes with a sharp gaze, teasingly asking, anything. Anything you can do. As he spoke, Zhao Wu drew closer, his hot breath brushing against her face. Princess Maoda Diji's heart fluttered, her chest heaving, and her heart pounding like a startled deer. Summoning courage, she nodded and whispered, Looking at the face now less than 10 centimeters away, she tilted her head slightly and closed her eyes involuntarily. Her red lips were so tempting, begging to be kissed. Zhao Wu lowered his head and gave her a firm kiss, just a brief taste. Then he scooped her up in a princess carry, and in an instant they appeared above the camp. When Maoda Diji opened her eyes, she found herself in the air with countless Jin soldiers below surrounding Wu Xingyun and her companions. He saw Wu Xingyun and the others unleashing moves of boundless power, causing the surrounding Jin soldiers to fall like stalks of wheat before the wind. Suddenly, Zhao Wu moved. His sharp gaze swept over the battlefield as strands of sword aura burst from his body, transforming into countless blades. 10,000 swords returned to one. As Zhao Wu's deep voice resounded, billions of sword energies rained down like droplets, covering an area of dozens of miles. Ah! Maoda Diji gasped, her lips parting in shock as she stared at the breathtaking scene below. Every sword energy that fell claimed a life. With billions descending, the 200,000 Jin soldiers were annihilated in an instant. Whether they were at the Hotian or Xiantian stage, or even Heavenly Man or Land Immortal, all were struck down in a single blow. How is this possible? No! Wanyan Boshan, a Land Immortal, was utterly horrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't even block a single sword energy. In other words, even if all 200,000 Jin soldiers were Land Immortals, they would still be wiped out instantly by this technique. How terrifying was that? What kind of power was this? Bang! The last spark of life extinguished. Wanyan Boshan's corpse fell, raising a cloud of dust. What a monster! Li Qiushui watched as Wanyan Boshan, who had fought her to a stalemate for 300 rounds, was casually slain by a strand of Zhao Wu's sword aura. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Zhao Wu was truly growing stronger. His cultivation had already elevated from the 1 tribulation realm to the 4 tribulation realm. Once he weathered 5 more thunder tribulations, he would become a celestial immortal. Eternal youth, a lifespan as long as heaven. Is this power something a human can possess? It's too incredible. Maoda Diji was utterly shaken. As a princess of the Great Song, she had seen many powerful figures, but compared to Zhao Wu they were like fireflies against the bright moon. Incomparable. This is nothing. I have even stronger skills. Zhao Wu looked down at the girl's stunned and admiring face, giving a playful smile. In truth, his rapid advancement over this period was greatly indebted to a series of stunning beauties. These stunning beauties were all heaven-blessed maidens. Many were still pure. Practicing the Yellow Emperor's inner classic with them, Zhao Wu found it impossible not to see his cultivation rise. There's even stronger. What is it? Maoda Diji asked instinctively. It can only be sensed, not explained. Zhao Wu smiled mysteriously. I'll take you to experience it deeply, then you'll know. As he spoke, Zhao Wu vanished into the sky with Maoda Diji in his arms. What a big scoundrel! Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and the others couldn't help cursing as they watched their departing backs. Then the 3 of them also returned to the Spirit Vulture Palace on the ethereal peak of Tianshan Mountain. Whoosh! Shortly after Wu Xingyun and the others left, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. His figure was as straight as a peerless divine sword that could pierce heaven and earth. Such powerful sword aura! Dugu Chobai felt the lingering traces on the battlefield, his heart trembling. With a flicker, he arrived before Wanyan Boshan's corpse. He crouched down, reached out to examine the wound on Wanyan Boshan, and sensed the residual sword aura. He drew a sharp breath. Even with his own strength, he feared he could not withstand that sword energy. He continued his observation and discovered an even more terrifying aspect. Could these people all have been killed by the same technique? Dugu Chobai was horrified. In his mind he simulated the scene, a godlike figure standing in the void, endless sword aura surging outward and raining down. 200,000 troops reduced to ashes. Who is this person? Could it be the martial god? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Dugu Chobai approached a surviving woman from the Great Song. Zhao Wu's 10,000 swords returned to one had annihilated all the Jin soldiers. However, the captured women of respectable families from the Great Song were naturally spared by Zhao Wu. What did you see? Who killed them? It was the martial king of Great Qin. The woman's eyes were filled with admiration and worship. With a nostalgic tone she said, "The martial king stood in the sky holding the princess like a god descending to earth, emitting endless sword aura from his body. Like a divine judgment he slaughtered all those beasts in one stroke." It's actually the martial king. Dugu Chobai was shocked. Even if the martial king were a land immortal, he couldn't have such power. Could the martial king have surpassed the land immortal realm? How could that be? How old was the martial king? Becoming a land immortal at his age was already extraordinary. Dugu Chobai asked a few more people and all gave the same answer. Moreover, the martial king had appeared many times on the golden list. They couldn't be mistaken. The martial god wouldn't impersonate the martial king. That meant it truly was the martial king who had struck. Such terrifying talent. Soon one powerful figure after another arrived. Seeing the scene, they were all dumbfounded. I never imagined the martial king could be so terrifying. Legend has it that the martial god has already become an immortal. Now it seems it's true. Well done. I never expected the one who saved our great song's princess to be the martial king of Great Qin. What irony. These beasts deserve to die. Is anyone willing to go north with me to kill the wolves? Count me in. These bastards treat us like song sheep. I'll show them what we're made of. Together. As more martial artists arrived, the place became lively. They thought about how without the Golden List's exposure and the martial king's intervention their great song would have fallen. The emperor captured, the imperial consorts turned into military prostitutes, and the princess tortured to death with a ruptured anus. They couldn't contain their fury. The crowd surged northward in a mighty wave. Meanwhile, at the Great Song Imperial Palace, Emperor Huizong of Song Zhaoji and Emperor Qinzong Zhaohong, who were preparing to flee, suddenly received news Princess Maudadiji had been rescued by the martial king, and the entire 200,000 strong Jin army had been wiped out. Heaven has opened its eyes. This is wonderful. We're saved. Zhao Ji and Zhao Hong were ecstatic. They had both seen the future revealed on the Golden List. They were captured by the Jin army, deprived of status and dignity. Their consorts and daughters turned into playthings for the Jin, subjected to wanton torture and humiliation. As long as we cling to the martial king's coattails, what is there to fear from the Jin soldiers? Zhao Ji and Zhao Hong, thinking of Zhao Wu's annihilation of 200,000 Jin troops, began to scheme. Hunger issue an imperial decree at once betrothing Mauda to the martial king as his consort, said Zhao Ji. Zhao Hong nodded. He had been thinking the same. To be so shameless is a waste of food. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. A tall, curvaceous, and voluptuous figure slowly materialized, wearing a black iron mask, a metallic battle suit, fishnet stockings, high heels, and holding a pink sword with a hilt shaped like a Jingni head. Jingni! Zhao Ji and Zhao Hong were shocked. They were well aware of Jingni's reputation and appearance, recognizing her at once. What do you want? Mauda is now the martial king's woman. Zhao Ji blustered. You dare mention her? Jingni sneered. With a flash of her sword, Zhao Ji's head fell to the ground. When you sent Princess Maudadiji to the Jin soldiers for their amusement, why didn't you remember she was your own daughter? Thinking of the original fate of Princess Maudadiji, tortured by the Jin until her anus ruptured, dying in agony. Even Jingni, a killer, felt a surge of rage. The tragedy of Princess Maudadiji was entirely caused by these two men. They personally pushed her into the fire pit. People like them. Should they be spared for the new year? Ah! Don't kill me. What do you want? I'll agree to anything. Zhao Hong saw his father Zhao Ji decapitated and was terrified. His legs trembling, he knelt and begged for mercy. Having once drugged his own sister and handed her over to the Jin for their pleasure, he had no qualms about begging for his life. His backbone had long turned soft. His dignity and spirit had been shattered by the Jin. Proclaim the nation's surrender to Great Qin, Jingni said, coldly placing her sword against Zhao Heng's neck. Yes. This humble one will comply. Zhao Hong dared not hesitate and quickly agreed. Jingni stayed by his side to handle the surrender. As for the treacherous ministers, corrupt officials, and decadent nobles of the Great Song, there was only one word: kill. If not for Zhao Heng's current usefulness, Jingni would have slain him with a single sword stroke. But killing him was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the heavenly court assassins stationed in the Great Song, the 12 fiends of Tianqi, received Zhao Wu's orders and set out to annihilate the Western army led by Wanyan Zhonghan that had entered the Great Song. Meanwhile, Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying, who had been developing forces near Liangshan, led an army of 100,000 troops to attack the Jin nation. Time slowly passed. Because the Golden List had exposed the Jin's bestial acts, the Great Song was thrown into an uproar. Countless righteous and indignant individuals, their hair bristling with fury, spontaneously set out to attack the Jin nation. The beggar clans Hong, Qigong, the Chuanjin sects, Wang, Chongyang, the Shaolin monastery, and other sects all dispatched their experts. especially the major sects. Whether they wanted to or not, they had to send people. Otherwise their reputation would be ruined. After all, whether it was the Jin's capture of the Song imperial family and the humiliating, sheep-leading ceremony, or the torture of Princess Mauda Diji to death with a ruptured anus, the entire nation was incensed. At this moment, if any major sect failed to show its stance, it would surely be reviled by the world. As for all this, Zhao Wu paid little attention. He only needed to give orders and control the general direction. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhao Wu helped Mauda Diji refine the 7-orifice exquisite elixir, while also instructing her in cultivation and imparting some basic knowledge. Mauda Diji was also eager to learn. Under Zhao Wu's guidance, her entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation, becoming more mature and clear-sighted. Today is the day of the Golden List's update. I wonder who will be on it this time. Princess Mauda Diji's face was flushed. She rested her head on Zhao Wu's chest, gazing at the Golden List suspended in the sky, filled with curiosity and emotion. Thinking of her original fate, she felt incredibly fortunate now. Finally, the day for the Golden List's update has arrived. I wonder who it will be this time. I heard that Zhao Ji, that wretched dog, had his head chopped off by Jing Ni's sword. It was too good for him. And Zhao Heng, that traitorous thief, deserves the same fate. Indeed, as an emperor, how could he be so weak and incompetent, utterly lacking the spirit and backbone of a Yanhuang man? As a ruler, to survive, he actually seized his own subjects and handed them over to the enemy for torment, making their lives worse than death. He even offered his own daughters and sisters to the Jin savages for abuse and humiliation. Truly a heinous crime that even death cannot atone for. Thankfully, the Golden List exposed them, and the invading Jin dogs were all annihilated by King Wu's men. I heard King Wu wiped out 10,000 troops with a single sword strike, his sword energy spanning 100,000 li. Truly terrifying. I've long known that the martial god is not human, but I never expected King Wu to be this monstrous. I really wonder how King Wu cultivates. With so many women, does he even have time to practice? Envy and jealousy. I heard that Princess Mauda was also taken away by King Wu. It's not a bad thing that Princess Mauda was taken by King Wu. At least she won't suffer the same fate as in her original destiny. Endlessly tortured and humiliated by the Jin dogs, eventually dying from a ruptured anus. For a princess of the Great Song to die in such a manner is a disgrace to the empire. That's not necessarily true. I have a bold idea. Maybe King Wu likes. Warning from King Wu. As the day for the Golden List's update arrived, the 9 continents seethed with anticipation. Especially in the Great Song, with Princess Mauda on the list, the disgraceful acts of Zhao Ji and Zhao Heng, and the brutal behavior of the Jin dogs, the entire empire was like boiling water. Turbulent and aflame with righteous fury. The Great Song, the northern frontier. A massive army like a black torrent moved slowly forward. At the head were 3 rare female generals. With graceful figures draped in red robes and golden armor, holding long spears, they were heroic and breathtaking, exuding a unique charm. They were none other than Hu Sanyang Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu, who had originally resided in Liangshan. These Jin dogs are truly beasts. How dare they insult the people of the Great Song like this? This time we will annihilate them to the last man and make them pay with blood. Hu Sanyang's skin was fairer than snow, her delicate face as cold as frost. Her autumn water eyes gazed into the distance toward the northern frontier, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. As a woman, she loathed the Jin dogs' atrocities even more. Indeed, blood for blood. Liang Hongyu declared with murderous intent. Hum hum hum, hum hum hum. At that moment, above the firmament, the majestic Golden List shimmered with radiant clouds and thousands of auspicious colors. Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, Mu Guiying, and the 100,000 troops behind them all involuntarily looked up. Top 10 tragic figures. 7th, Hu Sanyang. It's General Hu. General Hu actually made it onto the tragic list. How is this possible? My heart aches for General Hu for 2 seconds. The 6th tragic figure, Princess Mauda, was already pitiful enough. Given away by her father and brother to the Jin dogs, passed from hand to hand, and finally tortured to death with a ruptured anus. Could General Hu be even worse? General Hu is leading the troops into battle. If she's captured by the enemy. Hiss. Unthinkable. The 100,000 troops behind Hu Sanyang erupted in commotion. They hadn't expected her to be on the list, but considering she was a female general, it wasn't entirely impossible. As a female general, once captured by the enemy. That fate. The enemy would show no mercy or sympathy. They would only be crueler, subjecting her to all kinds of torture, especially those designed for women. Truly inhumane. In comparison, Princess Mauda's death from a ruptured anus might even be considered fortunate. It's Hu Sanyang of the Great Song. Another beauty from the Peerless Beauty list has made the list. Hu Sanyang is also ranked 14th on the Martial General list. Who would have thought such a powerful female general would end up on the tragic list? Isn't this normal? Since ancient times, beauties and famous generals suffer the same fate. Never allowed to see old age. Hu Sanyang is not only a peerless beauty on the Peerless Beauty list, but also an extraordinary martial general on the martial general list. How could she not be tragic? A beautiful female general like Hu Sanyang, once captured by the enemy, would probably have hundreds of thousands of enemy troops excited, eager to interrogate her thoroughly and beat her mercilessly. I heard Hu Sanyang led her troops to attack the Jin dogs. Could she have been defeated in the Jin kingdom and captured? Just think of Princess Maoda's fate. As a female general, if Hu Sanyang is captured, it will definitely be even more tragic. Who says otherwise? With Hu Sanyang's strength, even if captured, she would have severely wounded countless Jin dogs. Those Jin dogs would surely vent all their hatred on her, torturing and humiliating her mercilessly, making her life worse than death. The 9 continents erupted in an uproar. Hu Sanyang's name was thunderous. She was not ranked high on the Great Song's peerless beauty list, but she held the 14th spot on the martial general list. Consider that Lu Bu, the first martial general of the Han dynasty, was only ranked 19th. Li Yuanba, the foremost warrior of the Sui dynasty, was only 17th. That Hu Sanyang could rank 14th was nothing short of heaven-defying. Suddenly I realized that among the 10 tragic figures, 7 have been revealed so far. Except for 2 from the Ming dynasty, the rest are all from the Great Song. Isn't that normal? Look at what those 2 dogs Zhao Ji and Zhao Heng did. How could the Great Song not be tragic? In the original Destiny, Princess Maoda died from a ruptured anus, but how many others suffered the same fate as her? The other 20-plus princesses, thousands of palace concubines, and countless virtuous women of the Great Song. Though they didn't make the list, their fates are no better than Princess Maoda's. It's all because the 2 cowardly emperors Zhao Ji and Zhao Heng were too weak. I wonder if Hu Sanyang's tragedy is also due to the Jin dogs. As the world buzzed with discussion, the details of Hu Sanyang's story slowly began to manifest. Jade-like snow skin, lotus-like features with a natural grace. Golden armor gleamed and scales shimmered silver, threaded through a red silk headband. Jade-like hands, delicate and slender, wielded twin precious blades. Heroic and dazzling, with autumn water eyes, 1,000 kinds of enchanting beauty to pick. She galloped her precious steed forward, the frosty blade like wind, determined to slay the enemy troops. A powdered face stained with dust, battle robes soaked with sweat, killing intent surging from her chest and armpits. Soldiers lost their souls, enemies lost their courage. A unique female general. Returning victorious, a faint smile bloomed on her cheeks. Hu Sanyang was born in Julonggang, the daughter of Lord Hu of the Hu family estate. Skilled in twin sabers, she was a formidable martial artist, nicknamed One Green Snake. Hu Sanyang is truly a heroine among women, so heroic and valiant. Yes, indeed, a beauty worthy of the peerless beauty list. As countless admirers gazed at Hu Sanyang's figure, their eyes lit up with desire. But at that moment, the light screen suddenly split into 2 panels. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then realized Hu Sanyang's fate had been changed. Could it be King Wu again? Sure enough. In the left panel, Hu Sanyang encountered the heaven-defying unmatched King Wu. Defeated by him in a single move, she was filled with admiration and reverence. Seeing this, no one was surprised. They were already numb. With King Wu's martial prowess and talent coupled with his peerlessly handsome face, no woman could resist him. Without any surprise, Hu Sanyang was won over by King Wu. Their gaze shifted to the right panel. There lay Hu Sanyang's original future. That was the real highlight. The scene shifted to Song Jiang leading the Liangshan heroes to attack the Zhu family manor. The Zhu, Hu, and Li families were the 3 major powers of Julonggang allied to defend against external threats, though their relations were not entirely harmonious. The Li family had a poor relationship with the Zhu family. Zhu Biao of the Zhu family was betrothed to Hu Sanyang, so the 2 families were close. Hearing that Song Jiang was attacking the Zhu family manor and mindful of the bonds of mutual dependence, Hu Sanyang led her troops to reinforce the Zhu family. Song Jiang arrived outside the Zhu manor and suddenly saw a troop approaching from the west. He left a portion of his men to guard the rear gate and led Openg and Wang Ying, taking half of his forces to meet the enemy. This troop was led by Hu Sanyang with 20 to 30 cavalry and 3 to 500 manor guards. Hu Sanyang rode a green-maned horse wielding twin sun and moon sabers. Among the Liangshan forces, Wang Ying, a lecherous man, saw a female general and wanted to capture her in a single move. He raised his spear and engaged her in battle. After more than 10 exchanges, Wang Ying was at a disadvantage. Wang Ying fought while flirting with Hu Sanyang, which enraged her. She swung her twin sabers, relentlessly forcing Wang Ying to flee. But Hu Sanyang caught up and captured him alive. Holy crap! That short, ugly bastard actually wanted a swan's meat. What a delusion! Serves him right. She should have cut him down with a single strike instead of capturing him. This Wang Ying obviously isn't a good person. Exactly. Kill him. Kill him. Openg, seeing Wang Ying captured, stepped forward to fight Hu Sanyang. But Hu Sanyang's skills were formidable and Openg could not gain any advantage. Then Zhu Long of the Zhu Manor and Deng Fei Ma Lin and Qin Ming of Liangshan joined the fray, sparking a chaotic battle. Qin Ming was captured by the Zhu Manor's teacher Luan Tingyu using a trick. Ma Lin abandoned Hu Sanyang to protect Song Jiang. Zhu Long and Hu Sanyang gave chase. Meanwhile, the remaining Liangshan units arrived. Hu Sanyang's fiancée Zhu Biao also entered the battle, leading to a melee. Hu Sanyang saw Song Jiang riding around searching for lost heroes. She spurred her horse to pursue him but encountered Li Kuei and had to change direction. Then she ran into Lin Chong. After less than 10 exchanges, Hu Sanyang was captured by Lin Chong. After Hu Sanyang was captured, Song Jiang sent her back to Liangshan that night, placing her under his father's supervision. He said he would handle it himself. Everyone assumed he intended to marry her as his wife, so they treated her with great care during the escort. This black-hearted Song Jiang doesn't seem like a good man. Will Hu Sanyang fall into his clutches and suffer torment for the rest of her life? Definitely. Otherwise, why would she be on the tragic list? I have a bold idea. Those bandits of Liangshan always preach share weal and woe. Hu Sanyang is so beautiful. Could they really share the joy? Those Liangshan bandits look vicious and brutal, especially that short, ugly, lecherous Wang Ying, and that black-faced Li Kuei. Could Hu Sanyang also end up like Princess Mauda, tortured to death with a ruptured anal canal? It's quite possible. What atrocities wouldn't these bandits commit? Everyone's hearts tightened. Due to preconceived notions, they saw Song Jiang and his gang as heinous bandits. Of course, the Liangshan heroes were hardly virtuous either. Hu Sanyang's brother Hu Cheng, seeing his sister captured, sought an audience with Song Jiang. They agreed that the Hu family would no longer aid the Zhu family against Liangshan, and if any Zhu family member sought refuge, Hu Cheng would capture them and hand them over to Song Jiang in exchange for Hu Sanyang's release. Later, with the help of Sun Li and others who had defected from Dengzhou, Liangshan breached the Zhu family fortress. Zhu Biao fled to the Hu family, was captured by Hu Cheng's men to be presented to Song Jiang, but encountered Li Kuei on the way. Li Kuei split Zhu Biao's head with an axe and chased after Hu Cheng, who abandoned his home and fled. Li Kuei, in a bloodlust, stormed into the Hu family estate and slaughtered every man, woman, old and young. Upon reporting back to Song Jiang, he was reprimanded but later pardoned for killing enemy generals Zhu Biao and Zhu Hu. Damn! Bandits are indeed heartless, not even sparing the old and weak. The worst part is that the Hu family had already reached an agreement with Song Jiang, yet Li Kuei still massacred them. Such treachery and inhumanity. Li Kuei is a brutal, bloodthirsty madman. I bet Song Jiang secretly ordered it. Isn't that obvious? Even if Song Jiang didn't say it outright, he knew Li Kuei's nature well. Sending him there made his intentions clear. Exactly. Only by wiping out the Hu family could Song Jiang directly take over their territory and seize all their wealth. Song Jiang is truly ruthless. I wonder what will become of Hu Sanyang. She must be devastated upon learning the news, right? In the end, she'll be tormented by the Liangshan bandits, suffering a fate worse than death. Damn bandits! Great song. Dulonggang. Hu family estate. Was our Hu family truly annihilated? Lord Hu stared wide-eyed, still shaken. Thank heaven Sanyang met the martial king, or otherwise our family would be doomed. Lord Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Hu Sanyang met the martial king, her strength had soared. Now Song Jiang and his crew's graves were overgrown with weeds. Northern frontier. Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying stared at the sky. They had thought Hu Sanyang's calamity would come from the Jin soldiers, but it turned out to be the Liangshan bandits. But now those bandits had been eliminated. That original fate would no longer come to pass. Thank heavens I met Brother Wu. Hu Sanyang felt grateful. Thinking of Zhao Wu's towering figure, her eyes brimmed with admiration, worship, and deep contentment. Sister whose heart is fluttering. Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu couldn't resist teasing. Aren't you two the same? Hu Sanyang chuckled softly, then turned her gaze back to the sky, determined to see what ultimately became of her. The Liangshan heroes returned victorious to the mountain. Meanwhile, Hu Sanyang, already on Liangshan, was adopted as a goddaughter by old Lord Song. Song Jiang had previously promised Wang Ying a marriage at Qingfeng Mountain, so he arranged for Hu Sanyang to wed Wang Ying. It turned out that when Song Jiang had sought refuge at Qingfeng Stockade with Huarong, he was captured by bandits on Qingfeng Mountain. Wang Ying and the other two drunk ordered Song Jiang's heart and liver to be made into a hangover soup. In desperation, Song Jiang revealed his name, which happened to be heard by Yan Shun. Learning he was the timely reign of Shandong, they immediately untied him, bowed in reverence, and invited him to stay at Qingfeng Mountain. When Magistrate Lu Gao's wife passed by Qingfeng Mountain to visit her ancestor's grave, the bandits found out. Wang Ying, being a lecher, abducted Lu Gao's wife and took her to his chamber for pleasure. Since she was the wife of Huarong's colleague, Song Jiang persuaded Wang Ying to release her, promising to arrange a marriage for him later. Yan Shun, seeing Song Jiang's firm resolve, disregarded Wang Ying's objections and set Lu Gao's wife free. Though resentful, Wang Ying had to yield out of brotherhood. Damn! That short-legged tiger Wang Ying is not only a lecher but also a cannibal, a beast. True lust is understandable as its human nature. Even the martial king has many beauties, but a gentleman's desire has its limits. Wang Ying's abduction of women is already bestial, but cannibalism is utterly unforgivable. Surely Hu Sanyang won't agree to marry that scoundrel Wang Ying. That pervert Wang Ying is brutal and violent. If she marries him, won't he destroy her? Hu Sanyang is a prisoner. Does she have a choice? If she refuses, Song Jiang might hand her over to all the bandits for their pleasure. Wouldn't that be worse? Alas! I never imagined there could be such inhuman bandits in this world. If I ever meet one, I'll strike him dead with one palm. Xiao Feng fumed, itching to find and slay Wang Ying. The 9 provinces seethed. Countless righteous people loathed Wang Ying, wishing to chop him into pieces. Killing him outright was too merciful. Liang Hongyu Mu Guiying and Hu Sanyang uttered fiercely. Sister, who would you agree to marry Wang Ying? Mu Guiying looked at her curiously. If it were her, she would never consent. She would rather feign agreement than make a desperate move, taking a few down with her. Hu Sanyang fell silent. She didn't know if she would accept. After all, she hadn't lived through it. As she pondered, the scene in the sky shifted. Hu Sanyang, seeing Song Jiang's profound loyalty, had no choice but to agree. From Chao Gai down to all the officers, they celebrated, and a grand feast was held that day. Our fine cabbage is being rooted by a pig. Pig! How dare you insult pigs? Wang Ying is worse than a pig. Hu Sanyang actually agreed. But she had no choice. Circumstances overpower the individual. In the end, Hu Sanyang's character was too weak. The world buzzed with discussion. The outcome was unexpected yet understandable. Tanshan, Misty Peak, Spirit Crane Palace. Zhao Wu held Princess Maoda's warm, soft body, gazing calmly at the heavenly screen. He knew Hu Sanyang's original fate all too well. Zhao Wu understood Hu Sanyang deeply, her psychology, consciousness, personality, and even the form and contours of her body. In his view, like Qin Ming Lu Junyi and others coerced into banditry, she suffered from Stockholm Syndrome, resigning to and depending on her fate as a bandit. Zhao Wu rather liked Hu Sanyang. Teasing her occasionally was amusing. Martial King, you truly are a guardian angel for women, appearing wherever there's trouble. Princess Maoda's face flushed, her eyes glazed with passion and gratitude as she gazed at Zhao Wu. Without him, she would have fallen into an abyss of suffering, dying from a ruptured anal canal. Without him, Hu Sanyang's family would have been slaughtered, and she would have been forced to marry Wang Ying. A similarly tragic fate. Wang Ying was short, ugly, and brutal. Given his deplorable appearance, he must have been inadequate. She had heard that such men were often twisted inside. Unable to perform, Wang Ying in his cruelty would surely use other tools to torment Hu Sanyang. The more she suffered, the greater his satisfaction. Guardian Angel. Zhao Wu chuckled. The title seemed fitting. He had indeed saved countless tragic maidens, even women, since arriving in this world. The thief was none other than myself. The scene shifted. After Liangshan accepted amnesty, Hu Sanyang and Wang Ying served as officers in campaigns against Liao Tian, Hu Wangqing, and Fang La. In the final battle against Fang La, Hu Sanyang was struck in the face by a gilded copper brick thrown by Zheng Biao, knocking her off her horse to her death. Reward 1 top grade 7 apertures exquisite pill, which clears the mind, sharpens insight, and grants enlightenment. Alas, Hu Sanyang died young after all. A beautiful woman's tragic fate. As the saying goes, famous generals are like beauties, they are not allowed to see gray hair. Hu Sanyang, being both a general and a beauty, naturally couldn't live long. But her fate has been changed by the martial king. She probably won't die in battle, right? That's uncertain. She's currently campaigning against the Jin kingdom. On the battlefield, swords and arrows are blind. Life and death are unpredictable. People lamented Hu Sanyang's original fate, but more were concerned about her current campaign against the Jin. At that moment, Hu Sanyang and her companions finished watching the list and led the army onward. With 3 top 20 martial generals, herself, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying, they swept through all obstacles. In 3 days, they conquered 18 cities. The Jin kingdom was in panic. King Wanyanshang offered a huge reward for strong warriors, and through Ouyang Ku paid a colossal price to recruit the Western poison Ouyang Feng to deal with the 3 women. Just 3 women. What is there to fear? Ouyang Feng's calm voice carried arrogance. Few experts in the world earned his respect. If the martial king himself came, he would be more cautious. But Hu Sanyang and the others were beneath his notice. Uncle, those women, Hu Sanyang, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu, are peerless beauties. Could you spare them and give them to me? Ouyang Ku's eyes gleamed with a wolfish green light. As a lecher, he couldn't let such beauties slip away. Of course. Ouyang Feng agreed readily. He had a peculiar affection for Ouyang Ku, for Ouyang Ku was not his nephew. He was his son. But few knew this secret, as the situation was complicated. Thank you, uncle. Ouyang Ku rejoiced, trusting Ouyang Feng's strength. In that moment, he already envisioned Hu Sanyang and the others bound and helpless like meat on a chopping block for him to toy with. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the golden list quivered. Today's list had been updated. Top 10 tragic figures, 8th place. I wonder who it will be this time. Could it be someone from our great song again? The moon waxes and wanes, people meet and part. Nothing is perfect since ancient times. I wonder if the martial king will appear this time. People used to say power has its limits, but I found the martial king's footprints are all over the 9 provinces. Wherever there is a beautiful woman, there is the martial king. In our great Ming, didn't people say that wherever there is a beauty you can find Lu Xiaofeng? But now compared to the martial king, Lu Xiaofeng is simply pathetic. I wonder how tragic the people on the list this time are. I think the most tragic one right now is Princess Mauda. Actually, Hu Sanyang is also quite tragic. Her entire family was killed by Li Kuei, and not only can she not avenge them, she has to submit to the enemy, especially that beast Wang Ying. Azu is also tragic. She finally met Xiao Feng, but before they could have a single day of peace, she was mistakenly killed by him. All that remains is an empty promise of cattle and sheep on the frontier. In the Jin kingdom, Ouyang could gaze at the golden list in the sky, his eyes burning with anticipation. I wonder if the ones on the list this time are beauties. Now the tragic figures on the list, except for Yu Tanji, that ultimate simp, are all peerless beauties. Even the married Ning Zhongzi still retains her charm with a unique allure. For one who delights in beauties, his interest was piqued. Perhaps there would be a beauty on the list suitable for him to acquire. Besides Hu Sanyang, who had already marched toward the Jin kingdom, Ouyang Ku was also interested in Azu, who was on the list of the 10 tragic figures. Moreover, Azu was merely a maidservant of the Murong family with low martial arts skills. It would not be difficult to obtain her. He had already decided to travel to the Great Song in a few days and collect some beauties, the more the merrier. It's actually her. Suddenly a flicker of surprise crossed Ouyang Ku's eyes. On the golden list, large characters appeared 10 tragic figures. 8th Jingni. Holy shit. It's actually Jingni. How is that possible? Jingni made the list. Jingni now shakes the 9 provinces with her fame, 3rd on the martial general list, 2nd on the army list, as the leader of the invisible ghost soldiers, and 2nd on the assassin list. I heard she has been secretly protecting the martial king. The number of strong experts from the 9 provinces who have died under her Jingni sword could form a mountain. Such a fierce person actually made the tragic list. I wonder what tragedy Jingni has. Looking forward to it. At the sight of Jingni's name, the 9 provinces erupted in uproar. Great song. In the imperial palace, Zhao Heng's pupils contracted and his weak gaze involuntarily glanced around, as if some invisible eyes were watching him. Previously, Jingni had beheaded his father Zhao Ji before his eyes, and then monitored him as he surrendered to Great Qin. He had witnessed Jingni's cruelty and ruthlessness. Countless ministers and generals who opposed surrender were decapitated by Jingni one by one. What terrified Zhao Heng the most was Jingni's ghostly appearance and disappearance. Even if she stood before him, he could not see her at all, like a vengeful spirit from hell. Although there was no sign of Jingni in the hall, Zhao Heng always felt that Jingni was right beside him watching. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He was curious about what tragedy could befall that terrifying executioner Jingni. In Great Qin, countless experts were even more curious. Jingni was originally a heaven-rank first-class assassin of the Luowang, infamous for her ferocity. With the appearance of the golden list, Jingni's reputation grew even greater. Especially for assassins, Jingni was their idol. She had reached the pinnacle of assassins and become the goal they aspired to. At the martial king's mansion, Tianyan saw Jingni's name and ripples stirred in the calm lake of her heart. In this world there were only 2 people she cared about. One was Zhao Wu, the other was Jingni. With mother's current strength, the treasures bestowed by the martial king, and his protection, mother cannot come to harm. Tianyan's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she affirmed, this must be mother's original fate. Just like Hu Sanyang, whose fate was changed long ago by the martial king. She is no longer tragic, yet she still made the list. The same must be true for Jingni. Tianyan stared intently at the list. A fierce, murderous intent arose in her heart. She wanted to see what the source of Jingni's tragedy was. The scene shifted. Jingni's tall, graceful figure disappeared, replaced by a dark, gloomy space. A young Jingni was trained as an assassin by the Luowang. In cruel competition, Jingni displayed extraordinary talent, rising above the corpses one after another. Targets fell one by one under her sword, and each mission was perfectly completed. Jingni finally reached the pinnacle of Luowang assassins, a heaven-rank first-class assassin. She was granted the Jingni sword, one of the 8 swords of the king of Yue, and from then on took the sword as her name, becoming the dreaded heaven-rank first-class assassin Jingni of the Luowang across the 7 kingdoms. Gasp! So this is what a Luowang assassin is. Too cruel, no wonder they are so powerful. Jingni is truly amazing. Gifted with extraordinary talent at such a young age, as a woman she became a heaven-rank first-class assassin of the Luowang. Jingni was born a Luowang assassin. How did she come to follow the martial god? Did Jingni betray the Luowang? Nonsense. If she didn't betray the Luowang, how could she become the martial god's person? Countless people marveled at the harsh environment in which Jingni grew up, but for those experts familiar with assassin organizations, it was not too surprising. powerful assassins are all forged by stepping over countless bones, fighting through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Kanshan. Kaomiao Peak. Lingzhou Palace. Princess Mauda lay limply in Zhao Wu's arms, her jade-like skin flushed with an enticing blush, her dazed eyes filled with emotion. Seeing Jingni, I realized how happy I was before. Although Zhao Ji was incompetent and foolish as a Princess Mauda Diji, had been pampered since childhood. Compared to Jingni and even across the world, few had a happier childhood than hers. You will be even more sexually happy in the future. Zhao Wu gently stroked the beauty's smooth shoulder, chuckling softly. He was well aware of Jingni's original fate. It was indeed a bit tragic. Fortunately there was him. At this moment Jingni, who had left the Great Song and arrived in the Jin Kingdom, gazed at the images on the golden list in the sky, her eyes inscrutable as if a lifetime away. That was a memory from long, long ago. She had almost forgotten it. She stood there quietly motionless, just looking at the sky. The scene shifted. Jingni received a mission to assassinate Lord Xinling of Wei Wuji. Wei Wuji held a lofty position in the state of Wei, surrounded by numerous experts, making it difficult to kill him. Moreover, the higher-ups demanded that she extract the secret of the 7 dragons from Lord Xinling. With no other choice, Jingni had to resort to the honey trap. She took off her metal battlesuit, fishnet stockings and high heels, removed her black iron mask, and changed into a blue and yellow off-shoulder long dress. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her skin like jade fat surpassing peach blossoms. White with a rosy glow, crystal clear like the bright moon in the sky. At that moment she was like a maiden of a noble family, quiet and graceful, ethereally beautiful, successfully attracting Wei Wuji and becoming his beloved concubine. I'll let go of that Wei Wuji. Come at me if you dare. Come at you. Are you worthy? She's so beautiful. What man can resist? As expected of the 9th beauty on the Great Qin beauty list. In her battle suit she is heroic and charming, out of it she is tranquil and elegant beyond worldly beauty. If I were Wei Wuji I would die satisfied. Under the peony death is a romantic ghost. Bold prediction: Jingni might fall in love with Wei Wuji and ultimately betray the Luowang, hence the tragedy. No way. Is Tan Yen the daughter of Wei Wuji? Then why isn't she called Wei Yen? I feel Wei Wuji was cuckolded. I'll bet a copper coin that Wei Wuji will definitely die at Jingni's hands. Jingni used the honey trap. It would be unjust if Wei Wuji didn't die. This is called, the word, lust has a knife above it. Then isn't the martial king in danger? Absolutely. Do you know the original fate of Zhang Feng? If not for the martial king's formidable strength, he would have died hundreds of times. Of course. Look at Yao Yuel Yen Xing Wu Xingyun Li Choshue Yen Fei Yushen Chao Nu Yao. Which one of those women is easy to handle? Only the martial king with his peerless martial arts can handle them. At Piaomiao Peak Lingzhou Palace. Brother Wu, did Jingni succeed in the end? Princess Mauda asked curiously. What's the hurry? You'll find out soon. Zhao Wu smiled, pointing at the light screen in the sky. The scene shifted to a dark, windy night. A group of Luowang assassins like ghosts agilely broke into Wei Wuji's mansion. Hearing the commotion, Wei Wuji quickly opened a secret chamber, let his beloved concubine Jingni enter, and handed her a short sword for self-defense. However, as Wei Wuji turned to walk out, Jingni thrust her sword into his lower back. Before dying, Wei Wuji touched Jingni's cheek and fell in hatred. Gasp! Scared the hell out of me. What if you wake up in the middle of the night and your concubine stabs you in the chest? I'm traumatized. Cherish life, stay away from beauties. Poor Wei Wuji. He only realized at death that the assassin was right beside him. I never imagined that Lord Xinling, one of the 4 princes of the warring states, would die so miserably. Indeed, beauty is a curse. Tisk tsk. I'd only heard that Wei Wuji was assassinated by Jingni, but I never expected it was due to her honey trap. He died so shamefully. The world buzzed with discussion, especially in Great Qin. The name of Lord Xinling Wei Wuji was known to anyone with some power, but few knew how Wei Wuji died. Even fewer knew that Lord Xinling was killed by a Luowang assassin. And even fewer knew that Jingni used the honey trap. Indeed, even heroes struggle to resist beauty. If not for Wei Wuji's infatuation with Jingni's beauty, even the Luowang would have found it difficult to kill him. Right now is Jingni's highlight moment. She has never failed a mission. I wonder when her tragedy will come. Life is full of ups and downs. After the peak comes the valley. I have a feeling Jingni's tragic moment is coming. I also have a feeling that Tian Yen is Wei Wuji's daughter. As an assassin, Jingni getting pregnant will surely lead to tragedy. Right? Unless Jingni aborted Tian Yen, but she clearly didn't. I have a bold guess the Luowang wanted Jingni to abort Tian Yen, but Jingni refused and then tragedy struck. Very likely. Maybe Jingni, pursued by the Luowang with no way out, encountered the martial god, was saved by him, and then naturally became his person. Makes sense. The world was abuzz with various speculations. Based on the fact that Tian Yen was Jingni's daughter, everyone guessed that Tian Yen was probably Wei Wuji's daughter. That is, although Jingni killed Wei Wuji, she was pregnant. Everyone became even more eager for what would happen next. Their emotions were stirred. The scene shifted. Jingni received a new mission. The target was an unnamed master wielding the Han Guang sword. However, this man's martial arts were formidable and unfathomable. Jingni failed in her first attempt, but following the Luowang's principle of death before rest, she tracked the target everywhere, finally finding the nameless swordsman by the sea. But Jingni was no match for the nameless swordsman. She was subdued in a single move. Gasp! This man is so strong. Jingni's strength was top-notch at the time, yet she couldn't withstand a single move from the nameless swordsman. I wonder what the nameless swordsman's name is. On the divine weapons list, the owner of the Han Guang sword is Yen Lu. Could this nameless swordsman be Yen Lu? The 9 provinces buzzed with discussion, but many in Great Qin knew that although Yen Lu wielded the Han Guang sword, he was not the nameless swordsman in the light screen. Great Qin, Little Sage Manor. Yen Lu watched the figure of the nameless swordsman in the light screen, a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. Master. In the light screen, the nameless swordsman discovered that Jingni was pregnant, so he spared her, enlightened her with his strength and words, and even offered to exchange his life for 3 lives. Jingni was deeply shaken by the nameless swordsman's guidance, found herself again, and decided to fight for herself and Tianyan, withdrawing from the Luowang. Holy shit, there is actually such a person in the world. Exchange his own life for others. This nameless swordsman is too pedantic. With his martial arts, even if the Luowang assassins never stop, he could handle them easily. You're thinking too simply. The nameless swordsman was carrying a child and being hunted. He might not be able to escape. Moreover, he wanted to help Jingni. If Jingni didn't complete the mission, she would also be hunted by the Luowang relentlessly. In her pregnant state, Jingni would eventually be killed by Luowang assassins. But did he think that if he died, the Luowang would let Jingni go? That's too naive. Stupid. At the headquarters of the quicksand, Wei Zhuang pressed his hand on the hilt of the shark-toothed sword, watching the nameless swordsman willingly die for Jingni, and Yen Lu, his eyes full of contempt. In his view, what were Luowang assassins? Kill one if they come, kill 2 if they come in pairs. Fate should only be in one's own hands. Praying for others' mercy was utterly foolish. He watched the light screen calmly, and the next scene confirmed his thoughts. The scene shifted to a large forest where rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Luowang assassins, swords in hand, surrounded Jingni. Why? Jingni stared at the kill-rank first-class assassin emerging from behind, her voice filled with boundless fury. As an assassin, you know why. The leading kill-rank assassin raised his head slightly, his face covered with a red ghost mask exuding coldness and terror. His voice was low and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. So we can begin the next mission, the ghost-masked assassin said coldly. Next mission? Jingni looked at the ghost-masked assassin and tightened her grip on her sword. So I have no choice, do I? At that moment, everyone could feel the anger accumulating in Jingni's heart. Damn, no maternity leave for a pregnant woman. One can imagine the fury. But the ghost-masked assassin seemed not to care about Jingni's anger. He even seemed somewhat smug. So what if she was a heaven-rank first-class assassin? Today she would fall into his hands. Although the crowd couldn't see the ghost-masked assassin's expression, they could sense his arrogance. Therefore the ghost-masked assassin did not strike immediately, but indulged in idle talk with Jingni, seeking a sense of pride from her. After all, Jingni as a heaven-rank first-class assassin was the ultimate goal for assassins like him, and today he would eliminate such a heaven-rank first-class assassin. What glory that was! You were born for the mission from birth to death. The ghost-masked assassin felt triumphant with a condescending air, as if he had the upper hand over Jingni. Jingni closed her eyes, the cold raindrops falling on her delicate face, and took a deep breath. For the target, death before rest. Right? The ghost-masked assassin said coldly. Boom! In the next moment, Jingni's tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened, sword intent surging in her gaze. The Jingni sword was instantly drawn. Clang, lightning flash, thunder roar, gale, downpour. The sharp sword light seemed to transcend space, directly striking the face of the ghost-masked assassin before him. With the ghastly red mask split in two, a blood-stained sword mark appeared on his face and blood slowly trickled down. Heaven's net, you cannot escape. The ghost-masked assassin glared at Jingni, unwillingly uttering his final curse before death. Holy shit, this assassin is unqualified. Knowing Jingni is a heaven-rank first-class assassin, he still dared to provoke her. This assassin clearly doesn't understand women. A pregnant woman's combat power might indeed be weak, but it can also explode with super strength. Jingni is clearly the latter. The Luowang is too inhumane. No maternity leave for a pregnant woman, and she still has to carry out missions. This assassin is truly foolish, but dying under Jingni's sword is not unjust. This assassin is truly foolish. Don't they know that the villain dies from talking too much? Knowing that Jing and I is a heaven-class top assassin, yet they still dare to stand in front of Jing and I and blabber. Don't blame him. He just lacked self-awareness. So he has already reincarnated. Do you really think a pregnant woman is easily provoked? Seeing Jing and I kill, the leader of the ghost-faced mask assassins with a single sword stroke, everyone immediately became excited and tense. Jing Ni's reputation is now great, but not many have seen her in action. Most of them are already dead. Quicksand headquarters. Wei Zhuang looked at the celestial screen, paying no heed to the net assassins. This level of encirclement cannot kill a heaven-class top assassin, but Jing Ni is pregnant, so the outcome may not be the same. He had once fought with Xian Jian, a heaven-class top assassin of the net, and knew the formidable nature of such assassins. Even if Jing Ni was slightly weaker than Xian Jian, she was not much weaker. Of course, the current Jing Ni cannot be compared to Xian Jian. The two are not on the same level at all. Boom, 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 boom. Sword energy crisscrossed, as one by one, the net assassins fell under Jing Ni's sword. In no time all the assassins who had surrounded Jing Ni were slain. Jing Ni is truly formidable. Even while pregnant she kills them like cutting melons and chopping vegetables. But Jing Ni looks pale. She must have suffered from the pregnancy strain. She's probably doomed. Could it be that the martial god will pass by and deliver Jing Ni's baby, saving both Jing Ni and Tian Yan? However, as everyone was buzzing with speculation and wild theories, the celestial screen suddenly split into two. As for this scene, the crowd was not surprised. They had already guessed. Jing Ni's fate must have been altered by the martial god or the martial king. They stared intently at the sky. On the left screen, after Jing Ni killed the net assassins, her face was pale, and a torrential downpour fell from the sky. However, before Jing Ni could react, figures emerged like ghosts again. It was the net assassins. Oh my god, there are so many more assassins. It's over. Jing Ni definitely can't hold out. It seems the martial god is about to intervene. Finally, we can see the martial god's true face. Everyone became expectant. No one was not curious about the mysterious and unfathomable martial god. Moreover, at this time the martial king was probably still nursing. It was impossible for him to appear and save Jing Ni. The martial god was most likely to act. In the pouring rain, Jing Ni tightly gripped her sword, her delicate body trembling slightly. However, she did not look at the hundreds of net assassins, but instead gazed at the area behind them. Yan Ri, I never expected you to come personally. What a grand scheme. Jing Ni's cold voice was filled with a sense of despair. Even in her prime she might not be a match for Yan Ri, let alone now that she was heavily pregnant and had suffered from the pregnancy strain. Before Yan Ri she had no chance of survival. As Jing Ni's voice rang out, a warrior clad entirely in black iron armor, and wearing a black iron mask, slowly walked out. An imposing aura enveloped the surroundings, exerting an unparalleled pressure. Oh my god, it's Yan Ri, the most mysterious heaven-class top assassin of the net. No surprise, Jing Ni is doomed. The martial god must be the one to act. Will the martial god appear? Great Qin, Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng and the civil and military officials all stared wide-eyed at the golden list screen. They were equally curious about the martial god. However, they also knew that even if the martial god wanted to save Jing Ni, he might not necessarily act personally. Indeed, the scene shifted. Just as Yan Ri was about to finish off Jing Ni, a man slowly walked out from behind. The man had a cold expression, holding a large bow and carrying several divine arrows on his back. He did not deliberately display any aura, yet he instantly made Yan Ri tense up as if facing a great enemy. Who are you? Yan Ri stared fixedly at the newcomer, his hoarse voice sounding. The net is conducting business. Please do not meddle. The newcomer did not speak. He took an arrow from his back, fitted it to the bow, and released it. As the arrow flew, it transformed into a roaring white tiger in the air. Where the white tiger passed, hundreds of net assassins were annihilated. Yan Ri tried his best to resist but was severely wounded and lost his combat effectiveness. Under my master's orders I am to protect Jing Ni. If you dare to pursue again you will die. The man with the bow and arrows coldly left those words, and then calmly departed with Jing Ni. Holy crap! Who is this man? So cool. My master, he mentioned, must be the martial god, right? I didn't expect the martial god to have such a strong subordinate. A strong man like this cannot be unknown. Could it be Jian Yin, the owner of the 4 symbols Sunslaying arrows, ranked 13th on the divine weapons ranking? It must be Jian Yin. That arrow just now turned into a white tiger manifestation. It must be the white tiger arrow of the 4 symbols. I never expected that Jian Yin, ranked 13th on the divine weapons ranking, is also a follower of the martial god. The martial god must have lived for who knows how long, so naturally, he has many experts under his command. Makes sense. It's a pity we still haven't seen the martial god's true face. Seeing Jian Yin, everyone was surprised, but it was also reasonable. Given the martial god's cultivation and power, he didn't need to act personally to save Jing Ni. I wonder if Jian Yin will take Jing Ni to see the martial god. Everyone watched with anticipation as the scene on the celestial screen shifted. What appeared before Jing Ni was a little tot who hadn't even been weaned yet. Although the little tot was small, he was exceptionally intelligent. He spoke with an old-fashioned air. He even gave a name to Jing Ni's daughter. The given name had already been decided. Yen. The martial king did not change it. He added a surname. Because Tian Yen was born in the fields, he took Tian as her surname. Holy crap. This little tot is the martial king. The martial king is so cute. I want to hug him. So the martial god found a wet nurse for the martial king. A heaven-class top assassin of the net as a wet nurse, awesome vocally. Isn't anyone paying attention to the origin of the name Tian Yen? So that's how Tian Yan's name came about. Yen was given by Jing Ni, and the surname Tian was actually taken by the martial king, based on where Tian Yen was born. I'm totally convinced. Poor little Yen not only was her milk stolen by the martial king, but she also got her surname in such a dramatic way. Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng watched the scene of Zhao Wu naming Tian Yen, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. The martial king is truly intelligent. At such a young age, he can already name others. Feng Quji praised. The martial king is truly extraordinary by nature. The civil and military officials chimed in. They were all very interested in the martial king's childhood. Unfortunately, the screen ended here. Everyone felt regret but had no choice. They turned their gaze to the right screen. This was Jing Ni's original fate. On this side, for some unknown reason, after Jing and I killed the ghost-faced masked man, and the other net assassins, Yen Ri did not appear. Due to the pregnancy strain, Jing and I gave birth to Tian Yen alone under a tree in the pouring rain. Afterwards, to evade the net's pursuit and protect the young Tian Yen, Jing and I concealed her identity and reluctantly married Tian Meng, the master of Lisan Hall of the Nongjia. Holy crap! Is this coincidence or fate? In the original fate, Tian Yen was also called Tian Yen because Jing and I married Tian Meng of Lisan Hall to protect her, so her surname was Tian. Did the martial king really name her Tian Yen because she was born in the fields? Could it be that the martial king can see Tian Yan's fate? That's why he named her Tian Yen. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Exactly. At that time the martial king hadn't even been weaned. No matter how prodigious, he couldn't possibly peek into others' fates, right? How could it be such a coincidence? Perhaps the martial god can see through others' fates, so he told the martial king the name Tian Yen. Most likely, the name Tian Yen must have been suggested by the martial god for the martial king to give. Could it be that the martial king can truly see fate? Jing and I was lost in thought. Others did not know that Zhao Wu was the martial god, but she knew very well. And she knew that even though Zhao Wu was still a nursing infant at the time, he was very powerful and mysterious. It was not impossible for him to see fate. However, Jing and I did not mind. Names were just labels. Not important. She continued to stare at the celestial screen. Tian Meng had a great reputation in Nongjia, but he was extremely violent and lustful, treating Jing and I very roughly. However, to protect Tian Yen, Jing and I had to endure humiliation. One day Tian Meng encountered an enemy, and was about to die when Jing and I intervened and saved him. Tian Meng discovered that Jing and I possessed extraordinary martial arts, and harbored evil intentions. Taking advantage of the time when Jing and I was pregnant with his son, and about to give birth, he captured Tian Yen, and threatened to compel Jing and I to reveal her secrets. To protect Tian Yen, Jing and I had no choice but to surrender and confess everything, and was brutally crippled of her meridians and martial arts by Tian Meng. Already heavily pregnant, Jing and I suffered such severe trauma that she gave birth prematurely to Tian Ci, who consequently had congenital intellectual deficiencies, and became a simpleton. Damn that Tian Meng, he's utterly inhuman. Yeah, normally he brutally tortured Jing and I, and she endured it without fighting back. She even saved his life at a critical moment, and bore him a son, yet he was so ruthless. Inhuman, Jing and I was carrying his child. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cub. He's worse than a beast. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. The whole world was in an uproar. Although Jing and I had concealed her identity, she bore no ill will toward Tian Meng. She not only saved his life but also bore him a son. Yet Tian Meng repaid kindness with enmity, truly worse than a beast. However, even more infuriating things were yet to come. Jing and I was crippled of her martial arts and meridians by Tian Meng, but to protect Tian Yen and Tian Ci, she had to endure humiliation, and silently bear Tian Meng's torture. The reason Tian Meng did not kill Jing and I was her beauty. He kept her imprisoned to indulge his desires. With Tian Yen and Tian Ci as hostages, Jing and I dared not resist him, and could not even die. As the scene shifted, Tian Yen gradually grew up. Inheriting Jing Ni's beauty, she was equally graceful and charming. One day Tian Yen discovered the fact that Tian Meng was working for the net. Tian Meng decided to eliminate the root of the trouble. Before deciding to kill Tian Yen, Tian Meng even intended to violate her. Ah, that bastard Tian Meng is truly worse than a beast. Sister Tian Yen wouldn't be molested by him, would she? Someone save Sister Tian Yen. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists in righteous indignation. Although they knew this was only the original fate and Tian Meng was already dead and Tianyan had grown up with Zhao Wu as childhood sweethearts. She could not have suffered Tianmeng's abuse. Yet everyone's anger was still hard to quell. In the martial king's mansion. Scum! A cold gleam flashed in Tianyan's eyes. It was a pity that Tianmeng had already been killed by Zhao Wu, otherwise she would have made him beg for death, but be unable to die. Days Mountain, the Nongjia stronghold. 100,000 Nongjia disciples were in an uproar. I never thought Tianmeng was such a person. Our Nongjia values chivalry and righteousness. Tianmeng is unworthy of being a hall master. No wonder Tianmeng was killed by a single sword strike, before he even saw the martial god's face. It seems the martial god had long seen through Tianmeng's character. Such a beast worse than a pig or dog deserves to die. Why seek revenge? Exactly, dying to avenge such a person is not worth it. Tianmeng is not worthy of being a member of Nongjia. Chiyu Hall Master Tian, whose face alternated between pale and green. This time Nongjia had lost all face, especially the Tian family. He knew Tianmeng was violent and lustful, but he didn't expect him to be so inhuman. He even wanted to bully Tianyan. Although Tianyan had no blood relation to Tianmeng, she was still his nominal daughter. The face of Nongjia was completely disgraced by him. At this moment, if Tianmeng were not dead, he would have wanted to kill him himself. He just stared intently at the screen. He prayed that Tianmeng would not succeed. Otherwise Nongjia's reputation would be even worse. Just as Tianmeng was about to succeed, Tianci heard Tianyan's cries for help. To protect his sister, he accidentally killed Tianmeng. Meanwhile, the net had already infiltrated Nongjia. Tianmeng was also connected to the net. Jing and I was secretly captured by the net, and Tianyan was forced to join the net, becoming the next wielder of the Jing and I sword. He deserves to die. Truly the wheel of karma turns and retribution is swift. Tianmeng was killed by his own son. It's a taste of his own medicine. Yeah, if Tianmeng hadn't attacked Jing and I, Tianci wouldn't have been born prematurely with intellectual deficiencies. Good thing the martial god sent someone to change Jing Ni's fate, otherwise she would have truly suffered. She met the wrong person. Rewarded with a top-grade Divine 7-Orifice Exquisite Pill, which clarifies the mind and nature, enhances wisdom, and induces enlightenment. As the introduction finished, a beam of golden light descended from the sky directly toward the capital of the Great Qin Kingdom. Why is the golden light aimed at my location? Not good. Jing and I is nearby. She must be here to assassinate me. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. The Emperor of the Qin Kingdom abruptly stood up, shouting in terror. As for Jing and I, the second-ranked assassin on the assassin rankings, he was filled with fear and dread. After all, she was the commander of the invisible ghost soldiers. It was possible that his head would be lopped off before he even saw her. Countless strong warriors swarmed in, surrounding the Emperor to protect him. I never thought Jing and I would come here. Although she's not young anymore, she's still quite charming. Ouyang gazed at Jing Ni's voluptuous and mature figure on the screen, lost in fantasy. If only he could be Tianmeng. Tianmeng really doesn't know how to cherish a beauty. How could he treat a fair lady so roughly? Suddenly a pink sword tip pierced through his chest from behind. Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head. From the previously empty space, Jing Ni's graceful figure materialized. She held the Jing and I sword and thrust it into Ouyang's heart. You! Ouyang looked at Jing and I, never expecting that their first meeting would be like this. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life force. Ku'er! Ouyang Feng sensed Ouyang's situation, his hair bristling with anger, his eyes wide with rage. Damn it! Croak! 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 He executed the toad skill, and Ouyang Feng angrily attacked, charging toward Jing and I. Swoosh! Swoosh! The pig talisman activated and laser beams shot from Jing Ni's eyes, instantly killing Ouyang Feng. Ah! How is this possible? Senior Ouyang perished just like that. Killed in an instant by Jing and I. My heavens, this is too terrifying. Ah, flee! Seeing the Western Venom Ouyang Feng slain by Jing Ni's laser gaze, all the mighty experts were stunned. That was the renowned Western Venom Ouyang Feng. Yet before Jing and I, he was utterly powerless. Indeed, a reputation well earned. Jing and I is truly too formidable. Protect the Emperor. Hurry! Protect the Emperor. Emperor Wanyan Shang of Jin was terrified beyond measure. Ouyang Feng had been his greatest reliance, but he turned out to be so useless. Finished in a single move. As an emperor, he lacked no resources and possessed the cultivation of the heavenly human realm, yet at this moment, he was as panicked and helpless as a frail woman fleeing for his life. Shriek! Suddenly a sword aura descended and Wanyan Shang's head flew into the air. His eyes, wide with disbelief, gradually sank into darkness. The remaining Jin Imperial clan and experts were soon slaughtered by Jing and I and the invisible ghost soldiers. Thus, the Jin kingdom was annihilated. Hu Sanyangmu Guiying and Liang Hongyu led their troops into the city, temporarily taking control of the Jin kingdom and suppressing all directions. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Ying Zheng swiftly dispatched troops and officials to the Great Song and Great Qin, taking over their territories and integrating them into the Great Qin. In the Qin Kingdom's imperial palace, Zhao Wu reclined on the Golden Emperor's dragon couch, admiring the captivating figure of Jing and I before him. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin like jade and fat surpassing peach blossoms in fairness, with a rosy glow translucent and luminous as the moon in the sky. Zhao Wu reached out and pulled Jing Ni's voluptuous body into his embrace. Among Zhao Wu's many beauties, Jing Ni's face was not the most stunning, not even ranking in the top 10. Yet Jing and I possessed a special aura and temperament that Zhao Wu greatly admired. This was why he almost always kept her by his side as his personal bodyguard. You've worked hard. Zhao Wu lifted the delicate fair chin of the beauty, and her eyes bright as stars and deep as autumn waters met his gaze. Their eyes met. 1,000 words seemed to pass between them. Thank you. After a long pause, Jing Ni's luscious red lips parted slightly, and she softly uttered 2 words. Her face remained cold. For Zhao Wu to say worked hard, but she replied with thank you. It seemed somewhat mismatched, yet Zhao Wu understood. Jing and I was referring to the time he had saved her from the grasp of the nets. As for what Zhao Wu said about her hard work, in her eyes it was nothing. No matter how arduous, she never took it to heart. Why be so polite with me? Zhao Wu gave a light smile and buried his head into her embrace. Jing Ni's slender jade-like arms tightly wrapped around Zhao Wu's head, her mind, recalling the original fate the Golden List had revealed about her. Tianmeng's abuse and torment did not faze her, but her greatest fear was that Tianyen would be harmed. Fortunately, Zhao Wu had sent someone to rescue her. This spared her from Tianmeng's humiliation and gave Tianyen a bright future. This was what she was most grateful to Zhao Wu for. Jing and I couldn't help but tighten her hold on Zhao Wu's back. During this time she had killed many, from the Great Song to the Great Qin. No less than 8,000 if not 10,000. With so many killings, negative emotions like bloodlust and resentment accumulated in her heart. Over time, if too much built up, it could affect one's nature. Could even give rise to inner demons hindering future cultivation. Zhao Wu had come to help Jing and I unburden the various negative emotions deep within her, letting them vent. Not only Jing and I, but Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying had also slaughtered countless enemies during their campaign against the Qin Kingdom. Zhao Wu did not treat them differently. He also helped them release the accumulated negative emotions. To this end, Zhao Wu spared no effort, holding nothing back. At the same time, he also helped them refine the 7 orifices, exquisite pills rewarded by the Golden List. While Zhao Wu was exhausting himself pouring his energy into helping Jing and I, Hu Sanyang, and the others dissolve their negative emotions, the world was also stirring with upheaval. The Great Liao, Emperor Yelu Hongji, was startled. His previous high spirits and eagerness to claim a share of the Great Song were instantly deflated. The Great Song and the Great Qin were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Yelu Hongji found it hard to believe. The Great Song was weak and he had not taken it seriously. But the Great Qin was powerful and even he had been wary of it. Unexpectedly, it was annihilated in an instant. Will the martial king not make a move against our Great Liao? Yelu Hongji and his entire court were filled with anxiety and fear. Your Majesty, rest assured. The Great Song and the Great Qin have just been destroyed and everything is in ruins. The martial king will surely have no energy to attack us for now. A minister stepped forward and analyzed. The Great Song and the Great Qin fell so quickly because of individual supreme martial prowess. But while individual prowess can conquer a realm, it cannot govern it. The Great Qin needs at least a year to digest the territories of the Great Song and the Great Qin. And after a year, Yelu Hongji's words made the minister's face change, and he said helplessly, Your Majesty, the tide of the world has turned. The Great Qin is invincible. If we wish to preserve ourselves, perhaps we could follow the example of Emperor Zhu Wushi of the Ming and pay tribute and declare vassalage. How dare you, in the court, to speak such treasonous words? Take him away and behead him. Yelu Hongji was furious and bellowed, Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. As the soldiers dragged him away, the minister was terrified out of his wits, struggling and begging for mercy, but the enraged Yelu Hongji paid no heed. Finally, with a piercing scream, the minister's head was severed. The other ministers trembled in fear. No one dared to speak. Must the ancestral legacy end in my hands? Yelu Hongji slumped powerlessly on his dragon, thrown, his heart filled with resentment and helplessness. The martial god, the martial king, the Great Qin. They pressed down on his chest like mountains, suffocating him. He was both furious and utterly powerless. The Great Sui, Lingnan, the Song clan. Big brother news from the Great Song. The martial king slew 200,000 Qin soldiers with a single sword to rescue Princess Mauda. His subordinate Jing and I annihilated the imperial clans and experts of both Song and Qin, and Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying repeatedly broke the Qin army and now guard the Qin kingdom. Song Ji reported to Song Ke. A hero truly emerges in youth. Song Ke sighed with emotion. The world's momentum now lies with the Great Qin. The Great Qin's unification of the 9 provinces is unstoppable. Big brother, what should we do? Song Ji asked. He too could see that the Great Qin's unification of the 9 provinces was an accomplished fact impossible to reverse. Aren't Yu Hua and Yu Ji already married into the martial king's household? Song Ke said calmly. The meaning was clear. Song Ji nodded. Big brother, I understand. In the Great Sui's imperial palace, Emperor Yangguang stared at the news from the Great Song, his expression grim and worried. Must the Great Sui perish at my hands? Yangguang clenched his fists. The Great Qin now possessed the 4 provinces of Zhongzhou, Huangzhou, Great Han, Yuzhou, Great Ming, and Dezhou, Great Song. With such vast territories once digested, the 9 provinces would have no rivals. No, even now there was no opponent. Not only was the Great Qin a threat, but the Great Qin had also sent 400,000 troops bearing down menacingly, intending to swallow the Great Sui. He had already sent the Pillar King Yang Lin to lead the resistance. However, the Great Qin's strength was not weak. Even if Yang Lin could win, the losses would be severe. Then how could he suppress the feudal lords and rebels across the realm? Perhaps even before the Great Qin arrived, his Great Sui would fall. But now he was helpless. Weakness was the original sin. The 9 provinces were surging with storms and towering waves. Yet the instigator Zhao Wu remained unaffected, leisurely indulging in various entertainments. Among the various games, Zhao Wu especially loved balls. Bowling balls, football, basketball. Balls come in different sizes, but each has its merits. Zhao Wu was not a ball fetishist, but he could be considered a ball fan. Amidst the turmoil, 3 days passed in a flash. First came Jing and I. I wonder who it will be today. Jing and I was lucky to meet the martial king. Otherwise, marrying that scumbag Tian Meng would have made her life a living hell, suffering endlessly. I heard that in the past few days Jing and I killed the imperial experts of both Song and Jin. Even the infamous Western venom Ouyang Feng was slain in an instant. This is truly terrifying. As the time arrived, everyone in the 9 provinces put down their tasks and stared at the golden list in the sky, discussing animatedly. By now, watching the golden list update had become their daily routine. If one day the golden list stopped updating, they would surely feel unaccustomed. How many tragedies are there in this world? Rise the people suffer, fall the people suffer. Xiao Feng walked across the desolate land, gazing at the places ravaged by the Jin soldiers, where life was extinguished and misery reigned. During this time he had traveled far and wide and witnessed much. When the Jin soldiers came, the Song people suffered unspeakably. When the Liao soldiers passed, the Song people suffered just as much. Of course, if Song soldiers captured Liao or Jin commoners, it would likely be no better. In the end, it was the common folk who bore the brunt. When will the world know peace? Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly, stopped and gazed at the sky. As boundless rosy clouds surged, the list of the top 10 tragic figures updated. List of 10 tragic figures, 9th Xiao Feng. It's me. Xiao Feng was somewhat surprised, yet it seemed within reason. From the future fates of Yutanji and Azu, he knew he would die in the end. From Azu's future fate, he knew he had killed his own beloved with his own hands, and was pursued by the martial world of the Great Song. He was indeed tragic. It's Xiao Feng. I knew Xiao Feng would make the list. Nonsense, just from what we already know Xiao Feng is somewhat miserable. If Xiao Feng doesn't make the list, I won't even watch. The world buzzed with discussion. Xiao Feng's inclusion surprised no one. They lifted their heads, staring intently at the sky. Outside Yenmen Pass, a carriage slowly approached when it was suddenly ambushed by a group of black-clad martial arts masters. Inside the carriage, a couple held an infant. As the battle raged, the woman was killed by a martial arts master. The man, enraged, went on a killing spree, instantly slaying nearly 20 masters, leaving only 3 or 4 survivors. Seeing this, many felt a pang of sorrow. They all knew that this was Xian Ci, deceived by Morong Bo, leading the Song martial arts masters to ambush the script thief, Xiao Yuanshan. But how could a woman who couldn't fight and an infant be script thieves? If Xiao Yuanshan were a script thief, how could he bring a defenseless woman and an infant? Even a fool would know it was impossible. Yet Xian Ci and his men still attacked the woman and child. Truly their minds were addled. Xiao Feng clenched his fists as he watched, though he had already known all this. Seeing it with his own eyes still stirred his heart. The scene shifts. Xiao Yuanshan calms down, thinking of his master's instruction not to kill people of the Song, and today he had killed so many. Coupled with the death of his wife and child, he is overcome with despair. After leaving a few lines on the cliff, he jumps off with his wife's and child's bodies. At that moment the infant's cry rings out, and Xiao Yuanshan tosses the baby back up from the cliff. Xian Ci, Wang Jiantong, and the few survivors catch the infant and eventually take him back. Realizing from Xiao Yuanshan's words that they had killed the wrong person, they entrust the infant to the Qiao Sanhui couple at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain, naming him Xiaofeng. The crowd watched the scenes on the light screen. Xiaofeng's early life, though somewhat hard, was still bearable. Xiaofeng had exceptional martial arts talent. After receiving instruction from Shaolin's Shen Ku and the beggar clan's chief Wang Jiantong. He quickly rose through the ranks and eventually became the clan leader. Chief. The beggar clan disciples once again witnessing Qiao Feng's contributions to the clan lowered their heads in shame. Many of them had received favors from Qiao Feng, even having their lives saved by him. But because Qiao Feng was of Khitan descent, they had still driven him away. The scene shifts. Kong Min, wife of the beggar clan's deputy chief Ma Duan, repeatedly seduced Qiao Feng, who was heroic and highly esteemed as chief, but was sternly rejected. Damn! Seeing her again, I feel like Ma Duan's head is a vast green grassland. Kong Min misses no one. Her appetite is huge. She slept with everyone up and down the beggar clan. She even didn't spare the elder level Su. Chief Qiao is truly a hero. The only one in the beggar clan not seduced by Kong Min. Indeed, even the skill transmission elder by Shijing and elder Su, an old man, couldn't resist, but Chief Qiao is truly impressive. If Kong Min used her beauty on me, I'd surely fall at her feet. I wonder if the martial king could resist Kong Min's temptation. The martial king is an old lecher. He definitely couldn't resist. Seeing Qiao Feng's stern rejection of Kong Min, the world erupted in chatter, once again moved by Qiao Feng's righteousness. After all, though Kong Min's character was lacking, her figure, appearance, and demeanor were truly remarkable. To men she was a deadly poison. Kong Min, resentful after Qiao Feng's rejection, discovered Wang Jiantong's letter, and urged Ma Dayuan to deal with Qiao Feng. But Ma Dayuan, out of brotherly loyalty, refused to move against Qiao Feng. So Kong Min seduced by Shijing, and had Ma Dayuan killed. Then she secretly allied with Quan Guanqing, elder Su, and other strong members of the beggar clan, exposing Qiao Feng's background, and ousting him from the chief's position. Indeed, the most venomous is a woman's heart. Kong Min is a viperous woman, too poisonous. Qiao Feng is also miserable. Just because he didn't accept Kong Min, he was framed. If Qiao Feng had hooked up with Kong Min, would the subsequent tragedies have been avoided? And he would have gained a voluptuous beauty. Maybe that's true. The world debated endlessly. The next scenes were already familiar from the previous light screens of Yu Tanji and Azu. After leaving, Qiao Feng rescued Azu, who had been captured by Western Xia warriors. Later he returned home to see his foster parents, only to find them dead, and was mistaken by the Shaolin monks as the murderer. He went to Shaolin to see his master Shen Ku, but Shen Ku was also killed. He was again blamed as the murderer and hunted by Shaolin. At Shaolin he rescued the severely injured Azu, followed by the battle at Jushin Manor, meeting Azu outside Yanmen Pass, pledging their love, and promising to herd sheep and cattle beyond the Great Wall after finding the leader. However, on the way to find the leader, the witnesses, Zhao Chensun, Master Zhiguang, and others, died one by one, and he was blamed as the murderer. Finally, he found Kong Min was manipulated by her and mistakenly killed Azu. On her deathbed, Azu entrusted Azi to Qiao Feng's care. During their time together, due to Azi's mischievous nature, Qiao Feng accidentally injured her. Qiao Feng took Azi to the Chongbai Mountains to find ginseng, where he met Wanyan Aguda and Yelu Hongji, and even became sworn brothers with Yelu Hongji. Learning that Yelu Hongji was in trouble, he helped him reclaim the throne, and was appointed the prince of the southern court. To find Azi, Qiao Feng went to Shaolin, fought Murong Fu Ding Chuanqiu, and Yutanji, and finally met Xiao Yuanshan, revealing the truth of the past. Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Feng pursued Murong Bo to the scripture library, where they encountered a mysterious sweeping monk. Heavens! This sweeping old monk seems remarkably formidable. Shaolin indeed harbors hidden talents. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo's martial arts were already considered the pinnacle of the era, yet, for so many years, they never realized that an old monk had been secretly observing them. Hiss! The thought alone is terrifying. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sweeping monk appear, especially Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan. It turned out that every time they went to the sutra depository, an old monk was watching them from behind. If that old monk had ambushed them, they would have had no place to die in peace. The sweeping monk wanted to mediate, but the enmity between Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo was irreconcilable, so the sweeping monk struck them dead. Holy crap! Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan couldn't even withstand a casual strike from the sweeping monk. How terrifying is that? I wonder how many more such old foxes Shaolin has. How terrifying! Although everyone had guessed that the sweeping monk was formidable, they were still astounded when they actually saw him act. It was too horrifying. Yet what happened next was even more unexpected by everyone. After killing them, the sweeping monk quickly left with the bodies of the two. Qiao Feng and Murong Fu chased after him, only to find that the sweeping monk was healing the two. It turned out that the sweeping monk had not actually killed them. As Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo recovered, it was as if they had become different people. Xiao Yuanshan actually abandoned his quest for vengeance over his wife's death, and Murong Bo abandoned his dream of restoring his kingdom. Both decided to take refuge in Buddhism. My God, chills down my spine. Is this the method of the Buddhist sect? 2 peerless masters have been converted just like that. Shaolin has gained 2 more peerless masters. These monks are too much. The blood feud involving dozens of lives outside Yanmen Pass has been let go just like that. Bo instigated the Songliao War, causing countless deaths and injuries, leaving countless people displaced and suffering. His sins are sky-high and 10,000 deaths cannot atone for them. Now by taking refuge in Buddhism it's all erased. What bullshit about lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? If a villain can become a Buddha by laying down his knife, what about those who died? Who will give them justice? I've seen through it all. Shaolin is just a den of filth and vice. Exactly. No wonder Xuanzi, as the abbot, toyed with the feelings and body of Yi Ernyang. A decent girl got her pregnant and then refused to take responsibility. Yi Ernyang committed atrocities in the martial world, all because of Xuanzi. Yet he turned a blind eye and contentedly remained the abbot of Shaolin. How shameless! Exactly. Although it was Xiao Yuanshan who stole Yi Ernyang's son, if not for Xuanzi's mistreatment of her, would she have suffered this undeserved calamity? In the end, it's all Xuanzi's fault. Seeing Xiao Yuanshan and Bo being converted by the sweeping monk and taking refuge in Shaolin, everyone was stunned numb. The methods of these monks were truly terrifying. They finally understood that the sweeping monk had long discovered Xiao Yuanshan and Bo secretly reading Shaolin martial arts scriptures, yet he deliberately did not stop them. So this was his plan all along. The sweeping monk intended to fatten them up before reaping them in one fell swoop. What a sweeping monk! Xiao Feng was boiling with rage as he watched this. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. Seeing his own father being converted, how could he not realize it was the sweeping monk's scheme? But in his original fate, he had not discovered it, and had even been grateful to the sweeping monk. Such a formidable scheme. The Great Qin Palace. These hypocritical monks accept anyone full of talk about benevolence and morality, but in truth they are just a den of filth. Mu Guiying leaned against Zhao Wu's arms, her voice cold and tinged with anger. A villain like Bo, who instigated the Liaosong War for personal gain, should be cut into 1,000 pieces to atone to the world. During this time she and Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu led troops to attack the Jin kingdom, witnessing countless tragedies along the way. Truly corpses filled the wilderness, and for 1,000 li there were no living souls. Because of Bo's instigation, countless commoners suffered catastrophic disasters, and countless decent women were reduced to slaves abused at will. He truly deserves to die. Hu Sanyang was murderous. Bo deserved death, and the sweeping monk who converted him to strengthen Shaolin, shielding him, also deserved death. Anger harms the body, not worth getting angry over them. If you can't stand it, just kill them all when the time comes. Zhao Wu lightly stroked their smooth, fragrant shoulders, smiled softly, and spoke the most domineering words in the gentlest voice. That's right. With power one can do as one pleases. The sweeping monk had power, so he could shield a sinner like Bo with sins reaching the sky, and could convert Bo and Xiao Yuanshan to his own use. He had power. If he didn't like it, he could directly annihilate the sweeping monk and Bo, even destroy Shaolin. Ham. The women nodded, keeping the sweeping monk and Bo in their hearts. They continued to look at the sky. Xiao Yuanshan and Bo were converted and stayed in Shaolin. Xiao Feng bid farewell and left, eventually returning to Great Liao. Emperor Yelu Hongji of Liao wanted Xiao Feng to lead troops to attack Song, but Xiao Feng refused. The Liao emperor, fearing Xiao Feng's martial arts, had the empress give Azzi a bottle of poison, claiming it would make Xiao Feng fall in love with her if he drank it. Azzi, because she loved Xiao Feng, did not suspect and secretly gave it to him. After drinking it, Xiao Feng became weak, and was eventually captured by the Liao emperor and imprisoned. Wow! Azzi used to seem quite clever and scheming, but who would have thought she'd be so foolish, directly setting Xiao Feng up? No help for it. Once a woman falls for a man, she becomes stupid. If Xiao Feng hadn't been set up, the Liao emperor couldn't have caught him. Xiao Feng ended up dying outside Yanmen Pass. I wonder how he got out. Did he agree to the Liao emperor's campaign against Song? How could I be so stupid? Azzi looked at the sky in disbelief. After all, she was from the Star Sect, a master of poisons. How could she have so easily fallen for someone's trick? She didn't love Xiao Feng now, so naturally she wouldn't understand. Once she truly loved someone, and couldn't obtain him, even if she knew there might be a trap, she would not want to miss that 1 in a million chance. I am imprisoned by the Liao emperor. Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. He would never lead troops to attack Song. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng made a decision in his heart. He would not go to Great Liao. Besides, he didn't even know Yelu Hongji now, and they had not sworn brotherhood. The scene shifts. Azzi returns to Dali to seek help from Duanyu, who has become the emperor of Dali. At the same time, Suzhou leads the people of the Spirit Crane Palace, along with the beggar sect Shaolin and other martial artists, to Great Liao to rescue Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng escapes smoothly and arrives outside Yanmen Pass. At this time, Yelu Hongji has personally led a large army to Yanmen Pass. Duanyu and Suzhou act and capture Yelu Hongji. Xiao Feng threatens Yelu Hongji to retreat and swear never to attack Song in his lifetime. To save his life, Yelu Hongji has no choice but to agree to retreat. Xiao Feng watches Yelu Hongji retreat and chooses to commit suicide. Threatening the Liao Emperor was disloyalty, and Yelu Hongji, as his sworn brother, made it a betrayal of brotherhood. For the peace between Liao and Song being disloyal and unrighteous, Xiaofeng was unwilling to live on. Reward 1 top-grade divine 7-orifice exquisite pill which clarifies the mind, enhances wisdom. In the earlier ranking of Yutanji they had seen Xiaofeng die with Azzi holding his body and jumping off a cliff. Yet they never expected that Xiaofeng had committed suicide for the peace between Liao and Song. Xiaofeng, a true hero. Actually, there was no need to kill himself. If it weren't so, he wouldn't be Xiaofeng. No wonder he is the 9th of the top 10 tragic figures. This is too tragic. Now that the golden list has been revealed, Xiaofeng probably won't be so tragic anymore. Definitely. First, Xiaofeng already knows that Xuanzi was the leader brother and Kong Min died during Ma Duan's cuckold ranking. Zhu's tragedy won't happen again. It seems that Xiaofeng and Zhu don't even know each other yet. It looks like the promise of herds and flocks beyond the Great Wall is hopeless. The war between Liao and Song is now beyond doubt, and this time it's reversed. Great Liao has no power to resist. To be precise, it's not the Liao-Song War but the Qin-Liao War. Yes, once the martial king acts, Great Liao can be broken in a day. The world was in an uproar with winds and clouds stirring. Xiaofeng went to find Xiao Yuanshan, then went to seek revenge on Murong Bo. Zhao Wu ignored the turmoil outside, lost in the beauty of his beloved women, unable to extricate himself. Jing and I, who Sanyang Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying, had all originally had unfortunate fates, even tragic ones, as Zhao Wu wanted to comfort them well. Give them the greatest satisfaction. Happy days are always fleeting. 3 days passed in a flash. Today was another day for the Golden List's update. Jing and I and Xiaofeng were already tragic enough. I wonder who the last one is. How tragic will it be? The mortal world is always full of tragedies. As the time arrived, everyone raised their heads and stared at the Golden List. Buzz! Buzz! As the Golden List trembled, the light curtain slowly unfolded like a scroll. Before a figure appeared, a deep and majestic voice had already sounded. Wrath bristles through the crown. Leaning on the railing, the drizzling rain has ceased. Lifting my eyes, I roar at the sky, my passion fierce and intense. 30 years of fame and glory are but dust and earth. 8,000 miles of road with clouds and moon. Do not idle away your youth, turning your hair white and then lament in vain. The shame of Jingkong is still not avenged. The hatred of subjects, when will it be extinguished? Drive a long chariot, trample through the gap of Helan Mountain. In high spirits I will feast on the flesh of the barbarians. Laughing and talking I will drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Wait until we start anew, reclaim our old mountains and rivers and pay homage to the imperial court. Rage bristling under his crown, he leans on the railing as the drizzling rain subsides. The opening lines exude soaring ambition, overwhelming the mountains and rivers, majestic and grand. The person on this list must be a heroic figure. The shame of Jingkong, still unavenged, the minister's hatred, when will it end? Clearly this person is from the Great Song, likely a general well-versed in both literature and military arts. The Great Song is not without heroes, yet it is bullied by the small Jin and Liao. In the end, it is the emperor who is useless. As the saying goes, if a soldier is cowardly, the entire unit is cowardly. If an emperor is incompetent, no matter how capable his subordinates are, it is useless. As the deep and vigorous lyrics of the poem sounded, countless hearts in the 9 provinces trembled, as if seeing a heroic figure determined to drive out the barbarians and reclaim the land. What a splendid line. In my hunger I feast on the flesh of the northern barbarians. In my thirst I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Such a hero, I wish I could have met him and shared a toast. Xiaofeng drank a large bowl of wine, his heroism boundless. Though he had not yet seen the man from this poem, one could tell he was undoubtedly a hero. Great Qin, Zhangtai Palace. In my hunger I feast on the flesh of the northern barbarians. In my thirst I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. From the beginning I will reclaim the old mountains and rivers and pay homage to the imperial palace. Ying Zheng softly recited the poem, his heart stirred, and he exclaimed in amazement, this man is a great talent. It is a pity he was born in the wrong era, but now he can be of use to me. From this poem it can be seen that the person on the list is from the Great Song. Such a person appearing on the tragedy list is clearly related to the Great Song court. But now the Great Song has fallen and its talents should serve him. At this moment everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the golden list. 10 great tragic figures. 10th, Yu Fei, it's him. Yu Fei ranked 33rd on the martial general list. Could it be that Yu Fei died in battle or was captured in defeat, only to die on the battlefield for the country? Why need to be wrapped in horsehide and returned? As a general dying in battle is not a tragedy. It must not be as simple as dying in battle. I didn't expect Yu Fei, a martial general, to possess such literary talent. Seeing Yu Fei's name, everyone immediately thought of the Yu Fei ranked 33rd on the martial general list. The martial general list was ranked by strength. Most of those on the list were warriors. Few were outstanding in literature. Generals famous throughout the world like Lu Bu Li Yuanba Yuan Chengdu and Pei Yuanqing were all simple-minded brutes. If it were the command general list, then it would be normal for those on the list to have literary talent. After all, what the command general list values is not strength but the ability to command troops. There are many in this world who are mediocre in martial arts but divine in military strategy. With the appearance of Yu Fei's man Jianghong, people's evaluation of Yu Fei rose significantly. It seems Yu Fei is not only skilled in martial arts but also talented in literature. He can be called a man of both civil and military virtues. It's actually me. At this moment Yu Fei widened his eyes, never expecting that it would be him. Although he had made it onto the martial general list, he was still just a minor leader. After all, he hadn't bribed his superiors, so how could he have been promoted? When his superiors surrendered, he naturally followed the main army in surrendering to Great Qin. This had nothing to do with loyalty. After all, even Emperor Zhao Hung himself had surrendered. How could he, a squad leader, oppose it? But Yu Fei was a little puzzled at the moment. His family background was not good, but it was not tragic either. It seems my future is miserable, Yu Fei guessed in his heart. He was very curious about his future fate. Yu Fei was born in a common farming family in Tangyin County, Xiangzhou, Hebei West Road. At his birth, a large bird like a swan flew and called over the house, so his parents named him Fei with the courtesy name Pengzhu. During his youth he was taciturn and grave, often holding a lofty spirit. He loved reading books such as Wu's Commentary on the Spring and Autumn Annals, and Sun Tzu's Art of War. He once studied archery and horsemanship under Zhou Tong, able to draw a bow with both hands. Soon after Zhou Tong died of illness, Yu Fei would personally visit his grave to pay respects on the 1st and 15th days of every month. Later he studied under Chen Guang, learning the arts of the saber and spear, becoming unrivaled in the county in martial arts. He was born with divine strength and people marveled at him. At a time when the land was shattered and people were suffering, the iron hooves of the Jin soldiers trampled mercilessly their butcher knives, slaughtering the people of the Great Song. Countless innocent women were violated, reduced to slaves, living a life worse than death, their lives more worthless than straw. Faced with all this, Yu Fei resolutely joined the army, determined to resist the Jin. Before leaving, his mother tattooed 4 characters on his back: loyalty and service to the country. With Yu Fei's outstanding talent, after joining the army, he repeatedly achieved military merits, and his rank rose higher and higher, eventually forging the world-famous Yu family army. The scene shifts and Yu Fei leads the Yu family army on the battlefield, galloping and fighting in blood, sweeping all before them. His not-so-tall figure appeared extraordinarily majestic, towering like a sacred mountain standing between the Great Song and the Great Qin. If the Jin soldiers were like water and fire invading the land of the Great Song, then Yu Fei was like a mountain standing firm, impervious to water and fire, blocking everything. Gradually a saying spread among the Jin soldiers: it is easier to shake a mountain than to shake the Yu family army. Sigh. It is easier to shake a mountain than to shake the Yu family army. What glory is this? The Jin soldiers were once so arrogant, treating the people of the Great Song as sheep, trampling and ravaging them at will. Now they have been beaten into fear by Yu Fei. What the Great Song's army was like could be seen from the earlier appearance of Princess Mauda on the list. It was completely corrupt. The upper ranks embezzled soldiers' pay, military equipment was shoddy, and they had no ability to fight against the Jin soldiers. And yet Yu Fei in such an environment managed to forge such a steel-like army that made the enemy tremble in fear. When the superior sets an example, the subordinates naturally follow. Yu Fei led by example, so how could his army not fight to the death? The introduction was only a few sentences, but they had seen Yu Fei's usual conduct and training methods from the light screen. First, Yu Fei's life was extremely frugal. His whole family wore coarse cloth. His wife Li Hua once wore a silk garment, and Yu Fei said the empress and the imperial concubines are living a hard life in the north. Since you share my hardships, you should not wear such fine clothes. From then on, Li Hua never wore silk again. Whenever he went on an expedition, if the soldiers slept in the open, Yu Fei slept in the open as well. Emperor Gaozong once planned to build a grand mansion for Yu Fei in Hangzhou, but Yu Fei declined, saying the northern invaders have not yet been destroyed. How can I have a home? Although Yu Fei reached the rank of general and chancellor, he remained incorruptible. Whenever the court gave rewards, he never took a single coin for himself, distributing all of it to the soldiers. He often used his own private property to supplement military expenses. Yu Fei never took concubines, nor did he have female attendants serve him. When an officer of Shu commander Wu Jie discussed this with Wu Jie spent 2,000 coins to buy a young woman from a scholar's family to give to Yu Fei, but Yu Fei returned her. Some of his subordinates advised him to keep the woman to please Wu Jie. But Yu Fei said, now that the national shame has not been avenged, how can this be a time for a general to indulge in pleasure? Second, Yu Fei was strict in military discipline. 1. Emphasis on selection: soldiers should be elite rather than numerous, with the toughest requirements for the most combat-effective Beiwei army. When the armies of Han Jing and Wu Shi were assigned to the Yu family army, Yu Fei screened out most of the old, weak, and disabled, leaving only 1,000 men. After months of training, they all became elite soldiers. 2. Diligent training: when not fighting, Yu Fei often personally supervised the training of his troops, treating peacetime like wartime to the point of passing by his own home without entering. When practicing rapid downhill charges and leaping over trenches, he made the soldiers wear heavy armor and train until they were proficient. 3. Fair rewards and punishments. Those with merit were heavily rewarded, those without were severely punished without favoritism or partiality. In the Battle of Moi Pass, Zhang Xian's soldier Guijin was the first to scale the city wall. Yu Fei immediately rewarded him with the imperial gold belt and silver vessels, and also recommended him for the post of Bingyulang. When Yu Yun made a mistake in training, Yu Fei did not show favoritism and punished him severely. 4. Strict orders. When deploying troops, the orders were clear and simple, making it easy for subordinates to communicate and execute. Orders must be carried out and violators must be punished. When Yu Fei was in Luzhou, he sent a rider to report to the court. When the rider encountered a storm forbidding the crossing of the river, others tried to stop him, but the rider said, "I would rather drown than disobey the general's order." 5. Strict discipline. When stationed, even with tens of thousands of troops, not a single soldier could be seen in the streets. Only when they marched out did the people see their military formation. Wherever he went, Yu Fei would lead a dozen cavalrymen to patrol and inspect the enforcement of military discipline. When on the move, if any soldier trampled farmland, hindered agricultural work, or engaged in unfair transactions with the people, they were dealt with by military law. Anyone who takes even a single coin from the people will be executed. Once a soldier took a strand of hemp from a commoner's house to bind fodder. After investigation, Yu Fei immediately had him beheaded. Another soldier bought firewood from a man named Xiong in Hukou County. Xiong, appreciating the soldier's gentleness, voluntarily reduced the price by 2 coins, but the soldier refused, saying, "How could I risk my head for 2 coins?" Under Yu Fei's leadership, the Yu family army truly implemented the principle of rather freeze to death than tear down houses, rather starve to death than loot. Wherever they went, the people rejoiced, raising their hands to their foreheads, moved to tears. Someone once asked Yu Fei, "When will the world be at peace?" Yu Fei replied, "When civil officials do not love money and military officials do not fear death, then the world will be at peace." Civil officials not loving money, military officials not fearing death. How many in this world can achieve that? Yes, there are too few people like Yu Fei. It's not that the Great Song lacks generals, but there is simply no place for them to display their talents. Yes, the Great Song placed civil officials in control of the military, which greatly suppressed the possibility of military rebellion, but also severely crippled its own military strength, allowing small countries like Jin and Liao to bully it. How tragic. It can't be helped. The founding emperor of the Great Song, Zhao Guangyin, seized the throne by forcing his soldiers to robe him, and his accession was illegitimate. He feared that future generals would imitate him, so he did everything to suppress them. He brought disaster upon himself, but it is the people of the Great Song who suffer. The world was in an uproar, deeply shocked by Yu Fei's lifestyle and strict military discipline. No wonder the Yu family army was so formidable that they could instill fear in the Jin people. Great Qin, Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng looked at Yu Fei's name in the sky and exclaimed with delight, "This man is a great talent. He can be a commander." As the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a good general is hard to find. Especially a commander like Yu Fei. Such a talent is rare, once in a century. Summon Yu Fei to the palace. I want to receive him personally. Ying Zheng issued the order. Such a talent he naturally intended to appoint to a high position. Especially at this time of unifying the 9 provinces, although Great Qin had many generals, few could match Yu Fei. No, even Wang Jian might not be a match for Yu Fei. Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials all echoed. They knew that Yu Fei was about to rise. But they could not stop him. After all, Yu Fei had real ability, and now he was known throughout the world. With Yu Fei's current strength, it should be impossible for the Jin kingdom to defeat him. Even if he died in battle, it would not be considered a tragedy. I feel that Yu Fei's tragedy must come from his own people. Yes, the 2 dogs Zhao Ji and Zhao Heng were captured by the Jin people, and Zhao Go declared himself emperor in the south. This Zhao Go does not seem like a wise ruler. Not just Zhao Go, none of the Great Song emperors in recent generations have been wise rulers. If there had been a wise ruler, how could the shame of Jingkong have occurred? What a disgrace. Who knows how many people were ravaged and slaughtered by the Jin soldiers. The people looked at the sky, curious about Yu Fei's tragedy. The scene shifts. After 10 years of effort, Yu Fei finally had hope of pacifying the north, driving out the Jin soldiers and reclaiming the land. The Yu family army advanced on all fronts surrounding Kaifeng. Zhang Xian, together with Su Qing Lishan and other commanders, led the main force from Lining County northeastward, defeating 5,000 Jin troops and pursuing them for 15 li. At the same time, Wang Gui set out from Yingchang Prefecture, and Yo Gao also led the left army to advance. Wanyan Wuzhu stationed 100,000 troops at Juxian Town, 45 song li southwest of Kaifeng, hoping to make a last stand. The Yu family army camped at Weisher County, 45 song li north of Juxian Town, as a place of victory. 500 Beiwei iron cavalry of the Yu family army's vanguard reached Juxian Town. In a single clash, the Jin army was completely routed. Wanyan Wuzhu had only one path left: abandon Kaifeng and prepare to flee north across the river. Damn. 500 broke 100,000, that's terrifying. Yes, nowadays only the divine soldiers under the war god are said to be invincible, defeating many with few 1 against 100 or 1,000. I didn't expect Yu Fei's Beiwei army to be so formidable. No wonder the Jin soldiers were so afraid, saying, "It is easier to shake a mountain than to shake the Yu family army. Such an army is truly terrifying. Finally we can pacify the north and recover the land. Kill those Jin dogs." Everyone became excited, looking forward to Yu Fei marching north and annihilating the Jin soldiers. The scene shifts. In the palace, music and dance filled the air, and the Emperor Zhao Gu was in high spirits after receiving successive frontline victories, embracing beautiful women in pleasure. Prime Minister Qin Hui secretly reminded Zhao Gu that if Yu Fei defeated the Jin soldiers and brought back Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong from the north, how would the emperor position himself? Afterward, he instigated his partisan, the censor Luo Ruji of the palace service, to submit a memorial saying, "Our troops are few, our generals are weak, the people are distressed, and the state is impoverished. If Yu Fei advances deep, would it not be dangerous? I beseech your majesty to issue an edict ordering the troops to withdraw." Zhao Gu feared that Yu Fei would defeat the Jin soldiers and rescue Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong, jeopardizing his own throne. Therefore he made up his mind and issued the first edict ordering the army to withdraw around July 8th or shortly thereafter. On July 18th, just as Zhang Xian was advancing from Lining toward Kaifeng, the first edict to withdraw arrived. Given the overwhelming advantage at the time, Yu Fei submitted a memorial arguing an investigation shows that the Jin forces have concentrated their heavy troops entirely in the eastern capital. After repeated defeats, their morale is shattered and they are shaken both internally and externally. According to spies, the barbarians intend to abandon their baggage and flee quickly across the river. Moreover, heroes are now rallying to our cause, soldiers are willing to die, and the balance of heaven and human affairs has tilted in our favor. The achievement is within reach, time waits for no one, and the opportunity must not be taken lightly. I have pondered this day and night, and I am well aware. I only implore your majesty to consider it. 2 or 3 days later, when the vanguard had already reached Juxian town and Wanyan Wuzhu had fled from Kaifeng, Yu Fei received 12 edicts to withdraw delivered by golden character tablets within a single day. The edicts were stern: order the army to withdraw immediately, and Yu Fei himself to come to Linen for an audience. Upon receiving such absurd orders, Yu Fei wept with grief and indignation, saying, 10 years of my efforts are wasted in a single day. It is not that I am incompetent, but the powerful minister Qin Hui has truly misled your majesty. However, under the high pressure of the court, Yu Fei had no choice but to order the withdrawal. Upon hearing the news, the people blocked Yu Fei's horse, crying that they feared retaliation from the Jin soldiers. We have carried incense basins and transported grain to welcome the imperial army. The Jin people know all this. If you leave, we will not survive. Yu Fei had no choice but to show the edict with tears in his eyes, saying, I cannot stay without authorization. Thus the cries shook the land. When the army withdrew to Caizhou, hundreds of people crowded into the government office. A scholar led the crowd, kowtowing to Yu Fei, saying, We have been lost among the barbarians for over 12 years. We heard that you, commander, were leading the army north with the aim of restoration. We have been longing for the sound of your chariot and horses, counting days as years. Now with your advance, the old borders are gradually being restored and the barbarians are fleeing like beasts. The people are celebrating in their homes, thinking they have escaped from wearing barbarian clothes. Suddenly hearing that you, commander, are withdrawing, we truly cannot understand. Even if you do not care about the people of the Central Plains, how can you bear to abandon the achievement that is within reach? Yu Fei showed them the withdrawal edict and everyone wept bitterly. Yu Fei finally decided to stay for 5 days to cover the local people's migration to Xianghan. The army withdrew to Azhou while Yu Fei went to Linen for an audience. The loyalist forces in the north were left isolated and helpless. Wanyan Wuzhu returned to Kaifeng, reorganized his troops, suppressed the resistance, and recaptured the Hunan region that had been recovered by the Song army. The people of that region suffered brutal revenge from the Jin soldiers. Men were slaughtered, women were violated, and died, creating a hell on earth. Upon hearing the tragic news, while on the way back, Yu Fei looked up to the sky and lamented, all the prefectures we gained are lost in a single day. The state and the land can hardly be restored. The world will never be recovered. A hateful and detestable. Damn Zhao Gu, damn Qin Hui, damn all the officials in the court. Zhao Gu, Qin Hui and others indulged in pleasure in the Golden Palace, enjoying power and luxury, while the north had become a hell of suffering and death. Damn Zhao Gu, damn Qin Hui. I'll go right now and kill those 2 dogs. Zhao Gu probably has no chance. The male members of the Zhao royal family were almost all killed by the War King's assassin Jing and I. Zhao Gu should be dead already. Zhao Gu is dead, but there's still the traitor Qin Hui. Qin Hui is not of the royal family, and he is a treacherous sycophant who knows how to seize opportunities. He probably survived. Great Qin. Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng's eyes blazed with anger, and he said coldly, arrest Qin Hui and all the surrender faction and execute them by slow slicing. Although these events had not yet occurred, Ying Zheng wanted to kill at that moment. Your servant obeys the decree. At this time no one dared to stop him. No one would be foolish enough to plead for Qin Hui and his like. 10 years of achievement destroyed in a single day. How much despair and pain must Yu Fei have felt? Especially the people in the north who were about to escape their suffering but were once again disappointed and despairing. What is even more terrifying is that the Jin soldiers, having been beaten hard by Yu Fei, will vent their anger on the northern people after they return. How cruel and tragic that will be. Benevolent people across the land were all grief-stricken and indignant. At this moment those who still harbored a glimmer of hope for the great song were completely disillusioned. The great song deserved to perish. Yet the next scene was even more infuriating. The scene shifts. Yu Fei becomes a prisoner. Qin Hui personally interrogates him, using every means, torturing him severely, but Yu Fei remains unmoved, righteous, and awe-inspiring, refusing to be coerced into a confession. Qin Hui tries to find other charges, but after searching Yu Fei's home he finds nothing. It is utterly poor. In the end, with Zhao Guo's implied consent, Qin Hui executes Yu Fei on a fabricated charge. How absurd is that? How tragic is that? How despicable! How hateful! Who would have thought that Yu Fei did not die on the battlefield but perished at the hands of a fatuous ruler and treacherous ministers? Truly lamentable and deplorable. From the start we must reclaim our lost rivers and mountains and pay homage to the imperial palace. The fatuous rulers of the Song dynasty are not worth serving. The Song dynasty deserves to be destroyed. Its annihilation is only natural. Indeed, it is hardest to be a hero. Xiao Feng, with his peerless martial arts and lofty spirit, took his own life at Yanmen Pass to prevent war between Song and Liao. Yu Fei was murdered by the fatuous ruler and treacherous ministers on trumped-up charges. This truly fills one with irrepressible indignation. Upon seeing Yu Fei killed on fabricated charges, the world was appalled and indignant, gnashing their teeth in hatred toward Zhao Guo and Qin Hui. In the Qin mansion, Qin Hui, upon witnessing his own slander that led to Yu Fei's death, felt a chill of despair. It's over. He knew his reputation was utterly ruined, and he would become a scurrying rat scorned by all. No, I can't stay here any longer. I must find a place to hide. Panic-stricken Qin Hui hastily packed his valuables and prepared to flee. Qin Hui, you treacherous dog, come out and die. Kill. Kill this villain. Before Qin Hui could finish packing, shouts of killing erupted outside and fierce martial heroes burst through the door, charging at him. Ah, spare me, noble heroes. I did nothing. None of those things happened. Qin Hui panicked, trying to defend himself, but the furious martial artists had no patience to listen. They swarmed him, and Qin Hui was instantly cut to pieces. Pa! Dog villain! The crowd spat twice on Qin Hui's corpse before departing with a sense of relief. The Sui dynasty. Emperor Yang Guang of Sui stared intently at the name Yu Fei, his eyes blazing. Such a talent, if he could serve the Sui dynasty, would be a great blessing to our nation. Your Majesty speaks truly. The civil and military officials echoed in agreement. Yang Guang did not hesitate. He immediately sent envoys to the Song dynasty, hoping to persuade Yu Fei to pledge allegiance to Sui. Yu Fei was a Song man, loyal by nature, but now that the Song dynasty had been destroyed by the Great Qin, there might still be a chance to convince him to serve Sui. In any case, it was worth a try. There was no loss in trying. What if it succeeded? Reward: a top-grade 7-orifice exquisite elixir, which brightens the heart and mind, enhances wisdom, and induces epiphany. At this moment, Yu Fei clutched the elixir rewarded by the golden list, his heart a mix of emotions. Congratulations, brother Yu. You have become famous overnight. His comrades beside him offered their congratulations. Given Yu Fei's loyalty and ability as revealed by the golden list, he would surely gain the favor of Emperor Ying Zheng of Qin and soar to great heights with boundless prospects. As for the fallen Song dynasty, to hell with the Song dynasty. Thank you, but it is merely a title. Yu Fei's face remained calm, neither excited nor agitated by his appearance on the list. Though he had surrendered to the Great Qin along with the main force, he still considered himself a Song man. He had originally planned to retire and return to his hometown. But after seeing his fate in the future, he was utterly disillusioned with the Song dynasty. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment the golden list of the Dao in the heavens trembled once more, surging with boundless rosy clouds, while vast purple chi coalesced into an entirely new list. As the list took shape, the echoes of the Great Dao seemed to reverberate, as if expounding the mysteries of heaven and earth, revealing the true essence of martial arts. A new list has appeared. I wonder what list this is. This one feels different from the others. I only hope the list includes more slots, or otherwise with only 10 spots we have no chance of being listed. Who cares what list it is? It has nothing to do with me. The wine and food are ready. I just wait for the list to appear. I hope this list still has plenty of beauties. Seeing beautiful women improves my appetite. Seeing the new list emerge, everyone grew excited. Their eyes brimmed with boundless anticipation. Though most knew their chances of being listed were minuscule, what if the newly appeared list happened to be one they excelled in? For instance, many who were neither literate nor martial, spending their days only in drinking, gambling, and debauchery, would have no chance on a proper list. But if a list of drinking, gambling, and debauchery were to appear, wouldn't they also have a shot? They were quite confident in that regard, especially those with extraordinary talents. They felt that at 20 they could take first place on the list of men. Quick look! It's out! The new list is out! Top 10 Children of Fortune. Children of Fortune. What are children of fortune? Could they be those luck-blessed individuals who find treasures on the road, pick up peerless martial arts upon jumping off a cliff, and are saved by a supreme master just when they're about to die? Probably. Such people meet beauties at first sight. No matter how recklessly they act, they never die. Holy crap! Do such children of fortune really exist? I think the martial king is one. The martial king is definitely a child of fortune. Born into a royal family, he was taken by his mother to jump off a cliff before he was even born, but he survived and met the supreme martial god, inheriting his legacy. Not to mention all the stunning beauties he encountered. If he weren't the son of the heavens, I wouldn't doubt it for a second. If the martial king isn't a child of fortune, I'll eat my own excrement. At the mention of the children of fortune list, the first person everyone thought of was the martial king Zhao Wu. There was no helping it. Zhao Wu's life had been like a cheat code. Zhao Wu's life story was no longer a secret in the 9 provinces. After all, his fame had recently skyrocketed. Not because of his martial arts, but because of his women. Yao Yuel Yen Xing Jade Maiden Zhang Sanyang Merong Chodi Jiang Yuan Yen Fei Yushin Shi Shi A Qing Shin Bijuan Feng Xinyang, Hu Sanyang Li Choshui Wu Xingyun Li Songhai. The beauties on the list were mostly connected to Zhao Wu. It was impossible for people not to pay attention. In the Great Qin at the Zhangtai Palace, the martial king will surely top the list of the top 10 children of fortune. Indeed, if the martial king isn't a child of fortune, who in the world is? The martial king will undoubtedly surpass all the other children of fortune and claim the top spot. The civil and military officials spoke in unison, more confident of Zhao Wu's appearance on the list than anyone. My son must possess great fortune. Ying Zheng smiled faintly, full of confidence in Zhao Wu. In the Great Qin dynasty at the Imperial Palace. Congratulations, Brother Wu. You are sure to top the list and dominate the 9 provinces. Hu Sanyang and Mu Guing congratulated him. In their eyes, Zhao Wu was undoubtedly a child of fortune. Let's see how it unfolds. Zhao Wu shook his head, uncertain whether he would be listed. In this world of martial arts, he was not the protagonist. He knew many protagonists. According to the logic that protagonists are children of fortune, it would be hard for him to make the list. But he had intercepted many opportunities meant for those protagonists, effectively stealing their fortune. He had even intercepted the mother of a protagonist, for example In Susu. He wondered if Zhang Wuji would still be born. Moreover, he had killed children of fortune like Ling Huchong. The fortune he had amassed was probably unmatched in the world. By that reasoning, he too counted as a child of fortune. Whether he would be listed depended on how the golden list ranked him. In the Great Qin, on a pleasure boat, Wei Xiaobao lay on a large bed, surrounded by beauties, enjoying himself immensely. Sigh, a child of fortune. If only I were one. Wei Xiaobao sighed, thinking of his birth in the Lichuan courtyard, his mother a prostitute, and not even knowing who his father was. Such a miserable fate seemed utterly incompatible with being a child of fortune. Suddenly Wei Xiaobao's eyes widened as if struck by a spasm, staring fixedly at the sky in utter shock and disbelief. How is this possible? My lord, what's wrong? 2 scantily clad young women with flushed cheeks, puzzled by Wei Xiaobao's reaction, asked. They looked up at the golden list. Top 10 children of fortune, first place, Wei Xiaobao. It's him. The man who cuckolded the Qing emperor. I heard the Qing emperor still hasn't caught Wei Xiaobao, and he's still out there enjoying himself. As befits a child of fortune. After cuckolding the Qing emperor, he's still alive and well. Anyone else would have died 100 times over. I wonder what the Qing emperor is thinking right now. Seeing Wei Xiaobao, the crowd was startled, then understanding dawned. Though Wei Xiaobao's name had appeared only a few times, it was still fresh in their memory. This was the man who had cuckolded the Qing emperor. In the Great Qing palace, the Qing emperor's eyes blazed with fury as he abruptly stood up. It's him. That dog of a servant is a child of fortune. No wonder we haven't caught him for so long. He's protected by great fortune. Humph, so what if he's a child of fortune? I am the sovereign of the Great Qin, possessing the mandate of heaven. A true dragon emperor with boundless fortune. Even a child of fortune must bow before me. A dragon must coil, a tiger must lie low. When the golden list rewards him, his approximate location will be revealed, and then I will see how he dies. The Qing emperor's eyes burned with murderous intent. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let Wei Xiaobao escape. Wei Xiaobao is a child of fortune, but I heard he's not very martial. A child of fortune will surely become a big shot in the future. Should we invest now and cling to his coattails? Cling to his coattails. Ha, if your own fortune is insufficient, following a child of fortune will likely get you caught in the crossfire, and you'll die without knowing how. Look at the big shots in the martial world. Most of them were once children of fortune, but how many of those around them met a good end? The higher you climb, the colder it gets. I wonder what makes a child of fortune so special. Though they had some guesses, everyone was curious about the specifics. All eyes were fixed on the sky. The scene shifts and the sounds of debauchery arise. It is the Lichuan courtyard in Yangzhou, where a prostitute named Wei Chuanhua, after entertaining countless clients, discovers she is pregnant. She chooses not to abort the child but gives birth to him, naming him Wei Xiaobao. Holy crap, that's an incredible origin. Wei Xiaobao has no idea how many fathers he has. If each one contributed a bit of fortune, that alone would make him a child of fortune. Amazing! Screaming! Everyone knew Wei Xiaobao had cuckolded the Qing emperor, but few knew of his origins. At that moment, countless jaws dropped. Wei Xiaobao grew up in the Lichuan courtyard, indulging in drinking, gambling, whoring, and swindling. He was especially adept at seducing women, but he loved listening to storytelling and opera, and he greatly admired the heroes in those tales. To become a hero, he impulsively rescues a down-and-out martial artist named Mao Shiba. Grateful for Xiaobao's help and pestered by him, Mao Shiba takes him to the capital. In the capital, Wei Xiaobao is kidnapped into the palace by an old and a young eunuch. He uses his cunning to blind the old eunuch Hai Dafu, and kills the young eunuch, named Xiao Gizi, thereafter impersonating Xiao Gizi as a fake eunuch in the palace. One day, returning from gambling, Wei Xiaobao encounters a richly dressed young man practicing martial arts who calls himself Xiaoxuanzi. They spar, and this young man is none other than the Qing emperor. The regent Oboy, skilled in martial arts and overshadowing the emperor, is a threat to the young Qing emperor. To eliminate Oboy, the emperor devises a plan, sending Wei Xiaobao with a group of young eunuchs to capture and kill Oboy under the guise of wrestling and playing. Wei Xiaobao cunningly kills the treacherous regent Oboy, greatly pleasing the Qing emperor. Meanwhile, the anti-Qing organization Tiandihui also takes a liking to him. At the age of 13, Wei Xiaobao becomes the closed-door disciple of Chun Jinan, the chief of the Tiandihui, and also the highly regarded chief of the Qingmu Hall. Following Chun Jinan's orders, Wei Xiaobao returns to the palace as a spy. Holy crap! Is this what a child of fortune is like? Terrifying. With mediocre martial arts, he still manages to kill Oboy, and gains the favor of both the Qing emperor and the Tiandihui. An ordinary person would have died hundreds of times. Seeing Wei Xiaobao's string of incredible experiences, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Among countless eunuchs in the palace, he alone formed a close bond with the emperor. The fearsome Oboy was taken down by a weakling like him. Though he had little martial skill, he always managed to escape danger, ingratiate himself with everyone, and enjoy endless romantic luck. For example, Mu Jianpain and Fang Yi. The two women fell into Wei Xiaobao's hands by accident, were teased and bullied by him, and eventually became his wives. A sight that made everyone envious. The scene shifts. Wei Xiaobao stumbles upon the secret of the Empress Dowager, colluding with the evil sect Shenlong sect, and learns from her that the Qing emperor's father Xuanji has become a monk at Mount Wutai. To protect Xiaoxuanzi, he reports this matter, along with the fact that he is a fake eunuch, to the Qing emperor. The Qing emperor is both surprised and delighted to learn his father is still alive, and immediately sends Wei Xiaobao to Mount Wutai to investigate. By chance, Wei Xiaobao meets Shuang, the woman who becomes his wife at the Zhuang estate. Later they travel together to Qingliang Temple on Mount Wutai, where they find the former emperor Xuanji. However, on their return journey they are captured by the Shenlong sect and taken to Serpent Island in Liaodong. On Serpent Island, taking advantage of internal strife within the Shenlong sect, Wei Xiaobao uses his flattery skills to win the trust of the leader Hong Antong, and is appointed as the White Dragon Envoy, a high-ranking position. He also develops an ambiguous relationship with Hong Antong's wife Su Quan. Holy crap! That bastard Shuang, such a good woman, is ruined by him too. I have a feeling Hong Antong is going to be cuckolded. This bastard's romantic luck is terrifying. Thankfully, due to various reasons, things have deviated. Wei Xiaobao hasn't met any of those beauties, nor has he gotten his hands on them. The golden list can change people's fates. Now Wei Xiaobao has become a rat everyone despises. He hasn't been doing well in the Great Qin compared to his original fate. Besides, the martial king can also change others' fates. I have a feeling that the beauties Wei Xiaobao was supposed to meet have been intercepted by the martial king. That makes sense. The martial king has already caused chaos in the Song and Ming dynasties. It's unlikely the Qing is an exception. Shuang, Fang Yi, and the others have probably been taken by the martial king. Wei Xiaobao returns to the capital and reports to the Qing emperor about Xuanji's monastic life. Expecting a generous reward, he is instead ordered to become a monk at Shaolin Temple. In an instant, the teenage Wei Xiaobao becomes Huiming Chan Master, of the same generation as the 80-year-old abbot of Shaolin. This eminent monk grows bored in the temple and begins to cause trouble, drinking, whoring, and repeatedly breaking monastic precepts, turning the ancient Buddhist sanctuary into a chaotic mess. One day, while wandering outside the temple, Wei Xiaobao encounters two beauties, a Ku and a Qi, playing in the water. He is captivated by Aku's beauty and vows to marry her. From their conversation he learns they are looking for their master, so he poses as a fortune teller and divines for them. He tells them where their master is, and they believe him coming to Shaolin Temple to find him. However, they end up fighting with a young monk named Jingji. Wei Xiaobao joins the fray using his signature Dragon Claw technique. He strikes a vital point and grabs Aku, who humiliated tries to cut her own throat, but survives though injured. Wei Xiaobao carries her back to the temple and treats her wounds. Holy crap! What kind of luck does Wei Xiaobao have? He meets two more beauties, one of them stunning. Is this the terror of a child of fortune? Doesn't that beauty named Aku resemble Chen Yuanyu and who ranked second on the Qing dynasty's beauty list? Hey, I think so too. Could they be related? How beautiful! In my original fate I actually have so many stunning beauties. Jianing Mu Jianpain Fong Yi Shuanger Su Quanzang Ro A Ku. Wei Xiaobao stared at the introduction about himself on the light screen, his eyes gleaming and drooling, as if he wanted to stick his eyes on them. Damn! Thinking that now he had only been with Jianing among these beauties, and hadn't encountered any of the others, he couldn't help cursing. Bloody Golden List, you ruined my happiness. If the Golden List hadn't exposed the Qing Emperor's cuckolding, would he have ended up as a stray dog, hunted across the world by the Qing Emperor? If not for the Golden List, he would still be enjoying himself in the palace spending silver freely surrounded by beauties second only to the Emperor. Wait, won't my approximate location be exposed when the Golden List rewards are distributed? Wei Xiaobao was startled. Although his martial arts were poor, his intelligence was not weak. Although the Golden List wouldn't reveal his exact location for the Qing soldiers, once they determined the general area and sealed off the city, wouldn't he be like a turtle in a jar? Moreover, he knew well the cruelty of the Qing soldiers. Even if he hid among the crowd, they would find it hard to locate him, but if they massacred the city, he would have no escape and no place to hide. I need to find a remote place far from the Qing soldiers, wait for the Golden List reward, then quickly relocate and blend into a crowd. Who could catch me? Having made up his mind, Wei Xiaobao immediately got up and quickly left the flower boat. Meanwhile, within the light screen, after Aku woke up, she asked Wei Xiaobao to untie her acupoints, but suddenly attacked, stabbing Wei Xiaobao, and then fled the temple. Later danger struck. Wei Xiaobao used a ruse to rescue Xuanji, allowing the Qing Emperor to reunite with him. While the Qing Emperor was paying homage in the hall, he was assaulted by Jinan. Fortunately, Wei Xiaobao risked his life to save him, but was captured by Jinan, and saw his dream lover Aku, who turned out to be Jinan's disciple. To escape, Wei Xiaobao again used the assassination of Oboy to persuade Jinan, and was accepted as her disciple, learning advanced martial arts. Unfortunately, he trained half-heartedly, only mastering the escape light skill, 100 changes of divine movement. Damn! Is this the son of fortune? In an instant he turns danger into safety, not only escaping harm but gaining opportunities. This Wei Xiaobao is truly cunning, thriving on both sides, and reaping benefits from all. His martial arts are poor, but his official rank keeps rising, his silver increases, and his beauties multiply. The scene shifts. Wei Xiaobao follows Zhang Keshuang and Aku but is scolded by Aku. Wei Xiaobao hates Zhang Keshuang intensely but is powerless. By chance he encounters Duolong and a group of guards who came to find him. Wei Xiaobao uses Duolong's hand to beat Zhang Keshuang severely, and then takes the opportunity to play the hero, saving the damsel. Then he stages a Gaolao village wedding, arranging a marriage between an ugly country girl and Zhang Keshuang, while he himself marries Aku. Afterwards, entrusted by Jinan, Wei Xiaobao returns to the capital. Holy shit. Amazing cracking voice. He directed and acted in his own Hero Saves Beauty show. He also took the chance to severely crush his rival. I must say, this bastard really stops at nothing to achieve his goals. After all, he grew up in a brothel. All he knows are low-down tricks. Can you expect him to be as upright and noble as a true hero? I just don't understand how a despicable, shameless, low-life scoundrel like this can become a son of fortune. He's just lucky. What can you do? Some people are born different. Like the martial king destined to stand above the clouds overlooking the world. Prince of Pingxi Wu Sangui has been painstakingly building his power in Yunnan, growing increasingly strong. The Qing Emperor decides to use military force to abolish the feudatory. Before launching the campaign to lull Wu Sangui, the Qing Emperor decides to marry his sister princess Jianing to Wu Sangui's son Wu Yingxiong. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaobao's monastic period ends, and the Qing Emperor appoints him as the marriage envoy. Wei Xiaobao escorts Princess Jianing to Yunnan. The two already know each other, and before reaching Yunnan they engage in illicit relations, turning the marriage envoy into a consort. In Kunming, Princess Jianing, who is passionately involved with Wei Xiaobao, refuses to marry Wu Yingxiong. In a fit of her wild temper, she castrates Wu Yingxiong. Seeing the sudden change, Wei Xiaobao has no choice but to take Wu Yingxiong hostage, and together with Princess Jianing take a detour through Huguang back to the capital. Soon after, Wei Xiaobao is ordered to attack the Divine Dragon sect allied with Wu Sangui and the Raksha Kingdom. Holy cow! Wu Yingxiong's head is a little green. Wei Xiaobao the marriage envoy is really dedicated. He even took care of the princess in bed. I wonder how Wu Yingxiong feels when he finds out. The shaded path he yearns for is covered in white frost every night and morning. Poor Wu Yingxiong. I think he should be called not Yingxiong but Dog Bear. To be castrated by a woman just like that. This is truly tragic. Indeed, a woman whose heart is not with you is too terrifying. Prince of Pingshi's mansion. Wu Sangui and his son Wu Yingxiong stare at the light screen, their faces ashen, their hearts burning with rage. Wu Sangui is not angry because Wu Yingxiong was castrated by Princess Jianing in the original future, but because the Qing Emperor intends to move against him. That slut. One day I will kill her. Wu Yingxiong clenched his teeth as he watched the image of Princess Jianing on the light screen. That was his manhood. Father, after this the Qing Emperor will definitely act against us. Let's rebel. Strike first to gain the advantage or be struck later. Wu Yingxiong said viciously. Only by overthrowing the Qing Emperor could he capture Princess Jianing and then cruelly torment and revenge. At this point we have no choice but to rebel. Wu Sangui nodded. If he didn't act, the Qing Emperor would act against him. He had no alternative. Father is wise. Wu Yingxiong flattered. Then both stared intently at the light screen. They all wanted to know whether the Qing Emperor had succeeded in defeating them in the original fate. The scene shifts. Wei Xiaobao leads a grand army of land and water forces toward Liaodong. But before reaching Snake Island, he, the commanding general, becomes a captive of Hong Antong. In danger, Wei Xiaobao has no choice but to repeat his old trick, trying to flatter his way past Hong Antong, but is imprisoned. Fortunately, Shuang'er rescues him, and they escape the Divine Dragon sect. Hong Antong discovers this and immediately leads a pursuit of Wei Xiaobao. Wei Xiaobao and Shuang'er flee in panic, heading north to Mount Deer Cauldron, and accidentally enter the Raksha army camp. Afraid of the Divine Dragon sect lurking outside, Wei Xiaobao uses his silver tongue to charm the Raksha princess Sophia, who is inspecting the camp, and goes with her to the Raksha kingdom. Sophia returns to Moscow just as the Raksha Tsar dies of illness. Wei Xiaobao, adept at fishing in troubled waters, uses the stabilize the state strategy he learned from operas to help Sophia launch a successful coup. Sophia becomes the regent queen and Wei Xiaobao is made Earl of the Far East for his planning, and also has an illicit relationship with Sophia. However, he misses his homeland. Soon he finds an excuse to return to the capital with the Raksha envoy. The Qing dynasty signs a treaty with the Raksha envoy, eliminating the threat from the rear. Wei Xiaobao is granted the title of first-class loyal and brave Earl by the Qing Emperor for his contributions to the peace negotiations. Oh my god, I'm numb. Wei Xiaobao's luck is simply unbelievable. Pursued by the Divine Dragon sect, he still manages to befriend the Raksha princess. Not only did he befriend her, but he also charmed her into a daze and finally helped her become the regent queen. He himself was made Earl of the Far East and gained a beautiful queen like Sophia, who was at his beck and call. After returning to the capital, he was granted the title of first-class loyal and brave Earl by the Qing Emperor. The speed of his promotion is incredible. I would call him the strongest. Great Qin Imperial Palace. Hu Sanyang's fair face glowed with an enticing flush, her dreamy eyes filled with emotion. I never thought there could be someone with such heaven-defying luck in the world. No wonder he is called the son of fortune, truly a favored child of heaven. Indeed, although Wei Xiaobao has some wit, if not for his great fortune, he would have died 1,000 times. Mu Guang echoed. A son of fortune is like an indestructible cockroach, always turning calamity into blessing, turning danger into safety, and winning beauties. Zhao Wu smiled slightly, then noticed 3 pairs of burning eyes staring at him. Obviously, they all considered him the son of fortune. Zhao Wu chuckled. Everything I have is not due to luck but to strength. Eft. Hu Sanyang Mu Guang, and the others clearly didn't believe him, throwing a pretty glance at Zhao Wu. Don't believe me? Zhao Wu curled his lips and smirked. It seems I need to let you all truly experience what strength means. Don't. The scene shifts. Wu Sangui is about to rebel. To stabilize the realm and appease the people, the Qing Emperor orders Wei Xiaobao to go to Yangzhou to build a loyal shrine for Shirkufa. Wei Xiaobao returns to his hometown in glory. After reading the imperial edict at the Yangzhou prefectural office, he sneaks away to the Lichuan brothel to visit his mother. Unexpectedly, he is surrounded by martial artists in the brothel. He uses a clever trick, drugging them all. He then captures 6 beautiful women: Hong Antong's wife Suquan Mu Jianpain of the Mu Manor, Fang Ye, daughter of Chan Yuanyu and Zheng Rou of the Wanggu sect, and his own Shuang'er, taking them all as his own, making a coup and Suquan pregnant. While Wei Xiaobao is indulging in romantic bliss, Wu Sangui has already raised his rebellion in Yunnan, forcing Xiaobao to return from Yangzhou to the capital. Holy shit. I'm numb. Wei Xiaobao's martial arts are mediocre. Can his body handle it? The martial king at least has supreme skills, an astonishing physique, and extraordinary combat power. I'm really damn envious. Although the martial king has many beauties, I'm not jealous because the gap is too big. But what has this bastard Wei Xiaobao done to deserve this? With his pathetic martial arts, I could beat him with one hand tied behind my back. The crowd looked at Wei Xiaobao's 6 women, their eyes red with jealousy. If it were the martial king, they would only feel envy at most. After all, the gap between them and the martial king is too huge. But Wei Xiaobao, a despicable, shameless, low-life scoundrel without martial arts, literary talent, or good looks. What right does he have to possess so many peerless beauties? Moreover, how many of Wei Xiaobao's women truly like him? Most were forced by circumstances, and after being taken by his despicable means, they had no choice but to submit to him. This Wei Xiaobao is nothing but a lecher. Hu Sanyang said disdainfully. He drugged Fang Yizheng Ro and others, then had relations with them. What else could he be called? Right? The only thing better than a lecher is that Wei Xiaobao is willing to take responsibility, while a lecher wouldn't. Mu Guiying said. They truly despised people like Wei Xiaobao from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Wu smiled and didn't comment. Everyone has their own way of survival. This is Wei Xiaobao's way of survival. Wei Xiaobao lacks his peerless martial arts and extraordinary appearance. To obtain the women, money, and status he desires, he relies on deception and low-down tricks. Zhao Wu neither approves nor despises. He multitasks, doing warm-up exercises while watching the light screen in the sky. The scene shifts. The eccentric martial artist, Invincible Fist Gue Xinshu, and his wife, deeply regretful for mistakenly killing the Heaven and Earth Society leader Wu Liuqi, discuss with the society's heroes and decide to sacrifice themselves by entering the palace to assassinate the Qing emperor. Wei Xiaobao cannot bear to see Xiao Xuanzi in danger, so he devises a plan to cover for him. Gue Xinshu's assassination fails, but exposes the location of the Heaven and Earth Society and Wei Xiaobao's identity. The Qing emperor surrounds Wei Xiaobao's mansion, where the society's leaders are gathered with heavy troops, and orders Wei Xiaobao to redeem himself by personally capturing them. Wei Xiaobao cannot bear to harm his master Qin Jinnan and the society brothers, so he rescues them all and flees the capital in fear of punishment. At least he has some loyalty. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help nodding. If Wei Xiaobao had truly betrayed the Heaven and Earth Society, he would be a shameless villain. During his escape, Wei Xiaobao is pursued by the Divine Dragon sect leader and taken back to Divine Dragon Island. Hong Antong's subordinates refused to take the poison he gave them, angering him. Lu Gaoxian inadvertently reveals the secret of Su Quan's pregnancy. Hong Antong demands to know who the father of the child in Su Quan's belly is. Enraged by Su Quan's betrayal, Hong Antong goes on a killing spree. The Divine Dragon sect falls into internal strife with the group attacking him, but they are all killed by him. Hong Antong intends to kill Su Quan to vent his hatred. Seeing Su Quan's life in danger, Wei Xiaobao picks up a stone and hurls it at Hong Antong, killing him with a move Hong Antong once taught him. Only on his deathbed does Hong Antong learn that Su Quan is carrying Wei Xiaobao's child. Su Quan becomes Wei Xiaobao's chief wife. Wei Xiaobao, along with Su Quan, Jianing, Zheng Rofang Yi, and Mu Jianpain, leaves Divine Dragon Island and flees to Tongqi Island for refuge. Shi Lang leads Qing soldiers to Tongqi Island. Chun Jinan and others defeat the Qing soldiers, sending them fleeing. Chun Jinan advises Shi Lang to return to Taiwan, which angers Zhang Keshuang, who then ambushes and kills Chun Jinan. Wei Xiaobao promises his master Chun Jinan not to kill Zhang Keshuang, but forces Zhang Keshuang to write a huge IOU. To save his life, Zhang Keshuang has no choice but to offer a coup as collateral to Wei Xiaobao, and tells him that the child in a ku's belly is his. Wei Xiaobao has to release Zhang Keshuang and Feng Shifan, but is stopped by Feng Jizhong. Feng Jizhong reveals his identity to Wei Xiaobao, who never expected that Feng Jizhong was a spy sent by the emperor into the Heaven and Earth Society. Feng Jizhong threatens Wei Xiaobao but is shot dead by Shuanger. Wei Xiaobao buries his master Chun Jinan and brings his 7 wives to live in a cave on Tongqi Island. Kangxi, recalling his childhood friendship with Wei Xiaobao, not only stops sending troops to pursue him, but also provides favorable treatment. Good times don't last long. The Raksha Empire's eastward aggression has already caught the Qing Emperor's attention. His victory in the southwest strengthens his resolve to send troops against the Raksha and reclaim lost territory. Wei Xiaobao has been to Moscow, has a rough knowledge of the Raksha language, and has had a fleeting romance with the Raksha regent queen. The Qing Emperor recalls him to the capital, bestows upon him the title of Duke of Deer Cauldron and Grand General of Pacifying the Far East, and orders him to lead troops against the Raksha. Seeing that Little Xuanzi no longer holds the Heaven and Earth Society matter against him, Wei Xiaobao gladly accepts the order. He takes Shuanger to Mount Deer Cauldron, and following the Qing Emperor's strategy, he fights his way through, winning repeatedly. Finally, with a urine shot on Mount Deer Cauldron, he defeats the Raksha army, forcing the Raksha envoy to sign a peace treaty. Wei Xiaobao achieves a double victory in military and diplomacy, returns in triumph, and his power and glory reach their peak with his wife and children honored. Soon trouble arises again. Kangxi orders him to eradicate the Heaven and Earth Society, which is anti-Qing. The Society brothers ask him to inherit his master Chun Jinan's will and become the chief leader, continuing to oppose the Qing dynasty. Seeing that he cannot reconcile loyalty and righteousness, Wei Xiaobao has no choice but to abandon his official post and flee. Under the pretext of visiting his mother, he takes his 7 wives back to Yangzhou, reunites with his mother Wei Chuanfang, and lives in seclusion under a false name. Damn! I didn't expect that in the original fate, he reached the peak of life but ended up with only 7 wives. But that's still better than me now. I don't even have 1 wife. After watching the magnificent journey of his original fate, Wei Xiaobao had a curse word in his heart, unsure whether to say it. Just then a streak of light fell from the sky, flying toward his location. Reward: divine grade superior martial art, silver tongue. Not only makes his tongue agile and versatile, but his words can instinctively convince people. Silver tongue. This martial art is good. Wei Xiaobao's eyes twinkled and he liked it very much. Looking back on his life, his martial arts were mediocre and his ability to repeatedly turn danger into safety relied not only on great fortune but also on his glib tongue. Now with the silver tongue, his mouth has become even more formidable. Besides, even when there's no danger, it comes in handy with his wives. This place is exposed. I need to move quickly. Suppressing his joy, Wei Xiaobao fled again. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, the Qing Emperor's voice was cold as he snorted, "No matter how silver your tongue, I will definitely kill you this time." However, he didn't know that Wei Xiaobao had not only fooled him with his silver tongue, making him his sworn brother, but also that his harem concubines had experienced Wei Xiaobao's silver tongue more than a few times. Wei Xiaobao's appearance stirred up the 9 provinces. However, because his martial arts were mediocre, he didn't attract much interest from many martial artists. Everyone eagerly awaited the next son of fortune on the list. Would he jump off a cliff and find a martial arts manual or a hermit's legacy? Unfortunately, the next son of fortune would be announced 3 days later. Everyone felt regret but couldn't help it. Their hearts suddenly felt empty. However, Zhao Wu, Hu Sanyang and the others lived a fulfilling life. Day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. 3 days later, Zhao Wu leaned against the headboard holding Mu Guiying's soft warm body, his heart at peace. Not elated by external things nor saddened by personal matters, calm and undisturbed. Meanwhile, Mu Guiying, Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu had already fallen into a deep sleep, the tear stains at the corners of their eyes, silently telling of their previous exhaustion. A martial arts contest for a bride. Suddenly Zhao Wu raised an eyebrow, his divine sense detecting something. His divine sense was powerful, naturally covering the entire city. Whenever he wanted, nothing in the city could escape his eyes. Interesting. In an open space in the city, a brocade flag was planted in the ground with white background and red flowers, embroidered with 4 gold characters, martial arts contest for a bride. Beneath the flag, 2 people were engaged in a lively fight, trading punches and kicks. One was a girl in red, the other was a tall man. One was a girl in red, the other was a tall man. One was a girl in red, the other was a tall man. The maiden in crimson moved with grace and precision, her martial arts not weak, while the burly man was mediocre in skill. After several exchanges, she feigned a flaw, leaving her upper guard exposed. The burly man rejoiced, unleashing a move called Twin Dragons emerge from the cave, his fists hurtling straight toward the maiden's chest. The crimson maiden shifted slightly, sliding aside, and swung her left arm in a sweeping arc. With a resounding thud, the burly man was sent flying, landing in a mess of dust and shame. He scrambled to his feet, his face burning with humiliation, and squeezed back into the crowd, fleeing in disgrace. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of cheers. Mu Nianci. Zhao Wu observed all this with his spiritual sense, making a guess about the maiden's identity. To the left of the banner reading Martial Arts Tournament for a Bride, stood an iron spear thrust into the ground, and to the right were 2 steel short halberds. Nearby, a middle-aged man was present. The middle-aged man was broad-shouldered and sturdy, though his back was slightly hunched, his temples streaked with gray, his face lined with wrinkles, and his expression deeply troubled. He wore a coarse cotton-padded jacket and trousers, both patched. The crimson maiden, about 17 or 18, stood gracefully, her face bearing the marks of travel, yet her bright eyes and white teeth rendered her countenance lovely. Such a pair situated in the capital of the Jin Kingdom. Their identity was self-evident. At that moment, the middle-aged man made a sweeping bow to the crowd, and announced in a clear voice, "My surname is Mu, my given name Yi, and I am from Shandong. Passing through this noble land, I seek neither fame nor profit, only that my daughter, having reached marriageable age, is yet unbetrothed. She once made a vow she does not desire wealth or rank in her husband, but only a hero of superior martial arts. Hence I presume to hold this martial arts tournament for a bride. Any man under 30 unmarried who can best my daughter in a single blow, I shall betroth her to him." We father and daughter have traveled from south to north, traversing 7 provinces. Yet as all renowned heroes are already wed and young champions are loath to stoop, we have thus far found no suitable match. He paused, clasped his fists, and said, "The capital is a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers where many noble warriors dwell. My actions are presumptuous. I beg your indulgence." After Mu Yi's announcement, he waited. The crowd of idlers jeered and made crude jokes appraising the maiden, yet no one dared step forward. He looked up at the sky, seeing the leaden clouds pressing low and the north wind howling stronger, muttering to himself, "It seems a heavy snow is imminent." Alas, the sky was just like that on that day. He turned to pull up the flagpole, about to roll up the banner, when suddenly two voices called out from the east and west of the crowd, "Hold on." Two men simultaneously dashed into the circle. The crowd burst into roaring laughter. The one from the east was a fat old man with a thick, mostly gray beard, at least 60 or 70 years old. The one from the west was even more absurd. A bald monk. The fat old man shouted at the crowd, "What are you laughing at? This is a martial arts tournament for a bride. I am not yet married, so why can't I compete?" The monk grinned impishly. "Old man, even if you win, would you make a flower-like maiden a widow as soon as she crosses the threshold?" The fat old man retorted angrily, "Then what are you here for?" The monk replied, "With such a beautiful wife I would renounce my vows immediately." The crowd laughed even harder. The crimson maiden's face flushed with anger, her brows furrowed like willow leaves. She shed the cloak she had just donned, and was about to step forward. Mu Yi pulled her back, urging her to be patient, and casually thrust the flagpole back into the ground. The monk and the fat old man argued over who would fight the maiden first, their bickering escalating into a quarrel. The idle onlookers cheered, "You two should fight each other first. Whoever wins gets to go." The monk said, "Fine, old man, let's have some fun." And with that he threw a punch. The fat old man tilted his head to dodge and countered with a punch of his own. It was the Shaolin Arhat fist. The fat old man employed the 5 elements fist, both being external martial arts. The monk leaped and lunged with agility, while the fat old man's strikes were heavy and fierce. Despite his age, each move was powerful. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained when suddenly a magnetic teasing voice rang out from the air. "Quite lively, isn't it?" The voice was not loud yet. As it sounded, an invisible force seemed to ripple through heaven and earth. Everyone involuntarily looked up. Even the monk and the fat old man, locked in fierce combat, froze involuntarily. They raised their heads and gazed above the banner. A young man in a black robe embroidered with gold-edged dragon patterns had appeared atop the banner seemingly from nowhere. He was tall and straight, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his deep bright gaze like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. He stood there as if he were the sole presence in the universe. All around him paled in comparison. Everyone stared at the sky in stunned silence. Their hearts churned with overwhelming shock. "So handsome." Mu Nianxi's previously angry eyes suddenly lit up. "Is this the martial king? Truly seeing is better than hearing. So handsome, even more so than on the golden scroll." Mu Nianxi's heart pounded wildly, and an unconscious flush of charming red crept across her fair, delicate face. The martial king. Mu Yi's mind trembled with awe. Why is the martial king here? To him, the martial king Zhao Wu was a supreme figure standing atop the clouds. Along the journey, he had heard countless tales of Zhao Wu's exploits. The name of the martial king thundered in his ears. Not only Mu Nianxi and Mu Yi, but everyone present recognized Zhao Wu. "My heavens, the martial king has come. Ah, the martial king is so handsome. I never thought the martial king would attend a martial arts tournament. No need to compete now. These two are incredibly lucky. Should I have my daughter hold a tournament too?" The crowd erupted in excitement, a clamor of voices. Especially since the Jin kingdom had just been annihilated by Jing and I, and Hu Sanyong, the name of the martial king, was known in every household. "Spare me, martial king. I was just here for the fun. Please be magnanimous and let me go like a fart." The fat old man, upon seeing Zhao Wu, felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His lustful thoughts, which had just arisen, were instantly extinguished. He knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Spare me, martial king." The monk, seeing the fat old man prostrate in supplication, immediately knelt as well, touching his forehead to the ground in the utmost piety. They had never imagined Zhao Wu would appear here, nor that he would have taken a fancy to Mu Nianxi. They dared not lay a hand on Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu could kill them with a single move. "Get lost." He cast a faint glance at the two, and they were struck as if by a massive hammer, spitting blood and flying backward, crashing into a stone pillar dozens of meters away. A collective gasp of awe rose from the crowd. Their eyes were filled with reverence. A single glance had sent men flying dozens of meters. It was terrifying. As for whether the two lived or died, no one cared. A fat old man and a monk who had lecherous designs on a young girl. Serve them right if they died. Did he avenge me? Mu Nianxi's heart pounded fiercely, her cheeks burning crimson. Suddenly, with a blur before her eyes, Zhao Wu's handsome, upright figure stood before her, smiling slightly. "Let me give it a try." Mu Nianxi dared not meet his eyes, shyly lowering her head. Mu Yi hurried forward, clasping his fists and forcing a smile. The martial king jests. "We are but humble wanderers of the Jianghu. How dare we cross swords with the martial king? My daughter dares not spar with the martial king. Let us take our leave." Zhao Wu smiled. A friendly bout with points of contact. Rest assured I will not harm the lady. Please Martial King enlighten me. Before Mu Yi could refuse, Mu Nianzi made a slight curtsy to Zhao Wu. The lady first. Zhao Wu smiled back. Mu Yi sighed inwardly, knowing that Mu Nianzi had likely been smitten. He could not stop her. In terms of martial arts, talent, appearance, and family, no one in the world could surpass Zhao Wu. But precisely because Zhao Wu was too perfect, his status too lofty, Mu Yi felt they were beneath him. Moreover, Zhao Wu had many women. He did not mind Zhao Wu's many women. For a man of Zhao Wu's stature, it was inevitable that he would have many women. What worried him was that Zhao Wu's women were all terrifyingly powerful. Figures like Yao Yue Lian Xing Jiang Yuan Merong Chodi Wu Xingyun Li Cho Shui and Empress Shui Yunji. Each was a supreme being standing atop the clouds. Mu Nianzi compared to them was like a little rabbit thrown into a den of tigresses and great sharks. She would likely be devoured in minutes, bones and all. But he had no way to intervene. Mu Nianzi, after bowing, struck first. She knew she was no match for Zhao Wu. Therefore she went all out. Zhao Wu stood still, unmoving. Each time she attacked, he merely shifted, slightly evading with perfect precision. Mu Nianzi advanced and retreated around Zhao Wu, her red dress and skirt swirling like a crimson cloud. The Martial King is incredible. He hasn't moved an inch, and Mu Nianzi can't even touch his sleeve. Of course, the Martial King is a divine being. If he were to strike, everyone here combined couldn't withstand a single move. The Martial King hasn't even tried. He's not in his bedchamber, so naturally, he won't put in effort. The surrounding crowd chattered excitedly. To have seen the legendary Martial King was a story they could tell for a lifetime. As for the outcome of the contest, no one cared. The result had been sealed the moment the Martial King appeared. There was no other possibility. With a swish, Mu Nianzi exhausted all her skills, but still could not touch Zhao Wu. She was now flagging, her chest heaving, drenched in fragrant sweat. Zhao Wu knew the moment was right. He reached out and grasped the maiden's fair soft hand. Ah! Mu Nianzi startled, feeling his hot, powerful grip, and her heart fluttered like a startled deer. The next moment a strong force came from his hand, and Mu Nianzi's body went limp, falling into Zhao Wu's arms, her face burning with shame. Yet deep in her heart there was an inexplicable sense of security and attachment, along with a faint sweetness. Zhao Wu, seeing this, scooped her up in a princess carry. Mu Nianzi gasped, both shy and delighted at a loss. Throughout history, beauties admire heroes. Mu Nianzi was no exception. Especially recently, she had heard countless tales of the Martial King's exploits. The story of Zhao Wu slaying 200,000 Jin soldiers with a single sword stroke and rescuing Imperial Princess Mauda had been adapted into countless versions spreading across the land. Everyone knew that Imperial Princess Mauda's original fate was tragic. Abandoned by her father and brother, drugged, and handed over to the Jin beasts for violation, eventually dying from a ruptured colon from torture. And countless women of the Great Song, represented by Mauda, had been tortured to death by the Jin dogs. The women of the Great Song harbored deep hatred for the Jin. Zhao Wu's appearance, slaughtering the Jin and rescuing Mauda, made him the Prince Charming in the hearts of all Great Song women. Countless women became his adoring fans. Mu Nianzi was no exception. Otherwise, when Mu Yi was about to leave, she would not have so eagerly agreed to spar with Zhao Wu. And the result of the sparring, everyone knew. Mu Nianzi understood as well. She could not defeat Zhao Wu. She was bound to lose. Her intentions were obvious. Martial King. Mu Yi, seeing Mu Nianzi held in Zhao Wu's arms, rushed over, words caught in his throat. Toward Zhao Wu. He still harbored goodwill. After all, he hated the Jin. And Zhao Wu had killed Jin soldiers, saving countless people of the Great Song. Your real name is Yang Tianxin, isn't it? Zhao Wu interrupted him, looking at Mu Yi. Yes. Does the Martial King know me? Yang Tianxin gazed at Zhao Wu in astonishment, never expecting him to know his true name. Mu Nianzi also looked up curiously. Your wife Bao Shirua was taken by Wanyan Honglai and made his wife. You have a son named Wanyan Kong who should be called Yang Kong. They are now in the Jin Kingdom's prison. Take my imperial decree and bring them out. With a thought, Zhao Wu dropped the token into Yang Tianxin's hand, then vanished with Mu Nianzi in his arms. Shirua. Clutching the token, Yang Tianxin finally came to his senses, both shocked and overjoyed. He did not know how Zhao Wu knew. He no longer cared. He hugged the token tightly, laughing and crying, and ran madly toward the Jin Kingdom's prison. Shirua is alive after all, and I have a son. An immense surge of joy flooded Yang Tianxin's heart, making him forget even Mu Nianzi. At that moment, Mu Nianzi was carried by Zhao Wu into the inner palace of the Jin Kingdom's imperial residence. She asked curiously, Martial King, how do you know about my adoptive parents? I know many things. Zhao Wu smiled mysteriously. Come, let me tell you slowly to deepen our understanding. Martial King, no. Mu Nianzi was overcome with shyness, finally closing her eyes and yielding to Zhao Wu's actions. Your martial arts are too weak. Let me unblock your acupoints and cleanse your marrow first. As Zhao Wu diligently worked to transform Mu Nianxi's physique and elevate her cultivation, the golden scroll in the heavens updated once more. I wonder who the lucky one is this time. That Wei Xiaobao scoundrel was incredibly lucky last time. I'm so jealous my dick is turning purple. At least Wei Xiaobao's fate changed. Aside from messing with that sadistic Princess Janning and the Qing Emperor's harem, he didn't corrupt any other beauties. I wonder if this lucky one will be fortunate. Maybe he would have been lucky originally, but after being listed he won't be. Makes sense. In the Great Qin, the Imperial Palace. Damn it, that dog-slave Wei Xiaobao escaped again. The Qing Emperor fumed. Looking at the upcoming update of the 10 Great Fortune Sons, he declared arrogantly, I am the master of the Great Qin, possessing all within the 4 seas. All talents are but my slaves. I am the son of destiny. The 10 Great Fortune Sons must include me. 10 Great Fortune's Son second Duan Yu. Top 10 children of fortune second Duan Yu. Duan Yu? It's him. 10th on the romance list. Who would have thought he is also a child of fortune? When I think of Duan Yu, I think of the Duan clan of Dali. What a mess. The Duan family are all talents occupying both the romance list and the cuckold list. Especially that bastard Duan Zhengshuan, who appears on both the romance list and the cuckold list. Speaking of Duan Zhengshuan, I have an image in my mind outside the Tianlong temple beneath the Bodhi tree, a ragged beggar, a long-haired guanyin. Duan Yanqing, brother Zhengshuan, your wife is quite indulgent. Seeing Duan Yu, the gossiping crowd grew excited. With the release of the romance list and the cuckold list and Azu's appearance on the list, everyone was quite familiar with the Duan clan of Dali. Especially that bastard Duan Zhengchun. Although he personally appeared on the list only twice, he piggybacked on others' lists many times, definitely ranking among the top in Zhuzhou. Zhong Wanchou's appearance on the cuckold list involved him. Ma Deyuan's appearance on the cuckold list involved him. Yu Tanji's appearance on the tragedy list, which involved Azi, also had him. Azu's appearance on the tragedy list involved him. Xiao Feng's appearance on the tragedy list also involved him. And many more. His presence seemed ubiquitous, second only to the martial king. Dali. Imperial Palace. Duan Zhengming couldn't help but exclaim with joy, excellent, excellent. My Dali has produced a child of fortune. My son indeed has great fortune. Duan Zhengchun could not hide his joy, but when he remembered that Duan Yu was not his biological son, but the son of Duan Yanqing and Dao Baifeng, his joy vanished and his heart ached as if cut by a knife. On the other side, Duan Yanqing's wrinkled, scarred face broke into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, heaven has indeed been kind to me. Though it took away my throne and left me crippled, it compensated me with a son, a child of fortune. The only regret was that he could not be with the goddess of his heart. Otherwise it would have been perfect. Although Dao Baifeng had only spent one night with him in a fleeting tryst. But that night was unforgettable to him for all eternity. In his darkest, most helpless and most desperate moment, it was Dao Baifeng who gave him the courage to live, letting him feel the joy and meaning of life. She was the Guanyin Bodhisattva who saved him from the endless hell. She was his obsession and his faith. But he knew Dao Baifeng could never love him. And she was Duan Zhengshuan's consort. There was no possibility between them. I am a child of fortune. At this moment Duan Yu, who was clinging to Dao Baifeng's arms and acting spoiled in the Yushu temple, looked utterly bewildered. He was a child of fortune. How could he not know? Dao Baifeng stroked the head of Duan Yu, who was buried in her arms, her face full of relief. Although she had already been publicly shamed, Duan Yu was Duan Yanqing's son. But no matter whose son Duan Yu was, it could not change the fact that he was her son. She raised her head and gazed at the golden list screen in the sky, filled with anticipation. It was like watching a son succeed, win a big prize, and appear on television while she watched from afar. Duan Yu was born into the royal family of the Dali kingdom. From childhood, he lived a carefree life detached from worldly strife. Duan Yu had no interest in martial arts, and did not understand them. He could not even use his family's signature skill, the one yang finger. Pressured by his father and uncle, he left home. Hearing that the Wuliang Mountains were serene and beautiful, he went there, met Zhongling, and at the age of 19, he stepped into the Jianghu for the first time. So this is a child of fortune. He goes out and immediately meets a beauty from the peerless beauty list. This kid really doesn't know his blessings. He doesn't even learn his family's one yang finger, not knowing it's a divine tool for showing off and picking up girls. Exactly. Duan Zhengchun made so many mistresses devoted to him, bearing him children and raising daughters. Maybe it's because he mastered the one yang finger to perfection, making it incredibly powerful. But Zhongling is Duan Zhengshuan's daughter. Duan Yu meets her right away. Whether it's luck or misfortune remains to be seen. Speaking of which, Duan Yu should thank his mother. If she hadn't had that one-night tryst under the Bodhi tree, outside the Tianlong temple, making him Duan Yanqing's son, he wouldn't be able to claim Zhongling as a sister. Outside the Jianhu Palace on Wuliang Mountain, two sects were fighting. Duan Yu wanted to stop the conflict by reasoning with peaceful Buddhist principles, but was instead forced to take a poison that would kill him in 7 days. He had to go to the Wanja Valley and exchange the antidote for the lightning mink venom to save Zhongling and himself. This guy is so foolish. He thought he could use Buddhist principles to stop the conflict and resolve the feud between the two sects. Doesn't he know that Buddhism stops conflicts through wrathful vajras and martial prowess? In the Jin Imperial Palace, Muniance's pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes dreamy and watery, as she looked at the naive Duan Yu on the screen full of contempt. If he had learned his family's one yang finger, and had the strength to overpower both sects, would it have been so hard to resolve the conflict? As she spoke, envy flickered in Mu Niance's eyes. She was the adopted daughter of Yang Tiexin, whose martial arts were mediocre. Only his Yang family spear technique was passable. She had no chance to learn advanced martial arts. But Duan Yu was born into the Dali royal family, a martial arts lineage with the one yang finger Duan clan sword techniques, the 6 meridians divine sword, and other supreme arts. Yet he was too foolish to learn any of them. Are you envious? Zhao Wu raised Mu Niance's delicate chin with his damp palm, looking at her envious eyes and smiling. You are now my woman. You can learn any martial art you want. Not to mention the one yang finger, I have countless finger techniques far more powerful than that. Martial King, do you also know the one yang finger? Mu Niance was a bit puzzled. The one yang finger was the Dali Duan clan's hereditary art, not passed to outsiders. Zhao Wu said he had many finger techniques better than the one yang finger, which she didn't doubt, but the one yang finger itself. Of course. Zhao Wu nodded slightly, then leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Didn't I just demonstrate it for you a moment ago? Mu Niance was stunned, then widened her eyes, her face flushing crimson like blood. She tightened her legs and shyly scolded, The Martial King always teases me. How am I teasing you? Zhao Wu laughed. Was the demonstration too fast? Didn't you learn it yet? Then let me demonstrate it again slowly, with in-depth analysis, ensuring you'll never forget it. Humph. Mu Niance's eyes widened, her delicate body trembling, and she exclaimed, No. While the Martial King was instructing Mu Niance in the essence of profound martial arts, the sky screen continued to shift unhurriedly. To save the captive Zhongling, Duan Yu accidentally fell off a cliff, and stumbled into the Longhuan Blessed Land, on Wuliang Mountain. In the Longhuan Blessed Land, he pushed open a large door, and was startled to see a woman in palace attire holding a long sword, its tip aimed at his chest. After a long while, seeing that the woman remained completely still, he looked closer and realized that although she was elegant and graceful, she did not seem alive. Summoning his courage, he examined her more carefully, and discerned that it was a white jade statue. The jade statue was life-sized, its pale yellow silk robe quivering slightly. Even more astonishing were its eyes, which sparkled with brilliance and radiance. Duan Yu kept saying, I'm sorry, staring at you like this is terribly rude. Knowing it was rude, he still could not tear his gaze away from her eyes. He did not know how long he stared, only realizing later that the eyeballs were carved from black gems. The more he looked, the deeper they seemed, with a faint shimmer of light within. The jade statue looked incredibly lifelike. A faint blush seemed to permeate the white jade texture of its face, indistinguishable from real human skin. Duan Yu turned sideways to look at the statue, and found that its gaze seemed to follow him as if it were alive. He was startled. Turning his head to the right, the statue's gaze seemed to move with him. No matter where he stood, the statue's eyes always seemed to look at him, and the expression in those eyes was unfathomable. Seeming both joyful and loving, full of deep affection and yet sorrowful. After a long gaze, he bowed deeply and said, Divine sister, I Duan Yu have seen your face today and can die without regret. Sister, living alone in this remote place, aren't you too lonely? The gemmed eyes of the jade statue shimmered with changing light, as if they had heard his words and were deeply moved. At this moment Duan Yu was entranced, as if bewitched, unable to tear his eyes away from the statue. He said, May I ask what your name is, divine sister? After spending a long time in the cave, Duan Yu obtained the 2 peerless martial arts manuals left by Li Qiushui, the Baiming Divine Art and the Lingbo Weibu. What the heck? Isn't that Li Qiushui? No, it's Li Songhai. In the original Fate, Wuyazi and Li Qiushui lived in seclusion here. But Wuyazi, that scumbag, had Li Qiushui yet yearned for Li Songhai, so he carved this white jade statue. Duan Yu is truly a child of fortune. He goes out and meets a beauty from the peerless beauty list, and when he falls into a valley he finds peerless martial arts manuals. But now it seems something is off. Li Qiushui, Li Songhai, and Wu Xingyun have all been swept up by the Martial King. There should be no Longhuan Blessed Land under Wuliang Mountain anymore, nor the Baiming Divine Art and Lingbo Weibu. The Martial King cut off Duan Yu's opportunity at the root. The Martial King is awesome, screaming, Dali, Yushu Temple, my opportunity is gone. Duan Yu stared blankly at the sky, but he didn't care too much, as he had never been interested in martial arts. His only regret was that he couldn't see the Divine Sister in person, even if it was just a statue. Don't be sad. Not having the Baiming Divine Art and Lingbo Weibu is nothing. Your family's martial arts are not weak, and the 6 Meridians Divine Sword shakes the world. Dao Baifeng thought Duan Yu was upset, and comforted him by stroking his head. Mother, don't worry. I know. I never liked martial arts anyway. Losing them is nothing. Duan Yu smiled and said lightly. He continued to gaze at the sky screen. After obtaining the divine arts, Duan Yu rushed to the Wanjie Valley to seek help from Zhongling's mother Gan Baobao. But because of Zhong Wanchou's misunderstanding, Gan Baobao was unable to leave, so Duan Yu was sent to find Duan Zhengchun with Zhongling's birth chart. Subsequently, he met Mu Wanqing. The two disguised themselves to deceive the Shinnong sect and rescued Zhongling. On Wuliang Mountain, Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing were trapped and made a marriage vow. Afterward, Duan Yu was imprisoned by the Wuliang sword sect, but escaped using the Biming divine art. However, he accidentally consumed the king of poisons, the Mangu Zhuha, and became immune to all poisons. The Dali Duan family rescued Mu Wanqing, and they all headed to Dali. On the way, they passed by Yushu Temple, where Duan Yu's mother Dao Baifeng lived. Duan Yu embraced her affectionately, but Mu Wanqing misunderstanding struck at Dao Baifeng with her palm. After Duan Yu explained Dao Baifeng, and the others proceeded to the Dali royal palace. The Southern Sea crocodile god came to the palace and demanded that Duan Yu become his disciple. However, Duan Yu used his Lingbo Weibu to evade the attacks, causing the crocodile god to instead become Duan Yu's disciple. Later, Duan Zhengchun discovered that Mu Wanqing was his daughter, which struck Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing like a thunderbolt. Ha ha ha! The expression on Duan Yu's face when he learned Mu Wanqing was his sister was truly priceless. I wonder what expression he'll have when he learns he has many more sisters. Looking forward to seeing Duan Yu's face when he finds out Zhongling is his sister. I just want to say the favored one of destiny is so terrifying. He accidentally consumed the king of poisons, the Mangu Zhuha, but didn't die. Instead, he became immune to all poisons. Duan Yu, the favored one of destiny, is far more powerful than Wei Xiaobao, but he doesn't seem as clever. It's a pity that the two divine arts that would have elevated Duan Yu were stillborn before he could acquire them. I wonder if Duan Yu will still rise. Favored one of destiny. What is a favored one of destiny? One with great fortune will surely obtain opportunities from elsewhere, even if the martial king cut off his chance at Longhuan Blessed Land. The 9 provinces buzzed with discussion, envious and jealous of Duan Yu. But when they saw that all the peerless beauties he encountered were his own sisters, they felt an indescribable relief. May all lovers in the world become siblings. Especially knowing that Duan Yu's opportunities had already been severed by the martial king. Countless people watched with sarcastic glee. Such is human nature. When one cannot obtain divine arts or beauties, seeing others also fail brings comfort and balance. They watched like spectators engrossed in the light curtain in the sky. Because Duan Yu had absorbed the internal energy of many people using the Biming divine art, he fell ill. His uncle Duan Zhengming took him to Tianlong Temple for help. At Tianlong Temple, Duan Yu learned the Wenyang finger from his uncle. Later, when Jimozi came to forcefully borrow the 6 Meridians divine sword, Duan Yu successfully mastered the long-lost supreme divine art of the Dali Duan clan, the 6 Meridians divine sword, but was consequently captured by Jimozi. Jimozi forced Duan Yu to write down the 6 Meridians divine sword sutra, but Duan Yu refused. Jimozi then took him to Gusu's Morong family, where he met Azu and Abi. With the help of Azu and Abi, he escaped Jimozi, and the 3 of them went to Manor Luosha. This scene had also appeared in Azu's introduction, so the audience was not surprised. But that time it was from Azu's perspective. This time it was from Duan Yu's perspective. Soon Duan Yu encountered Wang Yuyan, who resembled the fairy sister of his dreams. At the first meeting, Duan Yu heard only a sigh and his whole body trembled, his heart pounding. He thought, how can a sigh be so beautiful? How can there be such a voice in the world? Duan Yu's heart was shaken by the sigh. When he later heard Wang Yuyan's beautiful voice talking about Morong Fu, his blood surged like boiling water, his heart filled with bitterness and envy. She cares so much about young Master Morong, holds him so dearly in her heart. Young Master Morong, how fortunate are you to have such divine favor. How fortunate are you to have such divine favor. When Duan Yu first saw Wang Yuyan's face clearly, his ears roared, his vision blurred, and his knees went weak. Involuntarily he fell to his knees, kowtowed, and cried excitedly, Fairy sister, I have missed you so much. Your disciple Duan Yu pays respects to Master. After meeting her, he was utterly captivated by her beauty, infatuated, and unable to extricate himself. At that time, rumors about the Gusu Morong family spread through the martial world. Wang Yuyan, anxious about her cousin's situation, left Manor Luosha with Duan Yu for the first time to search for Morong Fu. Duan Yu, Wang Yuyan, Azu, and Abi went to Tingxiang Waterside Pavilion. Wang Yuyan used her martial arts knowledge to instruct those who came to provoke the Morong family, pointing out techniques like 5 tigers severing the door saber, 9 strikes of the green character, and 18 breaks of the city character, earning everyone's admiration. However, some tried to kidnap Wang Yuyan as a living martial arts encyclopedia until Bao Butong arrived and drove away the enemies. Bao Butong's sarcastic remarks infuriated Duan Yu, who left alone. After leaving the Morong family, Duan Yu met the beggars sect leader Xiaofeng at Songhe Tower in Wuxi City. They compared their talents, admired each other, and became sworn brothers. Later at the beggars' sect gathering in Xingzi Forest, Duan Yu encountered Wang Yuyan again, and his eyes were glued to her. Holy crap! This Wang Yuyan must be Li Qiushui's granddaughter, right? She looks exactly like her. Damn, it's incredible. Indeed, the bloodline of Li Qiushui's family is terrifyingly consistent. Whether sisters, daughters, granddaughters, or great-granddaughters, they are almost identical. From Wu Xingyun's introduction, Li Qiushui's granddaughter, the Western Xia princess Li Qinglu, had a fling with Xuzhu in an ice cellar. Li Qinglu looks exactly like Wang Yuyan. In Xiaofeng's introduction, Li Qinglu ended up with Xuzhu, but she always wore a veil in public. Now I understand why. From Xiaofeng's introduction, we know that Xiaofeng, Duan Yu, and Xuzhu are sworn brothers. But Duan Yu is hopelessly infatuated with the fairy sister. If he sees Li Qinglu, he'll react the same way as with Wang Yuyan, and that would be a problem. On one side is a brother, on the other is a woman. Xuzhu seems to be the second brother, so Li Qinglu is the second sister-in-law. As the saying goes, dumplings are best when eaten but playing with. Seeing Duan Yu utterly infatuated with Wang Yuyan trailing after her like a lovesick puppy, the crowd was in an uproar. They were thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Especially given the previous rankings, they could already infer a lot of related information. In Dali at Yushu Temple, Duan Yu looked at the light curtain in the sky, and recalled the Western Xia princess Li Qinglu who had appeared earlier. The Yinchuan princess always wears a veil in public. Is my second brother trying to guard against me? By second brother, he naturally meant Xuzhu, but due to various circumstances, he had not yet sworn brotherhood with Xiaofeng and Xuzhu. Although I am drawn to the fairy sister, I know that a brother's wife must not be dishonored. But wearing a veil is fine. If I saw the Yinchuan princess's true face, I might lose my composure. However, because of the martial king, there are only Li Qiushui and Li Songhai now, not Li Qinglu or Wang Yuyan. And the fairy sister, strictly speaking, should be Li Songhai. What a pity. Duan Yu felt regret. In fact, when he first saw the image of Li Songhai, when she appeared on the Grand Song beauty ranking, he had already fallen in love with the fairy sister Li Songhai. But Li Songhai was beyond his reach. Now she was the martial king's woman, known to all under heaven. Are you still thinking about your fairy sister? Dao Baifeng stroked Duan Yu's head and said earnestly, let alone Li Qiushui. She is too deep for you to handle. As for Li Songhai, though she is better than Li Qiushui, she is also not someone you can dream of. And they are both the martial king's women. Dao Baifeng, seeing Duan Yu's desperate infatuation with Wang Yuyan in the light curtain, feared that he might act rashly and seek out Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. Not to mention that Li Qiushui and Li Songhai themselves were two terrifying figures. The martial king was even more fearsome. The martial king would not hesitate to destroy the Dali Duan clan. If he were displeased, he could kill Duan Yu with a single slap and they would have nowhere to appeal. After all, might makes right. Mother, rest assured, I won't go looking for Li Qiushui and Li Songhai. I'm not that foolish. Duan Yu said with a smile, then, as if thinking of something, he added with a dreamy look. If I do go looking, it will be for Lady Long. Now Lady Long is the fairy sister in my heart. Now Lady Long is the fairy sister in my heart. Duan Yu thought of the number 1 on the Grand Song beauty ranking little dragon girl, and grinned foolishly. Dao Baifeng's heart sank at the sight. She gently rubbed Duan Yu's head and said softly, although I haven't heard that Lady Long is taken, she is such a peerless beauty, the top of the Grand Song beauty ranking. Countless people covet her. It would be very dangerous for you to seek her out. The martial king is a philanderer. Many peerless beauties from various states and continents are connected to him. Lady Long, as the top beauty of the Grand Song, might also be involved with him. How about giving up? There are many beauties in Dali. I'll find you 100 and you can take turns each day. Wouldn't that be better? Those are just common beauties. Even 1,000 or 10,000 of them. How can they compare to even a single finger of the fairy sister? Duan Yu sneered inwardly, but said with a smile, Mother, I understand. Rest assured. Yuer is such a good boy. Dao Baifeng hugged Duan Yu, tightly nodded with satisfaction, and planned to find many beauties for him to keep him from running off. Beauty is a disaster, especially those at the top of the beauty rankings. If Duan Yu went to compete even as a favored one of destiny, he would be in grave danger. Behold, Duan Yu's opportunities were stillborn before they even came to be, thanks to the martial king. Duan Yu leaned against Dao Baifeng's soft embrace, but in his mind he was thinking of sneaking out at the first opportunity to find his fairy sister, little dragon girl. As for danger, he was not afraid. In the apricot grove at Xiaofeng, left in fury due to his origins missing the meeting with the Western Xia's first rank hall, which led to their revenge. Spreading the grief of the gentle breeze poison around the grove, leaving Wang Yuyan and the beggar sect members powerless, all captured by the Western Xia. Duan Yu, unaffected by the poison, due to his consumption of the mango vermilion toad, took Wang Yuyan and fled the grove. They arrived at a mill where pursuing Western Xia warriors appeared. Wang Yuyan directed Duan Yu to intercept the enemies, and they encountered Murong Fu disguised as the Western Xia warrior Li Yenzong. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyan, weakened by the poison and her clothes soaked by rain, had just changed and was unable to dress. The peasant girl who helped her was killed by the Western Xia warriors, leaving Duan Yu to dress her. a tender scene. Later, due to Duan Yu's lack of martial prowess, he continuously evaded using the Lingbo Weibu step, but Murong Fu eventual. Is this the son of fortune? Damn, he falls off a cliff and finds a divine martial art manual, escapes danger with a beauty by his side, and she just happens to be poisoned and helpless. Isn't this the classic trope to get close and take advantage? Indeed, for the son of fortune, danger is always an opportunity. No matter the peril, they always find a way to turn disaster into blessing to overcome all odds. Duan Yu, after using the antidote left by Murong Fu, cured the poison, and left the mill with Wang Yuyan. They encountered Zhu and Bai, who had escaped, and after discussion they decided Duan Yu would impersonate Murong Fu, while Zhu would impersonate Xiaofeng to rescue the beggar sect members from Tianxi Temple and restore Xiaofeng's reputation. At Tianxi Temple, Duan Yu used the Lingbo Weibu step to fool the Southern Sea Crocodile God, making both the first-rank Hall and the beggar sect believe he was the real Murong Fu. Meanwhile, Murong Fu, disguised as Ying Zheng, released the grief of the gentle breeze, and left the message returning the favor with the same method, the enchanting poison wind. The jade returned intact. Duan Yu and Zhu used the antidote to rescue the beggar's sect members. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. How could this work? If not for the chance encounter with the Southern Sea Crocodile God, Duan Yu's impersonation of Murong Fu would have been exposed. If not for Murong Fu disguised as Ying Zheng being present at the scene, Duan Yu and his group could not have rescued the beggar's sect members. Can only be said that the son of fortune is truly different. Later, Duan Yu received an invitation from Su Xinghe's disciples, and went to the Deaf-Mute Valley to participate in the global chess tournament. In the jewel chess game set by Su Xinghe, Duan Yu attempted to solve it, but failed due to his reluctance to sacrifice pieces. When Murong Fu tried and was bewitched by Ding Chuanxiu to nearly commit suicide, Duan Yu saved him with the 6th Meridian Divine Sword. Finally, the young Shaolin monk Su Zhu accidentally solved the puzzle, and Duan Yu met Su Zhu for the first time. Subsequently, the Murong family mistakenly wandered into the 10,000 Immortals assembly, and Duan Yu secretly followed to rescue Wang Yuyan. At the Lingzhou Palace on the Tianshan Mountains, Duan Yu and Su Zhu became sworn brothers together, acknowledging Xiaofeng as their elder brother. At the Shaolin Temple's martial arts assembly, Duan Yu reunited with his sworn brothers Xiaofeng and Su Zhu, and the three fought together against Ding Chuanxiu, Murong Fu, and Yu Tanji, shaking the world. To find his elder brother Xiaofeng, Duan Yu went to the Shaolin Temple scripture library, where they listened to the sweeping monk's teachings. But Duan Yu was ambushed by Jimozi, struck in the chest with his flame blade, and fell unconscious. When Duan Yu woke up, he found himself in Xiaofeng's former residence at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain. Xiaofeng and Su Zhu had brought him there. There he met Zhongling, who had come to find him, and encountered Azi and Yu Tanji. The three Br. Indeed, if hard work were enough, what would be the use of talent? Indeed, if hard work were enough, what would be the use of opportunity? Indeed, those who are favored are different. They don't need to spend effort training every day. They can follow women around and still end up with unparalleled martial arts. And the little monk Su Zhu, even more foolish than Duan Yu, yet, by sheer coincidence, he also attained peerless martial arts. I'd bet a copper coin that little monk Su Zhu is also a son of fortune. Nonsense. If Su Zhu isn't a son of fortune, I'd chop off my head and use it as a chamber pot. But this son of fortune seems to have been ruined by the Golden List and the Martial King. Yes, Su Zhu's peerless martial arts first came from Wuyazi's transmission of power, then from absorbing the strengths of Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. But now Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui have been dealt with by the Martial King, so he has no chance to obtain their powers. Duan Yu and Su Zhu are probably crying in the toilet right now. Duan Yu, Su Zhu, I'm afraid I'm a fake son of fortune. The Martial King is the real one. Later, Duan Yu, following his father's orders, traveled to the Western Xia marriage competition. On a cliff near the Western Xia border, he met Wang Yuyan, who was about to jump to her death. In a temple in Lingzhou, Wang Yuyan explained the reason for her sorrow. Duan Yu, knowing she loved Murong Fu, decided to become the Western Xia consort himself to fulfill her wish, demonstrating his great love by preventing Murong Fu from becoming the consort, thus allowing Wang Yuyan to be with Murong Fu. Sigh. It gives me the feeling of Yu Tanji. To prevent his beloved goddess from being sad, he willingly marries another woman, sacrificing his own happiness to help his rival and his goddess. Such a pathetic simp is terrifying. I think Duan Yu also wants to marry Princess Yinchuan of the Western Xia. If Duan Yu sees that Princess Yinchuan Li Qinglu actually looks almost identical to Wang Yuyan, he'll be absolutely delighted. If Su Zhu marries Li Qinglu, he'll definitely have to guard against his brother day and night. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Muniancy, as Zhao Wu's teachings of martial arts grew deeper, her pretty face flushed and her voice trembled. I didn't expect Duan Yu to be such a devoted lover. Devoted lover. Zhao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Isn't he? Muniancy looked at Zhao Wu with dazed eyes. He's willing to sacrifice his own happiness to prevent his goddess from being sad, to let her be with the one she loves. Isn't that a devoted lover? Have you forgotten about Zhongling and Mu Wanqing? Zhao Wu scoffed. The first woman Duan Yu met was Zhongling. He was attracted to her beauty, though not as obsessed as with Wang Yuyan, but he still liked her and successfully stirred her heart. Then he met the even more beautiful Mu Wanqing, and immediately forgot about Zhongling getting involved with her. They only separated because they thought they were siblings. Finally there's Wang Yuyan. Duan Yu, like his father Duan Zhengshuan, falls for every woman he sees. And you call him a devoted lover. Are you trying to laugh me to death, so you can inherit my legacy? Eft. Mu Nianci couldn't help but burst out laughing, her body shaking. But she didn't refute Zhao Wu's assessment. She had been too one-sided in her judgment. Simply because Duan Yu sacrificed his own happiness for Wang Yuyan, she thought he was a devoted lover. That was clearly wrong. Now thinking about it, Duan Yu really did fall for every woman he saw. He was a womanizer. Indeed, all men are playboys. Mu Nianci said with a pout. Let's see how I deal with this playboy. Zhao Wu said with a wicked grin. Ah! The scene shifts to a deep well at night. Morong Fu, using a cunning scheme, pushed Duan Yu into the well. Wang Yuyan, seeing Morong Fu's heartlessness, jumped into the well herself. At the muddy bottom of the well, Wang Yuyan was moved by Duan Yu's sincere and selfless devotion and accepted him. In the depths of this deadly well, they exchanged vows of eternal love. This was the happiest moment of Duan Yu's life. Meanwhile, Jamozi, who had also fallen into the well, was consumed by demonic energy and attempted to kill Duan Yu. In panic, Wang Yuyan bit Jamozi's right arm, distracting him and allowing Duan Yu to absorb all his inner strength, finally saving Duan Yu. The two then rushed to the inner hall of the Western Xia Imperial Palace. Later, upon receiving a secret report, they traveled south to Dali to rescue his father. On the way, Duan Yu and his group were captured by Wang Yuyan's mother Li Qinglua, and Duan Yanqing also captured Duan Zhengchun and others. Lady Wang intended to use Duan Yu to force Duan Zhengchun to marry her as his lawful wife, but unexpectedly Morong Fu turned the tables, secretly using the grief of the gentle breeze poison threaten. Ah Xing Hongmian Bao Bao. Duan Zhengchun cried out heartbroken as he watched his women being stabbed to death by Morong Fu on the screen. Although he was a womanizer and irresponsible, he truly loved each of them. Because Zhao Wu had dealt with Li Qiushui, he hadn't met Li Qinglua, but Ruan Xingzhu and the others were still his women. Morong Fu. Duan Zhengchun gnashed his teeth, wishing he could eat his flesh and crush his bones. He stared intently at the screen, wanting to see the final outcome. Morong Fu then threatened Duan Zhengchun with the life of Dao Baifeng. To save his mother from being killed by Morong Fu, Duan Yu struggled free from his bonds, used the 6th Meridian Divine Sword, and the Lingbo Weibu Step to defeat Morong Fu, who then fled through a window. Duan Zhengchun committed suicide for his mistresses, and Dao Baifeng also died with her husband. Before dying, Dao Baifeng revealed the truth of Duan Yu's birth, that his biological father was actually Duan Yanqing. Thus Zhongling, Mu Wanqing, and Wang Yuyan were not Duan Yu's blood sisters. Overwhelmed by the sudden loss of his parents, and the shocking revelation of his lineage, Duan Yu, in his grief and fury, tacitly acknowledged Duan Yanqing as his father and let him leave. In the Dali Imperial Palace, Duan Yu told the truth of his birth to his uncle Emperor Baoding Duan Zhengming. But Duan Zhengming let Duan Yu succeed to the throne, and assured the preservation of Duan Zhengshuan's reputation. After his coronation, Duan Yu handled the matters of his uncle's abdication to become a monk, and arranged the funeral affairs for his parents Li Qinglua, Qin Hongmian, and Gan Baobao. Later he led the ministers of Dali to the Liao Kingdom to rescue his elder brother Qiaofeng. At the Yanmen Pass, he and his second brother Su Zhu captured the Liao Emperor Yelu Hongji, securing a promise that as long as Yelu Hongji lived, the Liao would never invade Song. But his elder brother committed suicide, and his sister Azi also jumped off the cliff to die with him. After Qiaofeng's death, Duan Yu bid farewell to Su Zhu and his wife and returned to Dali with his retinue. In Dali, at the Jinan prince's residence, Emperor Duan Zhengming looked at Duan Zhengchun and said bluntly, "Look at the mess you've made. Go and bring them back. What kind of behavior is it to leave them outside? They must have seen their original fate, so they won't fight anymore." "Your Majesty is right, I will go at once," Duan Zhengchun quickly replied. In truth, he also wanted to bring all his mistresses back to enjoy the pleasures of a full household. But previously Dao Baifeng did not allow it, and he had no choice. Moreover, the other mistresses were not easy to get along with. They would start fighting as soon as they met. Now things were good. Dao Baifeng had done that thing with Duan Yanqing outside the Tianlong Temple, so she would no longer interfere with him. And Qin Hongmian, Gan Baobao, Ruan Xingzhu, and the other mistresses, having seen their original fates, would likely stop fighting among themselves. Reward Supreme Grade North Sea Divine Art. Oh, it's the North Sea Divine Art. I didn't expect Duan Yu to get the North Sea Divine Art this way, since he didn't obtain it because of the Martial King. Is the Golden List compensating Duan Yu for his lost opportunity? With the North Sea Divine Art, I wonder if Duan Yu can still rise to become a peerless master like in his original fate. Duan Yu is a son of fortune, I estimate there's no problem. Seeing the Golden List's reward of the North Sea Divine Art, countless martial artists were stirred. This was a divine art that could absorb others' chi for one's own use, allowing rapid advancement. In his original fate, Duan Yu became a peerless master thanks to the North Sea Divine Art, absorbing others' chi. Duan Yu, a bookworm, a lovesick simp who can't walk when he sees a woman. What right does he have to possess the North Sea Divine Art? The North Sea divine art belongs to the virtuous. Duan Yu still has little martial skill now. This is a perfect opportunity to rob him. Countless martial artists in the Great Song became restless, even those from other kingdoms prepared to come and seize the divine art from Duan Yu. In the Jinan prince's residence, Duan Zhengming and Duan Jingquan's faces changed. They understood the gravity of the situation. Possessing a treasure invites disaster. Especially in his original fate, Duan Yu, a bookworm who didn't want to train and followed women around all day, still became a peerless master, making the North Sea divine art even more alluring. Go and bring your heir back, Duan Zhengming ordered. I will go at once. Duan Zhengchun was about to leave when Duan Zhengming called him back. Wait, Duan Zhengming pondered. Isn't Yuer fond of Buddhism? Why not let him stay at the Tianlong Temple for a while to cultivate, and he can also study the 6th Meridian Divine Sword. The Tianlong Temple was the foundation of the Duan clan, where most of the previous masters of the Dali royal family resided. The 6th Meridian Divine Sword was also kept there, but few of the Duan clan had learned it. However, in his original fate Duan Yu mastered the 6th Meridian Divine Sword. Therefore, Duan Yu should have the talent to learn it. Once he mastered it and became skilled in martial arts, he could go out again and be able to protect himself even in danger. I will go at once. Duan Zhengchun nodded without hesitation. Although Duan Yu was not his biological son, he had raised him and loved him as his own. Meanwhile, Duan Yanqing, concerned for Duan Yu's safety, also rushed to the Jade Void Temple. Thus Duan Zhengchun and Duan Yanqing met at Dao Baifeng's Jade Void Temple. Their eyes met, filled with complexity. 2 men, 1 son, 1 woman. What a tangled mess. Finally Duan Yanqing took Duan Yu to the Tianlong Temple, while Duan Zhengchun stayed to talk with Dao Baifeng. But since the affair between Dao Baifeng and Duan Yanqing had been exposed, Dao Baifeng was mortified, and had no face to see Duan Zhengchun, so she drove him out. Duan Zhengchun shook his head, knowing that he had little hope with Dao Baifeng from now on. His primal urges stirred, so he went to find Qin Hongmian, Wan Xingzhu, and his other lovers, hoping they would comfort his wounded heart. With Duan Yu on the list, Dali was in turmoil. Time passed leisurely. 3 days went by in a flash. Top 10 sons of fortune, 3rd Su Zhu. Haha. I guessed right. It really is the little monk Su Zhu. Nonsense. It was obvious that Su Zhu is a son of fortune. Anyone with eyes could see it. Alas, that foolish monk Su Zhu is a son of fortune. Are all sons of fortune idiots? Duan Yu and Su Zhu are exceptions. Look at Wei Xiaobao, he's cunning and sly. I think Wei Xiaobao is the exception. In the Great Song, at the Shaolin Temple, monks whispered and discussed. I never thought Su Zhu would be a son of fortune. What a stroke of luck. Yes, Duan Yu got the North Sea divine art. I wonder what reward Su Zhu will receive. The monks' voices were sour with envy. Su Zhu, holding a broom, stopped his sweeping and stared blankly at the sky. Amid the excited chatter, the celestial screen began to change. A monk in his 40s, stalwart and dignified, appeared. The Shaolin abbot Xian Ci. Xian Ci, a master of various Shaolin martial arts, favored the strong and forceful style. At 40, he took great delight in mastering the great Vajrapam, which had not been mastered for over 100 years, earning him the title of the subduing tiger Arhat. One day Xian Ci passed by a household and saved an old farmer. The farmer had a daughter named Yi Ernyang, 18 years old, a gentle and beautiful maiden, virtuous and chaste. Damn! It's that bastard Xian Ci. Xian Ci is truly inhuman. How could he lay a hand on such an innocent young girl like Yi Ernyang? Though love between man and woman is natural, Xian Ci is not a novice monk. He is the abbot of Shaolin. At that time Xian Ci might not have been abbot yet, right? How could he not be? Based on Su Zhu's age, this was 5 years after the bloody battle at Yanmen Pass. 5 years ago Xian Ci was already leading the heroes to ambush Xiao Yuanshan outside Yanmen Pass, including the beggar sect leader Wang Jiantong. How could Xian Ci not be the abbot? Even if he wasn't the abbot, he was a highly accomplished monk, no longer a young novice. Though Xian Ci was not young, his martial arts were superb. He followed the strong and forceful path, and was known as the subduing tiger Arhat. Full of vigor and vitality, it's not surprising that he couldn't resist a beautiful woman. Yi Ernyang, grateful to Xian Ci for saving her father, thanked him repeatedly. Over time, attracted by Xian Ci's martial arts and status, she soon fell for him. Xian Ci, afraid of being discovered, dared not meet in crowded places, so he arranged to meet Yi Ernyang in desolate mountain forests to satisfy his desires. Their regular meeting place was the Purple Cloud Cave in the back hill. Yi Ernyang, a simple country girl, was completely submissive before a figure of Xian Ci's stature. Even though he gave her no promises, never accompanied her, and only came to the crude cave for pleasure, leaving as soon as he was satisfied. She had no regrets. In her eyes, Xian Ci was a highly accomplished monk with many affairs, so it was natural that he had no time for her. She never dared to hope he would marry her. Soon Yi Ernyang became pregnant. Xian Ci found a midwife to deliver the baby in the Purple Cloud Cave. After the child was born, the physical attraction waned, and Xian Ci, having sate, Xian Xi is truly despicable. Apart from saving Yi Ernyang's father, what else did he do? Every time he came, he only coveted Yi Ernyang's body, and then left immediately after finishing his business. What's even more detestable is that he didn't even have a decent place. He always took her to desolate mountains or the Ziyun cave. Isn't that how illicit affairs go? Could he really take Yi Ernyang to a grand inn or buy a mansion to hide her away? If discovered, wouldn't that be the end? It was discovered long ago. The one watching was Xiao Yuanshan. He didn't die from the cliff fall, and lurked in the shadows observing every move of Xian Xi and Yi Ernyang. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Xian Xi was neither romantic nor handsome, never gave Yi Ernyang any gifts, not even a single flower, nor did he offer her a title. They met in secret, and even their trysts happened in the wilderness or caves. I truly wonder what Yi Ernyang saw in him. Well, it must be that one thing. Though Xian Xi was in his 40s or 50s, he was a formidable martial artist, a powerhouse of the fierce path known as the Tamer of Tigers. Heh. Amitabha. In the Shaolin Temple, Xianji and the other monks gazed at the sky screen, their faces ashen with humiliation. They knew Shaolin's prestige would plummet once more. They never expected that even after Xianxi's death, he would be dragged out and flogged again. Father. Su Zhu's gaze was complex. Since he had not received Wu Yazi's legacy, he remained in the Shaolin Temple even after his identity was exposed. At this moment, he wished he had never made it onto the list. Alas, there was no if only. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace. What a scumbag unworthy of being the Shaolin abbot. No wonder he ranks fourth on the hypocrite list. Mu Nianxi's enchanting eyes were filled with disdain. If Xian Xi had merely seduced Yi Ernyang, she wouldn't be so furious. After all, it's human nature to admire beauty even for a monk. But Xian Xi got Yi Ernyang pregnant, she bore a child. And then he abandoned her to return to his role as the revered Shaolin abbot, the pillar of the martial world. That was truly inhuman. I really don't know what Yi Ernyang saw in him. Even after more than 20 years, she still clung to the memory of the man who abandoned her, desperately defending him, and finally took her own life to follow him. Mu Nianxi felt indignant for Yi Ernyang. She had learned of Yi Ernyang's desperate defense of Xian Xi and her suicide when Xiaofeng appeared on the list. At that time, Yi Ernyang had begged Xiao Yuanshan not to reveal Xian Xi's name. Martial arts, status, position, reputation. Yi Ernyang may not have gained these from Xian Xi, but the fact that Xian Xi possessed them was enough to easily captivate a simple village girl. Zhao Wu smiled faintly. It was like those blind fans of celebrities in his past life. They would give anything for their idols. To Yi Ernyang at that time, Xian Xi was far more impressive than any celebrity. Like a village girl encountering an emperor. Even if Xian Xi only desired her body, and only wanted her for his own pleasure, she would still feel blissful and drink it willingly. As Xian Xi abandoned Yi Ernyang, and left Yi Ernyang longing for him, burned 9 incense scar marks on Su Zhu's back and buttocks. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan, who had been lurking in the shadows all along, finally made his move. He snatched Yi Ernyang's child, scratched her face disfiguring her, and then abandoned the child in the Shaolin Temple's vegetable garden. The child was discovered and adopted by the monks, given the monastic name Su Zhu. 24 years passed in a flash. Su Zhu grew up to be a dull, honest, and ugly young man. Thick brows, big eyes, upturned nostrils, protruding ears, thick lips, and poor at speaking but kind-hearted, loyal, and sincere. One day, while accompanying his master to deliver invitations, he serendipitously solved the Jade Bell chess puzzle of the wise sound master Su Xinghe, becoming the last disciple of the previous carefree sect leader Wu Yazi. He inherited Wu Yazi's 70-plus years of internal energy, and became the new leader of the carefree sect. Indeed, the chosen one is different. So many martial arts masters couldn't solve that chess puzzle, and yet this fool stumbled upon the solution, and got all of Wu Yazi's legacy. Too bad his fortune has been ruined by King Wu. Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, Li Songhai, all captured by King Wu in one fell swoop. I wonder what has become of Wu Yazi. Without those women, Wu Yazi probably won't be as useless as in his original fate. What do you mean, without women? Are there no other women besides Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai? It seems Ding Chuanqiu was still expelled from the sect by Wu Yazi. Without Li Qiushui, I wonder what evil deed Ding Chuanqiu committed to get kicked out. Maybe it still involves a master's wife. Did Wu Yazi have other women? What chosen one? So ugly, how could he be worthy of being my disciple? Wu Yazi, who had stormed out of the Spirit Falcon Palace in fury, looked at Su Zhu on the sky screen with utter disdain. The carefree sect was full of face connoisseurs. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui were like that. Wu Yazi was no exception. In truth, in his original fate, Wu Yazi would never have taken Su Zhu as his disciple or passed on his skills unless forced to. While searching for his sect's elders, Su Zhu discovered that the leaders of the 36 caves and 72 islands were plotting to harm the temporarily weakened Heavenly Mountain child mother. Su Zhu chivalrously rescued her, earning her favor, and learned the carefree sect's martial arts, including the Northern Dark Divine Art and the Tianshan Plum-Breaking Hand, to escape the pursuit of the child mother's archenemy Li Qiushui. The two hid in the ice cellar of the Western Xia Imperial palace disapproving of Su Zhu's Buddhist scruples, the child mother forced him to break his vows but failed. So in the dead of night she placed the Western Xia princess beside Su Zhu in the pitch-black ice cellar. Faced with such a warm and tender beauty, Su Zhu finally lost control and broke the vow of celibacy. Even though I saw this scene when the child mother was on the tragedy list, seeing it again still makes me burn with envy. That bastard is too lucky. Lying in an ice cellar and the child mother sends him a beauty. This Li Qinglu looks almost identical to Li Qiushui. A peerless beauty, easily among the top 5 on the Great Song beauty list. Truly a pearl cast before swine. But thinking that Li Qiushui was intercepted by King Wu, so Li Qinglu never existed, and Su Zhu the chosen one ended up with nothing. I can't help but laugh. And that bastard Duan Yu too. King Wu intercepted Li Qiushui, cutting off both their romantic luck at the root. Not just Duan Yu and Su Zhu, even Duan Zhengshun lost one of his mistresses, Li Qingluo. Indeed a triple kill. King Wu is awesome. Shouted in a cracking voice. Duan Zhengshuan Wu Wu my Qingluo. Duan Yu, Wu Wu my fairy sister. Su Zhu Wu Wu my dream lover. It ended before it even began. In the Shaolin temple. In the back courtyard, many young monks secretly eyed Su Zhu, whispering among themselves. Indeed like father like son. Yes, Xian Ci broke the vow of celibacy, tarnishing Shaolin's reputation, and we all suffer the shame. Now Su Zhu does the same. With that stupid ugly face, he's a chosen one. Is he worthy of such a celestial maiden? Truly a pearl cast before swine. I think his luck as a chosen one has been wrecked by King Wu. Exactly. With his skill I could take on 10 of him with one hand. Where there are people there is the martial world. Shaolin is said to be a pure land beyond the mundane, but in truth it harbors filth. The monks within are not exactly free of worldly desires. As for Su Zhu, they were filled with envy. If Su Zhu, as in his original fate, had inherited Wu Yazi's legacy, and become a supreme master, they would have held him in some awe. But now Su Zhu only knew a few moves of the way to Wapam. Among the Shaolin disciples he was not the weakest but certainly near the bottom. Su Zhu paid no heed to the strange looks and whispers around him. He quietly gazed at the sky. The child mother planned to teach Su Zhu the Tianshan 6 solar palms to deal with Li Qiushui, but Su Zhu refused to help her kill anyone, and insisted on leaving. Thus the child mother devised a scheme. She planted the life and death talisman on Su Zhu, and then pretended to teach him the solution, imparting the entire Tianshan 6 solar palms that could counteract the talisman. Soon Li Qiushui located them and engaged in a fierce battle with the child mother. While they were locked in mutual internal energy struggle, Su Zhu was caught between them. As a result, 90% of both women's internal energy was transferred into Su Zhu's body. In the end, the child mother and Li Qiushui both exhausted themselves and died. On her deathbed, the child mother appointed Su Zhu as the new master of the Spirit Falcon Palace on the mystic peak of Tianshan. Su Zhu returned to the Spirit Falcon Palace, resolved its crisis, removed the life and death talismans from the leaders of the 36 caves and 72 islands, and earned the sincere allegiance of everyone in the palace. Due to their shared interests, he became sworn brothers with Duan Yu, the Prince of Dali, and they also worshipped the distant, northern Xiaofeng as their eldest brother. Su Zhu longed for his dream lover, and Duan Yu for his fairy sister. They drowned their sorrows in wine, getting thoroughly drunk. The 4 sword maidens Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu attended to Su Zhu's washing and changing. Holy crap. Is this fools have dumb luck? Wrong. Fools don't have dumb luck. They get killed off early. Su Zhu's happiness comes from being the chosen one. Damn. The Spirit Falcon Palace has so many beauties, including the 4 sister beauties Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu, all at his disposal. What a life. Heh, too bad that bastard Su Zhu won't get to enjoy it. Yeah, now the Spirit Falcon Palace is probably packed up by the child mother as a dowry for King Wu. Damn King Wu, he's too lucky. If you had King Wu's strength, status, and good looks, you'd be just as lucky. Su Zhu must be raging with jealousy now. The happiness that was supposed to be his. Then poof, gone. If it were me, I'd definitely fight King Wu to the death. Tanshan. Mystic Peak. Spirit Falcon Palace. Thank goodness for King Wu. Otherwise serving that ugly dim-witted monk would be a real ordeal. The 4 sword maidens Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu secretly felt relieved. Since Su Zhu was not their master, they had no affection for him. Comparing Su Zhu to King Wu, it was like a toad compared to a swan. They continued watching the sky screen. After handling all the affairs of the Spirit Falcon Palace, Su Zhu decided to return to Shaolin Temple to confess his sins. Coincidentally, Shaolin encountered a major crisis. The Dharma King of Tubo Jiumaji challenged the entire Shaolin sect, single-handedly crushing their reputation. Su Zhu stepped forward, relying on his carefree sect martial arts, defeated Jiumaji after a long battle, and saved Shaolin's honor. However, due to breaking his vows, he was inevitably expelled from the Shaolin sect. During the martial arts gathering at Shaosher Mountain, Su Zhu was impressed by Xiao Feng's heroic spirit, and stepped forward to meet Xiao Feng, and Duan Yu. The 3 brothers publicly swore brotherhood and fought side by side against the enemy. Su Zhu engaged Ding Chuanqiu in a fierce battle. After a prolonged fight, he planted the life and death talisman on Ding Chuanqiu, subduing him, and avenged Wu Yazi, Su Xinghe, and Xian Nan. Subsequently, Ding Chuanxiu was sent to the Shaolin Temple's disciplinary court for reformation, while the Star faction switched allegiance to the Spirit Falcon Palace. Later, Su Zhu accepted Xian Xi's admonishment, and willingly submitted to the disciplinary rod, revealing the incense scars on his back. Yi Ernyang recognized him as her long-lost son, and mother and son were reunited. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan pointed out that Su Zhu's father was none other than the Shaolin abbot Xian Xi, the leading brother, from years ago. Consumed by guilt for breaking the precepts, Xian Xi accepted 200 strokes of the rod to preserve Shaolin's honor, then severed his own meridians and died. Yi Ernyang followed him in suicide. Su Zhu, having finally found his birth parents, was devastated by their simultaneous deaths. When Xiao Feng chased after Xiao Yuanshan and Murongbo, Su Zhu dispatched Spirit Falcon Palace disciples to protect Xiao Feng's 18 Yenyun riders. Later, when the Western Xia King sought a son-in-law, Su Zhu originally planned to accompany his sworn brother Duanyu to the selection. Instead, he discovered that the Yinchuan princess was none other than the young woman who had shared intimacy with him in the ice cellar, his dream lover. They were finally united then to rescue his sworn brother Xiao Feng from imprisonment. He led the Spirit Falcon Palace forces, and his sworn brother Duanyu's party on a journey to the Liao Kingdom. Azi held Xiao Feng and jumped off the cliff together. Su Zhu and the others returned to the Spirit Falcon Palace to compensate Duanyu for failing to become the Western Xia Prince consort. Princess Li Qinglu gave him her beautiful attendant Xiao Lei, and the 4 sword maidens Meilan Zhu and Zhu. Su Zhu, my happiness is gone. Li Qinglu is indeed Li Qiushui's granddaughter. She's quite skilled. She sent away all the beauties around Su Zhu, leaving him no chance to stray. Indeed, a peerless beauty is not something an ordinary man can handle. Mystic Peak, Spirit Falcon Palace. The heavenly mountain child mother looked at Li Qiushui and laughed. As expected of my junior sister's granddaughter. She's inherited your jealousy. Senior sister, if I were truly jealous, I would have killed those maidservants of yours long ago. Li Qiushui glanced at Wu Xingyun, then swept her eyes over the 4 sword maidens, smiling enchantingly. The 4 sword maidens shrank back as if stared at by a primordial beast. But thinking of King Wu and the child mother, they straightened their backs again, their gazes firm. Wu Xingyun laughed, then taunting, "Junior sister, would you dare? What's there to dare or not dare? But why would I kill them? They are like little sisters to me, as close as family." Li Qiushui smiled faintly, but she wouldn't fall for Wu Xingyun's provocation. It wasn't that she feared Wu Xingyun. Rather, she feared Zhao Wu. If she made a move, Zhao Wu would surely discipline her, and she would be blacklisted, losing his favor. Zhao Wu was currently discussing the philosophy of life with Mu Nianxi, so naturally, he didn't know the two were bickering again. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. It would be strange if Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui didn't bicker. Fortunately, after undergoing the baptism of multiple battles, they were comrades who had survived life and death situations together. Though they still bickered, they never came to blows. Reward a century of internal energy. At that moment, Su Zhu's reward was dispensed, and countless martial artists' eyes turned red with envy. Heavens! A century of internal energy. He's become a master in an instant. Is that bastard Su Zhu the Golden List's illegitimate son? Xian Xi, I suspect you're dissing me. Damn! Su Zhu is about to rise. I didn't expect that even after King Wu cut off his opportunities, he could still get such a fortune. Is this what it means to be a chosen one? In the back courtyard of Shaolin Temple, the young monks who had been gossiping about Su Zhu now had eyes full of envy, jealousy, and a trace of awe. They knew that Su Zhu, having gained a century of internal energy, was about to rise. He was already in a different world from them. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Su Zhu's body, instantly sweeping through the entire Shaolin Temple. Countless Shaolin masters rushed toward Su Zhu. Amitabha! Monks smiled joyfully. Shaolin would gain another expert. Shaolin was jubilant. The world was abuzz with discussion. Amidst the clamor, 3 days passed in a flash. Today was the day for the next chosen one to be announced. I wonder which lucky one will make the list. Duanyu and Su Zhu have already been on it. Could it be Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng is so tragic. How could he be a chosen one? As the saying goes, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it first torments his heart and exhausts his body. Why can't Xiao Feng be a chosen one? Do chosen ones die young? The world was buzzing with discussion, all eyes fixed on the list. As the golden list trembled and rays of light surged, the long-awaited list finally updated. 10 great chosen, one's 4th dog, hybrid sure potion. Dali, Tianlong Temple. I wonder who it is this time. Could it be Big Brother? Duanyu sat idly on a meditation cushion, chin propped on one hand, gazing at the sky. Although for various reasons he had not sworn brotherhood with Xiao Feng and Su Zhu, having seen their future destinies on the golden list many times, he still called them Big Brother and Second Brother. Second Brother instantly gained 100 years of cultivation and soared. Though I obtained the Northern Dark Divine Art in Tianlong Temple, I can only cultivate alone. Practicing martial arts is so boring. How can it compare to the company of maidens? Facing a group of monks all day, Duan Yu felt extremely miserable. He wanted maidens, tender maidens, but he knew many outside coveted his northern dark divine art, and venturing out would be extremely dangerous. Just as in his original fate Jimozi had captured him for the 6 Meridians divine sword, the next moment Duan Yu shuddered, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at the golden list. Go Zhazhong. Such a strange name. Although many believe that a humble name makes for an easy life, there are plenty called a Nyo Er Nyo A Go Er Guzi. But who would name their child Go Zhazhong? Is this serious? In the Great Qin imperial palace, Hu Sanyong, her flushed body resting in Zhao Wu's arms, her autumn water eyes carrying a hint of surprise, said, "This child of fortune's name is truly peculiar. Who gave him such a name? Could it really be his parents? I think it's definitely not his parents. If they named him that, wouldn't they be cursing themselves as dogs?" Mu Guiying analyzed. Perhaps it was an enemy of Go Zhazhong's parents who gave him that name out of hatred for them. Guiying is very clever. Zhao Wu fondled the beauty's warm jade-like body, and had to admit that Mu Guiying's mind was sharp. She had grasped the key point at once. "Brother Wu, do you know Go Zhazhong?" Liang Hongyu's dreamy eyes turned to Zhao Wu. "Of course." Zhao Wu smiled lightly. "Brother Go is a master show-off." Actually, there was something Zhao Wu didn't say. Go Zhazhong had once called him father. Great Ming. Beyond the Great Wall, the desert, 2 fine horses walked slowly. One horse was entirely black from head to tail with white hooves, a famous steed known as cloud-covering snow. The other had black hooves and a pure white body called in horse manuals ink-hoofed jade rabbit, exceptionally rare in the Central Plains. On the white horse sat a woman in white. If not for the red flower in her hair and a scarlet sash at her waist, she would have looked almost like she was in mourning. From the red sash hung a long sword in a white scabbard. The rider of the black horse was a middle-aged man in black clothes with a long sword in a black scabbard at his waist. At that moment the 2 figures on horseback stared at the names and images on the list. The woman's body trembled, her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. "It's Yuer." "No, it's Tian'er. Tian'er isn't dead." "Qing Gu, did you see? Tian'er isn't dead. Our Tian'er isn't dead. He's alive. He's alive. My poor Tian'er." The woman in white was so excited she was incoherent, both shocked and overjoyed. Her name was Min Ro. The man in black beside her was Shi Qing. They were husband and wife, the masters of Xuansu Manor, and both disciples of the Shangqing Temple. They were the parents of Shi Zhongyu and Shi Patian. The swords they used were black and white, known as the black and white twin swords, exceptionally sharp. But years ago their newborn child was taken by their enemy Mei Fanggu. They believed the child had been killed, skinned and dismembered, and had been seeking revenge on Mei Fanggu all these years. "Yes, Tian'er isn't dead. Tian'er is alive. It seems Mei Fanggu deceived us back then. The body she gave us wasn't Tian'er's at all." Shi Qing said joyfully. "Great Tian'er is alive. My Tian'er is alive." While Shi Qing and Min Ro were ecstatic and weeping with joy on the withered grass ridge of Xiong'er Mountain, a stunning woman stood calmly. She had an oval face, fair skin, and was very beautiful, with a dimple at the corner of her mouth that made her especially charming. "I never expected Go Zhazhong to be a child of fortune. No wonder that bastard said he has a pure heart and limitless future prospects." Mei Fanggu was Go Zhazhong's mother, or more precisely his foster mother. Mei Fanggu loved Shi Qing, but Shi Qing chose Min Ro. In anger and resentment, she took their eldest son Shi Patian and threw a disfigured corpse to the couple, making them believe their son had been killed by her. Mei Fanggu's love turned to hate. Though she did not kill Shi Patian, she treated him harshly, calling him Go Zhazhong. Later, the more she thought about it, the more furious she became, and in a fit of rage, she wanted to disfigure her own face. She encountered Zhao Wu, who was passing by. At that moment, the heavenly light screen flickered. Countless eyes stared intently at the screen. The scene shifts. Mei Fanggu, driven by love turned hatred, took the child of Shi Qing and Min Ro, and soon after threw a disfigured dead infant to them. Shi Qing and Min Ro, believing it was Shi Patian, were both furious and heartbroken, considering Mei Fanggu their son's murderer and vowing revenge. Mei Fanggu then took Shi Patian to live in seclusion on withered grass ridge, calling him Go Zhazhong and beating or scolding him at the slightest displeasure. I knew it. What mother would name her own son Go Zhazhong? Sure enough, he wasn't her own son but her rival's son. This Mei Fanggu doesn't seem too evil. She still has a conscience. Though she treated Go Zhazhong badly, she didn't kill him, instead she raised him. This Mei Fanggu seems far superior to Min Ro in both martial arts and appearance. Why did Shi Qing choose Min Ro? Who can explain matters of the heart? Does being more skilled and beautiful automatically make one more likable? Take Palace Master Yao Yu and Hua Yuanu. In appearance, martial arts, and status, Yao Yu far surpasses Hua Yuanu, yet in the original fate Jiang Feng loved Hua Yuanu, not Palace Master Yao Yu. Indeed, a woman like Palace Master Yao Yu is not one that ordinary men can handle. When she's ruthless, she'll even stab herself with a needle. Mei Fanggu seems to be a Yao Yu type as well. On Ma Yin Cliff, Xia Yank suddenly realized, No wonder Go Zhazhong was called that. His mother was not his mother. I never expected Go Zhazhong to be a child of fortune. But then again, if he weren't, he would have died long ago from the wrong techniques I taught him. How could he have mastered them? In the desert, the black and white twin swords stared intently at the celestial screen. That bitch, if she has any hatred, she should take it out on me. What kind of skill is it to take it out on a child? Min Ro watched Go Zhazhong being beaten and scolded, her heart aching. She wished she could rush over and tear Mei Fanggu to pieces. Wu, my poor child. Ro Mei, it's all in the past. Fortunately Tian'er is blessed by heaven. Hasn't he grown up by now? We'll go find Tian'er soon. Shi Qing put his arm around Min Ro's shoulder and comforted her softly. There's something happening. Suddenly Shi Qing noticed that the heavenly screen had split into two. This scene was familiar to everyone. It meant someone's fate had been changed. Could it be King Wu again? Does King Wu have a connection with Tian'er? Shi Qing and Min Ro stared at the sky, their hearts in their throats. On the left screen, after scolding and beating Go Zhazhong, Mei Fanggu was still furious and raised a knife to slash her own face. Holy crap! Is Mei Fanggu this ruthless? Yao Yu only stabbed herself with a needle, but she's directly disfiguring herself with a knife. How terrifying. I finally understand why Shi Qing chose Min Ro. This kind of woman. Can't afford to mess with. Such a beautiful woman disfiguring herself with a knife. How interesting. Just as Mei Fanggu was about to slash her face, a man's voice rang out, tinged with mockery. The next moment, a young man of peerless handsomeness, otherworldly elegance, and cynical demeanor appeared out of thin air before Mei Fanggu. Holy shit! It's King Wu. As expected, wherever there's a beauty, there's King Wu. King Wu is awesome, screaming. I've noticed that many of the women King Wu takes in are ruthless. King Wu, if they're not ruthless, I don't take them. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Hu Sanyang and the others shot Zhao Wu a sharp glare. No wonder you know Go Zhazhong. So you had a thing with his mother. What do you mean, a thing? I am rescuing a suffering maiden. Zhao Wu said with righteous indignation. Was he lusting after her body? He was saving people. Righteous and solemn. You seek death. Mei Fanggu, annoyed by King Wu's teasing, and already in a bad mood, directly charged at him with the knife. The result was obvious. King Wu subdued her with one move, pinched her delicate chin, lifted it firmly, looked into her defiant eyes and smiled. Do you know why Shi Qing chose Min Ro over you? You investigated me. Mei Fanggu stared at King Wu with hostile eyes. If he hadn't investigated her, he wouldn't know about her. Shi Qing and Min Ro. Are you worthy of my investigation? King Wu said disdainfully. Believe it or not, I just happened to pass by, but I know far more than you imagine. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Haven't you always wondered why Shi Qing chose Min Ro over you? You think you surpassed Min Ro in martial arts, beauty, literary cultivation, and every other aspect, yet in the end you were the loser. Mei Fanggu seemed stung by King Wu's words and shouted angrily, why? In what way am I inferior to Min Ro? King Wu smiled. Actually, you are superior to Min Ro in every way, and even superior to Shi Qing. Shi Qing only feels inferior in your presence. What men like is not a woman who is stronger and more assertive than them, but a gentle woman. You are not that. Boom. Mei Fanggu felt as if struck by lightning, thunderstruck. So it wasn't that she was inferior to Min Ro. It was that she was too outstanding. A gentle woman. I am not. Mei Fanggu smiled bitterly, then suddenly reached out, hugged Zhao Wu tightly, and kissed him fiercely. Holy crap. Everyone's spirits lifted, eyes shining. But the next moment the screen turned into a mosaic. Ah, how infuriating. As expected, the following content is something we can't watch for free. It seems Mei Fanggu was provoked by King Wu and decided to throw caution to the wind. Ah, that damn bitch let go of King Wu, let me do it. I feel like King Wu is the victim here. Wu so envious. He got a beautiful woman so easily. Without King Wu's martial arts and appearance, you'd be useless. The scene shifts. Go Zhazhong, excited and expectant, looked at Mei Fanggu and King Wu. Mom, is he my father? Mei Fanggu said nothing. Though she had been intimate with King Wu, it had been a momentary impulse. Still, toward her first man, ripples stirred in her heart. She simply walked away. King Wu looked at Go Zhazhong's expectant expression, ruffled his hair, and said, You can consider me your father. Father? Ah, King Wu is so kind. My heart is melting. Woo-woo. The left screen froze and everyone turned to look at the right screen. In the screen without King Wu, Mei Fanggu had disfigured herself. Time passed and over 10 years went by. Go Zhazhong grew up. From childhood, he learned to chop wood, cook, and do various chores, but he was completely illiterate, knowing nothing of the world or human hearts. One day Mei Fanggu suddenly disappeared, and the dog named Ah Huang, that had been with Go Zhazhong since childhood, was also gone. He went out to search everywhere but found neither the person nor the dog and ended up lost himself. When Go Zhazhong arrived at a small town called Hujianji, many martial artists were fighting over a dark iron token. He looked like a little beggar attracting no attention, but because he was extremely hungry, he picked up a sesame cake that had fallen on the ground during the chaos, and ate it unexpectedly, obtaining the dark iron token. Just as everyone discovered him and began to threaten and bribe him, the owner of the dark iron token, Hermit of Meng Tian, Xie Yank, arrived in time and took back the token. The person who obtained the dark iron token could ask Xie Yank to do one thing no matter how difficult. Xie Yank, fearing that others might incite Go Zhazhong to do something harmful to him, took both the token and the boy away. Then Xie Yank tried every means to make Go Zhazhong ask him to do a simple favor, so that he could fulfill the token's promise. Xie Yank coaxed, "Don't you want to know who I am? You only need to ask me once. Please tell me, who are you? Are you a celestial being or a bodhisattva? Then I will tell you." As long as Go Zhazhong asked and he answered, it would fulfill his original promise. But Go Zhazhong shook his head. "I don't ask people for things." Xie Yank's heart tightened and he asked hastily, "Why don't you ask people?" Go Zhazhong said, "My mother always told me, Go Zhazhong, in this life never ask anyone for anything. If someone wants to give you something, you don't need to ask. They will naturally give it to you. If they don't want it, begging will be useless and will only make them dislike you. Sometimes when my mother was eating something delicious and sweet, if I asked her for some, she wouldn't give it to me. Instead, she would beat me harshly and scold, 'Go Zhazhong, why are you begging me? Why don't you go beg that delicate little slut of yours?' So I never ask anyone for anything." Because of Mei Fanggu's teaching never to ask for anything, no matter how Xie Yank tempted him, he could not make Go Zhazhong ask. Mei Fanggu may be a bit extreme, but she sees things clearly. If someone wants to give you something, you don't need to ask. If they don't, begging is useless. That hits the nail on the head. Yes, isn't that the case in reality? If someone doesn't want to give you something, begging is useless and only makes them dislike you. Xie Yank is in trouble now. Go Zhazhong never asks for anything, so he can't fulfill his promise about the dark iron token. He'll have to keep Go Zhazhong with him forever. Yes, if he doesn't keep him, he'll worry that others might incite Go Zhazhong to ask him to do something difficult or even harmful to him. I wonder if Go Zhazhong ever asked Xie Yank in the end. Probably not. Go Zhazhong is very obedient to his mother's words. If he says he won't ask, he absolutely won't. It seems Xie Yank will never be able to fulfill his original promise. This Xie Yank is indeed a sly fox, deceiving that innocent lad into asking him for a favor, so he could easily fulfill it and be done with the Xian Iron Order. But what he didn't expect was that Go Zhazhong, unlike others who would ask him for difficult tasks, simply refused to ask him for anything at all. This is truly frustrating. Everyone watched the celestial screen with keen interest. It must be said that although Go Zhazhong had little life experience and knew nothing of the world, his words were remarkably amusing. Little harm but great insult. For instance, Go Zhazhong said, "Great good man, do you want to eat dates?" Xie Yank asked in surprise, "What great good man?" Go Zhazhong said, "You are a great good man, so I shall call you Great Good Man." Xie Yank's face darkened. "Who says I'm a good man?" Go Zhazhong said, "If not a good man, then a bad man. So I'll call you Great Bad Man." Xie Yank said, "I am not a great bad man either." Go Zhazhong said, "How strange. Neither good nor bad. I see. You are not human." The Great Qin Imperial Palace. Hu Sanyang laughed heartily, her body trembling like a flower. This Go Zhazhong knows nothing of worldly affairs, has never dealt with outsiders, and is utterly ignorant. His words are both ridiculous and infuriating. Xie Yank must be having a headache. Liang Hongyu, Mu Guang, and others all gazed at the sky. The scene shifted. Xie Yank, on his way back to Mount Motyan with Go Zhazhong, encountered strong experts from the Changle sect besieging an old man named Dabai Lauren. Go Zhazhong thought Dabai Lauren was a good man, so he stepped forward but was immediately slapped twice. If not for their fear of Xie Yank behind him, they would have killed him already. The thin expert from the Changle sect, seeing that Go Zhazhong would not step aside, said, "All right, little lad, let me test you. I will slash at you 36 times. If you don't move a single inch, I will consider myself impressed." "Are you afraid?" Go Zhazhong said, "If you slash me 36 times, naturally I am afraid." The thin man said, "Since you are afraid, then leave quickly." Go Zhazhong said, "I am afraid in my heart, but I simply will not leave." The thin man gave a thumbs up. "Good, you have backbone. Watch the blade." "Ah!" Countless people gasped, sweating for Go Zhazhong. "Tian'er!" Min Ro screamed in anguish, her heart leaping into her throat. With reddened eyes, she roared, "Changle sect! If anything happens to Tian'er, I will not let you off." Fortunately, the blade whizzed just past Go Zhazhong's head. The thin man's slash was horizontal, light and agile, using only the strength of his wrist. A sword technique applied to a blade. Though the name of this move was unknown, the heavy ghost head saber in his hand seemed weightless, skimming across Go Zhazhong's scalp, shaving off a large tuft of hair. That Go Zhazhong was surprisingly tough, standing straight without moving at all. The saber light flickered and darted like a wriggling serpent, now left, now right, each stroke close to Go Zhazhong's head. Hair fell continuously and the count reached 32. The thin man let out a shout and the ghost head saber came down in a vertical slash, tearing off a piece of Go Zhazhong's right sleeve with a sharp sound. Then he sliced off the left sleeve followed by the left and right pant legs, each cut executed in the blink of an eye. The thin man withdrew his saber, and the pommel struck the Shanzhong acupoint on Dabi Lauren's chest and abdomen heavily. He laughed heartily. "Little lad, you truly have something. Impressive. This fellow's martial arts are decent. Using a sword technique with a saber 36 moves flowing in a circle without a single flaw. But his methods are ruthless." When he withdrew, he struck Dabi Lauren's fatal acupoint with the pommel. Dabi Lauren won't survive. For Go Zhazhong to keep his life under such circumstances is incredibly fortunate. No wonder he's the chosen one. Indeed, if it were an ordinary man without martial arts, he would have been split in half long ago. But Go Zhazhong is also bold. In the later half, though he was scared stiff and unable to move, he held firm at the start, letting the blades fall without flinching. This is what they call, fools have fortune. The thin man, after striking Dabi Lauren's fatal acupoint, did not want trouble and left directly. Go Zhazhong wanted to heal Dabi Lauren, but the old man was already at death's door. Before dying, he gave Go Zhazhong a set of clay figurines containing martial arts techniques. These clay figurines contained a peerless martial art. However, neither Go Zhazhong nor Xie Yank knew this at the time. Upon reaching Mount Motyan, Xie Yank saw that Go Zhazhong would not ask him for anything, and he did not want to waste time with him, so he decided to kill Go Zhazhong. But he could not break his former oath and harm Go Zhazhong directly. Thus he taught Go Zhazhong martial arts. He taught him two forms of internal energy, extremely yin and extremely yang, hoping that Go Zhazhong would suffer deviation and die, thereby eliminating the problem. Damn! This Xie Yank, despite being a martial arts giant, stoops to scheming against an innocent youth. How despicable! But his trick would certainly work on ordinary people. However, Go Zhazhong is the chosen one. I bet he will turn misfortune into fortune, not only avoiding deviation but mastering a divine technique. Absolutely, otherwise how could he be the chosen one? My Tianer. Min Ro had already become a sobbing mess. Go Zhazhong was taken by Mei Fanggu shortly after birth, beaten and scolded, and left to wander the world as a teenager facing death time and again. If anything happens to Tianer Xie Yank, I will not forgive you. Min Ro gripped the white sword tightly, her heart in turmoil. Her martial arts were decent, and she knew well how poisonous Xie Yank's scheme was. Out of 10,000 people who practiced this way, perhaps only one would survive. When Go Zhazhong reached 18 or 19, the internal energies from his training clashed violently, causing him to fall unconscious. Just then, members of the Changle sect mistakenly thought he was their leader and kidnapped him back to the sect. The sect's master physician, Hands That Heal, Bei Haishi, revived Go Zhazhong. They knew that Go Zhazhong was not the real Shirpatian Shizhongyu, but because he looked exactly like Shirpatian Shizhongyu, they deliberately let the mistake stand, using him as a substitute to avert the coming disaster. While he was unconscious, Bei Haishi surgically created a scar on his shoulder. Ding Dang mistook Go Zhazhong for Shizhongyu, and secretly brought him Shenbing Biwei wine every night, boosting his internal energy. Later, Zhan Fei, mistaking Go Zhazhong for Shizhongyu, tried to assassinate him to avenge the seduction of his wife. His 30-year powerful iron sand palm struck Go Zhazhong's Shanzhong acupoint, merging the yin and yang energies cultivated in his 8 yin and 8 yang meridians into a harmonious whole, erasing the distinction between cold and heat. Go Zhazhong's internal energy surged, the bone-chilling cold turned into a refreshing coolness, the scorching heat melted into a gentle warmth, and his limbs felt indescribably comfortable. After a while, even the sensations of coolness and warmth faded, leaving only a flood of energy coursing through his body, making him want to shout. His mind became clear and refreshed. Not only did his physical strength skyrocket, but his intellect also sharpened. He had cultivated pure yin and pure yang internal arts, and the two energies naturally fused. The inner breath of dragon and tiger meeting water and fire, harmonizing yin and yang, balancing, transforming into a never-before-seen strange internal power like a vast lake storing an ocean of torrent. He achieved the supreme internal art of yin-yang unity. Holy crap, he just mastered a divine technique, as expected of the chosen one. Terrifying. And he hasn't even practiced the martial arts from the clay figurines given by Dabi Lauren. Once he does, he'll soar. Envy makes my dick purple. Seeing Go Zhazhong accidentally master the supreme yin-yang unity internal art, everyone turned green with envy. They had trained their entire lives, and might not even obtain a decent internal art, let alone master it. At this moment, on Mount Motyan, Xie Yank was also astonished. I never expected that Go Zhazhong not only didn't die but actually mastered the supreme yin-yang unity internal art. Interesting. He watched the sky with keen interest. He wanted to see how far Go Zhazhong could go. After everyone left, Go Zhazhong picked up his clay figurines to examine them. However, because his internal power had just reached its peak and he couldn't control it, the figurines crumbled in his hands. Go Zhazhong cried out in dismay, but as the clay dust fell, a wooden surface coated with paint was revealed. He peeled off more clay, revealing a human shape. He removed all the clay from the figurine, exposing a naked wooden doll. The wooden doll was coated with tongue oil and painted with black lines but no acupoint positions. The carving was exquisite, the expression lifelike. Mouth wide open, laughing hands clutching the belly, a comical pose completely different from the original clay figurine. Go Zhazhong was overjoyed, thinking, so there's a wooden doll inside the clay one. I wonder what the other dolls look like. Since he had already memorized the acupoints and meridians on the clay figurines, he began peeling the clay and paint from each one. Sure enough, each clay figurine contained a wooden doll, each with a different expression. Some ecstatic, some weeping, some glaring with rage, some gentle and kind. None identical. The energy circulation paths on the wooden dolls were completely different from those on the clay ones. Go Zhazhong thought, these wooden dolls are so amusing. I'll try practicing the paths on them. I won't practice the crying one. Crying and sobbing would be ugly. The grinning one isn't nice either. I'll practice with this smiling wooden man. He sat cross-legged, placing the smiling doll on the table before him. With a slight circulation of his dantian's qi, a warm current of internal energy rose slowly. He guided the energy through various acupoints according to the paths drawn on the doll. Little did he know these wooden dolls depicted the Arhat subduing demon divine art, created by a senior monk of the Shaolin sect. Each doll represented an Arhat. This divine art was the culmination of Buddhist internal martial arts, profound and extremely subtle. The very first step, gathering the mind and returning to origin, required one to completely abandon all mundane thoughts and distractions. A feat that even 1 in 10,000 could not achieve. The intelligent and clever were always overthinking, while the dull-witted could not grasp the intricate and myriad changes. The senior monk who created this divine art knew that the world rarely produced a person who was both intelligent and pure-hearted. Though there were monks in the Buddhist order with sharp faculties who had cultivated detachment from desires, if they were to practice this art, they would inevitably. One cannot help but be wholly absorbed in martial arts, which becomes a great obstacle to realizing the Buddhist path. The Dharma calls greed, anger, and ignorance the 3 poisons. Greed for wealth and lust is indeed greed, but indulgence in meditative bliss and martial arts is also greed. Therefore the wooden arhats were coated with clay and painted with colors, depicting the introductory methods of Shaolin's authentic internal arts, to prevent future generations from recklessly practicing upon seeing the wooden arhats, thereby losing their lives or straying from the true Buddhist path. Holy crap! This martial art is too ridiculous, isn't it? Is it even meant for humans to practice? The first step is to collect the mind and return to the origin to eliminate all mundane thoughts and distractions. Although this is difficult, many people can achieve it. But since one wants to practice this martial art, one must not be attached to it, otherwise one will also fall into demonic deviation. Which martial artist upon obtaining such a divine art would not practice it wholeheartedly? But once you practice it wholeheartedly, that is attachment, that is greed. It is only Go Zhazhong who does not quite understand the meaning of martial arts. Moreover, he is naturally intelligent, young, has lived in deep mountains all his life, and is completely ignorant of worldly affairs. He is exceptionally simple and honest, and thus perfectly suited. It is also fortunate that on the very day after Go Zhazhong regained his senses, he immediately discovered the secret of the divine art. Otherwise, if he had been the gang leader for a long time, what he would see and hear would be nothing but sensual pleasures, and his actions would be all about murder and strife. Even if he were inherently good and remained unstained by filth, his mind would inevitably be filled with many thoughts. At that time, when he saw these 18 wooden arhats and practiced this divine art, it would not only be useless but greatly harmful. From the founder to the present, many have obtained the clay figurines, but none have been able to master it. No, they haven't even discovered the true arhat, subduing demon divine art. There's no way around it. Everyone knows the clay figurines are rare treasures of the martial world. Once obtained, they are handled with extreme care, afraid of any damage. But if the clay is not damaged, the wooden arhats inside are not revealed, so they naturally die without ever knowing the secret. But even if they discovered the arhat subduing demon divine art, inside they couldn't master it, because the conditions for mastery are too absurd. In Go Zhazhong's body, water and fire were harmonized, yin and yang balanced, and his internal energy was already extremely profound. He circulated this internal energy according to the pathways on the wooden arhat, and every obstruction was effortlessly cleared. He followed the pathways 3 times, then closed his eyes and circulated the energy without looking at the puppet, feeling extremely comfortable. Then he switched to another puppet to practice. He was completely immersed in it, practicing one puppet after another, utterly oblivious to the outside world. From dawn to noon, from noon to dusk, and from dusk to the next day's dawn. After achieving initial success, he felt refreshed and clear-minded, with his internal energy flowing as he wished. Truly the child of destiny. This is what they call, fools have fortune. In the Great Qin Palace, Mu Guiying watched Go Zhazhong, who first by a fortuitous combination of circumstances, had mastered a peerless internal art of yin-yang unity unprecedented in history, and now had also mastered the arhat subduing demon divine art. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This Arhat subduing demon divine art is simply not something a human can master. Hu Sanyang turned her beautiful eyes to Zhao Wu and teased with a smile, Brother Wu, with your extraordinary talent and divine martial prowess, even you probably cannot master this Arhat subduing demon divine art. That goes without saying. Brother Wu has so many beautiful female friends, and his mind is full of wicked thoughts. How could he possibly master the Arhat subduing demon divine art? Liang Hongyu chimed in. You little vixens, your mouths are itching again, aren't they? Do you want to taste the power of my Arhat subduing demon divine art? Zhao Wu pinched Liang Hongyu's pretty face and laughed. My Arhat subduing demon divine art is specially designed to subdue you vixens. As he spoke, his mischievous claw reached out. Ah no! Scene shifts. Chan Chongji of the Shiwatang of Changle Gang thought he had offended Shirpatian, and mistakenly believed he was poisoned. So he took Shirpatian to the place where Hua Wanji of the Snowy Mountain sect was imprisoned. Seeing this, Shirpatian demanded that Hua Wanji be released. Afterwards, he encountered Ding Dang and was taken to meet Ding Busan. Ding Busan learned that the Xianbing Bihua wine had been drunk by Go Zhazhong, so he forced Go Zhazhong to marry Ding Dang. Just as Go Zhazhong lifted Ding Dang's red bridal veil, Bei Haishir informed him that the Snowy Mountain sect people had come to demand an explanation. Go Zhazhong then returned to Changle Gang and saw Bai Wanjian and others. Bai Wanjian questioned Go Zhazhong about the matter of Lingshao City, but Go Zhazhong was not sure Zhongyu, so he said blankly, Lingshao City. What place is that? I have never learned any martial arts. If I had, I wouldn't have forgotten them completely, would I? To Bai Wanjian and the others, these words were an even greater insult, clearly showing that they had no regard for the Snowy Mountain sect, casually dismissing the name Lingshao City as if it were nothing. Wang Wanren of the Snowy Mountain sect could not help but shout loudly, Chief, sure your words are too arrogant. In your eyes, the disciples of the Snowy Mountain sect are all worthless. Shirpatian saw his angry expression and assumed he must have said something wrong, so he quickly said, No. How could I say that the Snowy Mountain sect is all worthless? It seems. When he lived on Motyan Cliff, he would go with Xia Yank to the small market town several times a year to buy rice and salt, and he knew that the more valuable something was, the better it was. At this moment, he only wanted to say something to flatter the Snowy Mountain sect and calm Wang Wanren's anger, but after saying, it seems 3 times, he could not come up with a suitable example. Among these Snowy Mountain sect people, he had seen Gung Wanzhong, Ku Wanjuan, Wang Wanren, and others at Hojin Market, but he did not know their names. He was only familiar with Hua Wanji. In his embarrassment, Go Zhazhong said, It seems that Miss Hua Wanji is very valuable, worth a lot of silver. The Snowy Mountain sect people were furious, drawing their swords and rising. Wang Wanren pointed and cursed, Sure, you utter vile words. You are truly going too far. Although we Snowy Mountain disciples are in a dragon's pool and tiger's den, we cannot swallow this insult easily. Go Zhazhong saw the 9 men blazing with anger, and was completely bewildered. He thought, I clearly said something good, why are you angry again? He turned to Ding Dang and said, Ding Ding Dang Dang, did I say something wrong? Ding Dang heard her husband publicly humiliate Hua Wanji, and knew that he had not taken this beautiful girl to heart at all. She was extremely pleased. When asked, she immediately pursed her lips and smiled. I don't know. Perhaps Miss Hua is not worth very much silver, who knows? Go Zhazhong nodded seriously and said, Even if Miss Hua is not worth much silver, cheap and worthless, there's no need to be angry. Ha ha ha. Go Zhazhong's words are really funny. Look how angry the Snowy Mountain sect people, especially Hua Wanji, are. Invisible showing off is the most deadly. Miss Hua is worth a lot of silver. Even if Miss Hua is not worth much silver, cheap and worthless, there's no need to be angry. Is Go Zhazhong trying to laugh me to death, so he can inherit my property? The desert. Shiqing and Min Ro, the black and white twin swords, looked embarrassed. They naturally knew that Go Zhazhong was not mocking or ridiculing the Snowy Mountain sect people, but that he was ignorant of human affairs and didn't know how to speak. It's really hard on Tianer. It's all that bitch Mei Fanggu's fault. Min Ro, feeling sorry for Go Zhazhong, cursed Mei Fanggu loudly. If not for Mei Fanggu, Go Zhazhong would not be so ignorant of everything. They continued to watch the sky screen. Under various misunderstandings, Go Zhazhong was captured by Wanjian and later met Shiqing and Min Ro. Seeing this, Shiqing and Min Ro perked up. We haven't met Tianer yet, which means Tianer is probably still in Changle Gang. Min Ro exclaimed. That's right. Shiqing nodded and said, We'll go to Changle Gang immediately to rescue Tianer. Good. The two rode quickly towards Changle Gang. In Changle Gang, Bei Haishi's face was gloomy. As Go Zhazhong appeared on the list, his scheme of using Go Zhazhong to replace Shi Zhongyu was exposed. Moreover, Shiqing and Min Ro would soon come looking. His previous plan was ruined. Meanwhile, Go Zhazhong was full of excitement, having understood many things. So that Shi Zhongyu looks exactly like me. No wonder they mistook me for the gang leader. Now they should understand that I am not their gang leader but Go Zhazhong. And my mother is not my mother, my father is not my father. Thinking of this, Go Zhazhong's mood was complicated. He continued to look up at the sky. Afterwards, Go Zhazhong was rescued by Ding Dang and Ding Busan. Ding Busan, seeing him too stupid, demanded that he defeat Bai Wanjian within 10 days. Later, Ding Dang, to protect Shi Potion, threw him onto Bai Axiu's boat. Go Zhazhong met Bai Axiu and Shi Xiaozue. On Xian Island, Shi Xiaozue took Shi Patian as her disciple, and to surpass the Snowy Mountain sect, she made him change his name to Shi Dao, and then taught him the Golden Crow blade technique. During the practice, Axiu, for the sake of her father's future face, also taught Shi Patian a move called side strike. Bai Wanjian and others of the Snowy Mountain sect, along with Ding Busan and Ding Buxi, all arrived at Xian Island and started a great fight. Shi Potion, to save Bai Wanjian, and the others joined forces with them. After everyone left, Shi Patian could not find Shi Xiaozue and Bai Axiu, so he also took a boat and left Xian Island. Shi Patian encountered the two envoys of reward and punishment from Shaka Island, Zhongshan, and Li Si drank their medicinal wine and became sworn brothers. Later, he also saved their lives. After parting, Shi Patian met Shi Qing and Min Ro at Shangxing Temple. To help them obtain 2 copper plaques, he accidentally injured Zhaoshu and Tongshu. Later, because Tianshu demanded an explanation from Shi Qing and Min Ro, Go Zhazhong spoke up to help, leading to a conflict. At this moment, Go Zhazhong produced a series of classic quotes, which the audience found extremely entertaining, laughing until their stomachs hurt. Go Zhazhong, I won't fight you. You are the senior brothers of Chief Shi and Lady Shi. If I make a move and kill you, that would be very bad. Go Zhazhong spread his palms and saw faint red clouds and blue lines in his palms. He sighed and said, "These hands of mine always cause trouble. They easily kill people. Chongshu, if you don't fight back, I will make you, this vile disciple of the Golden Crow sect, die on the spot. Shi Qing, child, your uncle master wants to give you some pointers. It will benefit you greatly. He won't hurt you. Quickly take out your weapon and defend yourself." Go Zhazhong, okay, I'll fight back. Go Zhazhong picked up a broken knife from the ground. As he bent down, he looked worriedly at Chongshu and said, "You don't stab me with your sword, okay? Wait until I pick up the knife." Chongshu was furious. "Who do you take me for? Bah!" Go Zhazhong thought, if we get into a heated fight, I might accidentally strike out with my palm and kill someone again. So he tied one of his arms to his belt. Go Zhazhong, all right, now it's safe. Let's fight. Now I won't kill you. Ha! Chongshu was both ashamed and angry. You go too far. Go Zhazhong thought, if we get into a heated fight, I might accidentally strike out with my palm and kill someone again. So he tied one of his arms to his belt. Go Zhazhong, all right, now it's safe. Let's fight. Now I won't kill you. Ha! Chongshu was both ashamed and angry. You go too far. Haha, is Go Zhazhong trying to crack me up? Go Zhazhong, I really wasn't mocking you. Once I make a move, I'll beat you to death. Go Zhazhong, these hands of mine always cause trouble. They tend to kill people at the slightest provocation. Go Zhazhong the Great is incredible, screaming. Go Zhazhong, I'll let you use one hand. An intangible aura of arrogance sweeps over. Got it? Without Go Zhazhong's strength learning to show off from him, I guarantee you'll be beaten to death in no time. Go Zhazhong's taunting skill is practically max level. It suddenly reminds me of Miss Hua being worth a lot of silver, and then Go Zhazhong realized he said the wrong thing, adding, "Even if Miss Hua isn't worth any silver, extremely cheap, and lo, there's no need to be angry." Go Zhazhong's quotes always shock people to death. What's Miss Hua's psychological shadow area? At this moment, Hua Wanzi of the Snow Mountain sect's face turned pale, and then green, wanting to rage but having no outlet. After all, from the light screen she already knew that the current Chang'e gang leader should be Go Zhazhong, not that lecher Shi Zhongyu. Although she had not yet met Go Zhazhong from the future, shown above, Go Zhazhong, though not good with words, always seemed to mock and tease her, but that was not his intention. Moreover, Go Zhazhong had released her from the Chang'e gang's dungeon. Shi Zhongyu is not in the Chang'e gang now, so we don't need to go. In the future, be careful to distinguish between Go Zhazhong and Shi Zhongyu. Bai Wanjian, the chill of the northwest, looked at the sky and said to his fellow disciples beside him. Their trip this time was to settle accounts with Shi Zhongyu. They had originally planned to go to the Chang'e gang, but now there was no need. In fact, it wasn't just them who were embarrassed. Several seniors of the Shangxing sect, especially Chongshu Daozhong and Tianshu Daozhong, were also disgraced. At this moment, on the light screen, Go Zhazhong, with one hand tied at his waist, and the other holding a blade, defeated Chongshu Daozhong and Tianshu Daozhong one after another. Tianshu nodded and said to Shi Qing and his wife, "Your honored son's martial arts are not personally taught by you, and his blade technique contains little of the Snow Mountain sect's moves, yet his internal energy is so formidable, truly unfathomable. That last move is especially rare." Go Zhazhong said, "Yes, this move was taught to me by a Xiao. She said that when someone can't defeat you, you should go easy on them everywhere, spare them when you can. This move is called sidestep and strike. It yields to the opponent without getting hurt yourself." He spoke on and on without any guile. Tianshu's face immediately turned red, and then white, so ashamed, he wished the ground would swallow him up. Damn! I never want to see that bastard again. In the Shangqing Temple, Chongshu Daozhong and Tianshu Daozhong couldn't help cursing. Although the events hadn't happened yet, they had already lost face completely. Moreover, although Go Zhazhong had little experience, and was naive and ignorant, his martial arts talent and fortune were terrifyingly immense. They had to admit that they simply couldn't defeat Go Zhazhong. The black and white swords who were heading to the Changle gang looked at the light screen with mixed feelings of amusement and exasperation. Min Ro smiled and said, "This silly child may not be good with words, but he has a kind heart which is truly rare. Even rarer is his profound luck. That by Ashio is also quite good. She and Tian'er are a perfect match. Although Tian'er hasn't met Bai Ashio yet, once we find him we'll take him to the Snow Mountain sect to propose marriage. With Tian'er's talent, martial arts, and luck, I'm sure the Snow Mountain sect won't refuse." "Good." Shiqing nodded and the two sped towards the Changle gang. After the misunderstanding with the Shangqing sect was cleared up, Go Zhazhong detoxified the three, and left with Shiqing and Min Ro. Shiqing and Min Ro realized that Go Zhazhong was being used by the Changle gang to receive the reward and punishment token, and they went to the Changle gang together. On the way, Go Zhazhong encountered Ding Dang and was taken away. Later he met Ding Busi and people from the four major sects of Guangdong, and Go Zhazhong saved the Guangdong people again. In the Changle gang, Zhang San and Li Si helped Go Zhazhong resolve various misunderstandings. He saw Shi Zhongyu who looked exactly like him. Afterwards, Go Zhazhong, still as the gang leader, accepted the Xiaku Islands reward and punishment token. Shi Zhongyu was then taken by Shiqing and Min Ro to the Snow Mountain sect to face punishment. Later, Ding Dang, in order to save Shi Zhongyu, substituted Go Zhazhong for Shi Zhongyu. Go Zhazhong and the others hurried back to the Snow Mountain sect. With his unparalleled divine skill, Go Zhazhong resolved the sect's internal conflict and cured Bai Zizai's madness. At this time, Xia Yank, instigated by Shi Zhongyu, came to seek revenge from the Snow Mountain sect, but Go Zhazhong's appearance finally revealed the truth. Go Zhazhong then begged Xia Yank to take Shi Zhongyu away until he reformed, and Ding Dang completely abandoned Go Zhazhong. Soon after, Go Zhazhong along with Bai Zizai and other martial arts masters went to Xiaku Island with the token. After experiencing a series of dangers on the island, they finally understood the truth behind why many martial arts masters had gone to Xiaku Island over the past 30 years and never returned. Inside a cave on the island, the stone wall was engraved with the 5-character ancient poem, The Swordsman's Journey, by the immortal poet Li, by which contained a supreme divine skill, the Tai Xian Sutra. The island masters of Xiaku used the reward and punishment token to compel numerous martial arts masters from the central plains to the island solely to study this divine skill together. But each person had their own interpretation and no one could decipher it. Their obsession with martial arts made them so fascinated by the stone wall that they never wanted to leave the cave. Go Zhazhong listened to their debates and watched their infatuated expressions, feeling only fear and not understanding why. The others were all in the various small caves studying the annotated verses, but because he was illiterate he was both scared and unable to make sense of anything there, so he came to the large cave where the entire poem was engraved. Unexpectedly, when he looked at the stone wall, what he saw were various swords of different shapes, sword stances, and sword intents. The words themselves had no actual meaning to him. As he followed the sword stances and intents, his internal energy naturally flowed accordingly, and he began to dance and move. By the time he had finished viewing from beginning to end, he had already mastered the Tai Xian Sutra. Holy shit! So many powerful experts couldn't master this peerless divine skill, yet Go Zhazhong accidentally mastered it just like that. This Tai Xian Sutra is clearly a supreme martial art. So the Tai Xian Sutra was hidden in the characters themselves. The shapes of the characters are the technique, not the meaning. Those people stubbornly interpreted the meaning of the words straight into a dead end. They could never master the Tai Xian Sutra in a lifetime. Who would have thought that Go Zhazhong's illiteracy would actually become his opportunity? Xiaku Island has the Tai Xian Sutra. I must hurry there. So those who went to Xiaku Island weren't killed by the island. They stayed to study the peerless martial art. Damn it, I'm going to Xiaku Island, no one stop me. After seeing that the Tai Xian Sutra was on Xiaku Island, everyone went mad. The Yanyan skill and Luohan subduing demon divine skill that Go Zhazhong had practiced before were not something ordinary people could cultivate. Even though they knew these skills were extraordinarily powerful, they had little interest, because they knew they could never master them. But the Tai Xian Sutra was different. They now understood how to practice it, and they were confident they could succeed. Martial arts masters from the Jianghu and imperial monarchs either went themselves or sent emissaries. Faced with a divine skill like the Tai Xian Sutra, no one could remain calm. Of course, Zhao Wu was no longer human. The Tai Xian skill was good, but it was useless to him. In the desert, the black and white sword sighed inwardly, their eyes full of regret. Now that Tanner's opportunity has been exposed, I'm afraid he won't get the Tai Xian Sutra. After all, there were many people on Xiaku Island now. Especially the two island masters Long and Mu. They couldn't originally decipher it, so they invited martial arts masters to study together. Now the Golden Scroll had exposed the secret of the Tai Xian Sutra. Now that everyone knew how to cultivate the Tai Xian Sutra, they would certainly not let others cultivate it. At the same time, Xiaku Island erupted in chaos. So that's how it is. So we were wrong from the start. The peerless martial art is not in the meaning of the words, but in the characters themselves. We really missed the point. No wonder we couldn't comprehend the Taishan Sutra for so many years. The Taishan Sutra is mine. Die. Kill. After the secret of the Taishan Sutra was revealed, countless experts on Xiaku Island went mad. Previously, because they couldn't decipher it, they didn't have major conflicts. Now the secret was out and they all wanted to monopolize it. How great it would be to be invincible alone. You're asking for death. Seeing the crowd fight the two island masters, Long and Mu grew angry and directly suppressed all who were fighting. Their martial arts far surpassed the other experts. The other experts could not cause any trouble before them. Xiaku Island was in turmoil and the whole world was stirring with undercurrents. Countless masters set out for Xiaku Island. Inside the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying were all marveling in amazement. The child of destiny is truly extraordinary. So many martial arts masters spent decades contemplating on Xiaku Island, but failed to comprehend the Taishan Sutra, yet Go Zhazhong learned it as soon as he arrived. Go Zhazhong's illiteracy turned out to be his greatest opportunity at this moment. From the Yinyang unified Yen skill to the Luohan subduing demon skill, and then to the Taishan Sutra, Go Zhazhong is indeed a fool with good fortune. Go Zhazhong is actually not foolish. Rather, he is clever. It's just that he knows too little, like an innocent infant, which makes him appear simple-minded. Zhao Wu held the soft warm body of his beloved, smiled lightly and said, "This is called, great wisdom appears foolish." Liang Hongyu nodded. Indeed, by a stroke of luck, Go Zhazhong mastered extraordinary martial arts, and also won a wife like Bai Axiu, who is both beautiful and talented. He has truly reached the pinnacle of life. I wonder what stage Go Zhazhong is at now. If he hasn't met Bai Axiu yet, will they still end up together after the golden list revealed everything? Mu Guiying was somewhat curious. Some things, whether known or unknown, develop completely differently. Earlier, when Go Zhazhong and Bai Zizai went to Xiaku Island, didn't Shi Xiaozue and Bai Axiu say that if they hadn't returned by the 8th day of the 3rd month, they would jump off a cliff? Now they've already spent a lot of time on Xiaku Island. Could Bai Axiu have already committed suicide? It can't be that tragic, can it? The three women's hearts inexplicably tightened. They stared intently at the light screen in the sky. After Go Zhazhong mastered the Taishan Sutra, the martial arts on the stone walls were destroyed by the two island masters, and everyone set off to return to the central plains. Upon returning to the central plains, Go Zhazhong happened to see Shi Xiaozue and Bai Axiu jumping off a cliff. He acted and saved them as they fell into the sea. Later, to solve a martial arts mystery, he followed Ding Dang's great-uncle Yi Ribu Guasi, Ding Buzi and others to search for his daughter Mei Fanggu. They arrived at Xiong'er Mountain Kukeo Ridge, and Go Zhazhong suddenly realized that this was his home. He had finally returned to the desolate mountain where he lived as a child. Here Go Zhazhong finally found his mother and Ah Huang. Wow, the little tadpole finally found its mother. No, Go Zhazhong finally found his mother. Go Zhazhong's legendary life began when he left Xiong'er Mountain to find his mother and Ah Huang. Could it also end with him finding his mother and Ah Huang? Shirqing and Minro still don't know that Go Zhazhong is their son. They came here to seek revenge on Mei Fanggu. Will they eventually learn the truth? They should find out, right? Everyone was curious about what would happen next. Go Zhazhong had a good relationship with Shirqing and Minro, but Mei Fanggu was the mother who raised him. Here he had the highest martial arts. If he helped Mei Fanggu, naturally Shirqing and Minro couldn't kill her. Of course, if Mei Fanggu revealed that Go Zhazhong was their son, the grudge from years ago would naturally cease to exist. Everyone stared intently at the light screen in the sky. Minro stared at Mei Fanggu and said coldly, "Mei Fanggu, do you think you can fool me with your disguise? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth?" Go Zhazhong was startled, leaped to avoid, and came before Minro, saying hurriedly, "Madam Shiryu, you are mistaken. She is my mother, not the enemy who killed your son." Shirqing was extremely shocked and incredulous, saying, "This woman is your mother?" Go Zhazhong replied very firmly, "Yes. I have been with my mother since I was a child. It was that day when my mother disappeared. I waited for several days, but she didn't come back. I went everywhere to look for her, and the farther I went, the more lost I became, unable to return. Ah Huang also disappeared. Look, isn't this Ah Huang?" He held the yellow dog, very delighted. Shirqing had to accept this reality. He then turned to Mei Fanggu and asked, "Fanggu, since you have your own son, why did you kill my child back then?" Mei Fanggu sneered coldly, her eyes full of resentment. "I kill whoever I want. You? What business is it of yours?" Minro drew her sword ready to act, but glanced at Go Zhazhong and said, "Little brother, you won't allow me to take revenge, will you?" Go Zhazhong said, I, Madam Sure, I." As he spoke, he suddenly knelt down on both knees and pleaded, "I kowtow to you, Madam Sure. You have the kindest heart. Please don't harm my mother." As he said this, Go Zhazhong kowtowed, repeatedly making thumping sounds. Seeing this, Mei Fanggu shouted sternly, Go Zhajong stand up. Who asked you to plead for me with this bitch? Hearing this, Min Ro suddenly had a thought and asked, why do you call him that? He is your own son. Could it be? Could it be? Who would call their own son Go Zhajong, unless they harbor hatred for the man? Min Ro turned to Shi Qing and said, Chinga, this little brother's appearance is very similar to your. Could he be the son of you and Miss Mei? Shi Qing quickly shook his head and explained, no, how could that be? At this moment, Bai Zizai, who was enjoying the spectacle, laughed heartily and said, brother, sure, there's no use denying it. Of course it's your son with her. Otherwise what woman in the world would call her own son Go Zhajong? This Miss Mei must harbor deep hatred for you. Not only Bai Zizai but everyone around thought the same. Min Ro's eyes dimmed despair in her heart. She bent down, placed her long sword on the ground and said sorrowfully, you three are reunited. I must leave. With that she turned around and slowly walked away. Shi Qing was greatly alarmed, grabbed her arm and said sternly, Rome, if you doubt me, I will kill this bitch first to prove my sincerity. Min Ro smiled bitterly. This child not only looks exactly like you are but also bears a strong resemblance to you. Without another word, Shi Qing thrust his long sword toward Mei Fanggu. Unexpectedly, Mei Fanggu did not dodge but offered her chest to the blade. Seeing that Shi Qing's sword was about to pierce her chest, Go Zhajong was startled and quickly flicked his finger, arriving before the sword. With a clang, he snapped Shi Qing's long sword into 2 pieces. Looking at Shi Qing, who showed no mercy, Mei Fanggu laughed bitterly. Fine. Shi Qing, you want to kill me, don't you? Shi Qing said, correct. Fanggu, let me make it clear to you once more, in this world my heart belongs only to Min Ro. In my entire life I have never had another woman. If you have feelings for me, it only harms me. I told you this 22 years ago, and today I still say the same. This Shi Qing is truly a devoted lover. Who says otherwise? If it were me, I would take both Mei Fanggu and Min Ro and enjoy the bliss of having both wives. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wake up. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? The bliss of both wives. Do you think everyone is King Wu? Is that kind of bliss so easy to enjoy? Believe it or not, I'll give you a sword strike and your bliss of both wives. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Hu Sanyang and the others couldn't help but glance at Zhao Wu as if saying, you heartless playboy. If I weren't so loving, how could you have met such an excellent man as me? Zhao Wu tightened his arms around the beauty in his embrace and said with a sly smile, besides, if I gave all of myself to just one of you, you couldn't handle it. Shameless. Big jerk. The 3 women gave Zhao Wu a beautiful eye roll. Ignoring him, they continued to gaze at the sky. Shi Qing's voice softened as he said, Fanggu, your son is already this old. This little brother is upright and has outstanding martial arts. Within a few years, he will become famous throughout the martial world, one of the top figures. Who is his father? Why don't you tell him clearly? Go Zhajong said. Yes, mother, who is my father? What is my surname? Tell me, why have you always called me Go Zhajong? Go Zhajong. At Xiong'er Mountain, Kukeo Ridge, Mei Fanggu gazed at the future scenes of her original fate, ripples stirring in her heart. If she hadn't met King Wu back then, this would surely be her future. If she faced this situation, what would she do? With my mindset back then, I probably wouldn't tell them the truth. Mei Fanggu mused to herself. As for her own personality, she understood it somewhat, although now because of King Wu she was not as extreme as before. She could guess what the original her would do. She continued to gaze at the sky. Mei Fanggu smiled bitterly. Who your father is only I know in this world. She turned to Shi Qing and said, Shi Qing, I have long known that your heart belongs only to Min Ro. That is why I disfigured my face back then. Shi Qing muttered. You disfigured yourself? Why bother? Mei Fanggu said. Back then, between my appearance and Min Ro's, who was more beautiful? Shi Qing reached out and held his wife's hand, hesitating for a moment before saying, 20 years ago you were a renowned beauty in the martial world. My wife's appearance, though not bad, could not compare to yours. Mei Fanggu asked again, in terms of martial arts between Min Ro and me, who was stronger? Shi Qing said, your martial arts combine the strengths of the Ding and Mei families. At that time my wife had not yet grasped the true essence of the Shangxing Temple swordsmanship, so she was naturally inferior to you. Mei Fanggu then asked, then in literature who is superior? Shi Qing said, you can compose poetry and write lyrics. My wife and I have limited literacy. How could we compare to you? Mei Fanggu sneered. I suppose in needlework and cooking I am inferior to this Miss Min. Shi Qing still shook his head. My wife can neither mend clothes nor cut garments, and she can't even scramble eggs properly. How can she compare to your versatile skills? Mei Fanggu said sharply. Then why is it that whenever you see me you are always cold and without a hint of warmth, yet with your junior sister Min you are all smiles and laughter? Why? Shi Qing said slowly. Miss Mei, I don't know. You surpass my junior sister Min in every way. Not only her but also me. When I am with you I feel inferior and unworthy of you. Wow, Isn't that almost what King Wu said to Mei Fanggu earlier? King Wu truly has sharp eyes. He saw through the essence at a glance. Isn't that obvious? King Wu is clearly a veteran in matters of the heart. He naturally sees through the affairs of Mei Fanggu Shiqing and Min Ro like a blazing fire. Yao Yuel Yan Xing Yan Fei Yushin Li Choshui Li Canghai Wu Xingyun Zhang Sanyang Jiang Yuan Merong Chodi Dongfang Bai. With so many peerless beauties, even a love-struck fool would become a master of romance after experiencing so much. Shouldn't it be that King Wu is a master of romance, which is why he has won so many peerless beauties? Don't many men enjoy conquering strong women? Why does it change with Shiqing? Is it the same? You guys just covet their bodies? Shiqing is truly looking for a life partner. Exactly. For a life partner one needs a gentle type like Min Ro. Women like Mei Fanggu and Palace Master Yao, you are better off taken by King Wu. Ordinary people can't handle them. Reasonable. Now that Mei Fanggu has learned from Shiqing's own mouth the truth about why he didn't choose her back then, what will she do? Maybe she will repent and reveal Go Zhazhong's true identity to everyone. You're dreaming. I bet Mei Fanggu will never tell everyone who Go Zhazhong really is. I bet a copper coin. Everyone stared intently at the sky. Mei Fanggu was in a daze for a long time, then let out a cry and dashed into the thatched hut. Mei Wenxin and Ding Buzi rushed in after her and saw Mei Fanggu's suicide. At that moment Min Ro rested her head on Shiqing's chest and said softly, Xixiang Miss Mei is a pitiful woman. Although she killed our child I am still much happier than her. I know your heart has always been only for me. Let's go. There's no need for revenge. Shiqing said, no need for revenge. Min Ro said sadly, even if we kill her our Tian'er won't come back. At that moment they heard Ding Buzi shout, Fanggu, why did you take your own life? I'll fight this Shi to the death. Shiqing and the others were greatly shocked. Then Mei Wenxin came out holding Mei Fanggu's body. Mei Fanggu's left sleeve was rolled up high, revealing her snow-white tender skin. On her arm was a small crimson spot, the vermilion mark of a virgin. Mei Wenxin shrieked, Fanggu has kept herself chaste. She is still a virgin. Naturally this Go Zhazhong is not her son. Everyone's eyes turned to Go Zhazhong full of doubt. Mei Fanggu is a virgin, so she cannot be his mother. Then who is his mother? Who is his father? Why did Mei Fanggu claim to be his mother? Shiqing and Min Ro both thought, could it be that Mei Fanggu kidnapped Tian'er back then but didn't kill him? The child's corpse she sent later had a bloody face, and although it was wearing Tian'er's clothes it might not be Tian'er. If this little brother is not Tian'er, why does she call him Go Zhazhong? And why does he look so much like Yuer? Go Zhazhong was utterly confused. Who is my father? Who is my mother? Who am I? Reward a copy of the Tai Xian Sutra. Wow! Mei Fanggu actually committed suicide. Then Go Zhazhong will never be able to confirm who his parents are right. Isn't that as obvious as a louse on a bald head? Mei Fanggu is also a tragic figure, but thankfully she met King Wu. Go Zhazhong is truly blessed with immense luck. I thought he wouldn't get the Tai Xian Sutra from Shaka Island after being listed, but the Golden List directly rewarded it to him. A child of destiny is truly a child of destiny. In the desert, Shiqing looked at the suicidal Mei Fanggu, his eyes complex. But thinking that Mei Fanggu had already been taken by King Wu, and her original fate had changed, his guilt slightly dissipated. Chinga Miss Mei is also a pitiful person. Besides, Tian'er was raised by her. Let's not seek revenge. Min Ro held Shiqing's hand and said softly, seeing through the future destiny shown on the Golden List screen, that Shiqing had only loved her from beginning to end. She was very happy. Moreover, now that Mei Fanggu was already King Wu's woman, she posed no threat to her, and she had no conflict with Mei Fanggu. Added to that, through Go Zhazhong they were also relatives. Well, let's hurry to find Tian'er. Now that he has obtained the Tai Xian Sutra, someone might be tempted to harm him. Shiqing nodded and the two galloped toward Changle Gang. Changle Gang. The real leader Bei Haishi looked at the sky deep in thought. According to the Golden List information, Go Zhazhong should have already mastered the Yen skill and the Luohan subduing demon skill. Although he doesn't know any techniques, his internal energy is so profound that even I am probably inferior. However, Go Zhazhong doesn't understand the treachery of human hearts, so he is easy to deal with. But Mei Fanggu, Shiqing, and Min Ro are not hard to deal with, but Go Zhazhong has some connection with King Wu. Although he is not King Wu's biological son, he is called King Wu Dad. Forget it, this is too risky. It's better to scheme for the Tai Xian Sutra on Shaka Island. In the end, Bei Haishi suppressed his greed and refrained from making a move on Go Zhazhong to seize the Tai Xian Sutra he had just obtained. However, others in Changle Gang might not be able to resist. Bei Haishi decided to do a favor for Go Zhazhong, or rather King Wu, and took action to eliminate those martial artists who wanted to harm Go Zhazhong and seize the Tai Xian Sutra. As a result, Changle Gang became a gathering place of undercurrents. Xiong'er Mountain, Cacao Ridge. Mei Fanggu looked at her original fate of suicide somewhat surprised, yet within reason. Am I such a failure? Mei Fanggu thought of her life, her eyes dimmed. She slowly raised her fair arm. The once glaring vermilion mark of chastity had long disappeared. That bastard is probably enjoying himself with some other woman and has long forgotten a failure like me. Mei Fanggu laughed bitterly. That day her relationship with Zhao Wu was a momentary impulse. Although Zhao Wu stayed here for a few months afterward, their relationship was also subtle. Suddenly Mei Fanggu's body trembled as her slender graceful figure was embraced from behind, a strong masculine scent overwhelming her. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. What are you here for? Before Mei Fanggu could finish her words, Zhao Wu silenced her. Zhao Wu's soft voice seemed to echo in her ear. He carried Mei Fanggu and strode into the thatched hut. Mei Fanggu's jade-like hands pushed against Zhao Wu's firm powerful chest a few times symbolically but couldn't budge him, so she let him do as he pleased. Zhao Wu and Mei Fanggu's initial encounter was just an accident. He had been passing by and casually chatted with her. Who would have thought Mei Fanggu would throw herself at him? Faced with a beauty throwing herself into his arms, Zhao Wu naturally wouldn't pretend to be an innocent gentleman who remains unmoved. He naturally took Mei Fanggu's first blood. He didn't have deep feelings for Mei Fanggu, but after all she was his woman. Zhao Wu wouldn't be so heartless. He hadn't come to see her for such a long time. This time Zhao Wu naturally came. After meeting, what use were 1,000 words compared to actual actions? Zhao Wu was a man of action. He never spoke empty words. He liked to put things into practice and follow through. In the thatched hut, melodious music began to play. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Go Zhazhong's good companion Ah Huang heard the commotion and barked outside. Happy days always pass quickly. 3 days passed in a flash. Finally it's time for the list update. Ever since the golden list appeared, every day feels like a year. The last one, Go Zhazhong, had incredible luck. Gaining divine skills along the way and also winning a little beauty. I wonder which lucky guy it will be this time. I wish I could be a child of destiny. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, a new child of destiny appeared. Top 10 children of destiny. 5th place. 10 great children of fortune. 5th, Guojing. Guojing's father Guo Xiaotian and his sworn brother Yang Tixin were framed by Wanyan Honglai in collusion with Duan Tianda, and met their demise in Ox Village Linen. Guojing's mother Li Ping fled to the Mongol desert, and gave birth to Guojing amidst the chaos of war. Guojing grew up among the Mongol tribes, diligently taught by his mother Li Ping. Though naturally dull-witted, he was loyal and kind-hearted. The 7 freaks of Jiangnan, due to a wager with Qiu Chuji of the Chuanzhen sect, traveled north to Mongolia and eventually found Guojing by chance. They took him as a disciple and taught him martial arts. During this time they encountered the Black Wind twin evils. Mei Chaofeng was blinded by the 7 freaks and Chan Xianfeng killed Zhang Ashing among them. When Chan Xianfeng captured Guojing, he accidentally stabbed Chan Xianfeng to death. Later Ma Yu, the leader of the Chuanzhen sect, learned of the wager between Qiu Chuji and the 7 freaks. He respected the 7 freaks and came to Mongolia, where he taught Guojing the internal arts of the Chuanzhen sect on a steep cliff for 2 years, greatly improving Guojing's martial arts. Suddenly I realized that these children of fortune all seem to have tragic and bizarre backgrounds. Among the 5 children of fortune on the list, Wei Xiaobao was born in a brothel, his mother a prostitute, and he doesn't even know who his father is. Duan Yu had a good background, but it turned out his father wasn't his biological father, and his enemy was his real father. Absurdly twisted. As for Shuzhu and Go Zhazhong, although their biological parents are alive, they were taken away from them at a young age. Now Guojing, before he was even born, suffered a family catastrophe. His father died, and he was exiled to a foreign land. These children of fortune have too much luck. Their parents can't handle it. Parents sacrificed power unlimited. I've noticed that the 7 freaks of Jiangnan act all high and mighty, but their martial arts are truly pathetic. Especially Kuzheni. He always seems overwhelmingly fierce, but he never seems to win a fight, and every time he fights it's with numbers on his side. Kuzheni, I've never won a fight, but I've never lost an argument. And they taught Guojing. What kind of messy martial arts were those? No wonder Guojing was so pathetic. He would have been better off just studying internal arts with Ma Yu for 2 years. Exactly. Internal arts are the foundation. And they dared to call Guojing stupid. But he does seem a bit foolish. Foolish? Isn't that the same as Go Zhazhong? It's called wisdom in simplicity. Although this was Guojing's summary, the 7 freaks of Jiangnan had successfully captured everyone's attention. There was no helping it. Every time they appeared they acted overwhelmingly impressive, boasting endlessly. But when it came to fighting, they never won. I really don't know where they got the nerve to be so arrogant. The scene shifted. When Guojing turned 18, he left the desert and went south to the lands of Jiangnan to keep his appointment at the drunken Immortal Pavilion in Jiaxing to duel with Yang Kong, and also to avenge his father's murder. There he met the love of his life. But here the scene split into 2. On the left screen Guojing met Chang Yaojia. On the right screen Guojing met Huang Rong. Damn! Another child of fortune whose fate has been intercepted. I wonder who intercepted Huang Rong. I'll bet a copper coin. It must be the martial king, right? The children of fortune themselves have immense luck. To steal their woman, one must have even more overwhelming luck. An ordinary person definitely couldn't change the fate of a child of fortune. It's definitely the martial king. If it's the martial king, then Huang Rong has been corrupted by him too. Another beauty from the beauty list has fallen victim. Great Song Dynasty. Xiangyang. Yaojia, rest assured, I will only love you in this life. No matter what fate originally held. As for Huang Rong, my feelings for you will never change. Guo Jing held Chang Yaojia's hand, explaining. He had never truly met Huang Rong. At most I've only seen her on the beauty list. I know. Chang Yaojia nodded earnestly, her heart filled with sweetness. She rested her head on Guo Jing's chest, and continued gazing at the sky with her beautiful eyes. But her gaze was fixed on the screen showing Guo Jing's original fate. Not only her but most people in the 9 provinces were also watching. In a large inn in Zhangjiakou, Guo Jing was eating when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He went out to see. 2 shop assistants were loudly berating a thin, ragged youth. The youth appeared to be about 15 or 16 with a tattered black fur hat askew on his head, his face and hands covered in black coal dust making him unrecognizable. He held a steamed bun in his hand, grinning, revealing 2 rows of sparkling white teeth that were completely incongruous with his appearance. This is Huang Rong. No need to say it. Guo Jing will definitely step in to help her win her favor and take her home as his bride. Isn't that too simple? Huang Rong is disguised as a beggar now. Would an ordinary person bother with a beggar? Perhaps it was precisely Guo Jing's kindness that won Huang Rong's favor. Huang Rong is so clever and quick-witted. How could she fall for that dullard Guo Jing? The 2 of them are completely mismatched. Everyone stared intently at the screen. They had all recognized Huang Rong and wanted to see how Guo Jing would capture her heart. After all, Huang Rong was no ordinary woman. Beautiful, intelligent. In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, Guo Jing and Huang Rong were from different worlds. At that moment, a shop assistant yelled at Huang Rong. What's the matter? Get out of here. Huang Rong replied, fine, I'll go. As she turned around, another shop assistant shouted, put down the bun. Huang Rong did as she was told and put down the bun, but the white bun now bore several black fingerprints, making it unsellable. One shop assistant grew furious and threw a punch, but Huang Rong ducks to avoid it. Seeing her pitiful state and knowing she was starving, Guo Jing hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Don't be rough. Put it on my bill. He picked up the bun and handed it to Huang Rong. Huang Rong took the bun and said, this bun is poorly made. Poor thing, you can have it. She threw it to a puppy at the door, which pounced and devoured it. Huang Rong's beggar disguise is not convincing at all. Throwing away such a good bun. Which beggar would do that? She's not a real beggar, just playing one. Of course she wouldn't eat a dirty bun. I just want to eat her bun. You're not right. A shop assistant sighed, what a shame. A fine white meat bun fed to a dog. Guo Jing was also taken aback. He thought Huang Rong had snatched the bun because she was hungry, but instead she fed it to a dog. However, Guo Jing didn't say much and returned to his seat to continue eating. Huang Rong followed him inside and stared at him. Embarrassed by her gaze, Guo Jing called out, would you like to eat too? Huang Rong smiled. Sure, I'm bored eating alone. I was hoping for some company. She spoke with a Jiangnan accent. Guo Jing's mother was from Jiangzhilin, and the 6 freaks of Jiangnan were all from Jiaxing area. He had grown up hearing Jiangnan accents, so hearing Huang Rong's familiar dialect brought him great joy. Huang Rong walked over and sat at the table. Guo Jing ordered the waiter to bring more food. Seeing Guo Jing's simple and naive demeanor, Huang Rong decided to take him for a ride to teach him about the dangers of the world. She asked Guo Jing, will you pay for whatever I eat? Guo Jing replied, of course, of course. Huang Rong said, hey waiter, first bring us 4 dried fruits, 4 fresh fruits, 2 salty sour dishes, and 4 candied fruits. The shop assistant was startled. He didn't expect a beggar to know so much. Thinking she was bluffing, he sneered. What fruits and candied fruits would you like, sir? Huang Rong said, this poor little place. I doubt you have anything decent. So let's just have the dried fruits, lychee, longan, steamed dates, and ginkgo. Fresh fruits, pick whatever is in season. 4 salty sour dishes, pickled cherry and ginger-flecked plum. I wonder if you can get them here. Candied fruits, rose-flavored kumquat, aromatic grape, candied peach strip, and pear meat lollipop. The shop assistant, hearing her speak with such expertise, abandoned his contemptuous attitude. Huang Rong continued, for appetizers, since there's no fresh fish or shrimp here, let's have 8 passable dishes. She listed steamed quail with flowers, stir-fried duck, web chicken tongue soup, stuffed jiangyao with deer tripe, mandarin duck, fried beef, tendon, chrysanthemum, rabbit shreds, explosive palm leg, and ginger vinegar, gold and silver trotters. Huang Rong displayed her culinary knowledge, stunning the shop assistant, and earning Guo Jing's admiration. She ordered a lavish feast, and Guo Jing, unconcerned, chatted with her about his adventures in the Mongol desert. Hunting rabbits, shooting eagles, galloping horses, and trapping wolves. Huang Rong listened with great interest, clapping her hands, and laughing at his exciting tales, her expression quite innocent. In the midst of their animated conversation, Guojing impulsively grabbed Huang Rong's left hand. As he held it, he felt her palm was warm, soft, and smooth as if boneless, and he was momentarily stunned. Huang Rong chuckled softly and lowered her head. Guojing saw that her face was covered in coal dust, but the skin on the back of her neck was as white as lard and fair as snow. Damn! Who the hell said Guojing was stupid? Step forward and let me beat you to death. He holds hands with her on the first meeting. If that's stupid, then everyone in the world is a fool. I've discovered that Guojing is a master of courtship. He lets Huang Rong order a huge feast without batting an eye, showing off his wealth, and then casually takes her hand to build intimacy. I've learned. Learn my ass. First you need money. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, staring intently at the screen, watching Guojing, holding Huang Rong's hand, wishing they could trade places with him. Huang Rong gently freed her hand and said, "We've been talking so long. The food is cold and the rice is cold too." Guojing said, "Yes, cold dishes are also good to eat." Huang Rong shook her head. Guojing said, "Then let's have it reheated." Huang Rong said, "No, reheated food tastes bad." Huang Rong called the waiter over, ordered him to remove the dozens of cold dishes, and throw them away, and then use fresh ingredients to make a new hot meal. It was sheer extravagance, but Guojing said nothing, showing no concern for the money. When the dozens of dishes were served again, Huang Rong only took a few bites and claimed she was full. Such waste. Truly the rich have wine and meat rotting while the poor die of cold on the streets. What does this reflect? It reflects the extreme luxury and waste of the upper class. But Guojing's expression didn't change at all. He handled it perfectly. No wonder Guojing won the beauty. Throwing money around like that, which woman could resist? Huang Rong isn't short of money. She wouldn't be moved by that, would she? She's just fleecing him. I think so too. She's probably laughing at Guojing's stupidity inside. The shop assistant cursed inwardly. You fool, this kid is taking you for a ride. After the meal, Guojing paid the bill, which came to 19 taels and 7 qian of silver. Guojing took out a gold ingot and asked the shop assistant to exchange it for silver at the money exchange to settle the account. As they left the shop, the north wind hit their faces. Feeling the cold, Huang Rong shrank her neck and said, "Thank you for the meal. Goodbye." Seeing her thin clothing, Guojing felt sorry for her. He took off his sable coat and draped it over her, saying, "Brother, we've hit it off. Please take this coat." He still had 4 gold ingots left. He took 2 and placed them in the pocket of the sable coat. Huang Rong did not thank him, but put on the sable coat and drifted away. After walking a few dozen paces, Huang Rong turned back and saw Guojing standing in the street, still staring at her, holding his red horse. She knew he was reluctant to part, so she waved at him. Guojing hurried over and asked, "Are you still missing something, brother?" Huang Rong smiled slightly and said, "I haven't asked for your name yet." Guojing laughed. "Oh, I forgot. My surname is Gu, given name Jing. And you, brother?" Huang Rong said, "My surname is Huang, given name Rong." Guojing asked, "Where are you headed? If you're going south, shall we travel together?" Huang Rong shook her head. "I'm not going south." Suddenly she said, "Brother, I'm hungry again." Guojing was delighted. "Good, I'll accompany you for another meal then." This time Huang Rong led him to the largest restaurant in Zhangjiakou, the Chongqing Tower, whose layout was modeled after the grand restaurants of the old Song capital Bianliang. This time Huang Rong did not order a lavish feast. She only asked for 4 plates of fine pastries and a pot of Longjing tea. The two of them chatted about everything under the sun. They talked about their experiences on the road, and Guojing mentioned the incident of 8 women dressed in men's clothing trying to steal his horse. Huang Rong inquired about the little red horse's temperament and speed. After hearing Guojing's description, she looked envious. Taking a sip of tea, she said with a smile, "Brother, I want to ask you for a treasure. Will you give it?" Guojing replied, "Of course I will." Huang Rong said, "I just love your blood-sweating horse." Guojing did not hesitate. "All right, I'll give it to you, brother." Huang Rong had merely been joking, thinking that he treasured this once-in-a-thousand-years horse more than life itself. Since they were only casual acquaintances, she wanted to see how this honest man would refuse. But he agreed so generously that it caught her completely off guard. She was stunned and deeply moved. She suddenly put her head down on the table and sobbed. "Damn! Impressive! I thought Guojing was just throwing money around, but he's amazing. This combination of moves, which woman could resist?" Yes, even the clever Huang Rong was moved to tears. First he treats her to a meal, showing off his wealth. Then when it's cold, he gives her his own sable coat plus 2 gold ingots. That's half of Guojing's entire fortune. And finally, he doesn't hesitate to give away his beloved blood-sweating horse. Who could resist that? I never thought that the simple-looking Guojing is actually a master of seduction. I was bought off by this simpleton. No way, I'm not that stupid. Huang Rong stared at the screen in the sky, finding it hard to accept. It's just 2 meals, 2 gold ingots, a sable coat, and a blood-sweating horse. What's so great about that? They're not even worthy of the dog talisman Brother Wu gave me. Huang Rong clutched the dog talisman she kept close to her chest, full of disdain. She would never fall for a dull, stupid simpleton. Her ideal man was a heroic figure. Handsome, suave, romantic, and divinely martial. Humph, that big bad Brother Wu, I wonder which woman he's fooling around with now. Huang Rong pouted. Thinking about how Zhao Wu hadn't visited her for years, she felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. When she saw Zhao Wu, she would make sure he got what he deserved. Datang. Yangzhou. Is this what they mean by, fortune favors fools? Ko Zhong gazed at the sky, his heart shaken. He was an orphan, having depended on Su Xiling since childhood, barely better than a beggar. But if he had that much money, he would never be like Guojing, giving gold a mink coat and a sweat-blood steed to a chance-met beggar. At most he would buy the beggar a meal and give some traveling expenses. That's called, great wisdom appears foolish. Su Xiling said. Humph, I bet that guy discovered Huang Rong's female identity 9 times out of 10. He knew the little beggar was a stunning beauty, so he went all out. If I knew the little beggar was a beauty, I could do the same. Ko Zhong curled his lips. Su Xiling rolled his eyes at him. Come on, you're judging a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. But from Guojing winning Huang Rong's heart, it's clear that to win a beauty you have to be willing to invest. Ko Zhong ignored Su Xiling and muttered to himself. If he ever met a beauty, he might try it. Investing requires capital first. One day Ko Zhong will rise above the rest. Ko Zhong was filled with lofty ambition. His gaze exceptionally firm. They continued gazing at the sky. Later they encountered Mu Nianxi's martial arts tournament for a husband. Guojing, because of his sense of justice, fought fiercely with Yang Kong, who was then using the alias Wan Yen Kong. He was appreciated by Wang Chui of the Chuanshan sect, while Huang Rong constantly played tricks on Yang Kang's subordinate Ho Tong Hai. After Wang Chui was poisoned by Yang Kang's scheme, Huang Rong and Guojing decided to sneak into the prince's mansion to steal the antidote. Huang Rong used tricks to continuously distract Yang Kang's subordinates Ouyang Ku, Peng Lianhu, Sha Tongtian, and others. While Guojing was fighting with the subordinates of Yang Kang's stepfather Wanyan Honglia, he accidentally drank the extraordinary snake blood of the ginseng Immortal Yang Ziwen, which made him immune to all poisons and greatly increased his power. Indeed, the favored child of destiny is truly different. Even if he is foolish, he still encounters opportunities everywhere. Every time he faces danger, not only does he survive, but he also gains great benefits. This Guojing, not long after leaving the desert, has won the heart of a stunning beauty, and now he has drunk the snake blood, becoming immune to poisons and greatly increasing his power. Talent, insufficient luck makes up for it. Guojing's talent is actually not bad. It's just that the 7 freaks of Jiangnan are too weak. If the 7 freaks were competent with Guojing's hard work, his strength would not be what it is now. I bet it won't be long before Guojing learns a peerless martial art. That's a given. Without peerless martial arts and a world-class beauty, how could he be called a favored child of destiny? Among the listed favored children of destiny, aside from Wei Xiaobao, who is mediocre in martial arts, which one doesn't have a peerless martial skill. As for stunning beauties, Wei Xiaobao has 7. Duan Yu has a harem of 3,000. Shuzhu only married the princess of Xixia, but the Lingzhou palace also has a sea of beauties. Even Go Zhazhong has 3 beauties he was involved with by Axiu Dingdang and Hua Wanzi. The favored children of destiny truly live it up. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Later, while fleeing, Guojing was captured by Mei Chaofeng. Huang Rong recognized her and deceived her by saying Huang Yaoshi was coming, causing Mei Chaofeng to help them escape. Soon after, Yang Tiexin and his wife were reunited, but under pursuit by Sha Tongtian and Peng Lianhu, sent by the Zhao prince's mansion, they were forced to commit suicide together. Xiao Chuji, because of Yang Kang's despicable conduct, conceded defeat to the 6 freaks of Jiangnan voluntarily, ended the drunken Immortal Tower agreement, and challenged Sha Tongtian and others to a decisive battle at the Yenyu Tower in Jiaxing half a year later on Mid-Autumn Festival. While traveling in Jiangnan, Guojing and Huang Rong coincidentally met the beggar clan's leader, the northern beggar Hong Qigong. Because Hong Qigong repeatedly enjoyed Huang Rong's delicious cooking and admired Guojing's simple nature, he taught Guojing the first 15 palms of the 18 dragons subduing palms over 2 months. Just as expected, he met a master and learned a peerless martial art. Xiaofeng's signature martial art is the 18 dragons subduing palms. Since Guojing is a favored child of destiny, his 18 dragons subduing palms must be extraordinary as well. I wonder whose 18 dragons subduing palms is stronger, Guojing's or Xiaofeng's. It mainly depends on their cultivation levels. Higher cultivation naturally unleashes greater power. I feel that at the same cultivation level, Xiaofeng's 18 dragons subduing palms is stronger than Guojing's. I feel the same. On Taihu Lake, Guojing met Lu Chengfeng, the master of Guiyun Manor Qiu Chenjiang, who was fishing in troubled waters, and Huang Yaoshi, the eastern heretic of Peach Blossom Island. Through Yang Kang's hand, he killed Duan Tianda to avenge his father. Later in Baoying, Guojing and Huang Rong rescued Cheng Yaojia from Ouyang Ku, who intended to assault her. During the martial contest with Ouyang Ku, Guojing learned all the techniques of the 18 dragons subduing palms, and formally became Hong Qigong's disciple. Indeed, another beauty appears. This beauty has now become Guo Jing's wife. But in the original fate, did she become his wife? Probably right. Isn't it normal for a favored child of destiny to have several wives? Like Wei Xiaobao and Duan Yu, you can't count them on one hand. I feel Guo Jing isn't the type to be lecherous. Which man isn't lecherous? That's called being secretly perverted. Great Ming, Xiong'er Mountain, Cacao Ridge. Zhao Wu held Mei Fanggu in his arms, as they both gazed at the golden roll light screen in the sky, as if watching a movie. The light screen was divided into two panels. It showed Guo Jing's original fate and his current fate. Of course, the changes were not significant, because he had intercepted Huang Rongchang Yaojia, successfully moved up and became Guo Jing's wife. Other changes were minor. The scene shifted. Guo Jing and Huang Rong arrived at Peach Blossom Island together but lost each other. On the island, they encountered the old child Zhou Bodong, who had been imprisoned by Huang Yaoshi for 15 years. Zhou Bodong forced Guo Jing to become sworn brothers with him and taught him the empty Ming fist and left-right dual combat. Moreover, under Zhou Bodong's deception, Guo Jing memorized the entire 9 Yin scripture. Old child Zhou Bodong, I feel he and the undefeated old child Gu Santong must be good brothers. Suddenly I realized that the old child Zhou Bodong and the undefeated old child Gu Santong seem very similar. You've spotted the key point. One cuckolded someone, the other was cuckolded. If Zhou Bodong meets Gu Santong, it would be interesting. Maybe they'd even become sworn brothers. Zhao Wu thought about their life stories. They were truly similar. Both had innocent childlike natures. Both loved martial arts. Both were old children. Most importantly, both were scoundrels who didn't even know they had sons. The old child Zhou Bodong followed Wang Chongyang to the Dali Imperial Palace. In the harem, he taught Gu the art of acupoint striking, which inevitably led to physical contact touching some vital points. A man and a woman both in their prime. Although Zhou Bodong had a childlike mind, he was still an adult man curious about a woman's body. After a few encounters, they couldn't help but try it, successfully cuckolding Emperor Duan and landing him on the cuckold list. After being discovered, Emperor Duan originally wanted to marry Gu to Zhou Bodong, but Zhou Bodong refused and simply ran away. He played and ran irresponsible. As a result, he didn't even know he had a child. Eventually the child was severely injured by Qiu Chenren and died, and Gu lived most of her life with hatred. Gu Santong was similar. He didn't care much about his fiancée Suxin. After a drunken encounter, he just pulled up his pants and left the next day, continuing his pursuit of martial arts and challenging masters. As for women, he had long cast them aside. So he didn't even know he had a son. Serves him right for being put on the cuckold list by Zhu Wushi. Zhao Wu smiled inwardly, and then continued gazing at the sky. Hong Qigong arrived at Peach Blossom Island to help Guo Jing propose marriage, but Ouyang Feng also wanted to propose for Ouyang Ke. Thus the two fought. Seeing this, Huang Yaoshi proposed 3 contests. Guo Jing ultimately won all contests and married Huang Rong. But because of Zhou Bodong's meddling, Huang Yaoshi separated them again. After leaving Peach Blossom Island, Guo Jing and his party accidentally sank their ship and boarded Ouyang Feng's boat. Ouyang Feng forced Guo Jing to write down the 9 Yin scripture. Following Hong Qigong's plan, Guo Jing scribbled a fake version and gave it to Ouyang Feng. Guo Jing and Huang Rong hurried to Mount Jun in Dongting to attend the Beggar Clan's conference. Meanwhile, the Jin spy Yang Kong also arrived in Yuezhou. Using the stolen Beggar Clan staff, he attempted to impersonate the new Beggar Clan leader and drive the members to surrender to the Jin. Guo Jing and Huang Rong arrived in time. Guo Jing comprehended the essence of the Big Dipper formation and single-handedly battled the Beggar Clan heroes, exposing Yang Kang's scheme. Huang Rong defeated the 3 Beggar Clan elders and successfully succeeded as the Beggar Clan leader. After the conference, while retrieving the Wumu book on Iron Palm Peak, Huang Rong was injured by Qiu Chenren, the Iron Palm sect leader, and was in critical condition. Guo Jing and Huang Rong sought out the southern Emperor Duan Zhixing for treatment. Along the way, they met Gu in the Black Marsh, and guided by her they found Duan Zhixing, who had become a monk with the Dharma name Yideng. Guo Jing and Huang Rong successfully resolved the old grievances between Gu and Master Yideng. After Huang Rong, Great Qin Palace. In my original fate, I would end up with that scoundrel Yang Kong. Mu Nianci looked at the sky and couldn't help frowning. It's just the original fate after all. Now naturally there's nothing about Yang Kong. Hu Sanyang patted Mu Nianci's shoulder and laughed. In my original fate, I married that scoundrel Wang Ying, the short-legged tiger. If I had known Wang Ying was so evil, I would have killed him with one knife back then. Letting him off easy. Luckily I met Brother Wu. Mu Nianci nodded vigorously. Hu Sanyang was also very grateful. If she hadn't met Zhao Wu, she would probably still be living in misery. Meanwhile, Yang Tiexin and his group, who had brought Yang Kong and Bao Shirua out of the prison and were returning to Nujia village, also looked at the sky. Watching Yang Kang's series of actions, Yang Tiexin was furious and couldn't help wanting to beat Yang Kong, but thinking that he hadn't fulfilled his fatherly duties over the years, he had to hold back. He decided to keep Yang Kong with him and educate him properly. Mu Nianxi is now King Wu's woman. Don't have any improper thoughts. Yang Tiexin warned. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Yang Kong curled his lips. There were so many beauties in the world. He wasn't that reckless to covet Zhao Wu's woman. That would be like a long-lived old man hanging himself, asking for death. He was a smart guy. On their way back to Peach Blossom Island Guijing, and Huang Rong encountered Kazhini, the leader of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, who was wearing mourning clothes. They felt that something might have happened on the island. Upon arriving at Peach Blossom Island, they found that 5 of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan had been killed. Mistakenly believing it was Huang Yaoshi's doing, Guijing broke up with Huang Rong, left the island alone, and returned to the Central Plains to seek revenge. After the Battle of Heroes at Yanyu Tower, and the events at Wang Tietjiang Temple, Guijing and Huang Rong were separated. When Guijing learned the truth, he was filled with regret, and searched for Huang Rong for half a year. Oh my! Is this the trials before good fortune? Just when success seemed near, something goes wrong. But as a favored child of destiny, the final outcome will surely be good. But if someone intercepts, that's different. I think the one who intercepted Huang Rong must be King Wu. That King Wu is such a bastard. He eats the meat and doesn't even leave the soup for others. Isn't Cheng Yaojia the soup? In the early winter of the western regions, he reunited with Huang Rong, and used her clever schemes to capture the western venom Ouyangfeng 3 times and conquer Samarkand. But then they were separated again due to a misunderstanding over Huajing. Guijing was captured by Ouyangfeng while trying to win back Huang Rong. In the stone chamber, he practiced the scripture with him, greatly improving his martial arts. Over a month later, Zhou Badong chased Qiu Chenren to this place, and the 4 masters fought chaotically in the stone chamber. Later, Guijing and his mother Li Ping discovered Temujin's plan to invade Song territory. Mother and son refused to betray their people. Li Ping committed suicide to avoid burdening Guijing. Guijing escaped and returned to the Central Plains, which indirectly led to the dissolution of his engagement with Huajing. At the second Huashan sword contest, Guijing successively fought to a draw with the Eastern Heretic and the Northern Beggar, but all 3 were defeated by the Western Venom, who had gone mad and deranged from practicing the Ninein scripture in reverse. They all acknowledged this crazy and strange master's martial arts as the best in the world. During this time, Guijing reunited with Huang Rong, and they finally settled their engagement in front of the Eastern Heretic and the Northern Beggar. Guijing believed a true hero is one who serves his country and people. He took this as his life goal, guarding Xiangyang City, his entire life bravely resisting foreign invaders, and finally dying in battle with his wife. A true hero serves his country and people, truly worthy of the title Great Hero Gua. Among the listed favored children of destiny, Wei Xiaobao is a hooligan, Duanyu and Xuzhu are barely passable, Go Zhazhong has a kind heart. But only Guijing truly deserves to be called a great hero, not just Guijing but Qiao Feng as well. On the various lists there are all kinds of monsters, hypocrites, cuckolds, lechers, but the ones who truly deserve to be called great heroes are Guijing and Qiao Feng. A divine grade superior 9 scripture was awarded. A ray of rosy light descended and entered Guijing's mind. Although Huang Rong had been intercepted by Zhao Wu, he still learned the 9 scripture, though not the complete version. Now the Golden Roll awarded the complete version, and it was a divine grade superior improved version. For Guijing it was also a peerless divine skill. The world was in turmoil. 3 days passed in a flash. Top 10 favored children of destiny. 6th, Chang Shifei. Chang Shifei? Who is this guy? He wasn't on the list before, was he? I wonder which lucky one this is. The world buzzed with discussion, eyes filled with envy. Every chosen one listed had become a winner in life. Wei Xiaobao never mastered peerless martial arts, but he had 7 wives. Well, due to a series of changes it seemed he only had Jianing left. But that didn't matter. Even the naive dog bastard and Guijing had eventually mastered supreme martial arts and 1 beautiful wives. Though Guijing didn't have the stunning Huang Rong now, he still lived well enough. Only, with the appearance of the Golden List and the Martial King, the fates of these chosen ones seemed to have collapsed. In the Ming Imperial Palace, Heir. Suxin's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise at the name Chang Shifei. She hadn't paid much attention to the listed chosen ones, merely watching out of curiosity, since they seemed far removed from her life. Yet, unexpectedly, one of them was her son. Chang Shifei is a chosen one. Zhu Wushi was astonished, never imagining that little rascal could be one. It was utterly unjust. But thinking of the humble beginnings of Dog Bastard and Guijing, it seemed understandable. And he had noticed something. The chosen ones all started in dire straits. Among the 6 listed so far, only Duanyu was of high status, the Prince of Dali, raised in luxury since childhood. The rest, Wei Xiaobao, Dog Bastard, Xuzhu, Guijing, were all of lowly birth, mostly with broken families. Even if their parents were alive, they had been separated from them since childhood. Parents sacrificed. Boundless power. Holy crap. I'm a chosen one. Chang Shifei, who was training with Gu Santong, was startled, then excitedly said, I knew it. Little master has always been blessed by fortune. I'm no ordinary fish in a pond. No wonder you're the seed of the invincible kid with a third of your father's style. The invincible kid Gu Santong slapped Chang Shifei's shoulder hard, making him wince. He gave Gu Santong a fierce glare. You still have the nerve to say that? Mother was stolen away by Zhu Taidan. Of course Chang Shifei didn't dare say that aloud. He ignored Gu Santong. Chang Shifei looked up at the golden list in the sky, wanting to know his fate. The golden list's light screen split into two panels. One showing his current fate, the other his original destiny. In the scene, a street urchin named Chang Shifei was scamming people at the city's East Market with his partner Zhang Laosan. Chang Shifei went to the gambling den, and Zhang Laosan, pretending to leave, told him to wait. But Chang Shifei didn't know Zhang Laosan had lost all their money, and left him as collateral. Zhang Laosan vanished, and Chang Shifei was taken away in a carriage. After much trouble, he was released only to find himself in the imperial palace, greeted by a grinning eunuch who told him to hurry and get castrated. Holy crap! That intense. A eunuch right away. There must be a twist. A chosen one wouldn't become a eunuch. Everyone's eyes widened with curiosity. Chang Shifei's neck shrank, feeling a chill down below. These were scenes from his original destiny. His fate had already changed. Because of the golden list, he had met Gu Santong early. In the palace, Sushin's heart was in her throat as she watched the screen. Chang Shifei was terrified to learn he had been sold into castration. Chang Shifei and several other boys were locked in the silkworm chamber, serving those already castrated. He desperately wanted to escape. He discovered a sealed tunnel in the chamber, dug a hole hoping to flee this hellish place, but ended up in the 9th level of the Eastern Depot's underground prison. The 9th level held the Empire's most formidable prisoners' walls, reinforced with copper buried deep underground. Impossible to escape. There Chang Shifei met a haggard old man. The old man said he hadn't seen a living soul in 3 years. Food was thrown in from outside. When Chang Shifei saw 8 dried corpses hanging on the wall, he was scared out of his wits. The old man said these 8 were supreme masters of the 8 major sects. Every 2 years a new prisoner was thrown in who attacked him without reason, and each time he drained their power dry. Chang Shifei remembered a name, Gu Santong. Legend had it that Gu Santong, who disappeared 30 years ago, had the ability to absorb others' life's work. The old man had a strange temper. He admitted to being Gu Santong. 30 years ago, he fought the iron-blooded divine Marquis, lost by half a move, and kept his promise by being imprisoned for 30 years. Gu Santong suddenly channeled his power and lunged at Chang Shifei, who was frozen in terror. Gu Santong, knowing his end was near, transferred his entire cultivation and the indestructible diamond divine art to Chang Shifei, so the art wouldn't be lost, and tattooed martial arts manuals from all schools onto his body. Gu Santong made Chang Shifei promise to challenge the iron-blooded divine Marquis after receiving his power, and to tell the woman he loved, Sushin, that he loved her. Then Gu Santong died. Holy heck, this is what a chosen one is. Same old story. Turning calamity into fortune, rising from a street punk to a supreme master. Too damn lucky. But Chang Shifei and Gu Santong are fated. They're father and son. Like father, like son, destiny indeed. Gu Santong stared at the sky, his expression unreadable. Without the golden list, I'd never have left the prison. I'd have met you, passed on my martial arts, and that would have been fine. Gu Santong felt guilty toward both Sushin and Chang Shifei. In matters of the heart, he was indeed inferior to Zhu Wushi. That was why he hadn't gone to the palace to confront Zhu Wushi. But now, thanks to the golden list, he had left the prison early, recovered his injuries, and survived. Yet thinking of his betrothed becoming another's wife, he felt it would have been better to die. Old man, how about passing some of your skills to me? Just half would do. Martial arts is too hard. Chang Shifei grinned at Gu Santong. Of course he was just joking. He wouldn't take Gu Santong's power now. Scram! Gu Santong kicked him and continued watching the sky. After Gu Santong's death, Chang Shifei couldn't believe he had the indestructible diamond body. When he tried to channel his power, he transformed into a golden giant, immensely strong, running wild. After an incense stick's time, Chang Shifei reverted to his normal form. He tried to use light kung fu to leave but failed. Chang Shifei returned to the silkworm chamber through the tunnel. By the time he got out, it was night. He looked up and saw a group of black-clad figures carrying a bundle of black silk away. Chang Shifei didn't want trouble and tried to leave, but shouts of, "Catch the assassin!" erupted and guards swarmed out. He slipped into a palace building, not knowing who lived there, and hid behind a stack of cabinets. Soon maids and a princess entered. It was Princess Yunluo, the emperor's sister. Yunluo was famously willful, feared by everyone in the palace, and a martial arts fanatic who often sparred with eunuchs and guards. She was of royal blood. Who would dare hurt her? So she always won, thinking herself invincible. Guards searching for the assassin came to Yunluo's room, but she scolded them away. However, she discovered Chang Shifei. Yunluo attacked him and easily knocked him down. Chang Shifei quickly checked the manuals tattooed on his body, and finally managed to counter her. For the first time in her life, Yun Luo met someone who could beat her, and she felt admiration. She asked who he was. Chang Shifei bragged, calling himself the mighty dragon hero, with Invincible Kid as his master and covered in martial arts tattoos. The naive Yun Luo believed him completely. Yun Luo ordered a feast for him, and asked him many questions about the martial world and martial arts. Chang Shifei ate and drank heartily, boasting about his master, Invincible Kid Gu Santong, as an invincible warrior. Exaggerating wildly, he ignited Yun Luo's girlish heart. She was determined to meet Gu Santong and become his disciple. Yun Luo pressured Chang Shifei to take her out of the palace to find Gu Santong, but he made up excuses saying Gu Santong roamed the world and was nowhere to be found. But Yun Luo persisted relentlessly, and Chang Shifei, annoyed, finally agreed. Yun Luo and Chang Shifei sneaked out of the palace to see the martial world. Chang Shifei took her to a gambling den, where he challenged the owner and won. But they encountered a witch and fell into a blade formation. Chang Shifei had to transform into the Golden Giant a second time to save her. Yun Luo didn't recognize him, so Chang Shifei pretended to be Invincible Kid. Delighted, Yun Luo begged Invincible Kid to teach her. He told her to first follow Chang Shifei and treat him well as her senior brother. After 2 years, she could learn from him. Yun Luo agreed happily. Holy crap! I can already see Chang Shifei marrying the beautiful princess and reaching the peak of life. This luck is simply unbeatable. A street punk directly inherits the Invincible Kid's life's work, becomes a supreme master, then meets a naive princess. Now he has martial arts, a beauty, and will become a consort. Amazing! Damn it, my reputation is ruined. In the palace, Princess Yun Luo was furious. Chang Shifei, I'll kill you. She hadn't met Chang Shifei yet, but she knew of him. He was the son of Gu Santong and Su Xin. And Su Xin had become the wife of her uncle Zhu Wushi. She couldn't help but know. After all, Zhu Wushi had put Gu Santong on the cuckold list. Gu Santong patted Chang Shifei's shoulder and laughed. Son, this girl is good. You'd better seize the chance. Seize my ass. I don't even know her, and she probably hates my guts now. Chang Shifei couldn't help complaining. A princess like Yun Luo was a dream for a street punk, but now all his secrets were exposed. Yun Luo knew everything about him. How could he fool her like in his original fate? It's not a blood feud. When you meet her, use the martial arts I taught you to conquer her. Can't you handle her? Gu Santong glared at him, disappointed. He could see that Yun Luo was a martial arts fanatic who admired the strong. If Chang Shifei went to her early, his chances were high. I'm not afraid of her. Chang Shifei looked at Gu Santong with contempt. The man couldn't even keep his own fiancée, yet acted like a love guru. But maybe it wasn't impossible. I'm going to see my mother. With that, Chang Shifei dashed off toward the palace. Hypocrite. Gu Santong watched his back and sneered. You're going to see your mother. Little did Chang Shifei know Yun Luo had already left the palace planning to get revenge. But thinking that Chang Shifei was training with Gu Santong, and might have mastered supreme martial arts, she feared she'd be humiliated if she challenged him. I'll go find Sister Aju and ask the martial king to teach me. Maybe I'll even meet the martial god. Yun Luo decided and headed toward the Great Qin. Aju, the princess Chongping, had been sent by Zhu Wushi to marry the martial king. On the way, she was ambushed by Yuan Chengji but rescued by Zhao Wu, and now lived in the martial king's mansion in Great Qin. Aju was also skilled in martial arts, much stronger than Yun Luo, and they got along well. Of course, Yun Luo's real aim in visiting Aju was to see the martial god and the martial king. Since the golden list appeared, she had been filled with admiration and infatuation for the martial god and the martial king. At that moment, the martial king Zhao Wu was in the Great Song. After Guojing was listed, Zhao Wu went to the Great Song and found Huang Rong. Years had passed and he missed her deeply. The once innocent girl had become a mature, graceful beauty. Brother Wu Chang Shifei is so lucky. He never trained a day in martial arts, but became a supreme master. Huang Rong was envious. Born under the Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi, she had been pampered since childhood, and could learn any martial art. But all her hard work might not match Chang Shifei's gains. Of course, after meeting Zhao Wu with his pills, and his careful deep guidance, her martial arts had soared beyond Chang Shifei's reach. Not to mention Chang Shifei, even Gu Santong might not be a match for Huang Rong now. What? Jealous? Zhao Wu smiled, holding Huang Rong's warm, supple body, and said softly, everyone has their own destiny. Besides, you can now easily take down 10 of him with one hand. If I hadn't met you, Brother Wu, I'd be dying of envy. But now not at all. Huang Rong's voice was like silver bells, crisp and sweet, soft and gentle, enchanting anyone who heard it. Her large dark eyes were clear and sparkling, full of light, gazing at Zhao Wu with deep affection. Her glance held such radiance that it dimmed all the world's beauties to mere dust. Zhao Wu's heart swayed. He took her soft hand, so tender and boneless, her wrist as white as snow. He lowered his head and kissed her rosy lips. Her fair skin like jade flushed with shyness. Brother Wu, Huang Rong's eyes grew dreamy as she wrapped her arms around his strong waist. Hearing that name, Zhao Wu inexplicably thought of the Big Wu and Little Wu from those stories. Starting with max-level peerless martial arts and encountering a naive beautiful princess right out the door. Truly a winner in life. Many people were green with envy seeing Chang Shifei's adventures. All human beings. Why is the gap so huge? Chang Shifei and Princess Yun Luo returned to the palace and discovered that Wu Wan, the envoy of the Chuyun kingdom, who had kidnapped the Empress Dowager and Princess Lixio, were staging a coup. Wu Wan accused the Heavenly Dynasty of hiding and insisted on seeing the Empress Dowager. While everyone was at a loss, a lotus sedan chair appeared in the inner hall. Yun Luo was actually supporting the Empress Dowager's hand as she slowly entered. When they looked, they completely did not recognize this Empress Dowager. It turned out that Yun Luo and Chang Shifei, seeing the crisis, had Chang Shifei temporarily impersonate the Empress Dowager to fob off Wu Wan. Wu Wan took the opportunity to kneel and pay respects using his inner energy to probe Chang Shifei. Chang Shifei, caught off guard by Wu Wan's move, immediately peeked at the art of dissolving power on his arm and used it, instantly absorbing Wu Wan's inner energy. Wu Wan was shocked and retreated. Chang Shifei bragged loudly, played tricks on everyone, and then bestowed a name upon Princess Lixio, calling her a bird-flying concubine. Haha, a bird-flying concubine. Awesome, with a cracked voice. Only Chang Shifei could come up with such a title. Is he trying to kill me with laughter, so I can inherit my martial arts? Seeing the title Chang Shifei gave Princess Lixio while impersonating the Empress Dowager, everyone laughed until their stomachs ached, gasping for breath. Heir is really naughty. In the harem of the great Ming, Su Xian smiled knowingly, watching the image of Chang Shifei and Princess Yun Luo acting like a pair of bickering lovers, and her mind began to stir. Mother, Heir has come to see you. Just then Chang Shifei rushed in like a gust of wind, threw himself into her arms, and rubbed his head against her. Are you here to see your mother or your future wife? Su Xian rubbed Chang Shifei's head and chuckled. Of course I'm here to see mother. Chang Shifei replied without hesitation. Let's go see Yun Luo. Su Xian rubbed Chang Shifei's head, her eyes full of affection. However, they did not know that Princess Yun Luo had already left the palace to find Princess Chongping, a Jew, in the Great Qin. On the light screen, the scene continued. Although Princess Lixio found the title inelegant, she dared not disobey and had to thank the decree. Chang Shifei ordered the wedding to be held soon. Wu Wan had to retreat. After Wu Wan and Princess Lixio left, the emperor questioned Yun Luo in detail about who Chang Shifei really was. Yun Luo vaguely claimed he was the #1 fake master under heaven. From the #1 manner under heaven, most skilled at impersonating others. The emperor was half convinced, half doubtful. The Iron Courage Marquis Zhu Wushi and the one secret agent under the Shen character Shangguan Haitong rushed over, saying they had never heard of a #1 fake master in the #1 manner. The Iron Courage Marquis decided to investigate who this self-proclaimed disciple of Gu Santong, the so-called #1 fake master, really was. At this time Chang Shifei was still impersonating the Empress Dowager, throwing his weight around. The Marquis arrived and demanded to know where Gu Santong was, and intended to arrest Chang Shifei and punish him. Princess Yun Luo was worried and taught Chang Shifei to use her as a shield and then escape. After Chang Shifei fled, Yun Luo with a maiden's heart missed him and was very worried. She ordered her servant to find his whereabouts and discovered that his frequent haunts were gambling dens and brothels. Yun Luo disguised herself as a man and went to the gambling den to find Chang Shifei. Sure enough, she found him there. Chang Shifei initially wanted to escape again to avoid trouble, but Yun Luo tempted him with 200,000 taels of silver to help find the Empress Dowager. Chang Shifei's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed, deciding to investigate Wu Wan and Princess Lixio. As a result, Chang Shifei was captured by Wu Wan, who dislocated his bones and tendons, stuffing him like a limp rag into a jar. Later he discovered that the Empress Dowager was in the jar next to him. Wu Wan had captured her. No need to say, Chang Shifei will definitely rescue the Empress Dowager, later achieve great merit, and win over his mother-in-law directly. Absolutely so, otherwise a ruffian like Chang Shifei could never dream of marrying Princess Yun Luo. A life with cheats is so wonderful. Indeed, through a series of tricks, Chang Shifei saved himself, rescued the Empress Dowager, and doomed Wu Wan. Chang Shifei brought the Empress Dowager back to the palace. Meanwhile, the emperor, on the advice of Chao Zhengchun, happily moved to Princess Lixio's residence, the Yusho Palace, to offer his condolences, intending to get intimate with her before the wedding. Princess Lixio also flattered him, and the emperor was overjoyed. The emperor dismissed his attendants, intending to consummate with Princess Lixio. Unexpectedly, Princess Lixio revealed her true form. A cross-dressing martial arts master, even stronger than Wu Wan, and she was about to kill the emperor. Holy shit! Scared the hell out of me. So this is a cross-dressing master, terrifying like this. It seems Chang Shifei was very prescient. A bird-flying concubine, this title is really fitting for Princess Lixio. Indeed, there are only wrongly given names but no wrongly given nicknames. Calculate the psychological shadow area of the little emperor at this moment. If the former Ming Emperor Zhu Hozhao were not dead, I wonder if he would be left with a lifelong shadow after seeing this. He wanted to get intimate before the wedding, but the other person turned out to be bigger than him, a bird-flying concubine. Everyone looked at Chang Shifei's experiences as a cheat-filled epic. Every time he couldn't defeat an enemy, he would glance at the martial arts engraved on his body by Gu Santong, and then learn and use them on the spot. He had good martial arts talent, and with the blessing of Gu Santong's lifelong power, he could learn any martial art instantly. He roamed the martial world with Princess Yun Luo, and eventually achieved a happy ending, becoming the No. 1 secret agent under the yellow character of the Dragon Protection Manor. But in the end, they discovered that the seemingly loyal Iron Courage Marquis Zhu Wusher was actually ambitious and wanted to usurp the throne. Everyone saw this and was not surprised at all. Because Zhu Wusher had already become emperor now. They all knew his ambition, but they were curious in the original fate, would Zhu Wusher succeed? Duantianya Great Dao and Chang Shifei joined forces to stop Zhu Wusher engaging in a great battle against the Iron Courage Marquis Zhu Wusher. At this time Chang Shifei had fully grown, and his martial arts were even stronger than those of Duantianya and Great Dao. He used the indestructible diamond divine art, transforming into a little golden man, and fought against Zhu Wusher's art of absorbing power. Unfortunately, he was still no match in the end. Unexpected but reasonable. Zhu Wusher was already talented, and had practiced the art of absorbing power for many years. Even if Chang Shifei inherited Gu Santong's power, he would definitely not be a match. If it were Gu Santong himself, he might have a chance to defeat Zhu Wusher. But Chang Shifei, as the child of destiny, always turns misfortune into blessings. There should be a twist, right? Maybe an old ancestor of the royal family will jump out and slap Zhu Wusher to death. Slapping him to death is unlikely, but suppressing him might be possible. Everyone discussed animatedly. Previously, Zhu Wusher's rebellion was suppressed by the old ancestor of the great Ming royal family. If not for the old ancestor and other powerful figures being killed by Zhao Wu, Zhu Wusher would not be sitting on the emperor's throne now. In the palace, Zhu Wusher also looked at the sky somewhat curious. Although his current fate was completely different from his original one. But he was still very curious. Suddenly Zhu Wusher's pupils contracted, and his eyes showed shock and disbelief. His body swayed and he could barely stand. Su Xian. The scene shifted. Su Xian had actually left a letter and then cut off her own head. Princess Yun Luo arrived, read the letter, and brought Su Xian's head to the palace, throwing it to Zhu Wusher. Zhu Wusher saw Su Xian's head, completely collapsed, lost all hope, and finally died on the dragon throne. Holy shit! This way of death is also awesome, with a cracked voice. It gives me the creeps. Who would have thought that the Iron Courage Marquis, who moments ago was so fearsome and beat Chang Shifei, Duantianya and Great Dao without mercy, would fall like this? Women are the scalpel of bones. This is what they call a femme fatale. Does Gu Santong's fiancée have that much power? And a woman who has already given birth to a son. So what if she has a child? Check out Chow Chow's preference for married women. Ask what love is in the world, it makes people pledge life and death. Su Xian was Zhu Wusher's faith. Once she died, his belief collapsed. Zhu Tietan, oh Zhu Tietan, I am not as good as you. Gu Santong sighed ruefully. He did not mean that his martial arts were inferior to Zhu Wusher's, but in the matter of Su Xian, he could never be like Zhu Wusher. I'm leaving. Gu Santong shook his head and left the capital of the Great Ming. He had already taught all his martial arts to Chang Shifei. Even those not yet learned were engraved on Chang Shifei's body. There was nothing left to teach. Although Chang Shifei did not obtain Gu Santong's lifelong power, as in the original fate, he was safe in the capital. Although Zhu Wusher disliked Chang Shifei, as long as Su Xian was alive, Zhu Wusher dared not harm him. There was no point in staying. It would only make Zhu Wusher uneasy. As for Su Xian, there is a kind of love called letting go. Reward: a divine grade top-tier indestructible golden body, impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire. The indestructible golden body seems to be a technique similar to the Vajra indestructible divine art with unparalleled defense. Chang Shifei is going further down the path of a tank with heavy armor. A real man must have a strong body. I like it. Chang Shifei obtained the indestructible golden body, his eyes full of smiles. This indestructible golden body was even superior to his Vajra indestructible divine art, and the two complemented each other. Truly a perfect match. Haha, I Chang Shifei have risen. Chang Shifei couldn't help but laugh heartily. The martial arts rewarded by the golden list were all directly mastered upon entry. Coupled with his previous practice of the Vajra indestructible divine art, for some time the combination now made him barely count as a master. After all, due to the appearance of the golden list, he did not receive the transmission of skills from Gu Santong. Although he had Gu Santong's personal guidance, he still had to practice on his own. He had been practicing for a short time, so his martial arts were not impressive. Now that he had obtained the indestructible golden body, he had finally risen. How infuriating! These sons of fortune clearly don't train much in martial arts, and some even dislike it, yet they effortlessly master peerless martial arts that countless people seek, but cannot obtain, becoming supreme masters. Huang Rong's lively large black eyes were crystal clear and radiant. Gazing at the golden list in the sky, she pouted her rosy, delicate little mouth. She was jealous. Like that simp Duan Yu who chases after women all day, dislikes martial arts, and loves Buddhism yet still becomes a master. It's simply unjust. And Go Zhajong. He doesn't even know a single character is innocent and adorable yet, can cultivate a set of peerless divine skills that are unprecedented and unmatched. As for her Huang Rong, clever and bright, her martial arts. Under Zhao Wu's guidance, it was barely passable. Beating a few Duanyes who had mastered peerless skills should be no problem. Jealous. Zhao Wu lifted Huang Rong's delicate fair chin, looking into her misty clear eyes like water, and smiled. You are now a great master. Why bother being jealous? My martial arts were gained through hard work. Huang Rong pouted and said, practicing martial arts is indeed very hard. Zhao Wu nodded with a serious expression. For ordinary people, practicing martial arts means sweat and tears, but Huang Rong, with his help, she had taken a shortcut, effortlessly surpassing countless others. Want me to help you improve? Zhao Wu looked at Huang Rong and smiled. Sure. Huang Rong's face immediately lit up with a brilliant smile, her two dimples especially charming. Call me good brother, said Zhao Wu. Big jerk. A big jerk won't help you improve your strength. I'll bite you to death. Huang Rong bared her little tiger teeth and bit down hard on Zhao Wu's shoulder. Hiss. Zhao Wu flinched sharply, inhaling. Although it didn't hurt him, he naturally played along with the act. Time flowed leisurely. Zhao Wu took Huang Rong on a journey through mountains and rivers, appreciating the wonders of nature. Peaks gathered like clusters, waves roared in anger. Huang Rong was the embodiment of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Peerless beauty, brilliant intelligence, exquisite and transparent, versatile and knowledgeable in both ancient and modern times. Zhao Wu enjoyed spending time with her. Their traces were left everywhere in the mountains and waters. Today is the day of the list update again. I wonder which lucky one it will be. Huang Rong's exquisite face was flushed, her beautiful eyes misty as water. Like a lazy kitten, she leaned against Zhao Wu's firm and powerful chest, gazing at the sky. Buzz. Accompanied by the vibration of the golden list, brilliant rays of light and colorful clouds appeared. One by one, large characters, bold and vigorous like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, emerged. Top 10 Sons of Fortune. 7th Kouzhong, Su Xiling. What the hell? 2 people sharing one spot. Can Sons of Fortune share one spot? Probably these two have some special relationship. Maybe they are brothers. Brothers with different surnames. Can't brothers have different surnames? One takes the mother's surname, the other takes the father's, or they share the same mother but different fathers, or even the neighbor Lao Wang. There are many possibilities. Oh, I remember Kouzhong was on the hidden dragon list. Right? No wonder they are Sons of Fortune. I wonder what adventures these two have had. Seeing Kouzhong and Su Xiling, everyone was slightly stunned. They hadn't expected that Sons of Fortune could also be 2 people sharing one spot. At the same time, they were even more curious about what made these two special. Great Tang. Yangzhou. 2 young men stared blankly at the sky. After a long while, they finally came to their senses, their faces full of excitement. Xiao Zhong, you're on the list. Ling Xiao, you're on the list too. Good brothers. For life. They bumped fists and hugged each other tightly. These two were exactly the Kouzhong and Su Xiling on the list. They looked at the sky with excitement and joy. The scene shifts, showing Kouzhong and Su Xiling in Yangzhou City. They lost both parents when young and relied on each other. They belonged to the local faction Bamboo Flower Gang, idling about and making a living as petty thugs and pickpockets. One day on the street, they stole one of the 4 great martial arts scriptures, the longevity scripture, and coincidentally met the Korean Rakshasa woman Fujunzuo, which changed their fates from then on. Indeed, Sons of Fortune are truly Sons of Fortune. One of the 4 great scriptures of the great Sui martial world, the longevity scripture, fell into the hands of these 2 little thugs. You know, to possess a treasure is a crime. These 2 know no martial arts at all, yet they managed to survive by sheer luck, truly blessed by fortune. Yes, take Shilong for example. He carefully hid his possession of the longevity scripture, but in the end he was still killed for the crime of having a treasure. Not only were they not killed, but they also met a beautiful female master, Fu Junzuo. Truly incredible. This longevity scripture has not been cultivated by anyone for hundreds of years, but I dare say Kouzhong and Su Xiling will definitely succeed. Of course. If they couldn't master it, would they still be called Sons of Fortune? Jealous, so jealous. I wonder what mysteries the longevity scripture holds. How did these 2 little thugs, who know nothing of martial arts, eventually master it? Maybe it's similar to the big shot Go Zhajong. Big shot Go Zhao doesn't know a single character nor does he understand martial arts yet. He inadvertently mastered one peerless martial art after another. Especially the final Tai Xian scripture, absolutely incredible. Because he couldn't read, he mastered it. Everyone stared intently at the sky, especially the masters of the Great Sway. They were filled with longing for the longevity scripture, but since Guangchengzi no one had mastered it. They were very eager to know how Kouzhong and Su Xiling had done it. In ancient times Guangchengzi once entered the martial gods' hall and comprehended the mysteries of the universe. After returning to the mortal world, he passed this knowledge to the world through the Yellow Emperor and wrote the longevity scripture in Oracle Bone script. This book was written in Oracle Bone script, profound and difficult to decipher. Among the sages who had read it, though many were of extraordinary intelligence, none could fully comprehend and decode the entire book. The book contains a total of 7400 types of glyphs, but only about 3000 have been deciphered. The book is also densely covered with annotations from those who had read it, but these often make the text even more confusing than the original. Fortunately, the book contains 7 human figures, each in a different posture with various symbols, such as red dots and arrows guiding, as if describing some cultivation method. But those who do not understand the meaning should not practice. If they forcibly activate internal qi following some symbol, they will immediately experience surging blood and qi, and then more likely suffer a qi deviation extremely dangerous. As time passed, the longevity scripture passed through countless hands. However, though it had been circulated for many years, few had managed to cultivate it. Because its technique is very unique, going against the cultivation methods of all schools. First, the practitioner must have no internal energy at all. Second, the practitioner must cultivate with unintentional intent. A martial artist who obtains this book because they already have internal energy, the two energies clash, so they cannot practice. A non-martial artist who obtains this book knowing that it is extraordinary cannot achieve unintentional intent through deliberate effort. Moreover, the entry into the longevity scripture is through absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth via acupoints to replenish oneself. This directly cultivates innate true qi. During this process, the practitioner will experience various situations that closely resemble a qi deviation. Ordinary people would definitely regard it as a qi deviation and dare not continue. Thus, although it is passed down through generations, those who obtain it due to preconceptions dare not continue after a failed attempt. Holy shit, this longevity scripture actually has so many intricacies. How many people could possibly master it? Indeed, the more powerful the martial art, the harder it is to practice. It's simply not meant for humans. How did Kouzhong and Su Xiling master it? Everyone was stunned. This longevity scripture was truly a trap. They stared intently at the sky. Because Kouzhong and Su Xiling had no foundation of internal energy, and they also learned from Fujunzuo the first layer of the 9 mysteries art, a basic introductory formula for cultivating internal energy with unintentional intent. Moreover, they had no knowledge of internal energy cultivation, so when spiritual energy entered their bodies through acupoints, they considered the various qi deviation-like symptoms as perfectly normal. The longevity scripture is divided into 7 diagrams. Kouzhong cultivates the 6th diagram with movement as the main principle. Su Xiling cultivates the 7th diagram with stillness as the main principle. Their internal qi was 1 hot and 1 cold, their bodily qi 1 yang, and 1 yin, complementing each other, harmonizing yin and yang. Thus they inadvertently mastered this supreme Taoist divine skill. After seeing how they mastered the longevity scripture, it feels completely impossible to replicate. Sons of Fortune are truly sons of fortune. Awesome cracking voice. I wonder if they have already mastered the longevity scripture now. They should have, right? Seeing the harsh conditions for cultivating the longevity scripture, many powerful figures who were originally interested in it felt their enthusiasm wane a little. To master the longevity scripture was truly too difficult. Moreover, the longevity scripture originated from the martial gods diagram. If only they could find the martial gods diagram. Not only the longevity scripture, but it is said that the Compassion Navigation Sword Codex and the Heavenly Demon Strategy also originated from the martial gods diagram. Everyone watched as the 2 thugs Kouzhong and Su Xiling set out from Yangzhou, journeying through the martial world, embarking on a magnificent path of chivalry. However, in the middle, the heavenly light screen, like before, split into 2 screens. Because of the Golden List and Zhao Wu, their fates also changed. Everyone watched with great interest the original fate screen of Kouzhong and Su Xiling. After learning the longevity scripture, the 2 began to travel the martial world. Through continuous battles and wit against various strong enemies, their martial arts grew daily and their intelligence increased. Kouzhong, in order to display his lifelong talents, aspired to contend for the world, competing with his rival Li Shimin. He founded the Twin Dragon Gang and the Young Martial Army, gradually laying the foundation for the fight for the world. With his outstanding wisdom, he commanded various battles, styled himself Young Martial, and became renowned across the world, eventually becoming a great martial arts master. At the same time, Kouzhong and Su Xiling, journeying through the martial world, gradually grew from small-time thugs into legendary prodigies, shaking the entire martial world. They befriended chivalrous heroes like Ho Shibai Ba Fenghan and Tu Li. They fought fiercely against powerful enemies, such as Shi Zhixuan Zhuyan, Wan Wan Zhaodian and Jie. At the same time they were entwined with righteous masters like Shi Feishuan and Ning Daoqi. When the young martial state and the Li Tang dynasty were in a north-south standoff, Kouzhong, considering the bigger picture, and his own heart followed Su Ziling's advice and voluntarily submitted to Li Shimin's side. He helped Li Shimin launch the Xuanwu Gate incident to ascend the throne and later retired from the martial world, with Su Ziling living a carefree life. Xiao Zhong, I never imagined that, in your original fate, you would have the chance to become an emperor. No wonder you made it onto the hidden dragon list, Su Ziling said in shock. The two of them had just recently mastered the longevity scripture, and were still unknown mediocre little thugs in martial arts. Ling Xiao, you're even more awesome. The holy maiden of the martial world's sacred land Cihang Jingjai Shi Feishuan, and the holy maiden of the demonic Yin Kuei sect 1-1. Both righteous and demonic holy maidens are captivated by you. And there are also Shi Qingshuan Shang Xiushuan Shen Luoyan and Shan Wanjing. If you work hard now you can collect them all. Kouzhong's eyes shone and he sighed. Unlike me, my original first love Li Xiaoning was sent to the martial king. My wife Song Yuji is also gone. The martial king is my natural nemesis Wu Wu. You're dreaming. Su Ziling gave him a fierce glare and patted Kouzhong's shoulder. I have a feeling that we have no chance. Your feeling is bullshit. Kouzhong pulled Su Ziling and said, let's go and try. Even if a few have been snatched away, there can't be none left, right? Those are all stunning beauties. If I can get just one, I'll be ahead. Kouzhong's eyes sparkled. He hadn't even met Li Xiaoning yet. As for love, it didn't exist at all. He just lusted after them. Where to? Su Ziling asked helplessly. To find another wife from my original fate, Shang Xiufang. Kouzhong said without hesitation. Shang Xiufang was a beauty on the peerless beauty list. Originally he wouldn't have dared to think about it. But now he was a son of fortune, had cultivated the longevity scripture, and in his original fate Shang Xiufang had become his wife. So he found the courage. I feel it's definitely hopeless. Su Ziling said. You might as well try your original fate's concubine Chu Chu. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. How do you know it's hopeless if you haven't tried? Kouzhong was unconvinced. Shang Xiufang was much more beautiful than Chu Chu. I'm going to find Shang Xiufang precisely to show you my charm. Kouzhong dragged Su Ziling to find Shang Xiufang. However, what no one knew was that Zhao Wu had also arrived in the Great Sway. Is this what it means to be a child of destiny? I noticed that most of the stunning beauties on the Great Sway beauty ranking are connected to these two. Of course, without beautiful women to set them off, how could they be called children of destiny? But now I'm afraid they're out of luck. That's right, first of all, Song Yuji can't marry Kouzhong anymore because she's already married to the martial king. And Kouzhong's first love Li Xiaoning has also married the martial king. Kouzhong is out of luck again. But that bastard Kouzhong, with such a favorable situation in the end, he actually handed over the empire to Li Shimin. I don't know whether to call him righteous or selfish and stupid. He gave the empire to others. What about the soldiers who followed him through life and death? Their fate goes without saying. It certainly won't be good. And those who died, they died for nothing. Either don't compete or fight to the end. All the world was buzzing with discussion. Many were not optimistic about Kouzhong and Su Ziling, even though the two eventually mastered the art of longevity and became legendary martial arts grandmasters. Cihang Jingjai, Dita Peak. Fan Qinghui gazed at the sky and murmured, indeed Li Shimin has the bearing of a true dragon. In the end he will seize the empire. What a pity. Fan Qinghui shook her head again. Originally Cihang Jingjai would certainly have supported Li Shimin in conquering the empire. But now, Li Shimin likely has little chance. Before long, within the 9 provinces there will be only one voice, that of Great Qin. Her relationship with Zhao Wu was deep, and she had a profound understanding of his terror and power. This was Zhao Wu's era. Whether it was children of destiny like Kouzhong and Su Ziling or a true dragon like Li Shimin before Zhao Wu, they would ultimately meet their defeat. Although Zhao Wu seemed not to have contended much as long as he stood there, the empire was already decided. What would happen next? She did not know. She no longer wished to act. Cihang Jingjai would simply wait and see how things unfold. Shi Feishuan was as serene as an immortal, transcendent and ethereal. She gazed quietly at the golden list, feeling nothing for Su Ziling, whom she was supposed to love in her original destiny. Looking at Su Ziling's figure, her heart was utterly calm, because her heart had long been filled by another figure, leaving no room for anyone else, not even a trace. Ying sect. Zhu Yuyan's beautiful eyes fixed on the golden list as she sneered. Cihang Jingjai originally chose Li Shimin. This Li Shimin indeed has the bearing of a true dragon, but what a pity. What a pity that Li Shimin is already ruined. He was on the hypocrite list before, and then he sent Li Jing to the cuckold list. His reputation has long been tarnished. Wan said with a smile. Moreover, because the Golden List revealed that in his original destiny Li Shimin would launch the Xuanwu Gate incident, killing his brothers and father to seize the throne, he was already stripped of military power by Li Yuan. And because he coveted the wife of his subordinate General Li Jinghong Funti, the group of generals who originally followed him became disheartened. It's safe to say, he'll have a hard time turning things around. Moreover, now the 9 provinces are destined to be Zhao Wu's era. That little bastard. Thinking of Zhao Wu, Zhu Yuyan said, half scolding, half complaining with a fierce tone. Who are you calling a little bastard? A little bastard? You? Zhu Yuyan had just started speaking when she suddenly turned her head and saw the little bastard Zhao Wu standing there, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at her. Martial King. Wan's lively big eyes also saw Zhao Wu filled with curiosity. She marveled inwardly, so handsome. As Zhu Yuyan and Wan looked at him, Zhao Wu also appraised Zhu Yuyan and Wan. Time had left no trace on Zhu Yuyan's face. From every angle she appeared only a few years older than Wan, youthful and radiant. With her face half-veiled, only a large portion of her countenance was visible, yet even that revealed part was graceful and enchanting, exuding intoxicating charm. Her slender eyebrows slanted into her temples, her eyes as black as lacquered dots full of spirit. Her glance could make any man fall hopelessly in love. Paired with her delicate fair skin, as if carved from flawless white jade, who could not feel stunned by her beauty? In terms of beauty, she was truly not inferior to the peerless Wan, and there was a resemblance in their features making them look like sisters. Her temperament was exceptionally refined, making it impossible to associate her with the famous demon sex in Empress Zhu Yuyan. As for Wan, she was lively and charming like a demonic spirit, eerily beautiful with a graceful figure that was stunning. You? Zhu Yuyan was about to speak, but Zhao Wu had already appeared before her, his fingertip gently pressing against her tempting red lips. Zhao Wu was elusive, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. It had been years since they last parted, and her heart was full of resentment. Ah! Before Zhu Yuyan could complain, Zhao Wu scooped her up in a princess carry. Wow! Wan's mischievous eyes widened. She covered her face with her jade-like hands, but through the gaps between her fingers her eyes were fixed intently on Zhao Wu and Zhu Yuyan. The fire of gossip blazed in her eyes. Swish! Zhao Wu disappeared with Zhu Yuyan. Wan lowered her hands, still unsatisfied, and clicked her tongue. Master blushed. Maybe she's in Master's bedchamber. Wan's eyes rolled, and she ran toward Zhu Yuyan's bedchamber. If Zhu Yuyan knew she wanted to eavesdrop, she might get beaten to death. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, above the firmament, myriad rays of rosy clouds and thousands of auspicious lights appeared. Everyone in the 9 provinces put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Some had already prepared small stools and melon seeds, ready to watch the drama. Top 10 Children of Destiny. 8th Lu Xiaofeng. Holy crap. It's actually Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng is 3rd on the romantic list. The remaining Children of Destiny wouldn't be the top 2 of the romantic list. Chu Liuxiang and the Martial King, would they? Very likely. Chu Liuxiang should be a child of destiny, right? As for the Martial King, he's definitely a child of destiny. If the Martial King isn't a child of destiny, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Lu Xiaofeng, he reached his peak right from the start. He always encounters the most extraordinary events and always turns danger into safety with his superb wisdom and martial arts. His signature martial art, the spirit finger, is unmatched in the martial world. His 2 fingers will clamp any weapon an enemy attacks him with, including swords, knives, darts, hidden weapons, etc. Everyone thinks his fingers are connected to his heart, hence the name, Spirit Finger. The ability of the Spirit Finger is to be able to defend even in disadvantageous or indefensible situations. Awesome with a cracked voice. This move seems so cool. It must be unbeatable for flirting with girls. No wonder Lu Xiaofeng ranks 3rd on the romantic list. Yeah, Lu Xiaofeng is not as handsome as Chu Liuxiang and the Martial King. This Spirit Finger must be his secret weapon for picking up girls. The Martial King seems to have an enhanced version Spirit Finger too. 0 rewarded by the Golden List. I wonder what the power of the enhanced Spirit Finger 2.0 is like. At that moment, countless people across the 9 provinces imitated him by raising 2 fingers. They didn't know how powerful the Martial King's Spirit Finger 2.0 was. Perhaps Zhu Yuyan far away at the Yingui sect knew something about it. No, not perhaps. She definitely knew, because Zhao Wu was at that moment patiently explaining and demonstrating to Zhu Yuyan. Lu Xiaofeng was naturally romantic, meddlesome, fond of drinking, appreciated beautiful women, had a sense of justice and valued loyalty, commanding a large following in the martial world. His wit, martial arts, drinking capacity, thick skin, and lecherousness were unmatched by few. Hence his nicknames Lu Little Chicken, Lu 3 Eggs, Bastard Fool Popper. He valued loyalty but had constant romantic affairs throughout his life. He had a quirk. He couldn't sleep without a woman at night. It's over. My reputation is ruined. Lu Xiaofeng, wallowing in a brothel with no desire to leave, looked at the sky list and covered his face in utter embarrassment. Now the whole world knows that Lu Xiaofeng has a habit. He can't sleep without a woman at night. Hua Man Lu teased. Friendship over. Lu Xiaofeng covered his face. Reward divine grade superior quality Lingxi, 1 finger superversion, making your fingers more flexible, more powerful and faster. Lingxi 1 finger superversion. Lu Little Chicken's Lingxi 1 finger has been upgraded. Awesome. Looks like Lu Little Chicken will be even better at handling women from now on. Envy and jealousy? The whole world buzzed with discussion, all coveting Lu Xiaofeng's reward, or rather the rewards from the golden list. But those who made it onto the list were no ordinary people. They could only dream. There are still 2 children of fortune left. Who could they be? I think it must be King Wu. If King Wu isn't a child of fortune, I'll chop off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Can't wait to see King Wu on the list. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, 3 days passed in a flash. Above the firmament, myriad rays of resplendent light and countless auspicious colors cascaded down. All people across the 9 continents set aside their affairs and looked up to the sky. Some had already prepared small stools and melon seeds, ready to enjoy the show. 10 children of fortune. 9th Chu Liuxiang. It's him. Fragrant Marshal Chu Liuxiang. Damn, our guess was right. It really is Chu Liuxiang. First Lu Xiaofeng 3rd on the romantic list, and now Chu Liuxiang 2nd on the same list. The first must be King Wu, who tops the romantic list. Confirmed. With Chu Liuxiang's appearance, an uproar swept across the land. 2 of the top 3 from the romantic list had made it onto the list in succession. This inevitably made people think of King Wu, Chu Liuxiang, who peaked from the moment he debuted. Wise, elegant, calm, and decisive. He was romantic and dashing, resourceful, observant, kind-hearted, and had a wide circle of friends. His lightness skill was unmatched, few could rival it. The world knew that Chu Liuxiang's lightness skill was peerless and his thievery exquisite, but his martial arts were also profound and unfathomable, and his schemes even deeper. Often able to triumph over many with few. Jianghu people praised him as the Grand Marshal among thieves, the graceful gentleman among rogues, respectfully calling him Thief Marshal and Fragrant Marshal. The Thief Marshal leaves fragrance in the night, his fame shaking all directions. Reward divine grade superior quality. Inch of heaven and earth, making you faster and stronger, flying like the wind. The Fragrant Marshal is even faster. Yeah, what used to take 3 seconds now takes only 1. Both Lu Xiaofeng and Chu Liuxiang are on the list. Now I really want to know if King Wu, first on the romantic list, will make it. Absolutely, it's a must. Everyone across the land grew excited. Although King Wu was young, as certain matters were exposed, he seemed increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. They were all curious. Perhaps through King Wu they could catch a glimpse of the true face of the martial god. Countless martial artists and high-ranking officials across the land began to look forward to it. The remaining 3 days felt like an eternity. But Zhao Wu, the protagonist they awaited, felt time flew by. 3 days passed in an instant. At the Yin Kuei sect, in the bedchamber of the Yin Empress, Wan Wan's face was flushed with passion, her eyes hazy. Resting her head on Zhao Wu's arm, she gazed at him with a playful look and asked, King Wu, do you think the last spot among the children of fortune is yours? Earlier she had come to spy on Zhu Yuyan and Zhao Wu, only to be caught red-handed and naturally punished severely by Zhao Wu. We'll know soon enough. Zhao Wu was also curious. He wasn't sure if he would make the list. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Above the firmament, myriad rays of resplendent light and countless auspicious colors cascaded down. Everyone's heart tightened, their throats in their mouths. King Wu! It must be King Wu. Under the expectant gaze of all, bold and graceful characters materialized one by one, making everyone's eyes widen and spirits soar. 10 children of fortune. 10th King Wu, martial god. Damn. It really is King Wu. Not only that, the martial god is also on the list. My heavens, King Wu and the martial god are on the list together again. So terrifying. Can't wait to see the stories of King Wu and the martial god. At the Zhongtai Palace of Great Qin, Ying Zheng's breath quickened, his eyes burning with intensity. This list of children of fortune was different from previous ones. It would reveal the important experiences of those listed. He would finally be able to see the deeds of King Wu and the martial god through the list. The mysterious veil of King Wu and the martial god was about to be lifted. Not only Ying Zheng of Great Qin, but also the emperors and powerful figures of other nations. At this moment everyone held their breath, staring intently at the light screen. Wah wah! The sound of an infant's cry came from the screen and all eyes widened. King Wu, martial god, was born a grandmaster, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, unmatched through the ages, dazzling and brilliant. Damn! Born a grandmaster. I've trained my whole life and still only a Hotian martial artist, while King Wu and the martial god were grandmasters at birth. This is too outrageous. Wait, why are King Wu and the martial god introduced together? And there's only one baby on the screen. It should be King Wu, right? Could it be that King Wu and the martial god are? Impossible. King Wu, martial god's fortune was astonishing. At birth he was saved by a peak heavenly being powerhouse, and divine skills and treasures came to him of their own accord. At 3 he was a grandmaster, at 6 a heavenly being, at 9 a land immortal. Num. At that age I was still playing in the mud while King Wu and the martial god were already land immortal level supreme experts. Haha, my son truly has the bearing of an immortal. After ascending to land immortal, King Wu martial god could roam the void, so he set out to travel the 9 continents. Wherever he went he encountered peerless beauties, and attracted powerful followers. Seeing that Zhao Wu could easily meet the top beauties from the beauty list in every continent, countless men across the 9 continents were green with envy. In truth, they had no idea that this was not fortune. Rather, Zhao Wu knew where the peerless beauties were. The divine skills and treasures that came to him were merely from the system's daily sign-in rewards. He was actually a fake child of fortune. But at this moment everyone understood. King Wu and the martial god were truly one and the same person. They didn't know what to say. Just 2 words: awesome. Reward 1 enlightenment of heavenly Dao principles. Heavenly Dao principles. What is that? It sounds like something extraordinary. Indeed, the last one to appear is the real big shot. The grand finale. Seeing the reward of 1 enlightenment of heavenly Dao principles, all martial artists were filled with envy. Meanwhile, the remaining emperors of the 9 continents were stunned, their eyes filled with despair. King Wu and the martial god were the same person. An invincible being. And he was Ying Zheng's son. What were they struggling for? Besides surrender, was there any other choice? Zhao Wu was unaware of the reactions of the people across the land, but at this moment, as the reward from the Great Dao Golden List descended, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. He had already cultivated to the peak of the 9 tribulations, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the celestial immortal realm. A celestial immortal transcends the 3 realms, stands outside the 5 elements, is immortal, and lives as long as the heavens. Countless insights flooded into his mind. Zhao Wu's body floated up, surrounded by surging celestial immortal laws, growing denser and denser. After an unknown span of time. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the heavens. Vast heavenly might spread down instantly, and layered clouds like mountain peaks stacked upon each other, covering the entire sky in a flash. Sunlight vanished, obscured by black clouds. The firmament dimmed into darkness. The Yin Kuei sect great sway, and even the entire 9 continents were alarmed. A terrifying aura swept across the land of the 9 continents. Countless powerful experts were horrified. They all looked toward the direction of the Yin Kuei sect in great sway. Rumble! Rumble! Thunder roared and bolts of lightning danced within the black clouds, releasing a heart-stopping power. This was heavenly might, the might of thunder. It represented the will of heaven. It embodied the great Dao of heaven and earth. The terrifying aura filled every inch of space, growing heavier and more oppressive, like a volcano that had been accumulating for eons about to erupt. Once it erupted, it would surely shake heaven and earth. This was the celestial immortal tribulation. Cross it and one would soar to the sky, never enter reincarnation, become immortal and live as long as the heavens. Fail and one would be reduced to ashes. Today I, Zhao Wu, ascend to celestial immortal. May the whole world celebrate. Just as countless experts across the 9 continents were puzzled, a majestic figure soared into the sky, facing the vast thunder tribulation directly. His upright and stalwart figure, like a mountain, came into view of all living beings across the 9 continents. It's King Wu, martial god. King Wu has become a celestial immortal. What realm is celestial immortal? Didn't the introduction of King Wu mention it? Divine void realm, land immortal, Tai Su realm, Tai Su true immortal. And then after surviving 9 thunder tribulations, one becomes a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal. This is definitely a realm never seen before in history. King Wu can be called the number 1 person through the ages. The whole world boiled over. An uproar swept the land. Everyone watched Zhao Wu's tribulation crossing with tension and anticipation. The black oppressive thunderclouds churned and surged in the sky, pressing down on the 9 continents. The next moment, a terrifying thunder dragon tens of thousands of feet long plunged down, claws bared, carrying a destructive aura that annihilated everything. Space trembled, cracking open with pitch-black fissures like the maws of abyssal demons. Sword come! With a cold, resonant voice that echoed across the 9 continents, billions of divine swords across the land rose into the air, surging mightily, converging into a river of swords. My heavens! Is this the martial god? With a single call for the sword, all divine swords across the 9 continents obey him. With such power, could he destroy the world with one strike? Is this what a celestial immortal is like? The martial god hasn't become a celestial immortal yet. Once he survives the thunder tribulation, he'll be even more terrifying, truly worthy of a celestial immortal. From now on, for eons to come, it will be the era of the martial god. Countless experts across the 9 continents looked at the surging torrent of divine swords in the sky, their eyes filled with excitement, fervor, awe, and worship. At last the billions of divine swords from the 9 continents converged, forming a single supreme sword that pierced the heavens. Zhao Wu stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The divine sword flew out. It cleaved through the thunder tribulation for billions of miles. The dark clouds dispersed. Sunlight enveloped the world. Zhao Wu, shrouded in immortal radiance, stood atop the clouds like an ancient god, descended to the mortal realm, peerlessly martial and unmatched in the world. The 9 continents fell into a deathly silence. Historical records state, on the first day of the first month of the year 1 of the Immortal Qin calendar, the divine emperor Zhao Wu summoned the sword with a single cry, and 10,000 swords across the 9 continents returned to one, cleaving through the thunder tribulation for billions of miles, attaining celestial immortality. The 4 seas submitted, and visitors came from all directions to celebrate. The 9 continents were unified under Great Qin, henceforth known as Immortal Qin. However, the divine emperor Zhao Wu's ambition lay not in the imperial court. The throne of Immortal Qin remained with the first emperor Ying Zheng. Meanwhile, the divine emperor Zhao Wu, accompanied by a host of beauties, indulged in the pleasures of nature, roaming freely between heaven and earth, living a life more blissful than that of the immortals.